you. What's voting? Isn't this a drama stream? Episode, Space Run, everyone feels strong now. Guys, he is never coming back from his hot chocolate run, is he? It's been 5 years. We still all come in chat, but Steven is never coming back.
Oh! Okay. There's got to be some intermediary between... Nope. Thanks for the money, though. There's got to be some intermediary between, like, nuclear power and anything else. There has to be. I just don't want to do nuclear power. I just don't. It just seems so obnoxious. But, like, this shit is just, like, dying. Why not? I don't know. I always heard it was bad for your UPS. Is it not? It's so strong, is it? So what happened? So you just put a uranium fuel cell in a nuclear thing and then it just gives you power, huh? Do you want the nuclear blueprint again? Yeah, does it work in space exploration? Fuck it. Okay, yeah, I guess that's what we'll do today. We'll work on nuclear power. Yeah, because this is getting like to be too much. This is this is autism. What do you call these? Bro, I've heard these called like a million different things. I've heard them called steak fries, although I don't know if I'd say that is accurate. I've heard them called potato skins, although there are lots of things referred to as potato skins. I've heard them called potato wedges, which might be the most accurate thing. I think if you go to Buffalo Wild Wings, I think you'll hear wedges. Steak fries are like that, but are like 4 times as large. Yeah, maybe. I feel like steak fries should just be... Yeah, I don't know. What would you call them? I think these are most accurately described as potato wedges. That's what I would say. What do we got on the old Reddit today? Did you see the reports on Meta layoffs? Yes. Thank fucking God. It's time to trim the fucking fat. Huff Data, you getting laid off? Thoughts on Fnatic going nuts in you? I saw some of that. I'm kind of half debating just banning Fnatic from stream. It's pretty irritating. I don't mind disagreeing with him, but like, he really is like the worst type of black person. Do you understand that? That like anytime there's a discussion on racial issues that goes the way that he doesn't want it to, he runs off to another stream and he starts calling everybody racist. Like it really is like the worst type of like conversation gatekeeping, like unironically. Like people like that are so fucking irritating to me that I might just like not let him on anymore. I don't know. How fucking annoying. I don't even know if these are on the subreddit anymore. Pinned. In case it's not obvious, Destiny has huge anti-black sentiments. Forcing his community to push back against a bigot he's choosing to platform is the grossest form of blaxploitation I've seen in the streaming world, and there's no excuse for it. This is the same motherfucker that told Fnatic you should be grateful when Fnatic pushed back against him misrepresenting black issues 2 months ago. Every time he played the I'm white card while trying to steelman her arguments, he was just reinforcing the harmony. Yeah, it's just like so fucking stupid. Like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking cringe. This brings in 10 lines of water as 8 reactors plus chests to request the uranium already, and to actives to dispose. You can set a requester for the depleted uranium. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, can you explain like what all this shit is? Do the turbines here make power? Is that what these are for? What is this? Steam turbine. Is a steam turbine better than a steam engine? Oh fuck. Wait, have I been fucking up? Wait, should these be steam turbines instead of engines? The efficiency is the same. Oh. They just take more steam or something?
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
It will be
Is YouTube tier support as good as DGG tiers? Which do you prefer?
And shape his views like he supposedly
Good
does
question.
with Lav. Guys, I'm still waiting for the day that we have the how do I put this in a nice way? The not conventionally attractive woman of size person on Destiny's stream that is loud and obnoxious and is permitted. I'm waiting for the day, guys. I'm waiting. That's gonna prove it. That's gonna prove that all of you are wrong.
There's a huge selection bias for the type of women that get into streaming, right? Like, there have been like larger chill women on stream before. They just don't, they're not usually content creators, so they don't come on often. So like, here's the question. Who would Chud name that exists in this space that is a streamer that's like a, like a plus size or whatever streamer? They're like, and it sucks too, because now you're challenging people to like call out like, oh, well, who's a fat fuck that you want to bring on stream, right? Like, there is, like, I can't even name names. It's like you're putting me like in an unwinnable position. Like, oh, like, well, which woman who's been on your stream do you think is fat? There have been a couple of them.
Wrong. And all of you that are acting like it's just because it's hot women and whatever, and you know, there's that element at play. It's gonna prove you all wrong, and you're all gonna be like, I was so wrong. I was so wrong about Destiny, and Chud was right. Chud was correct that actually anyone of any size, of any appearance can come on and have really shitty, retarded takes and be defended. Doesn't matter.
You know, help schools protect.
Get electric boilers, something to 500 degrees and use the turbines. Gotcha.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time here.
RTBA, you got to have the word with the boss, okay? Tell him to cut some of these perms off. That's what the people want. I speak to the true voice, okay? Cut the perms. End the perms for all the fucking clout sharks, okay? Get rid of them all. Get rid of the perms for women, okay? That's step number one. Step number one, okay? You got to cut it off you got to cut the limb off to save.
Gaining a platform with a bunch of fucking, and I've said this before, and I don't think that everyone who views Destiny is an incel, but it is overrun with like misogynistic fucking douchebags who I don't want seeing me naked. I don't.
It's not overrun with.
Yes, it is. The moderators are fucking incels. The people who run it suck.
Okay, wait.
I think something that I might do, this is what we need to figure out. I need to figure this out, okay? I need to make a training course for people that want to join my stream so that they can understand what it actually means like to be hated on the internet. Because I don't think these people understand. Like, if you're coming to my community and it's breaking you, you're just not cut out for this space. I need to figure out, like, okay, well, today, you know, lesson 2 of training, like, people are going to simultaneously hack your account while calling you racial slurs, making you death threats, and, like, creating a subreddit dedicated to, like, hating you in your entire existence. And we'll see how well you do with that for a week. And, like, if you can survive, like, the 1-month boot camp, the 1-month training course, then you can step out and be like, oh, okay, well, here's my community. Sometimes they make mean subreddit posts about you, and they might even show up in your tweet mentions, right? Like, it's so stupid. Like how dramatic these people are. I watched a video with Max and Lav talking to each other, and they were like crying in tears. They were almost crying because I guess Lav got banned from the sub for a week. I didn't even know that, but they were both like crying about it. And I'm like, are you serious? My dick pic was embedded in the official CSS of a subreddit on Reddit, and nobody cared for like 6 months until I made a post about it. Like, bro, what are you guys crying about? Like, holy shit. Chill. Jesus Christ.
Wait, who's an incel? Which moderator's an incel?
All of them.
Okay. Well.
Nice. Good one. Live moment. Worst 30 seconds of this guy's professional life.
All right, guys, let's get right to it then. Eddie Turner, let's start with you. Look straight into that camera. You got 30 seconds. Give us your pitch.
Well, I am extremely passionate about technology and learning, and I am very interested in using my years of experience in technology support and teaching, combined with my Northwestern education, to help manage an organization's technology project team, or an organization that has a learning and talent development department. I'd love to help them power up their employee engagement through the use of technologies such as social media and the Apple iPhone.
Look at that.
Is it just because he used a lot of jargon? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, keep watching. Okay. Wait, what is this? Why? Destiny keeps bringing you on because you are eye candy and drama. Destiny doesn't take on people who are a challenge to him. He brings people on for a controlled shit show. If you weren't hated, he wouldn't talk to you. I just think it's funny. It has to be pointed out that Destiny isn't a serious streamer. This guy's just ass mad because every time there's a panel about any single fucking issue ever, this guy is pulled on and he makes it about fucking anarcho-libertarianism. And it's the most boring fucking thing ever. I might have even stopped joining panels with this guy because every single time he's there, that's what it goes. It'll be like, oh, today we're going to talk about sex work. Hey guys, well, did you know that in an anarcho-capitalist society, sex workers could do whatever they wanted to and the government is evil? Like, that's every single fucking panel he's on. Oh my god, it is so fucking obnoxious. It's actually the worst thing in the universe. Holy shit. Apparently she read your text of you telling her good job for her appearance, but not good enough because you didn't defend her against Melina? I'm not standing between her and Melina fighting with each other. That's their shit. I don't give a fuck about that. What did I say exactly? I said, good job, you contributed well tonight. You're a tenacious one. I'll give you that. That's what I said last time. She did contribute well. She's the one that brought in Anna, and she's tenacious because she's still showing up despite all the hate. I'm never like saying, I don't know if she's thinking like, oh, I agree with all your opinions and shit. Like, I don't think I'm ever saying that ever. You apparently also called her a villain? Yeah, on stream we talked about that. And then it's just a bunch of her complaining about... Apparently RTBA was shit-talking her, and I said, that's RTBA, he is his own proud bear. Talk to him. And then she said, question mark. If Lav ever feels like I'm being two-faced, privately and publicly, she can always leak our DMs if she wants to. If she wants to leak like our messages about whatever we're talking about. I don't like this characterization that she's saying I'm like super nice to her privately and I'm super mean to her publicly. It's just not the case. But okay, we're not doing that today. Today,
opening your documentaries, it's... I can't tell you how many people...
Oh, God, this guy. Why do you think she's characterizing you in that way? Because she wants me to save her from all the hate and harassment. She wants me to step in and tell people to stop bullying her and to steelman her points relentlessly, publicly, as much as I possibly can, and to never provide any pushback, because she's probably not used to ever getting it in her life. That's probably why.
Have asked me if I've seen it. I think it's one of the most eye-opening things that's ever been done on this whole gender confusion thing that we're going through right now in our culture. And it was just like one of those things where I had to watch. Like, so many people were like, you have to see this. You have to see this. And I expected it to be like, I mean, I thought it would be like arguments with people, or it would be very, you know...
She disagrees with not getting pushback in life? Who gives her pushback in life besides her mom? Is that what she counters with? Well, actually, my mom was really mean to me. Because that shit doesn't count. It doesn't matter. My guess is that after she's gone from the household, she probably doesn't get very much pushback in life from very many people. Other than catty women that are jealous of how she looks, and then there's just going to be men that are probably not going to fight with her much at all. Like,
very confrontational, but...
Hell.
Jesus, I just had a heart attack. What's up? It's midterms day.
Go, man.
What's up?
It is midterms day. I just came back from voting.
Nice job. Wait, what state do you live in?
Maryland.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, what's up? How's life going?
Oh,
man,
my God.
Lycan. We've missed you. You're like our island of sanity.
The last 3 weeks have been so cathartic. Oh, my God. There have been moments in the last few years where like chat's really gotten to me, our relationship, I've had certain feelings about it, and this has just been an affirmation that I am a well-adjusted human being, and it feels, I feel normal. It's nice. It's nice to be normal.
You know what, like him? If I had to guess, I would say 50% or more of the hate you get, probably from my community, is that you're probably just kind of normal. I actually think I think that is the case. They want to see the monsters and the freaks here. That's what we do, you know? And I'm kind of like the Frankenstein that builds them up and brings them all together. But you're just like a normal dude.
You are a wicked good Frankenstein. You've been churning out monsters real fast and hard.
Yeah, I try. What's up?
I honestly, I don't really have anything much. Any particular election you're looking at?
All of them.
I feel really bad for Tim Ryan. I don't know why, especially with Vance being such a high-profile character and Ryan having some potential. I don't know why he's been so neglected by the media. You don't see him covered a lot. You don't see a lot of the big, like, Pod Save America or any of these other big liberal...
Wait, who is this about?
The Ohio Senate election.
Is it supposed to be a close election?
It is, yeah. And it's JD Vance and Tim Ryan. And I want to say the majority of the last years since they've been campaigning, it's been real close between the two. But you don't hear it covered.
Huh.
Oh.
Well, who knows?
Who knows? You like hot pot?
Yeah.
I got this, since you like fast food, I got this ramen. No, it's not ramen, it's noodles, but it's made by Kiki, K-I-K-I. And it tastes like hot pot. Like it's got the Szechuan peppercorns, the lemongrass kind of deal going on.
Hold on, I might be missing. Isn't hot pot just? Isn't it just you go to a restaurant and they put like stuff in like water and then it cooks?
Yeah, but no, not water. It's a flavored broth. And like the big thing is it's the Chinese peppercorns.
Flavored water.
That's
okay,
in there.
Whatever. It's like tea. Okay, water with a little bit of flavor in it. But okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Listen, I know I haven't heard a shit food take from you in a while, so you gotta belittle. Anyway, it's really good. Have you gone?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've gone to hot pot restaurants before.
Do you order like chicken fingers and French fries when you go?
Yeah, they serve that at hot pot restaurants. You know, I went with Lily and she recommended that. You know.
Hey, you know what? At a lot of these places, my brother, when I was growing up, would go to the Chinese restaurant and order chicken fingers and pizza. Some people.
Jesus.
I know. All right, well, I want to go back to work, but it's good hearing you, buddy. I'm going to, I got some new gear on my paladin, so let's just say my hammer is strong.
New gear on your paladin? What does that mean?
Well, in real life, I got my paladin. I got my best in slot. Oh, I got fucking ripped off for the first time in 16 years of World of Warcraft. I thought I was being slick buying from this Chinese gold farmer.
Okay.
And he was selling this deck. The deck was going for... it was the Dark Moon deck Greatness, and it was going for 25,000 because the fair had just left and everyone wanted to get their gear up. And so I'm like, oh shit, I'll get this for a steal. He's selling for 10K. I don't have 10K. I offer him 6. He says, sure. And I'm like, cool, this guy's probably stole it from someone, whatever, I'll buy it. And I go to do the trade with him and he puts Berserker in. I don't need fucking Berserker. It's a 500 gold deck. It's shit. It's PvP. I don't do that.
Yeah.
So I say, I'll give you 6,000 for it. He says 6,500. I go to all my characters. I get all my gold together. And I come back. I'm like, hey, I have 6,340. And he says, okay, sure. So he puts it in. And at the last second, if you change an item in a trade, it'll stop the trade. It stopped. And I was just like, not
you were
thinking.
Just pushing the button?
I was on autopilot. And I just said, trade, okay. And I look in my fucking bag and it's Berserker. Motherfucker leaves party, and I watch this level 1 piece of shit go to the auction house to spend my hard-earned gold.
Damn.
And there's nothing they can do. Like, well, they could do something, but they don't. Like, I had screenshots of all the conversations, like when he put the wrong book in, exactly what I was looking for. And I got fucked, but then the prices dropped and I bought another one, so whatever.
Wow. Well, damn. Probably dropped because people like him were scamming so many of these. Flooded the market.
But I was parlaying that real experience of getting new gear to say that I'm just going to, keep an eye on this chat, make sure things stay in order,
Okay. Well,
all right, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Have fun. Peace out.
Bye.
What is this? If we're gonna have 3 days, we have to listen to a lunatic called Black Men Degenerate Remedial Knuckle Draggers and have Destiny defend it because it's opening up conversation. Then this is fine, right? It's fine if the person saying it belongs to the group they're criticizing, right? Or are offensive complaints about a group of people only okay when it's black men? I will say this. Holy fuck. I will say this. You can call me racist and get mad, and if you're black, I'm sorry, but there has a lot of black male fragility in my community. Holy fuck. I had never thought there would be so... It was crazy to me that we went on a 6-month shit on woman arc, essentially. I love women, women, blah, 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 woman moment, over it for months without anybody really saying anything. And then this insane Anna person, who is insane, and we all know it, comes on for like 2 days. And you motherfuckers are in the second Holocaust. Holy shit. Chill the fuck out. Oh my God. The Anna woman is crazy. All of us know it. Took a few days to get there. But Jesus Christ. You really want me to trigger you, I should read. It's funny because of the emails I've gotten from black women, a few have said that she's totally wrong. And then there's like 2 groups after the few, like 50-50. Half of them are like, she's 100% right, she's just a little bit mean. And then the other half are like, she's a little bit extreme on some points, but she brings up a lot of good points that aren't addressed. But I don't know if all black women on the internet are of a certain type or not, or whatever. A few of them have said that we're not all the same, so it's not fair for Anna to talk for all of us. And there's also the standard, like, African Americans in the United States that want to fight with biracial or immigrant people talking about their culture, and Jesus. But you know what? We're not doing that today. We're just doing politics. And black issues don't count as politics. Fanatic retweeted this. Wait, really?
This was in the 1940s.
They playing by manual.
Wow.
They got a whole manual.
They got a playbook against you Negroes.
Right.
Play it again.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
This was in the 1940s.
They playing by manual.
Wow.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country,
Jesus Christ. Israel, this is the strategy. We've identified it.
Then there are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money. And the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country.
United States.
If I went and... I can't do it. If I had a debate with Fanatic on this stuff, but I got like cornrows before the debate, but I just didn't say anything or mention it, but I just showed up like that, do you think you'd... I'm just kidding. I would never do that. I'm just kidding. But what if they were blue though? Okay, well, or just full on. I saw this tweet. This was a funny tweet. Wait, can somebody link me this original Kanye video? This was actually so fucking wild. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's a Ye video. My bad.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Love black people? Not like I don't love any group of people because like I don't love white people or black, but there are people that I like and there are people that I don't like.
Do you love black people?
I don't understand I don't love like groups of people that look a certain way, no.
Do you love black people?
I don't love groups of people that look a certain way.
I asked you about black people. Do you love black people?
Like a particular black person or certain types of black people.
Do you love black people?
Well, sure, I love black people.
Wow. Do you love black people?
Okay.
Richard Jefferson, I sentence you to 500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Stephen A. Smith, I sentence you to 4,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, I sentence you both to 2,500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Michael Wilbon, you fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget, I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man. Snow Bunny Shannon Sharp, you're the biggest and strongest of everybody on the list, so I'm going to have to sentence you for 10,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man and saying that no black woman can make you happy. 10,000 lashes.
Is it just me or is it getting crazier out there? Well, I don't know. The thing is that it feels like the media people that are supposed, that generally keep these types of sentiments in check are like the progressive wing, but I don't know if progressives will ever criticize black people on like race stuff. I'm actually super curious, and I could be wrong, and I'm not in these circles as much anymore, so somebody could tell me. It feels like if there was a tweet that went out where Benny Ben or Steven Crowder or any of these people were to say anything like remotely racist, they still get blown up over it. Have any progressive people, have you seen AOC or anybody or Bernie or any of the progressive talking heads on Twitter, do any of them step out and criticize any of this shit? Have they spoken on it at all? Is there like any like big tweet storm for any like left-leaning progressive people talking about it at all? Or because it feels like it's just an untouchable thing. Because like I said, I feel like it's weird how everyone just laughs this guy off as a meme. Well, it's all kind of a meme though, right? There was a post on my subreddit yesterday or the day before about it, about how like black people can just kind of like defend anti-Semitism and it's cool. Or it's like, it's chill. It's like, oh, I understand. But I'm not gonna lie, the response from the black community is fucking wild on this JQ shit. Well, the thing is that I'm pretty sure the black community has always had weird Jewish shit going on with it. Like, that's my understanding. I had at least one person email me around the Myers stuff when he said kike on stream. And when I heard him say that, my understanding is there's no way that he knew that was an anti-Semitic slur. He couldn't have possibly known that. Because he just lets it rip on a fucking Twitch stream. I'm like, are you insane? There's no way he knows that. Somebody emailed me, and fuck, I feel like they had a few examples, but apparently like in locker rooms and shit, like there are like weird insults that black people just say, and he said that it's possible that Myers just picked it up from somebody on his team and had no fucking idea what it means. I don't know if that's true, obviously. That's like a huge like assumption that could not be true or whatever. But I don't know, I've heard that a lot. I don't know if there's a way to quantify like anti-Jewish sentiments in the black community over time. But yeah, but it's all, but progressives have like the framing, he 100% knew what it is. No way, I don't believe he knew what it was. No shot, dude. No shot.
Let's go, baby. Fucking cowards, don't fucking snipe me, you fucking kike bitch. I just dropped that on my head. That didn't even go to fucking...
I don't think he has any idea. I truly don't think he has any fucking idea what he's saying. There's no way. I just don't think he knows. I think he has no idea. I don't think he did. That's you know, I could be totally wrong, but what, did he hesitate? I don't know. He's probably just reaching for a word or something. But like, there's just no way. I just can't believe. Like, I've spoken to this guy a decent amount. He's been on some Scuff podcasts. He seems like a decently intelligent dude. Like, no, not even. Hold on. Not even. He seemed like a pretty intelligent guy. I can't believe that. I just can't believe that he's just that. No way. No way. I don't believe it. No one hesitates and then says a slur. No, of course I do. I'm sure you could go back in my thing and find stuff where I'm like, you motherfucking piece of shit. Like, I'm sure there have been like stuff like that, right? Absolutely, of course. There's absolutely no room in this country or world for anti-Semitism. It's point to see how harmful plus dangerous Ye's words are, not only to our Jewish brothers and sisters, but also our collective society at large. Good job, AOC. Okay, cool. AOC said something. Forgive student loans then. Oh, be quiet. Now, the real question is, do progressives follow her or do they rebuke her at this? This had almost 200,000 likes. The slur doesn't even make sense. It's probably just a random insult you thought of. That would be my guess, because I use that word a lot. Probably up until there's just some random shit you said in FPS games. But I don't think I knew that was an anti-Semitic slur until like 27. I don't think I had any fucking idea. I'm just like, that was just like a random like, oh fuck blah blah blah. Like, it's just like a random monosyllabic like word that you would just say on like fucking Xbox Live and shit. I had no idea. I think I was like in my mid 20s or even late 20s when I found I was like, oh shit, that's an anti-Semitic slur. I had no idea. If you follow the Kyrie Irving situation at all, that's what Umar was talking about this clip, and the whole idea would probably really intrigue you. I've seen the clips of him talking and stuff, right? Yeah. Saint and Sinner, it says you're stupid.
Catch this rhythm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, let me just go ahead and watch this real quick. Thank you.
I have a fat attack. You gonna go to sleep and the fat on your neck gonna choke you. You gonna go to sleep, it's gonna feel like a little male relationships, which I find to be very strange because this guy isn't even about male-female relationships in general, right? Because he's bisexual and he clearly isn't black. So it's like, why did you call into his show to talk about this topic? I think it's just probably a play to get some clout. Now, why people are entertaining her? It's clearly for the dollars. She's a nut. She's a nut. She's a nut. What can you do? Shout out to Mike for supporting the way.
You talking to me?
Support. Shout out to Mr. Williams, comes in by Cash App. He writes, nope, you're not the only one, Saint. I feel you, bro. You kind of surprised me with that one, but hey, man, let's make the family bigger. Like, what does it really mean? As a man, respect, compatibility, and loyalty together.
But I'm getting to that point with you.
I'm tripping right now because we're 2 hours in, right? And there's still another hour, 40 minutes. Like, good Lord. That is unnecessarily long. And here's the funny thing. No one's made a penny from the whole thing except the bisexual white dude who's been playing video games the whole time. How ironic. Everyone else has been pouring out their passion, their arguments, their solution, their thinking, and the gay white dude playing the video games is making the bag. Hey, he might not know how to live his life in terms of morals, but he knows how to get to the bag. Shout out to him because he didn't use.
Who is this degenerate fucking loser? If this guy ever wants to chat on stream, yeah, fucking put the message out. Put it out. We can chat. I want to start calling black people out on their fucking homophobia and shit too, okay? I'm a white person. I've had to deal with a lot of shit. Being called racist, homophobic, etc., etc. Fuck this shit. We're going hard on that, okay? No homophobia. It's hurting my feelings. He wants to hug 100%? Yeah, if he wants to. Not today, though. It has to be tomorrow, okay? This guy is genuinely really homophobic and kept talking about your bisexuality. Yeah, no shit, because it makes him feel emasculated. Like, it's the cringiest fucking form of projection is when people obsess over that. Like, these motherfuckers think about dick more than I do. That's how fucking disgusting and pathetic it is when people like fixate on like, is he bisexual? Is he bisexual? Is he bisexual? Yeah, no shit. And I'm married to like a beautiful like 24-year-old Swedish girl. Like, what about it? Like, on what level are you trying to attack me here that you think that anything you're saying is getting through to me and isn't just reflecting poorly on like your own fucking insecurities? Like, fuck off, dude. Who the fuck are you? We didn't even finish watching our Kanye video. Oh, this. Or not the Kanye video, the... Hold on, let me finish this. 3.5 minutes. Good luck.
Your documentaries, it's...
We're going DEFCON 5 on black people. True. Why are these hyper-masculine dudes always such cowards? They never debate. Unironically, hypermasculinity has always been a problem in the black community because of a cut off from traditional routes of masculinity, which is usually related to taking care of families, taking care of women, which are usually done through having jobs, which is usually done through having a good education, right? And these things are traditionally routes that are harder for black men to go through, which I think is where a lot of the hypermasculinity comes from. It's a way to compensate for the inability to achieve a more masculine profile through more traditional routes. That's why you see the early, I'll say early because it has changed, but that's why like 90s, 2000s rap culture was a certain way, and before, it's why a lot of black men are engaged in crime, et cetera, et cetera. Like a lot of it can be traced back to that type of stuff. And then that's why like you have a lot of the ultra traditional kind of concepts related to gender and roles in the house and all of that also like play into a lot of how black people will black men especially will kind of be. Not all black men though, but
I can't tell you how many people have asked me if I've seen it. I think it's one of the most eye-opening things that's ever been done on this whole gender confusion thing that we're going through right now in our culture. And it was just like one of those things where I had to watch. Like so many people were like, you have to see this. You have to see this. And I expected it to be like, I thought it would be like arguments with people or it would be very, very confrontational. But instead, I think you did it masterfully. What you did is you just let these people explain themselves the way they would talk if you weren't there. The way they would talk to people who agree with what they're saying. And by not pushing back, I think you allowed them to let all the crazy out. And it's like, it's hard to describe to people that aren't aware of what's going on, of how wild this stuff has gotten. But first of all, tell me, what was the process of making this? Like, how long did it take? What was the motivation behind it?
Yeah, thanks for talking about it so much on your podcast, by the way. It's been a huge boost for us.
Dude, every time I hear this guy, maybe he'll impress me this time, but every time I see him tweet or talk, it is the most like pseudo-intellectual shit in the world. I don't even know if this motherfucker has a prescription for glasses, okay? That's how triggered this guy makes me when he talks. Actually.
And we, I had this idea. You'd really have to go back several years because it occurred to me maybe back in, 2017 that when this transgender stuff was starting to really gain mainstream traction, which I think happened that was like maybe when Bruce Jenner became Caitlyn Jenner. That was the moment that I think it exploded onto the mainstream. Not when it began, but it exploded into mainstream. Right around that time, it sort of occurred to me that...
Why is literally everything is coalescing around social issues and culture wars? Because Republicans don't have answers to any real problems. All they can talk about are other people's uteruses and like other people's like sex organs in children. That's all they have. They have no economic solutions to fucking anything. They can't they don't have answers to any problems. They're not here to solve or do anything or fix anything. They just want to unravel and tear shit apart and then hyper fucking fixate on culture war issues. It's actually so fucking pathetic. Like, what's your plan for the economy? No more mandatory vaccine. What are we gonna do about Ukraine and Russia? No more gender therapy for kids.
That the people promoting this stuff have a problem, which is that we're supposed to accept someone like Bruce as a woman, but then what exactly does that mean? What are we accepting him as? Like he says, I identify as a woman. Well, what are you identifying as? What are we, if you're a woman, well, I know what a woman was before, but if now we're including a guy like Bruce, then what is a woman now? And so I started asking this question, which is really basic, just like, what is a woman? What are you trying to say about womanhood now? And couldn't get anyone to answer it. I mean, and mostly it's just on Twitter, and challenging someone on the left. Just give me a definition. What's your definition of the word? And none of them would do it. So at a certain point, I thought, well, we have to find a way to go out and put this question in front of them. And that's sort of where the idea for the documentary came from. And we...
Yeah. I am here to debate black issues. What's your problem? Where are you, fanatic? When are you going to debate him? Walsh? Walsh will never talk to me, and he's smart not to.
Knew going in that we wanted two things, well, three things. One is we have the mission behind it, the message that we want to get across, but we also want it to be a piece of entertainment, you know, because a lot of conservative documentaries, not all of them, but many of them are just, you feel like you're watching an extended version of a podcast or something. It's not a piece of entertainment. So we wanted it to be that. And then we also knew that the way this is going to work, if it works at all, is if I'm just asking questions. Because if it's me going on a tour around the country yelling at people, that would be satisfying for me emotionally, but it just wouldn't prove anything other than what people already know, which is that two sides yell at each other. So we wanted to give.
Okay, this is boring as fuck.
It's done.
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
Millions? How did you do a whole documentary on this, and you're like 4 orders of magnitude off? Millions of kids on puberty blockers? Millions? Millions?
You're talking about hormone blockers.
Yeah.
Millions
blockers
of kids have been on hormone blockers? Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on me, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah.
You know what? I actually am glad he said that. That is your guess. That truly shows what your state of mind is and how disconnected you are from reality, if that's what you feel, right? I like asking engaging questions like what is the percentage of people that you think are this? And somebody's like, 98% of people probably feel this way. And it's like, okay, well, we looked at the data and it's actually like 12%. I think you're a little bit disconnected, buddy. Millions of children on puberty blockers? How many children are even in the US? Like, what is the total number of people from, like, age 18 and below? How many minors in the United States? What would I look for? What's the number here? There's about, like, 75 million. So if he says millions, he thinks what, like 5% of kids are on puberty blockers?
Be my guess. I can say for double mastectomies, I read a report recently that there were over 1,000 done between 2016 and 2019, and when you compare that to how many were done between 2008 and 2015, it's a massive increase, and over 1,000 girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you say girls, you're talking about prepubescent,
right? Minors, and that's just up until 2019, and then we know that there's been this exponential increase with all this stuff year over year. So it's a lot. It's too many. Having this happen to one kid is way too many. It's a lot more than one.
Yeah, and look, if you're an adult and you want to do that, and you understand who you are and what you are.
Hold on, no shot. Americans think 21% of the population are transgender? That can't. What? 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 No shot. I would have to. I'm curious where this polling data comes from. No way. That's insane. I can't believe that. Have a household income over $1 million? No shot. Are Native American 27%? 30% are Jewish? No. This has to be. I don't know where this came from, but this is some wacky shit. This is a wacky poll. No way. This has got to be a wacky poll. I don't think I trust this. I don't even know even if I read where it came from, I don't think I would believe it. How could you simultaneously believe that 20% of the population has a household income over $1 million, but only 38% has a household income over $100,000? Like, this doesn't even make sense. You think there are more people that are making over $1 million than there are people between like the 100,000 to 999? Like, this is just so weird. I don't know. Thank you for voting, A Boy Called Sue. We all thank you for your service.
And this is how you feel you should progress. You're an adult. This is a free country. You should be able to do whatever you want. But when you're talking about doing that to children, the fact that so many people are on board and so many people are angry, if you have, like, people are going to be angry at us that we're having these conversations.
Yeah, they will be. And I also, I actually think that that this shouldn't be happening to.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
You did a whole documentary on this, didn't you? How do you not have any background information at all about any of this? Did you do any reading, any research, anything at all?
Million sounds great.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
The Media Matters will have fun with that clip.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh claims it was.
I need to finish eating my thing. Wait, oh, we never finished this. Hold on. What? How is this pitch so horrible?
Right on the money, and you're very good with time. All right, Richard Pachowski, take it away.
Hi, you're looking for someone who has more than just a focus on technology. You're looking for someone who has
That's okay. Go for it. Tell us. Just speak to me. Like we're sitting at the dinner table. Go ahead, Richard. What do you have? What can you offer?
that.
That's okay. Regroup for a second. No problem.
Okay.
Go ahead. Take it again.
Okay. You're looking for someone who is more than just technology savvy. Someone who has customer focus and international experience. A person who is a problem solver, analytical, yet still has common sense. I'm that person. I have great customer focus skills and great soft skills. I have the ability to take end-to-end ownership of a project and the determination to do whatever it takes to get the job done.
Fantastic, Richard.
Thank
All right,
you,
Lyle.
and
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to thank us. We're going to move right on to Lyle. Nasser, go ahead, Lyle.
Rip. I'm Lyle Nasser.
Guys.
Fearless teen. This is the most important day of your lives. If the Democrats win, they will arrest and murder your children, and historians won't be allowed to write about it. Oh my God. It's Beanie Vosh. Fearless teen owns corrupt cops.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers obscene gestures, body-worn cameras, and the Fourth Amendment, and is brought to us by James Freeman's channel. Be sure.
Wait, where are my macroecon guys? I've heard some of these, but I don't understand. Increasing taxes on corporations would probably or definitely increase inflation. Why would increasing taxes on corporations increase inflation? Wouldn't an increase in taxes means... Or is it just because corporations would raise the cost of like goods and services, which would contribute to inflation? Is that why? Products would cost more? Oh, okay. Makes sense, I guess. Never mind. Increasing domestic oil production. How could that increase inflation? If you have more oil available, wouldn't that drive prices down or no? People are dumb, that's why. I know why decreasing interest rates would do it. Cutting taxes would probably do it. Why would increasing interest rates raise inflation? Someone explain that to me. People are dumb. Oh, this is what people think, not what actually happened. I'm sorry. I read this wrong, I think. Would probably or definitely decrease, would have no effect, or would increase. Oh, I understand. Okay. Never mind. I thought this is what would actually happen on the right, and this is what I see.
What's the strongest case for pro-life in your mind?
I mean, the strongest case for pro-life is that from conception, a human life has been created. It is a human life with potential. That human life with potential now has an independent interest in its own existence.
If I may just ask a quick question. So conception is when a sperm fertilizes an egg?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify
Yes.
the biological beginning of what conception means.
I mean, because that is the beginning of human life. Now, there are other standards that people have drawn, right? Some people say implantation in the uterus. Some people will suggest viability, some people brain development or heart development. But the clear dividing line between a human life exists and a human life does not exist is the biological creation of an independent human life with its own DNA strands and et cetera, which happens at conception. Once you acknowledge that there is that independent human life with potential, and I keep calling it that because people sometimes say potential human life. It's not a potential human life. It's a human life that is not developed yet to the full extent that it will develop. Once you say that, and once you say that it...
Okay. Wait, what was I about to do? Fuck, I just had something else in my brain. ET on your Lex interview? I think you said he was posting on the 10th. Thoughts on Adam something's statement here. If Republicans manage to win today, I'm fairly certain U.S. democracy is done for. This would mark the stunning failure of the American project, swallowed by a vortex of malicious actors, purely for-profit media, religious extremism, rampant misinformation, and fraudulent agreements. Make no mistake, once Republicans get into power, you Americans won't have another free election. Ironically enough, we'll do everything. This is probably a little bit hyperbolic. I really don't think the problem... I don't think the problem is Republicans. I think the problem is Trump. And the problem is Trumpism and the people that worship him. I think that's the issue. Republicans can be up to their ordinary dirty tricks, but I think Trump is like, he's serving as like a power, he's like a anti-democratic amplifier that is so unimaginably destructive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is to that. I'm not sure. I don't know how you, I actually truly don't know what the solution is to that. I'm not sure. The problem is that Trumpism is Republicanism at this point. I disagree and I agree. I like to draw a distinction. Biden tried to, between conservatives and Republicans and like the MAGA Trump people. There is a difference, but yeah, I think the majority of Republicans are like Trumpists now. In what way? What policies did Trump enact to make you think that? Honest to God, I can ignore the plethora of anti-democratic issues that I have with Trump including his rampant attacks in the media, his threatening to increase fucking libel law cases and shit on publications that don't like him, shit like that, whatever. We can ignore all of that. And honest to God, because the problem is Trump is like a collection of things where any individual thing would be unbelievable. But the biggest issue right now is continuing to undermine the election in 2020. That's just unbelievable. Like, that on its own makes him one of the worst humans in American history. Full stop. There is no way to disagree with that statement unless you are either remedial or anti-American. Or a partisan hack. There's no other way to get around that statement. That it is unimaginable to be an ex-president of the United States and to instill so much mistrust in the institution of voting. It's unbelievable. And there's no excuse for that, and there's no kind of unless you have bought into it, in which case you're a victim of that mentality, and now you're slowly spreading that victimness out to the rest of the United States by trying to destroy our democracy.
Sure to check out the description below and give them the
What
credit.
is remedial? It's a nicer way to say retarded. We're trying to get off retarded, okay? We're pulling back from it. You're going to allow this type of behavior in your orbit.
The way that I have also said the sunken place.
Who did this?
The way that
Why? Why?
And I was going to play a song for a woman that I kind of like. And I got there, and she saw me, and she immediately pulled away. And I wasn't forcing her to listen.
How many Republicans do you think will stay anti-democratic after Trump dies? I hope that once Trump leaves, a lot of the weird thought leaves with him. But the hold on, I'm sorry, Richard Booth. Hold on, I'm sorry. I've identified an exceptionally special individual in my chat. Sort of like Biden is doing now, he is beating that drum now leading up to this election, and the Dems did in 2016. Hillary still does, as do others on the left. That is not true. You are wrong, and you are lying to yourself. Like, your mind has been infected, and it is rotting from the inside out with Trump disease. If you believe that Hillary Clinton, who conceded that fucking night the election, is the same as Trump, who to this day says that the election was stolen, it is not even remotely close to the same thing. Your brain is rotted out of your head. Like,
or anything, you know, I just wanted to play the song for her, you know, give her her own choice if she wanted to be with me, you know?
Does she know you?
Yeah, I worked with her there for like 5-6 months.
Did y'all have a relationship?
No, we were talking a little bit, but it never really got serious.
Okay.
But anyways, I pulled up there, and I was in the other parking lot, and I saw her get in her car, and I was like, oh shoot, it's my moment. So I pulled up there next to her, and she pulled away from me, and so I chased her a little bit, just because, I don't know, women are crazy. Like, I felt like she, like, wanted me to chase her.
Do you not think chasing somebody's crazy?
Well, it's just like, I only went like a couple blocks down the street.
I'm just saying, don't you think chasing somebody's crazy when they obviously don't want to?
Well, I had my song playing, and I wanted to, like, her to hear it, maybe.
Well, apparently she didn't want to hear it, right? So what else happened? Let's get on with the story.
Well, anyways, her father called me up, and he made some threats to me and to my life.
Okay.
And so I just want to have his name on file.
What did he say to you?
I think he said he's going to stab me, like, but he's like cussing at me.
He said that, or he did say that?
He says, I'm going to do something to you. I swear I do something to you.
For chasing his daughter?
Yeah, but it wasn't chasing. It was like going down a couple streets. Like, that's like fun to women. Like, women like that. A little bit of excitement.
No, they don't.
Well,
Women don't like to be chased.
What about like
If I was a
porn?
father, I'd probably tell you the same thing.
What about like BDSM porn, where women like to have rape fantasies?
Well, apparently
this is a troll. It has to be.
this girl does that.
Well, who knows? Most women do like having rape fantasies.
Okay. Do you think she does?
I don't know. But,
Apparently she don't.
well,
So what do you want us to do?
I just want you to get his name on file, just in case he does do anything
Do
to
you
me.
know his name?
I know his daughter's name.
What do you know his name?
I know her name. I don't know his name. He called me from a restricted phone number.
Okay. Here's my suggestion. Leave her alone.
Well, this is one song I made, and this was the final chance I was going to have.
Here's my chance. Here's my advice. It's over. Leave her alone.
Okay.
Fathers will hurt you over their daughters.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is she needs to have her own free will, man. You not understand? I'm a man myself, bro, and I have needs myself.
She's choosing her free will by telling her daddy what happened to you, and I'm telling you, stay away from her because he will hurt you probably.
She's being controlled by him.
That's fine. That's fine. That's her choice, right? Free choice, free will.
I think she should go do porn.
Okay, you need to leave.
It's legal.
You need to leave.
Well,
we're not doing anything. You need to leave.
I'm having a discussion on.
I'm having a discussion telling you to leave.
Are you threatening me with arrest?
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you to leave.
This is a public property.
We're done. Well, you can stay if you want.
If you do that on public property, I'll leave under.
You're free to do whatever you want to right here, but we're not doing anything else. I'm just giving you advice.
I think mail-in balloting introduces too large of an attack surface for Republicans to point to as a vulnerability, whether it is exploited or not, and it should be ended. No! Fuck you! It shouldn't be ended. You can't hold yourself hostage to the insane ramblings of the schizophrenic, delusional Trump-tards on the other side. Mail-in voting has been used for fucking decades. I'm pretty sure by Trump himself and by a ton of people in the military. There are lots of people that use mail-in ballots and have used it for a long history in the United States. Like, we're not getting rid of it right now just because Republicans are and I don't even think traditionally, historically, I don't even think mail-in ballots have favored Democrats. I'm pretty sure they've slightly favored Republicans. You guys are actually fucking insane. Actually, I take it all back. I think that mail-in ballots are rigged. And if you are a Republican, I highly suggest don't waste your vote on a mail-in ballot. Don't do it, guys. If you're a Republican, don't put your vote in a mail-in ballot, because I heard Hillary's going from office to office, throwing all the Republican ones out. So remember, spread the word. If you're a Republican, don't mail-in vote. Definitely a bad idea. You're right.
The girl doesn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, but there's something twisted about that.
There's something twisted about the way you think.
I was going to let her make her own choice after the song.
Well, she's made her choice.
And I just don't think she had a reasonable opportunity to make a choice, because I'm going to blow up, and I'm going to be a famous DJ, and I'm going to be
How old is she?
2 years older than me. 27.
How much?
27?
She's old enough to make her own mind. I'll speak with her. Is she working today?
I think so.
Do you have her phone number?
I believe so. But I can't stop recording the video.
Well, that's okay. I'll go buy her job. She works at Cracker Barrel, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'll speak with
The last election, Trump tried to get people to change the results, but the people in positions of power refused to do it. If all these people in state legislatures and election offices are replaced with MAGA that go along with it, won't Adam be right that free elections will be over in America? So I'm stepping a little bit out of my comfort zone, but it seems to be the case that so far the independence of the judiciary has been a pretty stalwart defender of American democracy. It seems to be the case. Hopefully that remains so that even if state legislatures and governors or whatever flip to the red, that they can't literally just steal fucking elections by challenging them, because hopefully the judiciary remains impartial. But who knows? Who knows? Haha.
with her and I'll get back with you, okay?
Alrighty, sounds good. Thank you guys. Oh shit. You know what? Lindsay's dad, I hope you see this fucking video. When women don't ever, come to terms with themselves, the bad shit happens. I don't know. Something, the cops want to deny me trying to get her to be straight. Something is wrong about that. I don't see why these traditional ass motherfuckers think they can speak shit whenever it's this woke, belligerent LGBT shit that has her right now. And her father is controlling the bullshit. I just don't see it. I'm older than her fucking father. That's how I feel.
Why would you?
I've lived this life. I've been the greatest. I've been down and I've been about. I don't know where this is going, but fucking snakes, man. She was gonna lure me into a trap whenever I was gonna go, you know, play a song for her. It's just how it is. But shout out to all my bros. I know that my dudes, you know, I'm really getting depressed recently, you guys. I feel like there's not faith in me.
The needle is here. Oh, hold on.
Credit that they deserve. In a video posted on May 28th, 2022, Corporal Michael Pritch of the Little Egg Harbor Police Department in Ocean County, New Jersey, stopped his vehicle and approached a young man who was walking on the side of the road after the man, who we will refer to as Mr. Walker, gave the finger to Corporal Pritch. The interaction was captured on Corporal Pritch's body-worn camera.
Why you giving me the finger?
What?
What's your problem?
What?
Why you giving me the finger?
I'm walking away.
Huh?
Am I free to go?
Why you giving me the finger?
Am I free to go?
No.
For
Come here.
what reason?
Why you giving me the finger? What's your problem?
Am I free to go?
No.
What, do you have a problem?
No.
Do you have a problem?
No.
You don't have a problem, then I can leave.
Why you giving me the finger when you're walking? Huh? Come here. Get over here.
What?
Get over here.
Is that a lawful order?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Because you're giving me the finger.
That's legal.
No, it isn't.
Says who?
Says it all.
Pull up the law.
Huh?
Pull up the law.
What's your name?
What's the law?
What's your
What's
name?
the law?
What's your name? How old are you?
Corporal Pritch claims that it is illegal to give him the finger, and therefore he
Wait, is my stream lagging? Why are we spamming Cox?
can lawfully detain Mr. Walker for doing so. As we have discussed before on ATA, the Supreme Court held in the 1971 case of gesture nearly inarguably Mr. Walker's use of the middle finger.
Come here.
I'm afraid of you.
Come here. Get over here.
What?
Get over here.
I'm not doing anything illegal.
Yeah, you are. You just cursed me off.
That's not a crime.
Yes, it is.
Says who?
Says me.
Says
Come
who?
Come around. Come on.
Bro, that is not a crime.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Says me.
Why you curse me?
It's not a crime.
What's your name?
It's not a crime.
What's your name?
Help! Help!
No help.
Help! Help!
Yo.
Help!
Corporal Pritch grabs Mr. Walker and holds him with his hands behind his back. When Mr. Walker starts screaming for help, Corporal Pritch turns off his body-worn camera and does not turn it back on until backup arrives. A policy issued by the and it is clear that Corporal Pritch's actions in turning
No, that's not a
Say
crime.
F off, pig.
Yeah, off, big. That's not a crime.
What the fuck? Is this like Ryan Reynolds' brother? Am I crazy? A little bit down here?
That's not a crime. He's looking at you.
I voted for a Democrat today for the first time in my life. Your channel has had a tremendous impact on my perspective. It's really opened my eyes to opposing arguments on the left. Wow, thanks, La Pueblo. We welcome your vote. Thank you.
Because he's like, what the fuck you want me to do? Because it's not a crime. I know my rights.
Who are you?
I don't have to say any of that.
You do if you're being detained.
For what reason?
What is your
legal
name?
reason am I being detained for?
Where are you coming from and where are you
What
going?
legal reason am I being detained for? I need to know that. Legally, I need to know that.
Patrolman Michael James Lamontagne arrives on the scene and informs Mr. Walker that he is required to identify himself because he is being detained, even though he cannot provide a legal justification for the detention. However, New Jersey does not have a stop and identify statute that specifically requires Mr. Walker to identify himself, and courts have determined that New Jersey's obstruction statute cannot be applied to individuals who refuse to identify themselves to police officers.
Wait, stop and identify statute. Are there states where this is the case? Where you have to stop and ID yourself if you're not being suspected of a crime? Oh, no. If there is not reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed, is being committed, or is about to be committed, an individual is not required to provide identification documents even in these states. Okay. Okay. that's better.
When they are not suspected of committing a motor vehicle offense. Under Section 2C 29-1 of the New Jersey Code.
Why are you? Is that illegal? Why are you flipping bird? Yes, it is. When you are cursing in public, you are causing.
Isn't all that Russian interference thing kind of a denial of election results? I don't know how to I don't know how to engage with people like you. I don't know if you are like legitimately mentally challenged. If you actually have 75 IQ, if you need mom and dad to help you like get ready, or if you've got like a state provided caretaker to help you get ready in the morning. I don't know if you're able to clean yourself properly after you go to the bathroom, or if there's like a special facility that people like you go to where somebody has to okay you leaving the room so you don't smell like shit every time you take a dump because you're too fucking stupid to wipe your own ass. I don't know what to say to you. I'm not even going to give the difference in explanation because if you don't understand at this point, you literally never will. It's probably beyond your comprehension. You like can't conceptualize hypotheticals. Like when things disappear behind doors, you think they've disappeared forever. Like when mom and dad still play peekaboo with you, you think that they're actually like going into another plane of existence. Like I don't know what to say to you. Like I don't even know. I'm not even going to give the difference in explanation. If you're honest to God, that fucking stupid. The difference between like, do you think that a foreign power might have tried to like create shell companies in the United States, like the Internet Research Agency, in order to try to like turn elections or whatever? Is that being the same as there were literal, actual fucking fraudulent votes on machines that were made by the ghost of Hugo Chavez? If you think these two things are the same, you are a lost fucking cause. My only fucking hope is that you're so lost stumbling around your house every day that you never manage to find your way to a fucking ballot box and contribute a vote to the destruction of this country. That's my only fucking hope for you. What a fucking moron.
Public disturbance. You're being a nuisance to the public.
In what way? When he was driving past? Well, I'd like to see you guys prove it in court.
It's called causing a public disturbance.
I know the law.
Being a nuisance.
I know the law.
I'm not saying you're being charged with anything. At that
I'm
point,
just
he's
figuring out what's
detaining
wrong
you
with you.
to make sure that there is nothing
Make
wrong.
sure you're okay.
Make sure that you're okay.
What reason does he need to detain me?
He thought maybe you were signaling him down. Were you signaling to him?
No, you knew very well that I wasn't signaling to you, right? I wasn't signaling. Well, you bring attention to yourself.
My favorite types of cop interactions are where the second cop shows up and he realizes that the first cop fucked up, but he's like trying to bail him out a little bit. Like, well, maybe he thought, like, that's always, because I think this guy probably realizes, is like, okay, bro, what'd you pull this kid over for? Seems like it's bullshit. Well, let's try to search for reasons. They're trying to like bail their friend out.
I got single. Your action's trained. I'm making sure you're okay. Dude, that's so funny. Like, you're not here for my safety. You're not trying to protect me. How do you know?
You're walking on the side of the road and you're cursing and you're flipping the bird.
Once at him. I gave him the finger once. That will not hold up.
Do you know him? Do you know him?
It's not your business. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth then. What's the First Amendment for?
Okay. The First Amendment is for your freedom of speech. Okay. What does that have to do with
Was I making a good action? Am I calling for an action to be done against you?
Do
No,
you
you're
understand
bringing
that
attention to yourself.
it's behavior that's out of the ordinary. Clearly, if you stop all the way back there, I'm assuming you guys were back there and you just
We
continued
went
to
back
walk.
a bit further.
You just continued to walk.
I wasn't running. I was walking.
The fuck, Destiny. I agree these are different, but his point was that the Democrats also pushed a conspiracy when they lost. They didn't push a conspiracy. It happened. Did you read any of the indictments? There were actual organizations in the United States that were ran by operatives working out of the Kremlin that were organizing. There was a protest where they literally organized both sides of the fucking protest. What do you mean a conspiracy? It happened. It was actually real shit. Do you not understand? Do you not think that do you think it was all fake? I like how the government pours fucking hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of man hours into the fucking Hillary Clinton Benghazi shit, into the Hillary Clinton email shit, and they turn up nothing. But when they actually pour effort into figuring out, like, well, what were the Guccifer hacks? Well, what were some of these agencies set up in the United States? That TEN Republican account on Twitter was fucking ran by Russians. It was ran by Russians. Literally. It was the TENN GOP account, I think. It had like over 100,000. How many thousands of followers did that account have? Was it over 200,000 followers? Like, it was literally ran by Russians. Did you not read or follow any of this? You think it's all the same shit? The chances of Russian people doing anything in the U.S. election are about the same as actually machines changing all the votes. How many fucking followers did this account have? 150,000 followers. I thought this account was a real Juba account. I remember we watched it a few times. Just because it happened doesn't mean it happened like Democrats said. They literally said they directly interfered. Who said that they changed vote totals? That was never the claim. Seriously, who needs Russian bots when we have American idiots? Absolutely fucking true. An actual fucking tool. You're an actual anti-patriotic tool. If you could just be honest and say, I fucking hate this country, be honest about it at least. You're an actual Russian fucking shill. It's crazy because your stock, and it drives me fucking insane, your stock, the people that you came from, were the most anti-Russian motherfuckers in the world. I remember my mom constantly talking about Soviet Russia, Red China, and the Chi-Coms constantly. And now you guys are actual anti-democratic, anti-American, pro-Russian fucking shills. It's wild. Oh, it's okay. It's not okay. It's actually fucking insane. It's wild to me, but it is what it is.
Once he gives an order for you to stop, you're supposed to stop.
I did stop when he originally said it, but I was asking, is it illegal? Is it lawful?
And he took off.
Yeah, because I kept walking because you weren't pursuing it at first. You only started pursuing because I said you big. That's when you got a little upset.
But we're here at this point now. Okay, you've brought the attention to yourself. You caused the public alarm.
Well, I'd like to see you legally hold that in court because
I'm not charging you with anything, so I don't really need to hold anything in court.
Well, I want to know from your perspective.
I told about the scene. Tell me what you were doing.
I plead the fifth. Idiot. How long have you been a cop? 6?
Longer than you. Listen.
Longer than you. I'm not a cop.
I don't understand what the point of this is.
I'm walking. That's what I'm doing. Okay. It's the Fourth Amendment to be allowed to walk without seizures or anything like that.
You sure?
Yes.
Are you sure that's the Fourth Amendment?
You sure? You want to bet money on it?
You sure that's the Fourth Amendment? It gives you the right to walk without seizure. What's going to be seizure while you're walking?
My body, my person, idiot. You were about to. You said I was going to be under arrest.
You said you were detained.
Okay, the kid is super hot-headed, but he's 1,000,000% correct. The cop has the right to ask the kid, hey, who are you? What's your idea? Whatever. And the kid has the right to keep walking. He's not suspected of committing a crime. I don't understand how the cops can be so fucking out of line here. How fucking stupid are you?
No, so now what happens? So now what happens?
He just admitted that
now
he
what
was
happens
going to arrest
when he gives you a lawful order to stop, and you do
it
not
wasn't
stop,
a lawful order, though.
and you do not stop.
It legally was not a lawful order.
You do not stop, then that becomes a criminal offense, and then yes, you can be put under
But it's not a lawful order. Then I take it to court, and then he'd get sued, and I get punitive damages. I'd be rich. Is that what you want?
You don't know the law. That may be what happens. You don't know the law. That's going to happen.
Patrolman Lamong Tang claims that the Fourth Amendment was not implicated in this interaction because no seizure occurred, and Mr. Walker was not placed under arrest. However, as the Supreme Court explained in the infamous 1968 case of Terry versus Ohio, quote, the Fourth Amendment provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. This inestimable right of personal security belongs as much to the citizen on the streets of our cities as to the homeowner closeted in his study to dispose of his secret affairs. For, as this court has always recognized, no right is held more sacred or is more carefully guarded by the common law than the right of every individual to the possession and control of his own person, free from all restraint or interference of others, unless by clear and unquestionable authority of law. Based on this principle, the court determined that...
Can you address my point about the media's admitted attempt to interfere with the election, including taking Trump off air during the pandemic because it was too successful in getting his approval up? What do you... The media... of course the media interferes in the election. They talk about the people that they want to win. If you're a media company, you have the right to like put a candidate that like you support, like your candidate of approval or whatever, on air or not on air. That's not election interference. That's got to be a troll. That's got to be a troll. That has to be a troll. It's got to be a troll. It's got to be a troll. Get out. Get out of my chat. It's got to be a troll. That has to be a troll.
Quote, it is quite plain that the Fourth Amendment governs seizures of the person which do not eventuate in a trip to the station house and prosecution for crime. Arrests, in traditional terminology. It must be recognized that whenever a police officer accosts an individual and restrains his freedom to...
Isn't the claim that Russians had such a big influence on the 2016 election that it should be invalidated? No? Who the fuck is calling for the 2016 election to be invalidated?
Walk away, he has seized that person. Building on this decision, the Supreme Court held in the 1980 case of United States versus Mendenhall that, quote, a person has been seized within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment only if, in view of all of the circumstances surrounding the incident, a reasonable person would have believed that he was not free to leave. Examples of circumstances that might indicate a seizure, even where the person did not attempt to leave, would be the threatening presence of several officers, the display of a weapon by an officer, some physical touching of the person of the citizen, or the use of language or tone of voice indicating that compliance with the officer's request might be compelled. Additionally, in the 1991 case of California versus Hodari D., the Supreme Court clarified that, quote, to constitute a seizure of the person, just as to constitute an arrest, the quintessential seizure of the person under Fourth Amendment jurisprudence, there must be either the application of physical force, however slight, or, where that is absent, submission to an officer's show of authority to restrain the subject's liberty. Here, it is undeniable that Mr. Walker was seized...
You can't act like some pundits didn't say, ooh, there's another perm ban. Pundits saying something is different than the President of the United States saying something. The only reason why you don't understand this is because you treat Trump like a fucking child and you give him no accountability or responsibility for any of the things that he fucking says. Are you going to tell me that there's some random dipshit on CNN that said the election should be invalid? Yeah, probably. I'm sure there was. I'm sure there were random pundits that said a lot of crazy shit. I'm looking at political fucking leaders, okay? Did Hillary Clinton say this? Were there people in the Senate or House that said this? I'm not asking what the fuck Anderson Cooper said. Right now I'm talking about the ex-president of the United States. Holy shit.
Pritch initiated physical contact with Mr. Walker to prevent him from leaving. However, it is also highly probable that a court would conclude Mr. Walker was seized for Fourth Amendment purposes when Corporal Pritch first ordered him to stop, and he complied.
Yeah, maybe what's going to happen, it may not be what happens. Okay?
Okay, I understand. All right, so what are we wasting time for? Am I free to go?
Am I free to go? No, because at this point you were detained, okay, because he told you something.
Okay. Did something happen? Why is Jesse so hot-headed in response to retard state? Because most of the shit that we fight over on this fucking stream is like meme shit, like culture wars issues, even black issues or whatever. It's like fun stuff, it's interesting to talk about, it's cool or whatever. The Trump shit is legitimately people that are on a delusional level that want to walk the whole fucking country off a cliff. Like, it's actually unfucking believable, the different reality that these people live in. And they're so fucking smug and retarded about it at the same fucking time. They don't have an understanding of medicine. They push, all the bullshit related to the vaccine shit is embarrassing. They have no understanding about geopolitics. Everything they talk about relating to Afghanistan or Russia or Ukraine is a fucking joke. They live in their whole little, like, media bubble that is completely disconnected from every other fucking form of reality. And then they'll sit there and smug post online about how they're doing things to improve the country or to free us or blah, 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 while following Trump, who's like one of the most incompetent fucking leaders in all of history. Like, to see somebody that is that fucking delusional, to that level of, like, lack of responsibility, that level of like Trump is one of the biggest crybaby fucking presidents I've ever seen in my entire life. If Trump was a Democratic president, you guys would be crying every fucking day about how much of a fucking loser that he is. Every time he goes on stage, oh, they stole the election. Oh, all the people around me backstabbed me. Oh, it's just oh, blah, 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 blah. He's the least accountable leader of all time, and that is one of the most important aspects of being a leader, is taking accountability. Like, Trump ran on the auspice of being a leader and being a unifier. He said that he was going to bring Democrats and Republicans together, and he said he was going to be a leader that takes accountability. He divided this country more than any other president in fucking history, probably including Civil War times, okay? Literally, he was one of the most divisive presidents in U.S. history, and he couldn't bring anybody together on anything, and he's one of the least accountable people of all time. Guess what? I'm sorry. Welcome, because I know that a lot of you people that vote for Trump are poor fucking, like, loser Republicans that don't know anything about running businesses. You just assume that Daddy Trump does. Here's step number one to being a CEO or a leader in a business, and I'll tell you this as an entrepreneur, okay? This is the fact. You are who you hire. You are the people that you surround yourself with, and every good leader or CEO will tell you that. Trump probably would have said the same thing before running for president. In fact, I would probably bet my life savings, without even having seen it, I would bet my life savings that if you were to go through every season of The Apprentice, I bet that Trump has said multiple times to people on that show, you need to pick your help better. You need to assume responsibility, that you're not allowed to make excuses for the people working under you. This is one of the hallmarks of being a business leader or a CEO or an entrepreneur, and every single one will tell you that. Because when the bank comes at the end of the day for you to pay off your loan, when a customer shows up at the end of the day to accuse your business of doing something, when the paper writes something about you, you're not allowed to go and say, oh, bank, I'm sorry, but my employees fucked around. Or, oh, customer that has an issue, I'm sorry, but like, you know, my employees were late today. Or, oh, paper who's writing something bad, well, don't write about my company, write about my employees. But Trump did that consistently throughout his entire fucking presidency. He constantly blamed the people that he was around, and he blamed Congress. He's the leader. He's supposed to bring these people together. Like, it's unbelievable. He's one of the worst leaders of all time in terms of being in the presidency, and you guys can't see it because you're mad about fucking trans kids, because you let progressives on Twitter just like trigger the fuck out of you so much that you turn into this fucking atomic ash snowflake that just wants to watch the world burn. Why do you like Trump? Well, I don't defend Trump as a president, but he's really funny. Go do meth.
Okay. So therefore, you need to identify yourself as a part of the investigation. So what is your name?
Okay, I'm gonna need all of your badge numbers.
I will give you everything written down on a card. What is your name?
Give you.
If you have an ID, that's perfect.
Okay, I'll take it to court because this is still a detainment.
Are you a juvenile?
This is an illegal detainment,
Are
so
you
I can still. I'm not going to answer that.
You have to answer.
Why?
Because you're being detained.
I said I'll give you my ID, buddy. He's such a pig, bro.
So what does that make you?
Not a pig. Dude, this is illegal. You'll legally have to prove that I was a nuisance.
When you're standing,
how would you do that? How would you do that? I just want to
camera distance. Okay, so when he goes by in the car and he sees you doing what you're doing,
and what was I doing?
Yes, Destiny. Government hiring workers, same as company hiring. Permaban. Trump chooses his cabinet. Trump is the one that makes a lot of these nominations. See ya. Bye, buddy. Good luck. Go pick up a U.S. government textbook from fucking 5th grade, okay? Learn how the government works, you fucking moron. Who picked Manafort? Who picked Cohen? Like all the people who picked Giuliani to surround Trump with? Who picked these people? Where did Stone come from? Where did Bannon come from? Were these people voted on by Congress? The fuck out of here, you fucking moron.
What part of that caused a disturbance? That's what I'm trying to legally understand. I don't understand. Is that a body camera?
That's what it is.
Perfect. Tuckerton doesn't have them, you know that? Tuckerton's been on back order for months. Because I have a lawsuit against them, that's why. And I wish they'd have body cams. I would love to know about it. Take out the red cup.
It's for all of us.
Right.
It's for all of us. It's for everybody that's involved in the situation. Okay?
Okay, hold on. We need to chill. Let me go get a... I need to get a Red Bull. Let me... that doesn't sound very chill. That's okay. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I need it. 1 second. I'm sorry.
What do cows like to read the most? Catalogs.
Do you love Obama? If you don't love Obama, you do not love black people. Take an L, L, O, 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 L, 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 L.
Nah. Little bro taking a trip to Benjamin City. Chat sanity with me. Shall we fulcrum come in? UHHH. Ooh. Yo, D-gang. Faded in a hoe. Faded in a hoe. Faded in a hoe. Faded in a hoe.
Obama.
He is never going to finish the 30-second video, Pepe W.
Ain't no way. There is many because one is suffering. Real time.
Do you have any problems?
This place is godless, we are in grace. In order for many. One must not exist. Learn our lessons. Eliminate suffering. Become one.
What a great video we got here.
Anything? You want to come down? You want to talk to somebody? Our supervisors are always there as well. Okay?
Well, I'm going to
And
take a
you can
lawsuit. So who would I press criminal charges against? For what?
You're gonna have to call. You're gonna have to call and figure that out with a lawyer. You would have to file a complaint with courts.
Got it.
Okay, and then you can go from there if you want to see if you can press charges and whatnot if you violated your rights.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Stay out of the roadway.
Give us fingers. Stay out of the roadway. Stop causing a public alarm.
Shut up. Am I free to go?
Destiny, you have all the talking points, but none of the substance. Trump is the physical manifestation of the Republicans' frustration with the left. But go ahead and set up another Democrat to deplatform people even further so that an even worse Republican can come out of the ashes to fight against the left retard. Here's my problem, not racy, okay? I have an ungodly amount of patience, okay? I have an ungodly amount of patience. What you don't see is that every single fucking day on my stream, 10% of my brain has to go towards being an intelligent and smart individual that is equipping himself with facts and data to have intelligent and reasonable conversations about topics. And 90% of my brain goes towards trying to understand how you all became such triggered, remedial fucking snowflakes so that I can navigate a conversation gently enough with you to not set your fucking brain off so that you're incapable of hearing what anybody else has to say. That's what I spend most of my time on. That's what I spend most of my time thinking about. You understand? It's like herding a fucking group of kindergartners and trying to figure out what I can say to you so that it doesn't set you the fuck up. Because what I really want to say, when we talk about things like, this is how I have to have a conversation about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin with fucking remedial dipshits like you. This is what I have to say. I understand. Fauci and the CDC, they did get some things wrong. And it's really bullshit that like some of the media, they have like a bias. And I totally understand why you can have like a mistrust in government when they act in the ways that they do, when they act kind of smug, when a lot of the politicians and the media seem to be on the same page. I understand the frustration there. And then when you've got other figures like Joe Rogan who are willing to platform voices that are unpopular, platform voices that don't get voiced as much, opinions don't get voiced as much. When you hear these people talk, you have this inclination to trust them a little bit more because they're willing, right? I don't believe any of that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate doing that. Every fucking day I come on stream. What I really want to say is, oh, you think that these are good drugs? Let's look at the studies. Oh, you're fucking retarded. That's it. You don't have RCTs. You don't have prospective RCTs to support ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. You're a fucking moron. You know what you are? You're so triggered by a 92-year-old fucking limp dick Fauci going up on TV talking that you're about to eat any fucking pill that a fucking meathead like Joe Rogan will tell you to eat. That's what I really want to say to you. But I can't say that. I have to communicate to you like you're a triggered fucking 5-year-old. You know how frustrating that is? Every fucking day I come on stream when I talk to you, I have to figure out what is the nicest fucking way I can communicate to you so your brain will function at the 10% capacity it's capable of just to understand the fucking things that I'm telling you. It is so fucking frustrating. Holy shit. I understand why Trump is popular. It's because you're triggered. Admit it, but you won't even admit that. The reality is that you're fucking triggered, that a couple people on TV get a few things wrong sometimes, and that some other smug dipshit progressives who are smug and who are dipshits act like smug dipshits, that you want to go as far off in the other direction as possible. And then I have to find a way to rope you back in. Like I'm a fucking...
We're free to go.
Fuck, I hate it. I hate having to... It is so irritating that I have to spend so much of my brain to be a gentle remedial rancher, that I've got to go out into the fields and I've got to figure the gentlest way out to talk to you. Otherwise, you're going to get so triggered, you're going to vote for a man that wants to torch U.S. democracy. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Back to rhetorical mode. Back to effective mode. I understand why you're triggered.
Stop cursing. Go.
You're free to go.
After Patrolman Lamont-Tang informed Mr. Walker that he was free to go, Mr. Walker directed a profanity at both of the officers and walked away without any further incident. Very little information is available about this interaction, and although Mr. Walker informed the officers of his intent to pursue legal action, it is unknown whether he has taken any steps to do so. Overall, Corporal Pritch and Patrolman Lamont-Tang get an F for acting with total disregard to Mr. Walker's First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights, detaining him without reasonable suspicion to do so, and blatantly misstating the law multiple times throughout the encounter. The officers repeatedly demonstrated...
Are you telling me it's not legal that he can pull him over because he wants to? Are you telling me that's not the law? Do you even know what state they're from?
Complete ignorance of some of the most essential legal principles that apply to law enforcement officers by falsely claiming that it was illegal for Mr. Walker to use profanity and display his middle finger, that Mr. Walker was legally required to identify himself, and that their illegal detention of Mr. Walker did not violate...
Maybe they're in a state where because I said so is the law.
Fourth Amendment, or even implicated because he was not formally arrested. While both officers could certainly benefit from additional training, it is also crucial to discuss the fact that Corporal Pritch chose to turn off his body camera when Mr. Walker started screaming for help, despite the fact that it clearly violated both state law and policy. Although Mr. Walker did not appear to be injured when Patrolman Lamont-Tang arrived and the body camera was reactivated, it is immensely troubling that Corporal Pritch intentionally and illegally prevented his interaction with Mr. Walker during this time from being recorded. And this sort of deliberate action demonstrates more than mere ignorance of the law that could potentially...
You should be able to give an F-. I think that when cops turn off their body cams intentionally, constitutionally, you should instantly lose your job and you should be shipped off to fucking Siberia and lose the rest of your rights are revoked for the rest of your fucking life. We entrust in you. We give you like unilateral authority to enact violence on other citizens, and we want ways to keep you accountable. It's probably one of the most important checks on police power. And when you turn that the fuck off, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, imagine if this would have gone a different way and the kid ends up dead and the guy's turning on his body cam while the kid's brains are leaking out in the fucking street. Like, for cops that turn off their body cam, at the very least, you should be fired instantaneously. No questions fucking asked. As soon as you get back to the office, they collect your badge and your gun, and you're out of there. Like, it's such an unbelievable thing to do.
Through training. Mr. Walker gets an A-, because although he provided the officers with his identification when he was not legally required to do so, he demonstrated a strong understanding of his constitutional rights, stood up to the officers when they repeatedly misstated the law, and even attempted to educate the officers about the constitutional rights of citizens when they repeatedly revealed their ignorance. While Mr. Walker maintained a hostile demeanor with the officers and used some inflammatory language, he was well within his First Amendment rights to do so, and I would encourage him to follow through on his intentions of filing a lawsuit against these officers for their illegal and unconstitutional actions. I commend Mr. Walker for taking an interest in constitutional rights at such a young age, and this interaction perfectly demonstrates how useful this knowledge.
I would have given the kid a B+. His attitude was too hostile, okay?
Can be for young adults across the country. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the comments.
I've never seen Destiny this lefty. What happened to him? What the fuck happened to him? Did Vosh pay for him? I'm sorry. If you're a conservative in my chat, the reason why you like me so much is because usually when I'm talking to you guys, I'm trying to be like a gentle rancher of kindergarten-esque triggered snowflakes. And I speak to you and you hear me and you're like, wow, he really understands me because I'm treating you like the triggered fucking moron I know that you are, okay? On election day, I get a little bit more, a little bit less tolerant of your stupidity because on days like today, it really matters. So don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll go back to being understanding again, okay? So you can talk about how much you value freedom of speech while your disgusting fucking leader talks about suing the media for libel and says that the media are the enemy of the people. One of the most unimaginably anti-democratic statements a president could, one of the most fucking fascist statements that a president of the United States could ever fucking make. But then I'll go back and pretend that it didn't happen. And that's just as bad. That's the same thing as people getting banned on Twitter, okay? What's up, LFX? You're in Destiny Collins today.
Oh shit. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Good, just hold on, let me turn off the stream. I was just listening while trading. Do you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my dude. What's up? What up, dude?
I was just listening to you ramble while I was trading some futures.
Ramble, huh? Trading, which futures are you trading? Are you a full-time futures trader?
Yes.
Oh
no,
my
I'm
God.
not.
Oh, don't worry, you will be soon. Keep trading, my friend.
I probably won't be.
Oh, you can do it. I believe in you. Remember, more
I
leverage
trade
is
on my
better,
iPad,
okay?
right?
Maximum,
No.
yeah, just go as
No.
hard as you fucking can. Imagine you make a
Fucking
good
never.
decision and you barely make any money off of it. Why would you be that fucking loser? Go hard, dude.
No way. Hey, it's been 3 years. I haven't blown up an account yet, so I'm doing something not totally retarded.
Okay, well, for now. Well, what's up? Did you vote today?
I did.
Oh, not good job.
I lied.
A+.
I lied, actually. I did not.
Well, you still have time. What state do you live in?
Georgia.
Okay. Georgia. Georgia.
Yeah, it's Herschel, right? Herschel Walker and Warnock.
Okay, go vote.
I don't know.
Go vote now.
I'm
go.
on it.
Go
I'm on
vote! Tatos, what do you got? Oh, you're not going to talk to me. You're just in here and you're too cool to talk to me.
I just muted the stream. Hello,
Oh,
Steven.
gross. You don't even sound American, and you dare come to me on the day of
I'm
my
not.
midterms?
I'm calling from Denmark, so I'm hoping if I could ask you a couple questions about your stances on plant-based eating. Just if you heard of it, if you know of blue zones. That's basically my questions.
Have I heard of blue stones?
Zones.
Oh, blue zones. Nope.
Okay, then I might either write you an email or bother writing a effort post. I'm not interrupting any longer with the politics stream. Have a great day.
I love you, buddy. Be careful. The Sandal King. What's up, my dude? Hello. You're not going to talk to us? You're just going to sit here and you're going to be fucking silent. Is that what you're going to do today? That's okay. We'll wait for you to talk. Actually, wait. No, we won't. Morgan, you're up. Hello. Oh, you're not going to talk either.
Hello.
Hello. What do you got?
No drama stuff today, right?
What?
No drama stuff today?
But there might be. Who knows? We'll see.
No, I mean, any questions?
Your mic is cutting out in probably the most fucking frustrating way ever. Can you fix it?
I'm on AirPods, so I just wanted to ask, is there any legitimate argument for cops turning off their body cam, or is that just like the most stupid thing to do on the planet?
Unless the cam like dies or something. No, I can't think of any legitimate argument for it. How stupid.
All right, thank you.
Okay, love you, buddy. Jake Lands, what do you got?
Hey, what's up, Destiny? Got a couple of things, but they're all involving your orbiters.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you got?
Okay, so one, I want to know your opinion on my take on empathy. When Lab or Mr. Girl gets labeled as unempathetic, I believe that there are two things to focus on when trying to be empathetic. One is the intention, and the other is the effect. I think, and I'll just ask, what's your thought on what focus is more empathetic? And if you don't understand, I'll elaborate.
What are my thoughts on what focus is more empathetic? I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when a statement is made on something, being empathetic to the effect of that statement, normally the recipient, or the intention of that statement, which would have been the delivery. So when like Lab is empathetic towards Mr. Girl,
Oh, the effect is going to be the empathy part, of course.
correct. That's I mean I would agree with you, but do you think that Lab is trying to be empathetic towards the intention, justifying where it came from?
I mean, empathy can show up in many different ways. It just depends. I don't know how to.
Yeah, but I mean, like for example, with Anna and Lav trying to be empathetic towards her, she's trying to justify the true intention of what she's trying to say. She's not really a caring or being empathetic at all towards the effect of what her rhetoric is doing.
Sure, Lav is empathetic towards Anna because they already agree on everything. That's why Lav is empathetic towards Anna. It's not because she's using her abilities of empathy to try to put herself in somebody else's shoes and understand a perspective that's alien to her own, which is generally what people mean when they say empathetic. It's just because she already agrees with everything she's saying. So of course she's empathetic.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think that similar to Mr. Garland? I mean, obviously he's vacated the Orbiter label, so we don't want to topic on him, then we don't have to, but...
Do I think it's similar to Mr. Girl? I just feel like sometimes these people have trouble understanding what other people think about them or how other people are receiving them or what they need to do to navigate other people's thoughts or feelings.
That's fair. So my thought with Mr. Girl is I'm going to have a very pointed question. It's going to be a long question, so stay with me, please. When someone has the history of being misconstrued, do you think it's apathetic to continuously not improve their rhetoric and rely on translators like Mr. Girl does?
No, I mean, you should always be working on improving your rhetoric. I would hope so that people can understand you, right?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to get at is that these are what I would think common sense, as retarded as that sounds. These are common like conclusions that people would come to, but I think that these are void of Mr. Girl and or Lav. So like,
I don't know if I would say void because that's really harsh, but like I would agree that they have huge problems with this. Yes.
History shows that they are very difficult to show these to actually get these in motion. It might not be void, but you know, they show a lack of
when you consistently have trouble with people like understanding you. Yeah, it seems to be an issue. Yeah.
But did you find that odd with Mr. Girl, with him being like his entire way of like seeing his fans was, these are my translators that truly understand me, and I need people like that to correct people when I come off super hyperbolic, to be like, no, he doesn't mean it that way. He means it this way. He means it. Think of it this way, instead of just being able to tune your rhetoric to understand like, hey, I can get that message without the translator. I can just do what a normal person would do and just edit my rhetoric.
I don't think that's weird, no.
You don't think that's weird?
No. I understand it completely. but it's because of one thing, and that's I don't consider him to be a very empathetic person. So it makes sense to me, of course.
That's fair. And then I think I've heard it, but I think I've heard your justification for like having at least the Anna situation on, but with your anti-misogyny arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel it problematic having secondary motives that could rise the misogyny?
Secondary motives that could rise misogyny? I don't understand what that statement means.
So bringing on vitriolic or just extreme women, I would put Lav semi in that. I don't think she's as extreme. She's just very difficult to fucking comprehend.
Nope, I'm going with super basic psychology here, and I'm just thinking the more the better.
Okay.
So as long as I keep having more on, I think it'll get more normalized, and then people will be more, yeah.
But even if you put them on the extremes, like,
Yep,
I don't think
even on the
people would
extremes,
see
yeah.
like Pixie. Pixie is like, I think, a very cogent, very like reasonable woman that you bring on.
Mhm.
Same thing with Anya. So like I don't see any of those being the extremes. I see those being like the rational people that we can see. Even Taftaj was somebody who I thought was like a very good representation of like, oh, you know, we may disagree with her,
Mhm.
being she's a little bit more conservative, but she's still like rational and like she can follow a deductive like conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's all I have for you, buddy.
All right, well, I love you, buddy.
Love you too. Have a good one.
Be careful. Oh, it's Lav. What's up? I'm just kidding. Grey Worm, how you doing? Okay. Sandal King, back at it again. What's up?
Hi.
How you doing, bud?
I apologise about earlier. As soon as you dragged me in, my NVIDIA broadcast just shat the bed.
Jesus, where are you from? What's this accent?
I'm Scottish.
Okay. Well, what's up, Scottish? How you doing?
Like, I want to ask your opinion on this.
Yeah.
Why is it that Americans seem to get hit by a remedial beam as soon as child circumcision is brought up in a critical manner? Like, evaluating it as a bad thing.
As soon as circumcision is brought up?
Yeah. Like child circumcision specifically.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. You're testing my limits of the English language. Child. Okay.
Yeah, child.
That's all right. I think that the thing that makes it so complicated is that it's a very personal issue to a lot of people, such that they've been like personally affected by it. And if you've been personally affected by it, like if you're actually circumcised, it's probably going to be really hard to see other ends of that argument. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, like I've tried to understand that, and I've tried, like I think it should be banned. Like logically speaking, I don't think there's any reason for cutting a child's genitals.
Mhm.
Like every single one of the perceived benefits or potential benefits can be achieved with just washing. So it doesn't really make any sense to cut parts off a non-consenting child, be it a boy or a girl.
Sure. I mean, I would agree with that, but
I don't know how to convince the people that they just like huff copium.
I've never met an actual circumcision defender that really wants to debate on it. So who knows? Maybe I'll find one day. You know.
See, I'm in the same boat. Like I debate it a lot. They'll always say it's better, but they'll never defend it for why it's better.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say there's studies saying it's better. There's studies saying it reduces HIV.
Yeah, that's if I was to give you one thing, it seems like there is a compelling argument to be made for HIV, but HIV is only really a concern in some countries, like in Africa, really. Like, nope, like you're not getting HIV from straight sex, and even from gay sex, largely, in like the Western world anymore. Now, especially with things like PrEP and the antivirals and stuff that we have today. So,
I'm in total, I'm in total agreement with that. And also, you would have to sleep with like 20,000 people to like guarantee that you would get HIV or something, and the rate of reduction in the studies were unbelievably low, like the absolute risk. And there's also studies showing, like, there's a recent Canadian study that showed no difference. It's only really the sub-Saharan African studies that show like a reduction.
A huge reduction, yeah, because HIV is so prevalent there, yeah. But
yeah, it also seemed like the methodology in the study wasn't ideal. Like, it stated in the study that it taught circumcised males how to like have safe sex and how to use condoms and such, but it didn't mention any of that for the intact males.
I'm sure, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I haven't. I don't know if I've seen the particular one you're talking about, but all I know is that like the biomechanical explanation is that foreskins are more prone towards like micro tears, towards itty bitty tearings that happen during sex. And if your partner is infected with HIV, then there is a higher chance that you'll contract it, because blood to blood is a high risk for transmission for HIV. But again, it relies on your partner has to have HIV as well. And in the Western world, that's just, especially among straight people, that's a pretty rare concern these days, and probably doesn't justify the entire act of circumcision.
Yeah, and as well as like children aren't catching HIV in a manner that will, like, circumcision would affect in any way, shape, or form. Like, yeah, kids can be born with it if the parents have it, but circumcision isn't going to somehow magically reduce that risk.
Sure.
Or make it go away. Do you have any advice on how to convince the people? Like, I've tried being empathetic and things.
I don't know. It's hard because I just don't. None of them will actually debate me or talk to me, so I'm not sure. I don't see much of them, so I don't really have much experience like arguing with them.
Whenever I actually do get into an argument with a doctor or such, they tend to freak out after they realize they don't really have an argument.
Yeah,
and then mash report all my videos and get me banned.
Oh damn! Well, that's not good.
It's not. I've had 5 permabans. It's so annoying.
Jesus Christ.
And it's when I'm trying to be empathetic as well. I don't get it. How do people stay unbanned?
I don't know what you're getting reported for or banned for, but
hate speech.
I feel like something's got to be happening in your videos if that's the case. Then
it's not.
Really?
I'm just saying that it's wrong to do this to kids, and then there will be people that's anti-Semitic, and it's just like, no, because I'm not just specifically saying it's wrong for Jewish people to do this. I'm saying it's wrong, like universally to do this.
Okay.
But yeah, that's really all I wanted to ask.
All right.
Oh, also,
wait.
I wanted to give my opinion on Lav.
Oh boy.
Like, I thought she was sound at the beginning. I thought she was like great, but then after the same argument over and over and over and over again, it got tedious, and then I started to dislike her. And I feel like a lot of the community would be the same with that.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But would that make me misogynist?
Nope, you haven't said anything misogynistic yet, but maybe in the future you can. Don't worry.
Yeah, I can always learn to be.
For sure.
Okay.
Sandal,
it's been
before you go, I like your accent a lot. Will you read something for me?
Oh, that's not my strong suit. Hold it. But yeah, sure.
All right, I just DM'd it to you. It's the whole thing. Just read that, pretty please.
Wait, what? Oh my. Wait. Wait, why is it opened in such... Oh, okay, there. Fight and you may die. Run and you'll live. At least a while. And dying in your beds many years from now. Would you be willing to trade all the days from the day to that for one chance and one chance, and wait, just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. No.
Bravo.
Really? Why?
Bravo.
Okay.
Thank you a lot. I appreciate
Mel
it.
Gibson done it better.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. We appreciate the input, my dude. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
Just wanted to add one quick thing. I
Yeah.
have a friend who's really pro circumcision and who would debate it. So if you'd want to actually have a debate on it, I can figure that out, put that together.
What are his arguments? What could he possibly argue?
He's written a circumcision manifesto, if you'd like.
Yeah, link
I
me
could
real
send
quick.
that to you in the meantime.
Okay, hold on,
Yeah.
real quick. I've got an electric boiler, and then I've got a turbine. Where does the nuclear fuel go in this setup? I don't understand. Okay, go ahead. Link me the thing, though.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Do you think that circumcision should be outlawed?
Yeah, I think so. People in offline chat were saying you're ending stream to join Lauren Chen's stream since her announcement says the event exclusively on her channel. You're actually ending your stream? I don't think so. I was never told that. You need heat pipes. You need heat exchangers. The reactor. You take heat from a nuclear plant into heat exchangers. Heat pipe. Heat exchanger. Oh my god. Oh my god. Boilers don't produce steam at high enough temperatures to run steam turbines. Wait, are you sure? It literally says here that it can produce steam up to 500 degrees Celsius. But okay, fine.
I sent it to you on Discord.
Rose, are you Scottish too?
Jesus Christ, no.
Believe it or not, I am not.
He wrote a manifesto on a twit longer?
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, he's not up there with the real manifesto writers yet, but you know, he's trying.
Okay, we've got Jewish tradition, that's a dog shit argument. Hygiene, that's a dog shit argument. Same as female genital mutilation, doesn't have to be the same, so that's a dog shit argument. Pain, that's a dog shit argument. SRS is a dog shit argument. Botched.
I remember reading this a while back, and from what I remember, he did link some fairly some well-sourced like medical advantages to it, but it was a while since I took a look at it. But
sure,
yeah,
if he wants to hop on a chat, he can. But all of these look like the same. These are like bog standard dog shit anti-circumcision or pro-circumcision arguments. But
yeah, we'll see. I'll reach out to him, and then when he's available, I'll pass you his thing, and then you guys can.
Okay.
But yeah, that was all from me. Have a nice stream.
Bye. Have fun. Bye.
Oh, good luck on the midterms, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. Destiny will never answer to this. Under Trump, gas was cheaper, the economy was better, less war, less COVID, stocks were better, food was better, less COVID. So, one, COVID was completely fucking mishandled by Trump. So the COVID shit is wrong. We had tens of thousands of cases here, and Trump is on TV saying, oh, there's only 6 infections, like an actual fucking buffoon. Our entire beginning ramp up to getting ready to deal with COVID was 100% botched by Trump and his inability and his ineffectiveness to get the U.S. economy and all of U.S. industry ready to do anything about it. So one, the COVID response was fucking horrible. Number one. Number two, gas was cheaper, the economy was better, okay? The economy was better, for sure, coming off the back of Obama's economy, but why? One, 0% in fucking interest rates. For how long? And two, fucking deficit spending. When you're gonna pump billions and hundreds of billions of dollars and run some of the largest budget deficits of all time, yeah, no fucking shit the economy's gonna do well. When you're cutting taxes, when the economy's already growing at 15, 20%, when you, and now look where we're at. Now we're getting massive inflation. Isn't that insane that Trump deficit spent for 4 fucking years when interest rates were still historically low, when the economy is still massively growing, and now we have inflation? If you want to talk about Trump's economy and how good it was, that's fine, but you sure as fuck better shut the fuck up about inflation now, because inflation is always going to be the cost to running an economy that hot for that long. Stocks were better, same argument. What else? What other stupid shit? Less war? Wrong. We've actually left one war under Biden. I don't know if you can say there was less war under Trump. Is that even true? Did Trump pull us out of or end any single wars at all? I'm not even sure if that was true. And he bombed Syria. Like, what do you mean? That is so wrong. Deficit spending and low interest rates did not cause inflation. How do you not think deficit spending and low interest rates don't contribute eventually to inflation? What do you mean? Interest rates are one of the prime ways that the Federal Reserve has to address things like inflation. That's why interest rates are going up now. Dude's unhinged this week. I got this guy so wrong. True, you did. Destiny's bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to spend way less time coddling you inbred fucking conservatives in my chat. My bad. I spent way too much time coddling. You fucking morons have gotten way too comfortable here, hyped up on the whiff of fucking Daddy Trump's fucking farts, and it's actually disgusting. You wannabe monarchist fucking losers. You degenerate fucking morons crying about inflation after Daddy Trump ran the largest fucking budget deficits in U.S. fucking history, and you want to talk to me about fiscal responsibility and inflation in the U.S. economy? What a fucking joke. Get the fuck out of here. What legislation did Trump pass to help the economy? Tax cuts? Oh, did he pair that with budget cuts? No. Oh, so more deficit spending. The same fucking thing that you criticize Democrats for over and over and over again. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Big Wig, what up, dude?
Oh,
what's up, man?
hey, buddy.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Two things and a question for you.
Cool.
One.
Wait, you should go to Amala Ekpunobi about literally anything. It would be interesting. She's a black conservative working for PragerU. She's actually somewhat intelligent. Guess what? I'm going to be on her show in 10 days. I'm flying out to LA for her. So, yeah, I will do it. Okay, what's up?
Yeah. So, first off, longtime viewer, used to be brain dead lefty Hassan
Based.
watcher, etc. So, watching you has made me more open-minded, better dealing with conservatives, specifically my family, who are all anti-vax,
cool,
Trump supporting, whatever. So really appreciate that. Off the back of the circumcision thing,
yeah.
First off, love my penis skin. It's great. Highly recommend it.
Okay.
Do you know the Smash player Mewtwo King?
Yep. Yeah, motherfucker got fucked. He tried to shit on me in an argument, and he got dumpstered later. No! I'm sorry. That wasn't him. I'm thinking of another guy called Zero or something, I think. Sorry. Mewtwo King is a cool dude.
Oh, yep.
Right?
I remember him. He
My
was
bad.
big in
Cool.
Smash 4.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Mewtwo King,
King,
cool dude. Yeah, he does tournaments. I have no problems with him. I don't know. I
Yep.
just shit talking about access. Sorry, go ahead.
So my understanding, and maybe there's some degenerate smashers in chat who can fact check me. He had an adult circumcision,
okay,
and it went south, and he, I believe, can't feel any pleasure, and maybe even is in constant pain, and it's like a huge source of like agony and depression for him.
Jesus.
So like, I don't even understand. So obviously, you know, we can tell that there's no real reason why it should happen. But like, why
There's
the
no
fuck
reason why
would it-
what should happen?
Circumcision, like why?
Well, there might
But
be.
then-
There might be. He maybe he had like an extreme case of phimosis or phimosis. There might be a couple other things that are going on that would
Okay,
make,
some sort of defect.
Yeah,
that it's trying to.
Yeah,
address.
there
Okay.
are reasons why people have them sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, kind of unrelated. Just thought I'd share that. But what I wanted to jump in and talk about was, or ask you about, I guess, is kind of dogpiling on the Annalisa stuff.
Oh,
which,
it wasn't an adult circumcision. It was a normal baby circumcision. Oh, I didn't know
Oh,
that.
really?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Shit.
Okay.
That sucks. Yeah, so holy shit. I mean, isn't one of the original purported reasons for circumcision was explicitly to reduce pleasure, to like prevent masturbation?
I've heard that.
So great job.
Yeah, I've heard that
Nailed
about the
it.
Kellogg's, the dude or whatever said that. I don't know if that's true or not, so I don't like usually cite that, but maybe.
Yeah. Anyways, Annalisa. Broadly, her and other kind of like cartoonish people like her, where like even if they weren't saying the dumbest shit imaginable, even if they were like everything they were saying was like exactly accurate, right? The way they present themselves and the way they present their argument and the way they interact with people is just like so harmful to their message that even if they were 100% correct, no one would give a fuck because they can't push past like the behavior and all that.
Yeah,
So
true.
when it comes to people like that, because you've had like a handful of people that you've, I think, tried really hard to engage with over the years, whether it's like the fucking clown shoes guy who like sexually harassed AOC or I don't know, there's a ton of them. Like, at what point is conversing with these people and like the way they're just dragging down the collective IQ of whatever Discord chat they're in, at what point is it like, are you just doing it for content and over ejecting them from the call and like allowing an adult conversation to happen? Because like
it's generally going to depend on it's generally going to depend on the type of, it's going to depend on the person. Usually I don't keep around people just for content. I'm sure it happens sometimes, but generally even for some of those like crazier figures, they do lead to good conversation. So that Anna person was fucking insane, and it was a really bad interlocutor. I agree, but she led to a lot of really good conversations. Yeah,
if she could have allowed them to happen, I think that would have been the case. But she really just cockblocked.
Yeah, they did. But if I would have kicked her immediately, those conversations are never happening, right?
Yeah.
So there's like a weird balance right there. But people like that Alex Stein person, there are no value. He's just disgusting. There's nothing valuable.
Yeah.
Or like Jackson Hinkle is probably not. It's just disgusting. So yeah, it's just gonna depend on the person. Yeah.
Even Fuentes, to an extent, I think is like pretty cartoonish in some of his beliefs. But I feel like there's enough. It's hard to tell like how much of it is him putting on this persona versus his actual beliefs, right?
Mhm.
So I see why you still like interacting with him in that way, because I think he does believe some, maybe even most of the stuff that he says. It's just pushing past that sort of performance, I guess.
Mhm.
But with this Annalicia girl, it's like, is it all performance? I can't even tell she believes that's the shit she's saying.
Oh no, I think she
don't
believes
know.
it. I think she believes it.
Yeah. So like, I guess do you have like a threshold for? I can't remember you ever interrupting a conversation or like a panel that you've hosted or presented or whatever, where it was just like, no, this person can't deal. It's time for the adults to talk. We need you to leave. Is there a point you would ever reach that?
I'm sure it's
decision or
possible. It's
not?
just going to depend on. It'll just depend on how conversations are going. But I'm sure at some point, like there might be like, okay, this conversation probably needs to just get cut off, right?
Okay. Because man, I was really interested in some of the things that were being discussed in that call, but holy shit, she just made it like.
She did make it really hard, but the problem is that like if I cut her out of it, the only other person there that can represent is going to be Lav, right? Unironically, and I think Lav actually understands pretty well because there's a lot of alignment there with what they were talking about. But yeah, so I kind of need her there. Otherwise, I don't want just like to bring on a bunch of people to just basically like. I don't want to say strawman her side, but like give her side like a pretty shitty representation. Like I want to give her the opportunity to represent herself. So.
Yeah, and I understand that to an extent. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to suck you off too hard, but to like a lot of your positions are pretty well thought out, and I know that it's probably pretty difficult to find oppositional viewpoints that are like even remotely similarly thought out. So I know you can't be too choosy when it comes to the type of people you want to be taking like an opposing stance or whatever. So I get that that's probably pretty difficult.
Yeah. Like there's probably not going to be too many reasonable people that are having her positions, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, buddy. Keep it up. Love you. Have a good one.
I love you, babe. Bye.
Bye.
Quick nuclear explanation. Miners, a centrifuge, assembly nuclear reactor. Okay, this burns cells, then leaves them to be reprocessed. Heat exchanger uses the heat given off the burning process and cools it down to create steam. Okay, I've never actually used nuclear power before. So heat pipes go in here, and then the heat pipes connect to... Are these electric boilers? Oh, those are heat exchangers. Gotcha. Okay. Is this true? I would be biased to let that play. Ren.
What's up, kid? How you doing?
Kid.
Hey, man, I'm one of your old viewers, dude. I'm 44, so.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I appreciate it. Hey, I had a couple things that I was curious about. Number one is I live in the most conservative state in the United States. All right.
Which one is that?
I live in Wyoming.
Okay.
And I grew up with parents that were hippies.
Interesting.
So you've said a couple times something that I just think hits it absolutely on the head, where I learned as a kid that the people that disagree with me aren't evil.
Well, that's good.
And I learned, like, I can still remember having discussions with kids in high school about gay rights, right? About, hey, if your friend comes to you and tells you you're gay, what do you think? And it blew my mind. They would say, oh, I wouldn't have anything to do with him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it never made any sense to me. I'm like, it's the same person. But one of the interesting things about that is I'm actually in kind of state politics right now, like state policy and politics. And what it lets me do is it lets me see people in a different way than I think we see them today, where I don't have any vitriol toward people. If somebody is seeing something a different way than I do, the odds are they just haven't been exposed to what I've been exposed to. And I wondered, the question I had for you is, if you'd stayed in Nebraska your whole life,
Mm-hmm.
do you think you would have kind of kept those same type of positions? Do you think you would have adopted more of like your close family's positions?
No, I don't think so. Keep in mind, I stayed in Nebraska a long time. I left when I was like 30, right? Yeah. So it's not like I left when I was like in my teens or something. So no, I think I probably still would have changed to be where I'm at today, I think.
Okay, because like for me, the big change is I was 18 and I went to school in Phoenix, in Tempe.
Mm-hmm.
And what I ended up running into really, really quickly was I met a lot of people that didn't look anything like me, that were super cool,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people that looked exactly like me that were assholes.
Yeah, it's crazy how like just the socialization thing can change a lot of our perceptions of people, and it feels really stupid too. Like as a human, to be like, "Wow, I can't believe I just needed to meet somebody a little different to radically change my perspective." But, you know,
my mom would always say, she said, "Nothing changes irrational hate faster than meeting somebody you hate."
Yeah, I think that's for sure true. Yeah.
The other thing is, I sent you an email a while ago about kind of the body positivity movement and weight loss.
Mm-hmm.
And what it was is I'd seen a couple panels, and it's interesting because like Abba and Preach just did a video where he was talking about that, because I think Abba has there's a lot of negativity when he speaks about it.
Sure, yeah.
Right, and I saw a couple panels.
Let me be clear for his position. I don't think they generally have as much an issue with body positivity. I think the issue is usually with, like, explicitly the health at every size. I think that's what people tend to have huge issues with. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what in my email. What I was saying is like the whole you can't tell if somebody's healthy is technically true, but it doesn't work the way it's presented. Like, we can look at somebody who's thin, and just because they're thin doesn't mean they're healthy at all.
Mm-hmm.
But the odds are, if you see somebody that's 350 pounds, it's probably it's rougher on their joints. It's like there's a lot of legitimate health concerns.
Sure.
But what I said in that email, and I firmly believe, is that there's nothing wrong with being body positive and like healthy at every size. Well, I guess in that there is, but body positivity movement, as long as it's informed by reality. You should be able to look yourself in the mirror, even if you're 450, 500 pounds or whatever it is, and say, hey, I have value. I'm a good person, and I need to be positive about moving forward.
Yeah.
Because any meta-analysis of like positive versus negative reinforcement usually doesn't even come close.
Mm-hmm.
Because negative reinforcement, sometimes the closest one I've ever seen was it showed that there was a positive reinforcement helped somewhere in the neighborhood of, I want to say, 60% of the time, but the other 40% of the time it was a net neutral.
Okay.
But the best I've ever seen for negative reinforcement is around 15 or around, I think it's 9 to 13%.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, the other 87% aren't net neutral. Like 60% is net neutral, and then you actually have a net negative effect past that, right? So let's say your negative reinforcement of 100 people, you're helping 15 people. That doesn't matter at all if you're making it less likely that 20 people change their lives, right?
Sure.
So yeah, it was just interesting that I was just curious to see what you thought about. I feel like for me, as somebody who struggled with his weight since I was like 8 years old, right? I have been as high as 416 pounds, and right now I'm at about 218, right? So I've gone all over the place. The one thing that's always kind of been there is it's a battle every single day.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wait, I'm so sorry. This isn't Boogie, right?
No.
Okay, you sound really similar to him, and then you called in like chatting about this. So I'm sorry. That's just like really weird. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that before, but you.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just a regular guy, man. I'm not on the internet that much.
Okay.
Well, that's not true, but I'm not in chat rooms that much.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, but it's a really interesting just kind of phenomenon when you see. I think you Sneeko and Abba were discussing it at one point. You made a couple really good points. Like, do you think overweight people just fell out of the sky? Do you think body positivity happened and all of a sudden everybody got fat?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a response to what's already happening, right?
But I was wondering, for me, one of my pet peeves that I'm really, really a little bit upset with kind of just the overall government over the whole pandemic and that kind of thing about is I think we missed a golden opportunity to talk about what we eat and why we eat it, right? Like, I think we missed a golden opportunity to say, hey, listen, the people that are dying from COVID right now because of these comorbidities, a lot of them are because they're overweight.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but unfortunately, like, people already were fucking worried about like the Great Reset. If we would have started talking about food too, they would have lost their fucking minds. So.
Exactly. I just feel like it's a missed opportunity to do a couple really basic things. Because in my opinion, the reason why everybody's so, like, we have all these weight problems is because we live a very sedentary lifestyle and a lot of our food is highly processed and it just has really bad stuff in it.
Yep, probably literally just those two things, yeah.
Now, also, when you look at, there is some evidence that shows that a lot of certain medical conditions like hyperthyroidism and stuff are really underdiagnosed.
Maybe, yeah.
Which makes it really difficult to lose weight in some situations. But.
Sure. Okay.
But hey, that's it, man. I just want to say keep doing what you're doing. What I will say is you do have kind of real life effects on people. Like in what I do, I work for the state. I work in policy and that kind of thing. And what I've learned it's you and actually a kind of a big collaboration you did with Bookmarks a while ago, where you guys talked about concession and about being reasonable. And you've talked a lot about not so much being charitable, but when somebody says something, you have to understand that they're not saying it to be contrary most of the time.
Generally, yeah. People have reasons they feel the ways they do about things, yeah.
And being more like conciliatory and kind of having concessions in the beginning can sometimes make you seem extremely reasonable, which means you're more likely to get them in the end.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
But hey, buddy, thanks. Keep doing what you do.
All right. Well, hey, have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Yep.
Bye. So he made excuses to not stop taking his money because he will go on YouTube and super chat, but he bans him again in chat, so he can ignore his message easier. Curious Destiny. RTBA, here's the deal. The guy is an adult. If he wants to schizo donate his money to me, that's fine. I can try to ban the dono thing on PayPal, but one, he can make another PayPal account, or two, he can just super chat. Why the fuck would I invest all this fucking time to go out of my way to prevent a fucking schizo lunatic from donating to me if he's just gonna make new accounts? I'm not gonna waste my fucking time on it. Why the fuck would I do that? There's literally zero reason. If you said you would ban as an adult too, bitch. Get a real argument. Yeah, that is the argument. Tell me, give me one fucking reason why I would do it. Tell me. I'll wait for one reason for you to do it. Let me know. You can block that too. I'm not gonna play race with the fucking accounts for some fucking lunatic. No, I'm not gonna waste my fucking time on it. No, I'm good. Your argument against Republicans is have as much patience as a cuck who lets his wife fuck other dudes who does politics. That's literally a god level of patience. You are correct. Practically unachievable. Come on, bro. The fact you think that someone needs such a high level patience to engage with leftists and the left, which make you a gay cuck, can't do. Fuck off. It's not the Republican Party. You understand that even if I was a cuck, you are literally below a cuck. Right? You are farther from pussy than even a fucking cuck is, right? Like, you are actually the literal cuck. At least like an actual literal cuckold has a woman that will fuck guys in front of them. You're the cuck that's watching women fuck other people on porn because that's as close to a woman as you'll ever get. You incel fucking virgin fuck. The fuck out of here. Look at how fucking mad you are. Oh, you're a fucking cuck, Destiny. He says as he rubs out his 7th fucking cum shot of the day to the 250 fucking OnlyFans accounts that he subscribed to with mommy and daddy's fucking allowance. The fuck out of you, pathetic fuck. Azzy, what's up? How you doing today? Fenty, how are you doing today, buddy? Funky, how are you doing today? Oh, Fenty. Oh, now you're talking with Funky because you took too long to respond.
Oh, snap. I wanted to talk to you about a lot of the things Anna was.
Oh, you're listening on the stream. You don't have Discord on. You're responding to a ghost, to a man from the past. Unmute Discord, close the window. Oh, look, Azzy. Oh, and oh, you all showed up now. Nice, that's great. We'll all talk together. Okay, Fenty, no, wait, Azzy, are you here? Oh, Azzy stopped talking. Fenty, are you here?
Oh, snap.
Oh, yeah, that's you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I had
Okay, all four of us in here, we're all going to be quiet, and we're going to let Azzy talk. Go ahead, Azzy. What do you got?
Hey, do you remember me? I think we talked a long time ago.
Not particularly, but go ahead. Maybe I'll remember. Go ahead.
Okay, it's done. Well, I'm the guy from the Prime panels. We had conversations about a few things.
Okay.
Kyo-san, Stardust.
Gotcha.
We were talking about slavery and all that.
Okay. What do you got for me, dude?
So yeah, man, yeah, man, I enjoy your content and I enjoy the games you play. I feel like I'm living through you vicariously.
Cool.
If I was a guy who was able to make money playing games and having great conversations, I would.
Okay.
But I just don't think I do it to the caliber that you do it. At least not yet.
Gotcha.
But by the time
I
do
appreciate
it.
it. Okay, get to what's your problem? Okay, tell me what you're fucking
my
riled up
problem is-
over. Yeah, go.
I'm wild because you seem to bring on. I don't know if the Black Arc is over, but I'm mauling, like just molding, watching Anna be super intellectual, but highly like this is not empathetic at all or non-emotional about it, and like she's like the worst representation of black positivity that you can have on
she's
your
not here for
platform.
black positivity, okay?
And then every time you bring people on who are trying to combat her, I'm just like, man, you don't got nobody. I mean, Abba does a good job. AJ, the people who I can remember, right? AJ, Tree. I'm just like, everybody's like attacking her conversations, and I believe it's in the wrong way. Instead of just dealing with the points, and this is what she keeps saying: you're not dealing with the data I'm saying, but you're trying to like speak around it.
Yeah.
And I just feel like is there no one in your circle who's like a content creator or academic or personally who can deal with her? Is
I don't know. That's
is
just
the
people.
black elite so small?
Yeah, they're pretty small, but I'm working on it. Okay, we bring in a lot of people, see how it's going. You know, one black person at a time. Okay.
I mean, you've dealt with us before, man. Bring on Gambit. Bring on
I don't know if Gambit is going to be the one that, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, dude, I brought out like 10 black people. Okay, I'm really reaching the limits of how many black people are in the online white debate brosphere. Okay, it's pretty mayo out here. All right, I'm doing my best. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I've had more black people on in like the past fucking 3 days than I've been on my stream in like the past 3 years.
I mean, I'm not gonna push you, but I know how you say FD signifier is a well, I don't want to be a meme, but you say like he'll never have any influence because he won't go beyond the
yeah. Black signifier is never coming on to argue with a woman like that. Okay, if black signifier came on, half my audience would buy hoods the next day. Okay, that guy is so unbelievably fucking stupid. That he's not going to be the one to try to argue against somebody like Anna. Absolutely fucking not. I think that
you know how you said you said you would pay 10 grand. I mean, you say you'll pay somebody, you'll pay for their flight and everything to come down to wherever.
Oh, I just want to see Anna fight on Fresh and Fit. I think that'd be fucking hilarious. Okay.
I mean, like you'll put gray hairs on her head and she'll maul, even like worse. And I feel like she would not do that. You heard her herself. Like her real life way of having conversation is nothing like she would perform online. But if
maybe
you
I don't know.
Her
maybe,
in a real life. But if you put her in a real life, and I can only assume that she either avoids people like us, the online individuals, or if you put her in a situation like the Fresh and Fit, she will get kicked off.
Maybe. Well, I'd have to ask him not to kick her because I want to see the fireworks. But yeah, who knows?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I mean, like, are we looking for the blood sport? And this is what I'm talking about.
Well, no.
Like,
for that conversation, yeah, it would have been purely blood sports. But no, I feel like there were a lot of like good black members of my community and other communities that came on and had conversations. Even though Fnatic is a piece of shit, his conversation with her I thought was like really well done. I thought that Abba did a good job at having good conversations. Yeah, I think for the most part, I think it was pretty positive. Tree coming on and chatting, I thought was pretty positive.
Okay. I mean, they tried to be, but they won't engage with Anna in the way that Anna wants to be engaged with. Because I agree with Anna, but I just feel like, Anna, you need to grow up a little bit, because I don't care how you deal with conversation. I think you got to this point. I don't care how you deal with conversations in real life. You should be able to have those type of conversations with people you don't agree with. Otherwise, because it felt even worse, because then she asked you how to grift.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I think she was half joking, but who the fuck knows, yeah.
I have no idea, and that's the worst part. Yeah. So, like, I have to give her the benefit of the doubt, and I like doing that, because that's how you avoid the blood sport, but what are you going to do? So then all I got to do is, like, Destiny, I got to blame you, because I'm like, you keep bringing her on. I mean, but it's good content at the end of the day, so, like, it is what it is.
Okay. All right, well, hey, listen, I love everybody, okay?
All right, I'll take it. Oh, yo, by the way, what's the next game you're going to play after
Factorio? I need to take a break from games. They're destroying my stream, okay? But we'll see.
I mean, that's your bread and butter. But all right, man.
Okay.
God bless.
Bye. Fenty, you're here. Is it working?
Hello. How are you, Steven?
Hello. You sound like cool. British
So
Peach. What do you got?
I have something better for you than another black person. I am a mixed race person, so I'm gonna be the bridge for you in this crusade to hold people accountable.
Jesus Christ.
Basically.
Okay.
Right, listen, Charles. She made, at the end of her stream with you, she made some vitriolic stuff about mixed race people that never gets addressed in the black community because there's not enough space in our problems to be dealing with this stuff.
Okay.
But like, it's.
Are you, just curious real quick, are you one of the people that emailed me or no?
I did, but like I wasn't sure if you get like a horde of emails, so
I got a lot of black women that emailed me. They were like 50-50.
Yeah.
All of them seemed to say that Anna is speaking about true problems that are hard to talk about. Half of them thought that she was way too vitriolic to be that representation, and the other half were like, she's a little bit mean, but I agree with her 100%. So I don't know where like the majority. Yeah.
Actually, okay, Steven. So what Anna said was pretty normy amongst like black women in particular. Like we hold a lot of the same resentment towards black men that she spoke about, but what her problem was her hatred and emotion was so vitriolic is the word for it.
Yeah.
And it's just not resonating with your audience or black men, because how can you relate to something while you're getting caught in the crossfire of like,
yeah, of course,
like you as a whole are just terrible. So it's not landing, right?
Yeah.
So what I wanted to talk about was, she was saying, oh, mixed race people, they need their own community. She doesn't want us to be black or hold that, like, because she sees that our whiteness saves us from a lot of systemic things that give us favor, particularly in what she's talking about, like the dating scene and beauty standards. So I feel like there's, that dichotomy of genders that you spoke about, how like men are envious of women because we have a plethora of dick to go around. Well, that's their dream, right?
Sure.
That's the same exact dynamics that going on between mixed people and black people, primarily between women, because I feel women are the only ones that talk about these particular issues. I feel like men are very like in on police reforms when fix the projects, whereas women we're very in on like the dynamics of the community itself.
Okay.
The problem really is with black men, because their preferences to whiteness is what's causing the envy between the women.
Okay.
And that is targeted at mixed people, particularly. It's like our entire existence becomes a point of resentment, and they see our whiteness as like a tunnel vision of privilege, and they don't realize that it's actually one of the biggest burdens of our lives. Like, because the thing is, let me get to my shit. Like, in our families, like, our childhood is rife with racism that is not represented because our rejection comes from our immediate family. Like, when you have, like, white cousins and you have white grandparents and stuff, like you see the difference in how they treat you. Do you know what I mean? So like that. Kind
Yeah,
of
I understand. It
protection
seems
comes-
like there's a lot of racial resentment though, like even in like all black families. So like for instance, this is something somebody emailed me this. I don't even know what this would feel like. When I've got black men that have emailed me saying, like, generally when comparisons are made to your dad, they're usually always good. Like, you want to live up to like who your dad was. And then I've got some black men that email me and say, like, the only time like I've ever heard of like black men or like my father being talked about is to be compared to negatively. That some black men, especially if the father's left the family, are compared to negatively to their black father. And that's like, holy shit. So I've gotten emails from black men saying that they've had resentment built up in them from sometimes their own moms about black men. And then I've got obviously what you're saying. I've got a lot of black women saying that they've got a lot of resentment built up in them from black men about them in their community. So yeah, it just seems like there's a lot of resentment that goes around.
It's crazy, child. So like particularly for my own experience, my granddad was like honing in on my mom to get the divorce because like he just hates black people so much, and like he, you know, the same problems. He's not making enough money. It's not sustainable, and like it's intrinsically because of his race. It's like you're better off as a single mother, sort of thing.
Jeez.
And you know, when that's coming from your own family, like as a child, how do you process that at like 4, 5, 6? You just start resenting your own black side. But when you were then in white spaces, you the darkest one, and so that you're experiencing terrible racism coming from like people that you thought, oh, they're supposed to be my friend. So then you can only imagine then when you go into black communities, you're met with all this resentment for existing. They're like, one time I was just dancing and stuff, and like some guy came up to me, and then I just spoke to my friend like, yeah, he was nice, and then she's like, yeah, he only likes you because you're light.
Yeah,
So
and it's
like,
really fucked up, and it's kind of frustrating because it's hard to have these conversations because one, it's a black issue, and it's hard for me to speak on it because I don't know if you've watched my camera or not, but I'm like fairly light skinned, I would say. So it's hard for me to speak on it. But then two, there is a clear, huge bias in my community towards men because I have a lot of men. And like I notice that like Anna will say some shit and people will call her out on it, rightfully so. But low tier God is saying a lot of things that I'm guessing you personally have heard in your life and other black women have heard in their life, where it's like, oh, like I like you because you're light skinned, like you've got that nice straight hair, you've got like these nice light white features or whatever, and it's like, damn, like it's like throwing black women basically completely under the bus. And then this is after him admitting, saying like, I would never date a black woman, they're all ratchet, is essentially what he's saying. And it's like, holy shit. And I see like the resentment build up on both sides, but at least in my community, like the male side probably won't get called on it very much, whereas like the female side gets like hardcore called on it, which is like kind of unfair.
Yeah, it is really, really wild. Like, I think, and particularly for me, especially like, the whole red pill stuff, talking about, oh, women's value and all this and that. And like, when it comes to when you put the black experience in there, and it's like, oh no, the whole red pill thing of your value only exists if you're a white woman. And then it's got, when you then add mixed people in the mix, like, I feel like that whole red pill thing does not make sense for anyone except white women, honestly. Like,
sure.
It's so reductive. Like, I wanted to talk particularly about
Oh,
that
sure,
because
actually, and then just to reinforce that, and these might be fucking, I know there are fucking Cynthia viewer women that are emailing me now, but like one stat that I saw was that like, and I get these off other news sites, so I'm not just like repeating shit verbatim, but like in some black neighborhoods, it's literally like 2 to 3 black women for every black man available. Like the odds are insanely fucking skewed. And then, yeah, it's kind of funny that, normally when we talk about like the red pill shit, it's usually like, like it feels like it's so hard for men to find anybody, but like in some of these black communities, the numbers are turned like insanely, yeah.
Dude, the thing is that they're not in control of their preferences. They want what they want, and they want snow bunnies and like.
Careful! Whoa! Careful. Okay. Well, white people.
Whoa. What do you mean, child? Okay, I'm sorry. Is that
I'm trying to wait. Hold on, wait, real quick. Gambit, and then I'll let Gambit talk. Gambit is a good black friend of the DGG community.
Oh, am I running out of time?
Oh no, you're good. But Gambit probably wants to go back and forth. But real quick, I'm trying to chill on some of the racial stuff because I feel a little bit bad. So like, I don't think I should have let her called.
I know, but the thing is that like, okay, for me, like we never get to talk about mixed race stuff because there is just not enough.
No, I agree, but like you can just say they have a preference for white people. You don't have to call them fucking snow bunnies, okay?
Oh, sorry. This is what they call them, so I thought that was just the term.
No, I know.
Isn't that what Abba said? Child?
True, he did. He did. Yeah, but Abba's also on some wild Jewish shit too. Okay, I'm just trying to bring us all together. Okay, sorry. Place of love. It's coming from love. I promise.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're not in trouble. I'm just trying to get people. Okay, Gambit. What did you want to?
I get you.
Yeah, Gambit. Did you want to say something real quick?
The thing is that.
Wait here. Let Gambit go ahead and throw your input in, and then
I don't
yeah.
know if this person has earphones, so maybe they can't hear us.
No, they can't. Stop.
No. Wait. I wasn't being bad faith there. I'm saying because like she was talking when we were talking, so I was wondering.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. She's in. I think she's in overseas. So yeah, go ahead. It's a little
Gotcha.
Okay,
Cool.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing that you said that caught my attention, and the reason why I'm here is because you said lots of black women feel like Anna and Alicia feels. There's a lot of wild stuff she said that's definitely not commonplace. So my assumption is, in being good faith, is that there are certain ideas that she espoused during her like nonsensical rants that you agree with, and that might be more commonplace. But which particular views that she was espousing would you point to when you say, "Hey, this is generally how black women feel"? I just want to make sure that like people don't think half of the insane shit that she said, that I'm pretty sure you agree most of it was insane, but I just want to know which exact points of it did you actually agree with.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yeah, he's just asking it's okay. Which viewpoints did Anna say that you largely agree with? He's trying to figure out which ones, basically.
Oh, okay. Everything she spoke about black men is inherently true, but like I can just but like the thing is, listen, like she's talking in like a general scope, you know what I mean? So like I can understand like hearing that must be like really hurtful, and like I feel
no, it's not hurtful. I don't think I get hurt by fake statistics and stuff. So yeah, I'm not hurt at all.
Oh no.
Okay. Everything she spoke about the men was right. Like I had the stream on in the back. I was like sleeping and chilling, and then as soon as she started talking about the mixed people, I was like, hold on a minute, girl. Like you gone too far.
Yeah, hold on, wait. We can get to the mixed stuff. Let's talk about the black men comments.
Everything except for that. Like she's actually she spoke very well.
So you think that women have? So one of the statements that she made was, women have been the leaders of like black familial relationships for millennia. Do you agree with that statement, or do you think that statement?
You don't even understand how deep that goes. That is so true. Like men in our families do not value family at all. Like okay,
do you know how many years?
Wait, real quick. Wait, hold on. Wait. Just so this is productive. Wait, real quick. Let's just let both sides finish when they go. Okay. So Gambit said his thing. Fenty, you can respond to that, and then Gambit, you can respond to that. Just so we're not interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay, let me give you. This is gonna be wild. Okay, so I literally met my family in Maryland for the first time last week because I paid for the fucking tickets for me and my dad to go see my family. That's how. And I'm 22. So like it took me that long enough for me to have my own independence and enough fucking money and fucking common sense to go and like visit my family for any of that shit to happen. And like that was the best experience of my life, and I actually felt finally connected to my black side. You know, this is why there's so much resentment towards black men, is because black men just abandon their families so they can be independent. I feel like they're stuck in their teenage years of no responsibility. They just want to be teenage boys, and oh, grandma said get my money, but like life is more than freaking getting money, child. It's they don't value the things that make life real, and I feel like that's what the main problems are coming from. That's why people think it's okay to disrespect the ideas of going to drugs and all this and that, because like money is the only thing on their mind. Like there's more to life than that. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, Gambit, go.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you my question again because it's possible that because of the distance you didn't hear me right. Like you know how long a millennium is, right? That's like 1,000 years, and she said for millennia women have been the lead of black familial like relationships. So I'm not asking you, so first off, I disagree with your contemporary view as well, but do you think black women have been the lead of familial relationships in black people for thousands of years? Because you started to talk about something that happened, it sounds like this year or last year. We're talking about the scale of thousands of years. Do you think that statement is true, or do you think that's kind of nonsense?
When you say black people, who are you talking about? Are you talking about black Americans or Nigerians or what?
Whichever group you would like to talk about.
Okay.
You get to actually choose.
I'll get to choose? Okay. I think...
Which group of black people do you think...
I'm Nigerian, so I can only speak on Nigerians. And I feel like it is pretty intrinsic in African culture that the women are the ones that are the arbitrators of culture. Like, we're the ones that throw the parties and keep everybody together. We're the leaders of the markets. Like, we're the ones entrepreneuring and, building shit. And, like, the men are kind of not present. And I feel like I'm pretty ignorant on the Black American stuff. I can only talk about what I've studied in my university. I don't really have that experience in particular. I only know the Nigerian side, so I can't speak on.
Okay, I'm not exactly You're like, it's like Yoruba, and what's the other one? Yoruba people, and there's another one. Which one?
Yoruba. I'm
Yeah.
Yoruba.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that you said particularly like the women were the builders of things. They were like.
Yeah, we just kind of we hold our families together. But the thing is also there's a lot of polygamy in the Nigerian community. So like family, like being a good mother and like
so the women, women have fought in the wars, and the men were just at home. Like so, the men did nothing.
In the wars, child. I'm talking about like culture and community and like keeping people there. But like that, but it's very complicated, and I feel like it's not that. I feel like it's not where I'm coming from is not going to resonate because I feel like y'all want to talk about the Black American experience. It's probably more.
Well, I definitely did. I wasn't prepared for talking about Nigeria, but I do have a few Nigerian friends, and I don't think it's true that like when you said women like are the industry people as what like what is happening?
I'm like entrepreneurs. They're out making. They're the leaders of
entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurs for the last millennia in Nigeria have primarily been female. Is what you're telling me. And I can look this up, right? And it'll probably show this, right?
Not like marketing what you're thinking about. I think we're misunderstanding one another. So
you said entrepreneur, right? Am I misunderstanding that you said the word entrepreneur?
I think maybe I'm bullshitting on that.
Oh, okay. No, but I love it. No, listen. I appreciate the good faith.
I can't put money on that for sure, but I'm talking about the women are in the community. When I say marketplace, I mean like the community experience.
Listen, Fenty, listen. I love you. No. Listen. It's okay. I love you. We can move on to the next thing. I promise you, I love you. Okay. What other claims that she said might you? Damn, that was beautiful. I love you. But so what other claims that she made that you feel like resonated by Black? She kind of felt like so I'll ask you this. This is a direct one. She kind of felt like the position that Black men are in America is majority the fault of Black men, in that like there are systemic things that she'll identify sometimes in certain conversations, but she seems to think that those things are far smaller in impact than the men just being lazy, or kind of like some of the stuff you were saying where they just choose money over their families, which is wild. But so do you think like current state in the United States, or let's say the past 30 years, you think the biggest inhibiting factor to Black men have been Black men themselves, not systemic issues?
Oh, child. Okay, listen. So I think that it's a mutually corrupt thing, and I think Anna might have been a bit disingenuous on undermining this systemic stuff, because I think she particularly is interested in the agency argument, which tends to, I think it's concerned about trying to push away the Marxist bullshit identity shit so that people can get out there and make stuff better for themselves. So like, if we're having an honest conversation, it's both. Like where Anna's coming from, she wants people to have, feel empowered and be an agent of their own success. So
for sure, some people call me a conservative, even though I'm a staunch liberal. I agree a lot with pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but I think.
Hey, real quick, don't let Gambit fool you. This guy's a huge Kevin Samuels fan. Okay, he went to the memorial and everything. He was okay. So sorry.
Should I know who Kevin Samuels is?
Fuck. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Me and Destiny trade Kevin Samuels videos just for everybody to know. But anyway, I'm a gigantic Kevin Samuels fan. He's a guy who was talking about.
Oh, he died?
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
No, but so it seems like you're saying. So you came in here and you said Black women agree with everything Anna was saying, but you seem to be completely disagreeing with all her major points. So you seem to think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to think that the systemic factors are more impactful or less impactful than.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I'm not gonna say that. That's not what I said. It is mutually corrupt. That's what I said. It's both equally. Or maybe systemic more because there's a power dynamic there. You have to be aware of it, but it's also it is both. And
So you're saying they're equal, or
Okay, let's
which
do a
one are you
ratio.
saying
If it was a ratio, it would be like 70-30. Maybe 60-40.
60-40, like systemic versus individual, or individual versus systemic?
Because systemic is real, child. Like I've had friends be in jail for like rubbish and stuff, but like but they do have you. Sometimes I'd be looking at like, boy, you can put some agency.
Yeah.
You can go to school, like, you know.
I think
but, like,
I think those are reasonable percentages, but I think the main point is that you think the systemic is more impactful, which is kind of like antithetical to the things that it seemed like
true.
Anna was espousing.
Okay, so the systemic is impactful, but the thing is that a lot of what the left doesn't understand is that you can overcome systemic systems.
For sure.
Like just because
For
it's
sure. I had a violent household. I had a single parent. I lived in the
Yeah.
poorest place in Georgia, and now I'm in the 2% of Americans on the face of this planet. So, like, yes, I agree that you can overcome your circumstances, but that doesn't mean that the systemic is impact. Which you agree with. So it kind of seems like you disagree with Annalise on that point as well, right?
What do I disagree with? That it's all agency. I don't.
Well,
I
that
disagree.
agency, it plays more of a part than the systemic specifically.
So I don't disagree. Okay. I think she was a little disingenuous because she has a certain argument that she's trying to push, but I think that what her argument, the agency argument, is necessary. So like, it's not about disagreeing or agreeing. I'm just seeing the value of.
Wait, Fenty, I agree with you. Trust me, I agree with you. I have some conservative values. The bootstraps argument is not lost on me. I like it, but what I don't like is when we say that it's more impactful than the systemic problems here in America. So I'm just asking you plainly. I'm not asking you, will you disavow that the bootstraps talk is valid? Because I think it's valid. What I'm asking you is, which one is more of a factor? Is it the systemic issues,
Oh my
or
God,
is
dude,
it that enough? No, because you keep going back and forth.
No, because
You
I keep
said
telling
it's
you the same
60.
thing.
You said it's 70-30, 60-40, and now you're saying it's not one or the other. So I don't know what the fuck you think because you
It's
keep
mutually
going back and
corrupt.
forth.
I'm telling you, it's mutually corrupt. Like, it's both. It's not one or the other. That's what I keep telling you.
Okay. You agree that Anna thought it was definitely not. You agree that Anna thought that the systemic did not outweigh the
I don't think that's what she
agency,
believes.
correct? You don't think that's what? Do you think that's what she espoused?
She knows. She's a black woman. She knows. She
No,
knows
wait.
what-
I don't know her heart, but do you think that's what she espoused while she was here?
That's what she espoused, but it was for a reason. Is what I'm
Okay.
trying to tell
But you said the things that she said you agree with and most black women do. So I'm not here to say what she may truly know in her heart. I'm here to just challenge you on your statement that most black women feel like Anna did in the statements that she espoused while she was here.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I was being ignorant. Yeah. I agree.
Okay. All right. So are there any statements you're willing to stand on that she
What do you
said?
mean? That she said?
I asked you about the more hyperbolic things because I thought truly you would push back on that, but you're kind of like, yeah, no, I agree with you. So I'm wondering if we have any. I came on here solely because I thought we were going to have disagreement.
Okay, hold on. Can I let me summarize? I think some of Anna's stuff, and then summarize what I think. What do I call you, Fenty?
My name's Sophie. So you can
Sophie. Okay, and then I'll say what I think she's saying, and then you guys can work from there. Okay, so I don't know if Anna was here to speak on whether or not it was agency, personal agency, or systemic changes that would save the black community. I don't know if Anna ever made a statement about there being. I think that she did agree a couple times that, of course, there's systemic issues. I think she said that. But I think that the things that Anna was here talking about was that, one, there's a lot of negativity and failure to act from black men, and that, two, these are things that need to be addressed but are difficult to address because it seems like there are always excuses made, or it always goes back to that systemic issues from black men. And that there's a lot of frustration in the black women community about how black men act with their families, how black men treat other black women, and that there's always excuses put up when black women ask black men to step up, but black women they can't do that because they are stepping up. They have to. They can't abandon their children. So I think that's what Anna was like. That was like the broad macro point of what Anna was saying. I think that's what Sophie here was agreeing with. And for the emails that I've gotten from black women, I think that's roughly what they're agreeing with. I don't think it was like a hardcore delineation of like 32% of issues are caused by lack of agency and 68% of issues are caused by systemic injustice. I think that was the issue. Yeah.
So I disagree with you on one point, Destiny, because so there's a lot of people that are like, yo, I think Destiny did this in a bad way. And I at first, remember when we last talked, I had only watched the first video, and I felt that way a little bit.
Good.
Not a lot, but a little
You
bit.
should
I was
have.
kind of upset.
I hate black people. So
no,
that was my goal.
listen.
Yeah, okay.
After the, but I listened to the second day, and I completely flipped. Because I feel what you said in the second day was you like, hey, I was letting her get her stuff out and trying to see how she authentically feels so people can figure out. And it was kind of like you took like the Joe Rogan approach where you're like, hey, I'm just going to discover how this person feels. I'm not really pushing back. And then on the second day, I feel like you provide a lot of adequate pushback to a lot of like nonsense points you said. So that made me okay with it. But what I want to remind you of, the reason why I brought that up is you asked her the question of, are you a race realist? Like, do you think black men are here innately due to their biology? Because you felt exactly what I'm saying right now.
Yeah.
From the statements that she had made, you felt she was saying that the agency was outweighed the systemic, right? That's how you felt during that moment, and that's how she made me feel.
She did.
So maybe,
but she did say several times that's not what she's meaning, right? She did say that.
Can I use an example of how I feel like, you know the dichotomy between the different black communities within Black America. So like when I went to go visit Maryland, I was really shocked that you guys are really segregated. So like I was amongst the Nigerian community, and like when I was with them, I realized like, hold on a minute, everybody here is Nigerian or African, and like y'all don't really like fuck with each other. And they're like, no, like they're like it's very different. And I just feel like it's a mindset where like people are, I feel like Africans in general, particularly because of the immigrant thing Destiny was saying yesterday, is that like people just genuinely are focused. They have their families and they have that support group that give them the agency that the Black American community need to find to do really well. Like it's crazy that Black immigrants are doing better than Black Americans. It's almost like that's what I feel like the right wings use that as an excuse to say like, look, it's not systemic because how are Black immigrants doing well? Wow.
Wait, hold on, wait. Can I ask? Wait, hold on. I gotta ask a question on that. I'm just curious. Sophie, why do you think Black immigrants, African immigrants, outperform African Americans?
Because if you're an immigrant, you've already had the agency in your own third world country, developing country, to do exceedingly well enough to get to America.
Okay.
Yeah. So by the time you get there, you have your whole family there. You got your business. It's all set up for you to do amazing. Whereas if you're a Black American, you have been built into a systemic thing. It's not going. It's just working against you.
Yeah.
But the thing is that at the end of the day, regardless of the systemic issues that happen, it is intrinsically a psychology problem. And like, I feel like when we get over that hurdle, if we can bring ourselves to have agency to sustain entrepreneurship and make the family strong. That's the problem. Like if you have the Black men separating and divorcing and not being present with the kids, this is the main issue. This is why Black women are so adamant on fixing that. Is I feel like if we can have a strong family and a strong community, then you can build something. Like you can't build anything alone, especially if you're a single mother.
Yeah, so most Black people agree with you, right? So like the only thing I'll correct is Black men aren't divorcing Black women typically, but most reasonable.
Wait, hold on. That was a little sneaky. Say what you just said again.
Black men aren't the ones who are primarily divorcing in Black relationships.
That's true, but hold on. We're not talking about Black divorces, right?
She said the word divorce. What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean?
I just mean separation.
Yeah. When she says separation, she's talking about Black daddies leaving Black children, is what she's talking about, not marriage, I think. That's my guess there. That's what she's talking about here.
That's it.
Okay, got you. I don't know if there's any data on why those relationships break up on average. I assume it's probably true that it's more Black men using bad agency to leave those situations. I can give you that all day. But yeah, I thought you were, since you said the word divorce, I thought you were specifically talking about marriages because you were talking about like family too. But I agree with you. There's nothing more important than family, right? So any of these systemic things that are attacking family, that's why I spend like large amounts of time fighting against them. We're also fighting for agency. So I agree that both of those things are super important. I think we're never going to disagree on family for sure, without a question.
So can you see where I was saying that like I can see that there was value in what Anna was saying, even though it may not necessarily be too honest? like the just promoting agency, like using Disney's platform as like a promotion of Black agency, even though it might like undermine systemic issues. Can you agree on that?
So I agree with you that agency should be talked about in the Black community. Where I don't agree is that it's okay to do that in bad faith, because that downplays the systemic issues that are happening. And when it comes to like
we're always talking about systemic issues. The thing is that we're talking about systemic too much. This is the point. What's the point of being honest? We have to change the narrative.
All right, like Gambit, go ahead.
Yeah, do you remember the question you asked me? You said, hey, I agreed with the agency talk that she said, and she kind of did it in bad faith. And then you kind of asked me, was I okay with that? And what I'm saying is, I'm okay with the agency talk happening. I think it should happen. It should be a bigger conversation. So I'm not minimizing how impactful I think the agency conversation is. All I'm saying is that we can't do that and try to supplant that there are systemic problems. Like that's not some. So that's where I disagree. So I think.
So
I think the issue is that like those conversations are valuable, and I think those conversations can happen. But when you bring together a collection of like Black women that have personal experiences with Black fathers knocking them up and then leaving the households, that these are personal interactions where people could have made decisions that otherwise would have changed the course of all of their lives. And then in those situations where it's all been personal, for somebody to say, well, systemically, I'm sure the Black mom's like, okay, well, systemically, like, can be whatever, but like, I had an engagement with one Black man that left my Black family. I think that's probably the feeling for why it's so frustrating.
Shut the fuck up, innit? It's crazy. Like, just you could hear the resentment in her voice. Like, you could hear her tearing up as the Black man was asking her, are you married now?
No,
like,
I've talked to several people about this, and I agree that, I even tweeted about this. Like, I can hear the pain in her voice, and I think I said something like, "Yo, I wish I could just give her a hug." Like, I hear the pain in her voice for sure, because I think the situation, and she tried to like preempt the conversation and say, "Hey, don't talk about my situation. I don't give a fuck." But I think the situation that she's in is making it more dire, and I think that's why she has so much emotion in this topic.
Well, but it's not just the situation she's in, right? It's the entire Black community.
Yeah, for sure. We can abstract and say most of the Black community, for sure. Because the 70% of kids being born out of wedlock is not a good thing, right? Like nobody should be championing that this is a good thing that's happening. So I agree with y'all that we should have more families. It's just the way that she did it is what I disagree with. But I agree with the message.
Yeah. Okay, cool. But can we talk about some of this red pill shit? Because I have a lip dick friend that I need to school him on some bullshit, because he keeps saying that I'm wrong, and I just, as a woman, I just hate it so much. So okay, so you know the whole thing of, oh, men don't want to date anybody who's like 25 or up, and like as a 22-year-old, that'd be making me feel anxious as hell. And I'm like, okay, why? And he says, okay, on a purely sexual abstract world, who are you gonna choose, an 18-year-old or a 25-year-old? And I'm like, bro, why are we talking in this weird abstract? Like, this doesn't exist. Like, sure, okay, but like, is sex really that valuable to you? Like, above and everything else that encompasses an intimate relationship? He's like, oh, it's just a fact. Like, I wouldn't date anybody older than me because, you know, your pussy is weaking out. And it's like, bro, like, how can you reduce a human being to a fucking age number like that? Like, do you agree that that's just ridiculous that men talk like that? I feel like men are just like intoxicated by porn, and they just don't understand women at all these days.
So, I think there's a lot of men who have been given platforms these days, and they haven't had a lot of sex, and I think a lot of them make like asinine statements like that. So I agree with you for sure. Most of those men would settle for probably not like the more popular ones like Fresh and Fit or Kevin Samuels, but like the regular guys that are saying these messages, they would settle with anybody that was reasonable. And now I do think there's evidence to show that people might prefer that, but I don't think that means that they wouldn't get informed bonds and relationships with people that don't meet those groups. So if somebody had the options, they might choose that, but in a real world scenario, they may not have all of those options. So they may just choose someone that's more close to their age range or more close to some personal experience they've had, blah, blah, blah. but we don't like
Yeah.
live in a we
Just
don't
not
live in a
getting enough
vacuum.
sex,
Though.
isn't it? That's what it is. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're correct. Can I get a word from Steven? Because this is because the thing is when I argued with him, he was all like, it doesn't count because the witnesses were not good. So if I can get your witness, then I can tell him to shut the hell up for life, you know?
And this just has to do with, do men prefer younger partners, or what specifically are you asking, I guess, here? From
I'm saying that the weird abstract these red pill users does not make any sense, and it's completely harmful to women to hear. Like, how,
yeah, I agree. Most of the red pill shit is, it's like sex advice that's coming from celebrities, and it really only works like for celebrities. Most of what they
these
say
celebrities
is,
are not happy. Like, why
Well-
are they surrounded by all these women? They want validation. They want something to show for all their wealth because they haven't valued family, so they're lonely and they're trying to fill the void with Instagram models. Like, this is not real life. So as like a 20, it's really affecting my older siblings as well, particularly. She's just come out of a really long-term relationship with their boyfriend, and they're trying to date and stuff. And this stuff is really affecting the young men in my city. I'm in London, and like everybody's talking about Andrew Tate where we are. I don't know about y'all in America, but Andrew Tate is like, it's all they talk about because we have a lot of Muslims in my university. Like, it's always a debate on this red pill bullshit, and it's like, oh, the women are scared. They're just like, what do you mean we're like washed out by 25? Like, for me, I'm still a virgin at 22 because I'm waiting till marriage. It's just like, dude, I'm running out of time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's not this abstract.
if I had to guess, I think the issue is that socially we've gotten a lot of information about what it means to be a strong woman and what femininity means and what women are supposed to be going after, that culturally that message is being spoken about a lot en masse right now. But there's not really much being spoken about on like the male side, and when that gap exists, there's going to be people like Andrew Tate that are going to step in to fill that gap. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing happen. So
should we be then talking about what we expect from? But we always talking about what we expect from men. That's like literally all we talk about, like as women. Like, we don't shut up. So it's just, I feel it's not really a gap. It's just that the men aren't listening. Maybe.
A little bit. I mean, there's probably a little bit of that going on. A second thing that you got to consider too, that's going to be really rough. And this is going to trigger a lot of guys, but like for a long time, women were locked out of the workforce. And so if you were a man, like the way to get a woman is to just be a man. You just have to have a job, and you're typically good to go. As long as you have a job, like women aren't going to go through all of life like living with their parents. They kind of have to pair off with a guy who's going to be working, providing for the family. I think that women entering the workforce has been like that's a challenge, because now men have to actually do things to have marketable value in relationships that prior to this, they didn't have to do. What?
I hate this argument because women have been in the workforce for a long time. We've been in the workforce since the 1950s.
Sure. Wait, hold on. That's not that long. Firstly, that's not that long. Okay. That's
dude, for our culture. Okay.
No, that's like a couple generations. But number two, women have been in the workplace since the 50s, kind of. Right? In like factories and stuff, but especially over the last 20 years, now women are like really entering the workforce. Now they're lawyers.
Since we've been alive, women have been working. Our mothers have been working. So like this dichotomy should not exist in our
mothers have been
society
working when they've been empowered by fathers to work in the home. The mother empowered.
No,
stop.
I mean, maybe.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Fathers empower mothers to work in the home by providing them a home to work in, because traditionally, fathers work in the workplace. Mothers empower fathers to work in the workplace because they're managing and taking care of children at the home. Traditionally, that's how the balance went, right? Now, this is a little bit different, at least in the African-American communities in the United States, because women were working, obviously, like on plantations and shit, and so like the balance might be a bit different. But even so, like historically, men have typically worked in the world and women have typically worked in the homes, and they've both empowered each other to do that. And recently, that balance has kind of been thrown out of whack. Not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's like the reality, right? Like if I'm a man in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, really, if I work a job and I'm not like fucking hideous, I'm probably going to find a woman that wants to marry me eventually, because what else are they going to do? Like a woman's not going to work in a factory her whole life or do like shitty woman work. They're going to want to like settle down and have a child. But today, a woman can get a really well-paying career. She can travel the world. She's got a whole bunch more opportunity available to her. So men have to actually do things to be like attractive in relationships, which I think historically are things that men haven't like been a part of. They haven't been doing that.
Is this like a psychology thing? Because I just don't see how, like, if we're not presented with it as a child. Like, my mother was the breadwinner of my household because that's just the way it is, especially because, I got a black father that's not, present, you know what I mean? So it just doesn't make sense of, like, if we're not presented with this world that, like, Like, I don't. Is this like a psychology thing of humans or what?
Well, hold on. You're saying, what do you mean? You're saying that, but like traditionally, what do you think most people grow up in? Probably households with men earning the money, right?
Joe, no way. You gotta have two earners at least if you want to have
Traditionally, now two-earner households and everything are a lot more common for sure. But
Who's
traditionally,
being presented with that? No, nobody.
I still think probably in the United States at least, I think the majority of households probably still have the man as the primary breadwinner.
Oh, y'all on some other shit.
It's very true.
I'm ignorant. I don't know what y'all.
Well, I can check. So if I search for primary breadwinner U.S. households.
Y'all can buy houses on one household? Like your mom is working at Walmart? That's crazy.
So this says more than 40% of American mothers solely or primarily support their minor children. Oh, this is a different thing. This says 41% of mothers. So I still think even today, even as rules are changing, still generally the people have been growing up with fathers being the primary breadwinners in the households. Yes.
It's so bullshit. Okay, fine.
Well, that's like the facts. That's the truth. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Okay, maybe I'm just poor and everybody's mom is working hard, so I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's what the data says. Fine, if the data says that, then that's okay. But I just don't think that the whole women haven't been working. Like everybody has a job. Everybody should be working. Like
yeah, but that's I think like that's a relatively newish phenomenon, right? Like this is like in the past like 50, 40, 30 years maybe, where it's expected that your households are dual income, right?
But the men right now who are 19, 20, 21, 22 have not been presented with that. That's what I'm saying, with that world.
But not typically found.
Only in old media, like Disney movies and stuff. Just, you know?
Sure, but I mean, like, it's also not just the, I'm sorry, hold on. It's not just the breadwinning too. I'm not saying that it's just enough to have like a dual income household, but what I'm saying is there are probably behaviors that go from generation to generation on like the types of behaviors that are taught to children, like having the vestiges of these like old institutions there. So like, for instance, I don't know how much, if I had to guess, I'm guessing it's probably not, right? Because of how traditional relationships used to be prior, there's a lot of things that mothers do to teach their daughters to get them ready kind of to like be part of a household. But I don't know if fathers teach sons or mothers teach sons things that they have to do to get houses together. Because traditionally, that's just not a thing that's taught. And that's probably like a behavior that's carried on from like generation to generation to generation, we might guess. Right? Like, I don't know how often fathers are having conversations with their sons or mothers are having conversations with their sons about what you need to do to be like a good man for a woman.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have a dad, so.
Okay, well.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
You know what?
And that's probably because historically, like, men haven't needed those conversations. So their dads, even if you grow up in a dual income household now, that dad probably didn't have that conversation with his father because you don't need to, because his father didn't have it with his father. And it's going to be like, I'm sure that like, I'm sure that, Jesus.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold on one second. Brandon, why is it that every conversation I have, you like so desperately have to Google for some stat that's like not at all related to, it's like you always feel like you need to have like Googled like a stat for 90% of breadwinning mothers are unmarried. What does that have to do with any of the conversation we're having at all right now? You're like the Dune bug of political stats. I'm sorry. Jesus. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. What were we saying?
Yeah, all I was going to say is agree with you. So like the studies on fatherlessness, that's like the biggest issue that I talk about probably the most. And all of it shows that like kids, especially men and girls though, but definitely boys that don't have fathers in the home, they have like less self-control. They have less ability to sacrifice for the future. They're like more likely to do almost anything that's negative. So like, yeah, when you don't have a father in the home, there's a lot of like habits that are taught through convention and not even always through like direct talk, like play and stuff like that, the Jordan Peterson stuff. So like all of that stuff is just like happens if you have a father in the home, and you don't get that when there's not a father in the home, because typically the mother's doing like her different relationship, which isn't the same as how fathers interact with kids. And I mean, once you're raising kids, like you can see that, like I can see the interactions with my kids are just completely different, and we're kind of teaching them different skills and different ways to process information. So yeah, not having fathers definitely leads to that stuff you're talking about.
Yeah.
Basically, the issue is that when it comes to relationships today, men are fucking losers. Historically, they've been able to get away with it because they were the ones that were the only ones who were allowed to work, and now they have to actually put an effort to relationships, and it's a really, really difficult thing because most men have never had to do that historically speaking. They just had to show up to work, earn a job, go home, treat their partners like shit, and be schizoids, and it's usually been okay because they're the only ones that can earn money in society. But now that that dynamic has changed, now men all of a sudden have to play a whole lot of fucking catch up on figuring out how they're supposed to function in relationships. So I think that's like the big issue that you run into today, basically.
It's funny you would bring up Jordan Peterson because I have a dilemma with you, Steven, because I was gonna go to your Austin freaking debate me bullshit, and you always talk bullshit about Jordan Peterson, but everything you say is like in line with what he says.
Because he agrees with him.
No, hold on. Historically, Jordan Peterson's takes on psychology, I would say, are generally good. But modern day Jordan Peterson fucking Xanaxed his brain to hell and back, and now all of his political takes and most of the shit he talks about is cringe fucking loser shit. He's unhinged, okay?
Dude,
I
resonated so hard with when he cried on that show, and you were just like, "Oh, look at this man crying."
Well, when they asked him what did they asked some question? How do you feel about incels watching you? Give me a fucking break.
Wait, that wasn't the question they asked him.
Oh my
they
fucking
asked him,
god!
how does he feel being represented as like Hitler or something? Like that's what they asked him when he. No. He was the representation for boys. You're right. That's what they asked.
Boo-hoo.
How do you feel about being?
Boo fucking who?
But no.
Cry me
So
a
hold on.
fucking river. Get some emotional regulation, okay?
So you said this a lot. You said that the old Jordan Peterson is base. The new Jordan Peterson is terrible. So the one thing I agree with you on is that medicine tape that he said, medicine has done more harm than good. For sure, that was like out of line. And I think that was like super emotional, like Annalisa type stuff. But outside of that, there's nothing in his message that's actually changed. So what market changes have you seen in his ideology, you would say? Or what new things maybe he didn't espouse earlier that he does now would you say exists? Because I don't think that's I don't think that's a thing.
I think it's every time he opens his mouth on things related to politics, it's usually stupid. So he did a whole thing on climate change on Joe Rogan recently that was cringe as fuck. When he talks about like the trans issues, he's like super unhinged. The two like kind of quote unquote specials or whatever that he did on the Daily Wire, where he did that like hello woke moralists or this is blah woke, like is fucking cringe. Like just his ability to engage with political people that disagree with him is just compromised on another fucking level.
He flew and talked to a Muslim and like he engages with people that don't agree with him. No, so like the trans thing, there's lots of people that don't agree with trans ideology. That's not really unhinged. It's almost commonplace. We want to see a more like, left liberal world in the future, blah, blah, blah. But that's not unhinged, right? Like that's like, and he probably would have said all of these things about like the psychological difference between male and female and whether or not you can transition, blah, blah. He would have said all of these things before. Those topics just weren't forefront to our social culture, right?
I could be wrong, but I feel like he would have had. I feel like he would have had a better, more nuanced take on it in the past, rather than this really weird, like hyperbolic political framing that he gives to everything.
Did you see what he said about climate change?
Hello.
Hi.
Anna, we're not doing this for 10 hours today, but yeah, you're welcome to give a little bit of input. What's up? Also, hold on. New rule for the conversation today. You're not allowed to start any sentence off with like, I just think it's funny how blah, 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 because it derails the fuck out of everything. So go for it.
I love it when she does that. It's lit.
So I hate you too. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Is there a black woman on the line right now?
There is indeed. Yeah, Sophie.
Really?
Oh, hi, Sophie. What were you guys talking about?
We were just talking about what I just, as a black woman, what I agreed and disagreed with what you said. So I basically said that I genuinely agreed with most of what you said, but I believed that some of it was purposefully a bit disingenuous on the systemic side. But I see you have like an integral purpose of trying to build African American agency for family values, entrepreneurship, getting out of the hood, out of the projects, all that stuff.
Oh, okay. So you thought that not giving enough, or you felt I wasn't giving enough recognition to some of the systemic challenges that.
No, that's not what I said. I said that what you did was purposeful. Like you're purposefully not talking about the systemic stuff because we're always talking about systemic, right? Like, let's talk about something else. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to explain to them that, like, you're not trying to bullshit, the systemic, but it's like it's both. But like we need to talk about the other one just as much.
So you think that not ruminating about it is disingenuous?
No, I'm saying it's good for an integral purpose. Like it's
okay. So we're on the same page. We're on the same page.
Yeah, but I'm not on the same page on one thing, particularly. The mixed race stuff pissed me off so much. Like I was on board with you. I was doing my exercise. I was doing my weights, and as soon as she started like biracial people should not be in the community. They need their own. I was like, oh, hold on a minute, child. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I didn't say that they shouldn't be in the community. I said that a lot of biracial people have sort of an identity crisis, and I'm kind of proposing that they establish. I'm not actually talking about like geographically a physical community, but just establishing their own distinct identity separate from Black and white, because they historically have not felt connected to either. So I wasn't saying, exile them. My position was, biracial people are not Black or white. They're biracial, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's my position.
That's cool. I would just explain to you why that is just difficult for us, like in a psychological way. So it's like when you're
you're biracial?
Yeah. That's why I said partly. When you said I was another Black person, I was like partly, Anyway.
Is your mom white and your dad is Black?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, when you got a white mom and your dad's not there, you're gonna be in a.
Oh, your dad is absent?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
When you're going to be in a white space most of your life. I'm in a white school. Right. You're the Blackest person in the room, right? Everybody being racist to you. They think like I was in a singing competition and someone's like, "Yeah, you're only good because you're Black, because that's your Black genes." I was like, "Okay, child."
Hold on a second, Sophie. Sophie, 1 second. Steven, can you change my mic so that I don't have to? Like, can you tinker with something so that I don't have to put the phone to my ear?
No, that's all on your side. I can't help you with that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, if you want to put it on speaker, just click the thing. It's the thing I think in the top right. If you're on Discord, yeah, I think it's in the top right. You can just change it to speaker, so you don't have to hold it to your ear.
Yeah. So like you're in school, right? And you got an afro, and people are throwing Q-tips in your hair, like saying like, haha, you got an afro, that's funny. So you're thinking,
who's doing that? White people are doing that, right?
Yeah, white people. So now you're feeling like, I need to empower my Blackness. I need to love my Blackness. I need to get into Black community. Your dad's not there. It's like, how are you gonna do that? You're gonna find your own Black community. You're like, yes, I finally get to be Black. I don't have to be like the only Black person in the room. And then as soon as you get there, you're met with all this weird resentment for you existing. It's just like,
okay, so damn. Sophie, as someone who, I know a lot of people think that I'm biracial. I identify biracial as one Black parent, one white parent. I'm not biracial. So as someone, I don't identify with being biracial, and I don't identify with that plight, but I do understand it. I have a lot of family members who are biracial. But what I will say is, and this is sort of what I was saying the other day, not to like told you so to the chat, but it is difficult, specifically for children, like biracial children, boys and girls, who grow up without their father. So they don't have a point of reference to their Blackness, and they don't sort of develop an internal sense of self or pride in their Blackness, because they've never been taught, right? Like self-love is something that children have to be taught. And when you're biracial, it's a little bit more it can be more challenging, even more so if one parent is absent. So I can understand that. But on the perspective of Black people, and I guess some of the issues that they may have with that kind of the biracial plight, is that sometimes in Black spaces, people who are biracial sometimes will superimpose themselves into these spaces, but not having the experience, and not truly understanding the plight. Because I understand, yes, you are half Black and half white. I totally understand that. But there is still, and I get it too. Like I'm light skinned, so I understand. But there is a level of privilege, right? Like especially in the Black community, when you know that whiteness. I don't want to talk about this on a white person stream anymore, but But there's a black man up here?
I know exactly what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a black man.
I
Don't
am
worry,
a
you're
black
safe.
man.
Okay. I'm not.
What's his
What I
name?
would say is that, like, you see our
Gambit.
whiteness in the tunnel vision
his
of
name?
privilege.
Gambit is my name. And by the way, I disagree with. I don't know. I thought you joined because you heard some of the points that I disagreed with you on earlier, which I would love to talk to you about. But we're talking about this right now, so we should stay on this. But yes, I'm
I'm
black.
sorry. I only wanted to know if there was like, I don't feel like comfortable just having white people on the line. I just wanted to see if there was a black person.
We never get to talk about mixed race stuff in the black community because it's always like, girl, this is not a real problem. Like, we need to talk about police forums. The black women, the darker women have more problems with systemic racism, which is all true. But it's like, when do we get a platform? So
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
And
Hold on, Sophie. Don't you see the importance of creating your own space with other biracial people who can say, hey, I've experienced the same issues? Because dark-skinned women are going to experience the same issues as other dark-skinned women, and those are things that they have. Those are commonalities, right? And no, but I'm
address some things that are unfair within
but no, I understand that. I'm just saying that black women, they've cultivated, or they've created spaces for themselves now more than ever. Before, they didn't have a voice, and even now I would venture to say they don't have a voice, but they're trying to push through, and they are trying to have create space for themselves, and they did that by doing the work, by organizing and coming together. So I think that it would be beneficial for biracial people to sort of carve out their own space, because black women are not going to understand the plight of a biracial person. They simply will not. Just like you won't understand the plight of a dark-skinned person, and neither will I, right? So it's important. It's important. That dichotomy is important for black people to acknowledge and for biracial people to acknowledge. But ultimately, I think that sometimes in the black community, when you say dark-skinned girls, say, oh, girl, that's not really a problem, and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not going to say whether it's right or wrong, but that is how they feel, because that's not their experience, and you can't superimpose your experience onto them.
I can experience the racism too, but the thing is that I feel like you guys want us to be black when it's beneficial, and then like you be like, oh, no, y'all can be mixed when it's not. So like whenever we achieve something,
wait, real quick, let Sophie finish her. Yeah, okay, go, Sophie.
It's an achievement for black women as a whole when like a mixed race girl marries the Prince Harry. Like, this is black person, you're such a black person. And as soon as she's doing something crazy, it's like, look at her whiteness showing. Look at her whiteness. Like we're black when we're good, and then we're white when we're not. And it's just this is causing the identity crisis, because it's like,
okay, well, I wouldn't say
make your point even you don't, you know.
Sophie, I wouldn't say it's causing it. That's a bit of a reach, but I would say that it's definitely contributing to that issue. What I will say about I also disagree with that, and I've always been that way. I have always thought, why I don't understand it myself. I don't know why black people say, hey, you can come to the cookout. Oh, you're biracial. Like, I don't do the whole one drop rule, right? Like, to me, that's a white that's a colonial thing. Like, that's what white people
experience racism.
But I'm speaking to your points, right? I'm just saying, like, I agree that it is harmful for the black community to superimpose a black identity onto biracial people. I don't agree with that. I think that biracial people should have their own spaces, their own communities, and should be able to identify with their own plights and try to figure out a way to deal with some of the identity crisis that they are experiencing. So I will disagree.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I gotta ask a question. How would you feel? Wait. I gotta ask a question. Wait. Hold on. I'm super curious. I feel like that there are people that would be of a similar mind of you who would say that, I don't know if you're biracial or not. You say you're not, but just on the way you look, they would say that you can't be in those black spaces because your experience isn't going to be similar to a very dark-skinned black person's experience. Exactly. So how would you ever respond to them?
My response is, again, so you heard her experience as a biracial person. She had a white mom. She was in a lot of white spaces. So I think that people have more than one identities, even more than one racial identity. So growing up, yes, I was always the lightest in my family, but there was still blackness, and we still preserved our own little kind of subculture and ecosystem.
Yeah, but that's
So
going to
I
be
have
same
the
for her
identity-
as a biracial person, right?
Like, her dad wasn't there.
No, but
She
she
didn't
still
have
she still is in a black culture and is to some extent like preserving like parts of her.
No, the way she was not socialized in a black. She just said that she
Wait,
was
hold on.
in white neighborhoods and white schools.
It doesn't matter. That just because she's in white neighborhoods and white schools doesn't mean she's not treated as a black person. In those spaces, she might be ostracized even more.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I'm saying to you is the way that she was socialized in her home with her white mother. That is a part of that's a part of her. That's part of her identity.
Yeah, but part of your identity is also how other people treat you, right? And the way that you're welcomed or not welcomed in certain spaces.
Yeah, I think this is the question to ask, Annalicia. What difference in treatment to outsiders do you think you would get versus her? Because I don't think there's a concrete difference, right? I think the experience that she's going to have as a black person, or I don't know why you don't want to call her a black person. That's a little bit weird to me, but I don't want to get into that. But as a black person, the things that she would experience and that you would experience, there's lots of overlap. So why can't there be camaraderie on those overlaps? Why do they need to like go off and find their own space?
I don't like the way that you guys are framing this. Like there's always going to be camaraderie. I'm going to be that way with all groups of people. But my position is I don't identify as biracial. I don't have one white parent and one black parent.
It doesn't.
I don't.
Real quick.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't think you heard my question. I don't think you heard my question. Though.
I did.
My question was.
You're talking about the comparisons in terms of how she and I look. I know. I'm getting there.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you weren't talking about that.
Well, it's not really about how you look. It's about how you're treated because of how you look.
Right,
right?
and again.
By your profile picture, I have like coarser hair than you, so like it's like.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, okay. I'm glad she said this because I didn't want to say this. But just literally based on accents and appearance alone, I feel like you would be more accepted in white spaces than she would.
Yeah, but you would think that, and you would be wrong.
Hold on, I'm gonna be stronger. I know that's true. I know for a fact that's true.
Okay, white man, I'm sure you know that's true.
Okay.
You think that my hair is naturally?
Bro, you literally have like half the black people that have been in this call accuse you of being biracial, right? Do you not understand that? Like low tier God was in here and he hates black women and he's literally hitting on you the entire time. Like
you think that my hair is what you think my hair is naturally straight?
I don't care what it's naturally as, but you present yourself in a certain way and you're gonna be treated that way.
What? So because I straighten my hair, I'm white, or
I didn't say you're white. I'm saying that like for you to come in. Hold on.
Okay. Wait.
Just chill. That's because you talk forever. I'm just saying.
I haven't even been able to answer it
because you take forever to answer questions. Jesus.
Okay. Well, it doesn't help when you're cutting me off.
It doesn't help when you don't answer. Like you're.
So are you gonna let me answer now?
I don't know. Are you going to? Are you gonna let yourself answer?
Can I answer, white man?
That has nothing to do with me being white. Okay.
Okay, so then be quiet.
Oh my God.
This is so bad.
First of all, when it comes to blackness, there are levels to it. So you have skin color, you have hair texture, you have phenotype, you have nose, you have lips. There are levels to it. I'm sorry that nobody understands that, but there are absolutely levels to it. In terms of phenotype, I do not present as white. I don't have I don't have a small straight nose. I don't have thin lips. I don't have any bone structure that is typically what you see in white people. I don't have it. I do have light skin, and I acknowledge that there are privileges. I acknowledge that there are things that I will not be able to identify with. Even though I have sisters who are brown and dark skin, they have a separate identity. But in terms of having a collective identity as a family, we're still collectively black. But there are levels to this. Like if you just because you guys think that I present as white because I straighten my hair, you think like so any black.
Stop. Hold on. No. Okay. Stop. Hold on. Stop. Stop strawmanning us. Hold on. We're not saying that.
No, I'm not.
No. Stop. That what we said was in response to you saying to this woman who I haven't seen what she looks like, but just based on what she sounds like, okay? And she says she's darker skinned. I'm assuming that's true. Now maybe she's a white person with a crazy Nigerian accent. I don't fucking know. But it's not just about you. You're trying to say that because she has a white mom, this is her life experience, and we're pushing back and saying, well, hold on. There's a lot of things that factor into it. You can't now retreat to like, oh, well, it's a multifactorial thing. Oh, it's a multi-level thing. Oh, there's a lot into it. That's fine. If you agree, wait, no, let me finish. Okay, we agree that there is a multi-level thing. We all agree with it. But you can't come in and say, my mom and dad are this, and her mom and dad are that, therefore, because now you're the one presenting it as a one-dimensional thing, and that's not fair to her.
I didn't say it, she did. She said that she was treated differently. She was the one who said what her experience was. She said that in white spaces, she was not accepted, and it was very, this is her experience. I'm literally just repeating what she has been saying the entire time, that she didn't fit in with white people, and she didn't fit in with black people. I don't have that problem.
That has nothing to do with everything you.
Wait, chill. Like, and all. Whoa, we don't need another voice. Chill. I love you. Like, chill.
No, because you guys aren't threading the needle. No,
Wait, no.
Let me
You're
finish.
not threading the needle. None of you.
Let me finish.
I'm so sorry. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
She is talking about her identity, and if you don't think that her white mother has anything to do with her identity, if you don't think that her white
No
mother
one said
had
that.
anything to
Literally,
do-
no one in here said that.
Right, well, but that's the difference. That is the difference, and you're trivializing the impact that it's going to have on somebody who has one white parent and one black parent.
No one in here said that doesn't have an impact on her. No one said that. I don't know who you...
I'm saying that impact. I don't have the experience with the impact, so I don't care how people see me. I know what I am, and I know what my family is. I don't care how I present. Any black people who have straight hair doesn't always mean that they're mixed with white.
Okay, fair. Like,
if you're gonna-
I get
if
it.
you're
Like,
gonna-
if people know that I have a white parent, then they're gonna treat me different based on that knowledge. So, like,
No,
like,
you said that they treat you differently based on how you
so
look.
when I'm with my black friends, right, and we just joking and stuff. Let's say I make fun of what an auntie said. I'll be like, "Girl, can you really say that?" Like, they'll be like, "Yo, you can't really join in with this joke," sort of thing, because they know that I have a white mom, or like if I'm making a joke, and then they'll be like, "Okay, yellow person," like it'll be like that. It's just be like these like little jabs of like whiteness, like, yeah, you're not really part of us, sort of thing.
What do white people say to you?
Nigga.
Hmm?
Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah,
What
if
did
you're
you
black,
say?
you can say whatever you want, okay?
What did you say?
It's for your stream. I don't want you to lose out money or whatever.
No, you can. As long as you're black.
Sorry,
yeah.
what do white people say to you?
They'll call me a nigga. That's it.
Like your family or your friends? What?
Yeah, like, dude, you know when you're in a all white school and you're young as hell.
No,
like,
I don't know. I don't have that experience. I'm explaining to you. So when you were in that environment, it's funny. Like the N-word is funny when there's no black people around. When you're the only white girl, you're 4'11" and you're like insecure in your identity. Like they're gonna run that through you. You know what I mean? So like. So I think that
they call you that. So it's like
I understand that, but I think that the difference is I don't have that conflict. Like I don't have that internal conflict. I didn't have that experience, and I understand how I look. I understand how I look.
I'm trying to bridge that gap because we never get to talk about this stuff. Like,
you've never been.
You don't have the experience of white people calling the N-word ever. You've never dealt with racial. Wait, what?
Yeah. This is shocking to me.
What? Sorry, what?
You've never had the experience of white people like calling you racial slurs or being discriminatory?
Never.
Do you not?
Are you crazy?
Okay, that's the Canada life right there, I guess. Damn, good job.
Yeah, it is. It is different.
If that's the case, Anna, if that's the case, I would highly suggest you never talk about biracial spaces in the United States of America, because it sounds like you know less about that black experience than I do, and I'm white as fuck. Like I don't know why you would comment.
So I'm the only black person in Canada? Like shut the hell up.
No, but you're in Canadian culture, and if you're telling me that as a biracial Canadian, or I'm sorry, not a biracial, as a black,
my experience. My experience. Get another black woman from Canada and ask her what hers is.
Yeah, but you're talking about black. I'm sorry. When you talk about like black African American issues and shit, was everything? And you know what? I think everybody in this call right now will agree with you. Were you only talking about Canadian black families then? You want to rescind?
No, of course not. Was the data that I presented you, was it based in Canada?
Exactly. Then we're not talking about just what Canadian black women experience.
Exactly. You're talking about my experience.
No.
You can't relegate my experience to every black person in Canada.
It's not just your experience. You're talking about what all black people should be doing. You're talking about experiences.
No, I get. No, are you out of your fuck? All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I must just be fucking full on. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna hold on 1 second. I want to say something to Sophie. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So this is I think this is the problem. So in this could be a Canadian thing, but there are a lot of Caribbean people in Canada, and Caribbean people, just in terms of their makeup, can sometimes present differently. But also, it's a different mentality. Sometimes it's a different socialization. So maybe there are differences there. But Caribbean people are still black, but they still have a separate identity from Canadians that are not from Black Canadians that are not Caribbean. So there's a distinction to be made in any group or any subgroup, and that goes along with culture.
I hear you. But the thing is, I think this is primarily an American thing, because in my city, if you're black, you're black. Like, and I think that's because all black people where I'm from is like, we all come from different places. There's Nigerians, there's Ghanaians, there's Kenyans, there's Caribbeans. Like we have our own section, but like we don't have to make that distinction. So maybe it's an American thing.
No, wait. To be clear, in most places in America, black is the way that you're described.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
But hold on. But Canada's the same way. But you're asking me, has a white person ever called me nigga? Are you fucking crazy? The answer is no. But I have biracial family members. I have a lot of biracial friends, and they all have the same identity crisis, or a similar identity crisis, at least, that you have. I'm saying that there are more commonalities with you than they would have with me, because the way that they see the world is different from the way that I see the world.
Annalisa, wait. Hold on, wait, because I really want Annalisa to answer the question I asked. So, Annalisa, I think what you're focusing on right now is internal, the individual, and their experience and how they experience the world. The question that me and Destiny were asking you earlier is the exact opposite, though. How the world treats the individual. And what we were trying to say is the way that you would be treated and the way that Fenty would be treated are similar, because most of the world is going to look at y'all at black and they're going to oppress upon y'all the same stereotypes that they would any other black person. So
Sorry, what's your name again?
Gambit.
Gambit. Okay, go on. Sorry.
So when you say like you need to create these different spaces because of how you're treated and blah blah blah, that's kind of where we were trying to provide a little pushback, or trying to see if you accept our premise.
Okay, no, Gambit, I accept your premise, but I need you to try to understand that I understand the way that the world sees Sophie or me, and the way that we internalize it. It could be the same, but we may internalize it differently because of our experiences, because of our identities, and because of that sort of that internal sense of self, whether it's strong or whether it's a little bit weak and janky. So there are differences, and there are always levels to it. And I can appreciate the similarities that I do have with people who look biracial. I told you, my skin is light and my eyes are green. In my family, I stuck out like a sore thumb, and that was okay.
Can I ask a question on
identity? Hold on. There was still a collective identity with my black family, and that is probably why I grew up with such a strong sense of self, and I didn't struggle. I had the point of reference was my entire family. Like I didn't have to.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Okay, we got it. Listen. Okay, so here's the question. Okay, if you have a cultural experience with what you look like, it feels a little bit brutal to a biracial person to essentially tell them, sorry, because of your parents, you're not really allowed to be a part of this community, even though everybody on the outside is going to treat you that way.
I didn't say sorry, because I'm saying that if you're having an issue and you don't feel that you're accepted here, you don't feel that you're accepted there, and your parents didn't instill in you a sense of identity or a sense of self, why is it a bad thing to say, hey, you can create your own space, and you can empower yourself? Why is that bad?
Because nobody can do that.
Not many of us. There's really not that many of us. And the thing is,
there are
okay, listen. The thing is that we have the same problem with black men leaving our families, so we end up with our
white women get the same black man. Is that what you
said? She didn't say white women. Let her finish.
Did say it. He did.
The woman is gonna now move back to wherever she grew up or wherever.
Yeah,
she
no, I already said all of this.
She has no idea of how race is gonna affect her child, because she's
wow, Anna.
She's just going to, raise her as she knows best how to. She doesn't understand how racism works and stuff. So you're in an isolated situation. So it's like, how are we supposed to build a community when we are the only black person in our community?
No, okay, so when I say build a community, again,
other black people is online, and as a kid,
that's a community. Online, you can create communities online, Sophie. Sophie.
So these things are very new. Like,
no, I know. You guys are. I don't like what you're doing with my. I don't like what you're doing. You're bastardizing what I'm saying. I don't appreciate it. I didn't say that you need, not you specifically, I didn't say that you need to create a physical, geographical, tangible space. When I say create your own space, online, that's a space. Destiny's community,
I don't have time to be online.
People don't, people don't want to be in a community only online. Like, there's a difference between having like family and friends and community. Like,
hold on, wait a minute.
Bro, like the cookout is not a Discord server that people want to go to. Like,
okay, anyway, shut up. What I'm trying to say is, creating a space for yourself to be empowered doesn't have to be whatever you think I'm saying. It doesn't have to be that. It could literally be anything. And again, you're kind of saying it yourself. You're saying when the black man leaves, white mom goes back to the white community, and you're sort of you're really ingratiated into that culture. And that creates even more confusion. So you have to take into consideration the way that your environment is interacting with you and the way that you're interacting with your environment. And you have to maybe think about the way or the ramifications that that's going to have on your psyche and your identity and your
Okay. Hold on. Chill. Okay, you got to answer.
You don't have that. No, my point is, I don't have that. That's my point.
By the time I've moved to London and like I found my place, I've already internalized the stuff, and it's not a big deal. So like, there's no point in trying to make a community with it, because like, what is there to talk about? Like, just move on. Like, therapy.
That's not
I guess.
what I'm saying. I'm
like,
not just. I don't like that.
Let her finish.
I'm not dismissing.
Bro, let her finish. Holy shit.
You've been cutting people off. Shut up.
No, you cut. Dude, you talk. You take 20 minutes to say. Yeah, chill.
Right now. You're being so vitriolic right now. Like, just take a step back, because it's really not that deep for anybody, really. Like,
of course it's deep. This is
it's a little bit, but like, child, move on. Like, it's one.
When she say it's not that deep, she's saying we
like,
should be able to handle this
I don't wear my
conversation.
mixed races as a badge. It's just one part of me, but it's like something that I just feel we need to talk about. Like, but I'm 22. I'm not a baby. Like, we can move on.
22. Shit. Okay, you are
Anna, you came in here and you said to
Who's talking? First of all,
I am.
Lycan.
Yeah, your name is I am.
Yes, I am, and I am talking.
Hey, what's your name? I'm not. Don't address me if you're not going to like introduce
My name
yourself.
Is Lycan.
Who your name is.
My name is Lycan, and you came in
I
here.
recognize your voice. Oh
Yeah,
God,
good,
bandit,
good.
another bandit.
Good.
Wait, no, wait, what?
What did she say? I completely missed it.
I think she thinks you're
you're
black.
saying this a lot.
Am I
Anyway,
crazy?
Yeah, no.
You
You're
are. He
missing
is
a lot.
black. You got it, dude. You got it for this convo. Lycan, go for it.
Anna, you came in here and you said you need to create your own community. But what you have failed to do is to quantify the experiences that she doesn't experience that you, as a black woman, do. And if you can't do that, then you can't say...
I failed to quantify it? What?
Yes!
I said that I can't identify with it. I specifically said I can't because I'm not biracial. Are you a
What?
nut? Are you
No, you're not listening. You were saying that she needs to go create her own community. That mixed race people need to have their own community. Don't freak out. Just a yes or no. Is that accurate?
No, I didn't say that.
You
okay, let me relay what
fucking
you
liar.
said. Okay, so our experiences are slightly different, and that I cannot expect empathy from dark-skinned women the same way I should not expect empathy from my experience. Yes, our racism is the same, coming from systemic places, but they are different. So perhaps we should build our own space where we can sort that out and not involve darker-skinned women that might not get it.
Okay, so our...
what I'm saying is that that's not really an idealistic thing, because like, okay, you said on the online space, for one, girl, we're all at work, and for two,
so all right, okay,
not many of us
Sophie,
to kiki that about.
Sophie, you're 20. You're 22, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're young, and I understand that this is obviously it's difficult, and I know you can say, I'm older, it's not as bad, but it is. Even if you look at the research, it does leaves an imprint, right? Because it's the way that you were socialized in the environments that you were in, and that has an impact on the way you see yourself and the way that you see the world. I understand that. It's a proposal. I'm not telling you what to do. It's a proposal. I'm saying, hey, if you don't feel like you can identify with or you can feel resonated with in either of these communities, and you don't feel that you belong in equal measure to either of these communities, I'm proposing that you can create a space, and it exists in Canada. I'm going to be honest with you.
That does not just like solidify that, they didn't belong.
No. What I'm saying to you is, I made a proposal to you to say, hey, if you don't feel empowered by black women, or if you don't feel empowered by white women, or whatever it is, all I'm proposing is you create a space with biracial people.
One thing wrong with that is whenever we have tried to do that, we've been met with backlash from the black community. So a lot of there was a time in 2014 where mixed race people were big on being mixed race. We put it in our Instagram by hey, I'm mixed race, because it's quite a unique thing. when
It
you're
is a unique thing.
and
that's
no,
what I
I'm saying when you're
Let her finish.
In real life, when you're the only black person and you are experiencing that you're not fitting in anywhere, and you're like 12 years old starting an Instagram, you feel pretty like you want to find your people, right? So you're gonna wear it as a badge, like, hey, I'm mixed race. The same way LGBT LGTVs do that. I'm they them. Yeah, it may not be that unique, but they're trying to find their people, right? So when we do
I agree,
it,
and they should.
And when I'm saying when we do it, people tend to tell us like, "Oh, why are you trying to display your whiteness? Why are you trying to like everything?"
Right, and Sophie,
everything you do a problem because you see us through the lens of privilege only, and you only see our whiteness as a point of privilege, and you don't see how it literally destroys our life in some ways.
No, and Sophie, again, you and I agreed to that point, and all of my black people and my black friends, we don't do that specifically because we know that it can be damaging, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, to be honest. So you and I agreed where I said black people should not, and that's part of the reason that biracial people have this identity crisis in the first place, is feeling the need to either be more black or more white or less black or less white. It's that schism. That's what creates that sort of that confusing pathology. And I agreed with you. Black people should not superimpose biracial people into black spaces, into blackness, into the black experience. I think that biracial people have a very distinct experience in the world and the way that the world experiences them. And I think that they should be. I think that should be. That is okay. And that is why I'm proposing to you. A lot of people do it in Canada. I see a lot of spaces, especially now. I see a lot of communities on TikTok where they specifically talk about biracial children coming from the homes with a white mom and a black dad, and some of the psychological ramifications that it has. Like, I see this a lot. So I'm not saying, okay, spend your entire life looking for your community or looking for your tribe, but I am saying that it would behoove you, and I'm just proposing you can find to create a community like. You can't. No one's gonna make it for you, is what I'm saying. Like, no one's gonna come out because they don't understand.
I'm saying when you try and make it, it's a problem. It's a problem when we make it. It's a problem when we don't. We're always a problem because us existing is a point of resentment. So
I don't think that
it's black men, and like this is what it is. It's like why we even exist is because a white woman got chosen. You know, that's what it is. For me, I feel that's what it is.
Fenty, did I misunderstand you earlier when you came in? You said like your overall thesis is that when you experience the same issues that the black community experiences, they exclude you because you're mixed race, because you might have some privileges. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then, Anna, when you came in, you said, go create your own community, right?
I said
if you have that issue, go create your own community.
No, I just don't care enough to create a community. Like, it's really.
Well, no. But the whole point, if I'm understanding correctly, is not that you should have to, from your end, you shouldn't have to create a community. There should be the resolution within the black community that people of mixed race are also treated with the same injustices, systemic problems, prejudices, whatever.
They're not.
Then say it. Then that's what I was
in the United States.
Hold on, Stephen, I got this. Okay. That's what I was saying earlier. You have to, if you're going to say that, you have to then quantify it, or qualify it. Say they don't experience this, they don't experience that, and this is a problem.
So what you're saying, or Sophie, what you're saying is biracial people have the same racial adversities that black people have systemically and otherwise, and socially and culturally. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In some fashion, yes.
I was talking to Sophie.
Sure. I don't know. I don't really care. I know what was said. I was looking at chat. I can't lie. Because someone would say, I don't know. Like, I feel like we're in a circle now. Like, I'm over it. I feel like what we need to do is everyone needs to make money and stop talking about this bullshit. Like, it's really bullshit. Like, just if you make money, then you're not concerned about race anymore. Like,
that's not exactly how it works.
Honest, I just want to, like, it's really not that deep. Like, Anna, like, I feel like you're making it like a whole thing of like biracial people are a problem, and like we're really not.
You're saying it's a problem.
You said it was a problem, and I wanted to.
No, I said that the effect that it has on you when you're superimposed into one community or another. I said that that's detrimental. I didn't say that your existence is. What the fuck? Don't say that.
And I don't think you see what's going on.
You're the one that came on the stream and said, I have a problem with biracial people. They need to make their own community. So I came onto this stream to just make a point of actually.
I never said that. I said
Our whiteness as a point of privilege, and it's actually we experience different kinds of racism that you would never understand, and like we need to have some kind of voice and representation for that. You would never know what it's like to be rejected by your immediate grandfather and your cousins because of
your white ones.
Yes.
Right.
Girl, like,
and I wouldn't know. That's kind of the black community. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Sophie.
When we reach out to the black community, like, dude, like, my own family don't even like me because I'm black. He's like, girl, you're not black. It's like, bitch, where am I supposed to go?
Okay, so like, again, this is what I'm saying.
Talk about it because police reformed when no one cares about some mixed race girls' feelings. Like this,
I care. I think anybody with empathy, because anybody with empathy is gonna care. But Sophie, I don't want you to misunderstand me, and I don't want you to think that I'm saying it's not a big problem. Just go find other biracial people and cry. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is, you have a very your identity, and what that sort of creates, or the way that the world interacts with you, kind of creates a little bit of identity adversity, you could say, that I can't identify with fully, that no other person, unless they're biracial, can truly identify with.
Like, why does it have to come to identity? That's such a shallow thing. Like, I just think that's ridiculous.
But again, Sophie, there are different
assumptions about us because I have a white mom. They're not intrigued about it. It's like they're just not a part of. Like, I'm just saying that like we should. Like black, like. But again, Sophie,
there are different
community. Then nothing gets addressed because we're talking in an echo chamber, and the people who need to hear it are not hearing it. So
Sophie, remember, identity. I know that you think that identity is like superficial and shallow, but again,
just make money.
Right, but again, we have more than one identity. Like we're multifaceted and like 3-dimensional. We have more than one identity. So I'm not saying, oh, your identity is everything, but I'm saying that if it's caused you harm, psychological harm in any way, or if it's created an identity crisis, all I was proposing is you can, and I don't like it. It seems like you feel like it's not possible, and I can assure you it is possible. I'm just saying that there are spaces that you can either create if you don't think they exist. I'm telling you that they do exist, but if you feel like they don't, I'm saying that it's possible that you can create a space where you can have these conversations, and you won't be met with so much sort of like, well, I can't identify with that because it's not exactly my experience.
And I think what you're doing, you're telling the short person, hey, go create your own NBA. And what she's saying is nobody's going to watch that.
That is not comparable at all. That's exactly. That was terrible. Come on. You're smart.
Can you talk about something else? Oh my God, I'm so over it.
That's exactly what's happening.
Because it's just like, like nobody's gonna put the effort in to do that. It's just not. It's
an absurd complaint. Like the idea like go create your own culture is like one of the dumbest prescriptions I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know who the fuck.
Really?
Like,
how has culture historically been created?
Historically, it's been absorbed from your ancestors. That's how culture works.
And we don't all have the same ancestors. Is my point.
No, that's not your point. Your point is that you were saying.
That is my point. No. My point is communities, ethnicities, ethnic groups, they create their culture is my point.
Okay, you're wrong, okay? You don't create your own culture. You are constantly absorbing and recreating culture. Nobody invents their own fucking culture. You inherit it from the people around you, and sometimes it's instilled from the people around you. That's how it works.
Right. Okay.
Oh, cool. I'm glad we agree. Thank you. Cool.
So culture, okay.
Yeah, cool. I'm sorry, can you, what's one group of people that have just invented their own culture from nothing? I'm curious.
Would you say invented it from nothing?
Yeah, who invented their own culture?
I'm saying that ethnic groups, different lineages and
You're saying a whole lot of nothing right now. A whole lot of nothing right now.
No. Okay. All right, go fuck yourself then. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I don't give a fuck. You're a white man. What do you fucking understand?
True, exactly.
Wait, what?
Based. Yes, I am a white man. Yes.
White?
Yes. Hell yes.
Oh no, he understands the play. Oh, he understands.
You have to have some respect when you talk to people. Like,
wait, Anna, do you have a problem with white people? You think they can't understand?
No, but what I realize is coming in these spaces and having these conversations with white people is problematic. Like,
you're not. Hold on. Whoa. You're not having these conversations with white people, Anna. Most of your conversations have been with black people, and most of the people that have a problem with you in here are black people.
But you're talking. You're always talking.
I am talking right now because it's my fucking Discord. Of course I am.
So then don't say it's only black people people then.
I didn't say it was only black people. I said it was mainly black people, and most of them have a huge fucking problem with you. Okay?
I don't give a fuck.
That's great. Your biggest defenders have been me and another white woman. Okay? Perspective check. Perspective check. Okay?
That's true. That's
What's
true.
up? What's up?
That's true. That's true.
Hold on,
Actually,
I wanna say something to Gambit.
I distinctly remember her saying, "Steven, this is why I like you, Steven.
Oh my god, I was kidding.
Or laugh. Yeah, Blav in here defending you. Yeah.
No. You know what though? I think we're at a point now where it's time to stop being so charitable to Annalisa, because I think we're at a point now where she comes on. She comes on every day to yell at people, combative with every single person in these conversations. And at some point, I hope that Annalisa looks back at this period and realize you're the problem. The reason why you're fighting with black women, black men, Asian men, white men, and everybody in the online space, it's not them, it's you. You're the problem.
Okay,
and now I'm not done. And now you're coming here on Steven's platform to go talk about your issues, and then you're like, well, you're a fucking, then get the fuck off. Go do your platform.
What are you talking about?
You're such a loser. You're coming on a white man's platform to talk about black issues, and then you're yelling at the white man for being white. What kind of a dweeby fuck goes on someone else's podcast and complains about their race? Bitch, nobody asked you to join. You joined yourself. Go home.
And the same way that I joined, Steven can kick me at any time, right? But he's getting clicks and views, right?
Hold on, I'm trying to stop. Hold on. This was the clicks and views I'm supposed to get today are covering the midterms, okay? And Sophie came in here because she wanted to talk about things that was related to things.
Today.
Okay, well, I am talking about today because that's where I'm living, okay? I don't know if you can send messages in the fucking past, but I'm talking about today, okay?
I'm talking about the day that I got on.
I'm not talking about that day. No one else is, okay? Abba's not talking about that day. He's talking about today. I'm talking about today, and Sophie joined today. So we're talking about today, okay? Today, I'm talking about midterms. Sophie joined because I'm waiting for some other friends to join, and she wanted to talk about some things that you'd said, and then you showed up to argue about those things, okay? That's what's happened today.
So she wanted to talk about things that I said, and I came up here. First of all,
wait, okay, hold on. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Let Sophie talk. Let Sophie talk real quick, and then you can do your thing. Go.
Steven,
yeah.
Is it alright if you go buy Fenty for me? Because I don't know if I'm gonna say I've said something maybe like use against me. You know what I mean? I want people to figure out it's me. You know what I mean?
Fenty? What? You want me to call you Fenty?
Work. That's perfect. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, can we talk about something else? This is so boring.
Okay, so no, I want to address.
Wait, can I ask Anna some questions?
So boring. So boring. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, wait here, real quick. Okay, because I don't want to do this for 12 hours today, and that's going to turn out. So here's what I'm going to do. Anna. Wait, hold on.
I want to address Abba.
Yeah, wait. Anna can say her thing to Abba. And then that'll be that on that. Cherry is another, I think, mixed race, wonderful lady in here. She can ask a question or two of Anna. You can go back and forth for a minute or two, and then we're moving on from this because I want to do this for 12 fucking hours again today. Okay? So Anna,
I'll be back.
So Steven, you're just gonna use black people to make a bunch of money?
Yeah.
The last couple of days.
I am.
And use their plight.
Yep.
As a white man.
White people do it in the NBA. I do it on the DGG.
You're just gonna discard them like trash. Is that
exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. So, anyways, Abba.
I'm done with that joke. I don't really care about your little humor, so I'm going to get on to what I want to talk about because that's all that matters. Go ahead. Go ahead, Queen. So yes.
I'm not sure who I don't know who told you that I know that my conduct and my behavior when I come on these panels is 1,000% problematic. You think that I don't know?
Yeah, you're perpetuating degenerate culture. Congratulations.
Stop.
The debate won't stop unless you vote.
Be quiet. I have never sat up here acting like, oh, why is everyone being... I know why I'm getting this smoke back. If I can give it, I can get it. You think that I don't know that?
I just want you to appreciate it. You're the worst example for black people. I just want to appreciate it.
Okay, Abba,
you're degenerate culture. I just want you to know that. Yeah.
Are you done?
No. I just want you to say that. Since you're talking so much crap about how black men are perceived, you are degenerate culture. Yeah?
Are you done?
Carry on. Enjoy yourself.
Are you done?
Oh, okay. Good. He left. All right, he's gone. Okay, Cherry and Anna. Cherry has wanted to say something for a long time. Go, Cherry. What do you got?
Oh no! But hold on, Cherry. 1 second before you say that, I was saying something before Abba came in here.
You got 30 seconds, Anna. Go.
The issue that I have is when we have these conversations. So again, the reason that I even came on here is because I saw your thing on the Bald and the Burnt podcast.
The Fresh and Fit podcast. Yeah.
And I thought, okay,
stop calling people burnt.
I saw that and I said, you know what? this is someone who obviously has a level of understanding and awareness of what's happening. I kind of realized that he wasn't able to, he didn't understand the dichotomy. So I wanted to have a conversation with him about that. And then it's sort of, and now here we are. But that has also opened the floodgates to having conversations about 1,000,001 things in the Black
Okay,
community.
gotcha. You're done. Okay, Cherry, that was your 30 seconds. Cherry, you can't just ramble, bro. It's my shit. This is actually my platform. This is actually my platform, okay? I don't need you to give the same rant that you've given 25 times. You listen. No, hold on. For your purposes, for Anna.
And I'm done. I'm gonna go.
Okay, bye. Goodbye. Okay, I dragged her out. Okay. Fenty, what's up? What did you want to say? Cherry, I'm sorry. My bad.
I actually, the thing is, I feel like Trump is gonna run, and if he does, he's gonna win for real.
Yeah, I kind of have a similar feeling, but it's 2 years from now, so who knows?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the midterms are. I'm ignorant. Y'all talk about that. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Or wait, did you have a question or what?
No, I think I'm done. I'm just chilling.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know she was gonna come in again. She's like the fucking
I'll say
Batman.
maybe for what it's worth, I like white people.
Please don't stop. This dude, Fanatic's cutting this up right now. Okay, don't do it. Okay.
Oh, child, Fanatic, don't do me dirty, okay?
Okay. Well,
all I'm gonna say, if the midterms, y'all need to vote. Otherwise, I don't know. Steven, you take it. I don't know.
Yeah, vote. It's good. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, Funky. Hey, you're also new. Okay, Fenty, thanks a lot. I'm dragging you out. I appreciate your input. Okay. Bye. Funky, you were the other sub that I dragged in 2 hours ago. Go ahead. What's your sub question, real quick?
Yeah.
And then I need to get IRI and Ruminate in here.
Okay. Now I just wanted to get into quickly about 2 hours ago I wanted to get into it, but anyway, weathered that storm. About the sort of like the midterms that are coming up, and supposedly the Democrats are going to lose the House, which I think IRI was saying that will probably mean that there won't be any legislation passed for the next 2 years or so until the presidential election. But I saw you watch the Bill Maher monologue from the other night, where he was he painted a very scary, very dramatic picture over what will happen if Trump gets reelected. About the democracy basically disappearing and and all of that. And I mean, granted, it was a very dramatic sort of picture, but I mean, it's a scary picture, but possibly a little hint of truth to it.
More than a little. I think Trump represents a very real threat to the republic because he is a very fascist individual. He has absolutely no respect for the rule of law, which is one of the most important aspects of a functioning democracy. So I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that Trump represents a threat to our democracy. Of course not. I don't think so.
Yeah, but so my question is that if someone like DeSantis was to run against him for the Republican nomination and get it, do you think that he would be as big a threat as Trump would be to American
No, because I think
democracy
traditionally,
in the same way?
even if Republicans are a little bit fucky, I don't think Republicans traditionally didn't fight against rule of law as much. Trump is a very unique outlier in terms of he just has an open disdain for our democracy. And Republicans generally don't, even if they're a little fucky around the edges. But who knows? Maybe Trump has permanently changed the mentality in the Republican Party. It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, it seems like it's the Republican supporter base of the people have changed quite a lot, but the establishment.
Yeah, because now all the Trump fans in the Republican Party might demand Trump-like behavior. That's possible.
Yeah, exactly. That was basically what I was sort of getting at. But yeah, that's basically what I sat waiting for to ask you. But anyway, yeah, thanks. Bigger stuff, and yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, well, have fun. Good luck, buddy.
Cheers.
Do you mind if I say my piece?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, since she decides to run away like a fucking pussy. She makes a dig at the girl. As soon as she says that her father was black, mother white.
Yeah, she was constantly making little snide remarks and digs at her, yeah.
Yeah, so from the jump, she's obviously looking at her off and being racist already. And then implying that because the father left the house that she doesn't have a black experience.
Yeah.
But that's not how black experience works. And then she later has to acknowledge that while they are both light-skinned, and she might even be more light-skinned than Sophie, that Sophie is probably going to be pegged as being black more externally than she is.
Sure.
And the whole, like, a black father not being in the house is not something that we would use to justify why someone can't identify as black. You can be a black child who is abandoned by both parents and then adopted by like a family, let's say Asian or white or anything, and she would still accept them as black. So she's just being very picking and choosing here, and then saying to the girl to make your own space because you don't feel accepted here is very removing your own responsibility. You are not accepting her. Don't say if you feel like you're not accepted, make your own space. You have made her not accepted. You told her and you told other black people, her words is the black community needs to stop acknowledging their struggle as like that black experience. So don't make it on the biracial person as if like the feeling that they're getting is just coming from them. You are very, very much trying to ostracize them from the black community. Okay.
Sure.
Fuck you.
Jesus.
That was fun.
It's not fun.
No, it wasn't. That was fucking exhausting.
How's your day going, bud?
It was going pretty good until that conversation.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's fine. I got my W in the end. It's all good.
Did you? Okay.
That's all it's about. I did, yeah.
Good.
Like fucking homegirl backtracked, lied, pretended she didn't say that shit, but I threaded that fucking needle.
Good job.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Who you have coming on for political content?
IRI and I think I'm trying to get Ruminate and IRI to come in.
When are they supposed to show up?
Ruminate is any minute now. He said between 4 and 5, and it's 4:30. And then IRI, I think we're just waiting for the bat signal.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll leave you to it.
All
Bye,
right.
buddy.
I love you. Bye. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Jesus, be right back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Um. Wait, do reactors really produce more power when they're next to each other? Or was that a meme? Yes, they do. Do I really need multiple? Is this the nuclear reactor I need set up for every planet? That sounds like so much. I have to set this up on every... I can't just throw one nuclear reactor on every new planet. It's not like I need to set up like a million... Depends on the needs of that planet. 2x2 designs are the most UPS efficient. Okay, can you give me a copy paste for a 2x2 design? Hold on, let me get my food.
Steven? Hello? They didn't know. Steven? Are you here? Dolly? Oh, shit, my speaker. Steven. Hello?
What? Hello?
Hi, are you free right now?
Until people start joining, yeah. What's up?
Can you explain to me what Anna means by community? Like for biracial people at all?
No clue.
No? Okay, I'm trying to understand it. I've been the biracial conversations and that stuff has been making me think about some of my actions in life. You know how I look. You know, I look a little white passing. So I've noticed in my life I've tried to vibe with like a lot of more white communities, although my growing upness is very black. My mom always dated, even though my mom's white, she always even dated black men. So, still had black father figures. They weren't great people, but I had a lot of growing up in my life. And I noticed that that sense of I was really racist because my mom always dated these like crazy ass ghetto black dudes that were like they're very much a stereotype. And I remember like I was super self-hating until I was like 18 and I kind of got into like politics kind of through watching your stream and shit. And I noticed that like these chicks, I was dating a lot of chicks and I was like trying to almost like involve myself in like their family life so that way I could like uh get that sense of community because like you can't fucking find like I don't know she says this shit about like online communities or whatever but like
Yeah, it's not the same as like real life
yeah,
communities, right?
yeah, like you're not gonna get a fucking online grandma. Like I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna have this Nathan for you skit shit where I'm gonna have someone pretend to be like my Meemaw or some shit. And my mom's adopted, so I'm not gonna find some other person with an adopted mom that has no lineage there. And then my dad's a fucking bum, and they all think I'm like some child support baby, so they don't talk to me. So it's like I don't know how the fuck I'm ever gonna get that same sense of what like these Latina families or
Yeah, I don't know
fucking
why
whatever.
she said that. That's cringe as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because I've been thinking about that a lot, and I thought about like my dating preferences growing up, and I always got called like Hispanic, because I look more Hispanic than I do black or white, and I remember I was like super attracted to Hispanic chicks, and I would like fucking yeah, like I would try to like get involved with all their family shit. I remember I used to go to their place Thanksgiving, and it was really weird. Uh, yeah, it's just it's weird to see like kind of not having I guess a family or whatever.
Sure.
All the weird things that kind of come up from it. But
What
yeah,
is
okay.
what is this DID shit, Darius?
Uh, wait, can you mute?
Sure.
What you think?
Okay, you're unmuted. Okay, good luck.
You think it's a good idea, huh?
Sure, go for it. Okay.
It's worked so far. It's affiliate now. So I think it's gonna go okay. We'll see though. We'll see. It's nothing.
Okay. We're all cheering for you. Good luck.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Okay. Jesus. Who, what?
And how long will IRI be on? Do you know?
I don't know, as long as I want to be.
No, I mean, like, in how long?
Oh, whenever he gets here, I don't know.
No idea?
Nope.
Okay, well, rip schedule. Yeah, okay. I'll probably schedule the circumcision guy, Will Allen. He said that he wants to do it as well, so we'll probably do it some other time then when you don't have like people you're waiting for, just in case they come in like. 15.
Oh, we can try right now until IRI shows up if he wants.
Yeah, but IRI got cucked last time.
Well, if IRI's ready to go, I'll just kick this guy. I don't know when IRI's ready.
Okay, I mean we could try it now, and then we'll see how long we'll go for. Okay, I'm probably gonna get them to join one of the random VCs, and then you need to drag them in because they don't have perms for this room.
Okay.
But yeah, all right, I'll tell them what to do.
Gotcha.
Okay, there is a Will Allen in the off-topic VC. There we go.
Hello, Will.
Hello, Stephen Bonnell. How are you?
Pretty good. Okay. Hit me up. What's your strongest argument in favor of circumcision?
Hold on. I want you to hit me up first. Why do you believe in circumcision prohibition?
There's no real advantages for it, and it's basically the medical mutilation for aesthetic purposes of a child, and I don't generally approve of that kind of stuff.
There are no advantages to it?
Not ones that justify the mutilation of a child's genitals, no.
What would be a proper justification for the mutilation of a child's genitals?
I mean, they're compelling medical interests could be it.
Okay. Well, then why do a lot of health orgs recommend routine circumcision, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, to avoid STD and STI?
In sub-Saharan Africa specifically, it's recommended because the HIV rates are very, very high there, and having a foreskin leaves you more predisposed towards contracting HIV than anything else because of microtears that occur in the foreskin during sexual penetration. But in the Western world, we don't really deal with HIV rates, so it's not a very compelling reason to mutilate a child's genitals.
Sure, but okay, so you agree that there are some medical benefits to circumcision, even if it's in a third world country, right?
I already said there can be some, but that's why the qualifier I used was compelling. There need to be compelling medical benefits.
I don't. How do you quantify that? How do you?
Well,
quantify
we have to make
that?
So for instance, I could probably reduce the rates of breast cancer to almost zero if we did mandatory mastectomies of all breast tissues of all women. But that's not very compelling. Even though we could prevent breast cancer, we're probably not going to mutilate all children like that, right? So HIV rates are incredibly low in the Western world, and to some extent completely avoidable. And even if you have it, not necessarily even that big of a deal as long as you're on drugs. So mutilating every single male child's penis to avoid a very low infection rate of HIV, to avoid the negative impacts of AIDS.
Well, not just HIV. Obviously, there are numerous medical benefits to circumcision. So,
well, what else? What other medical benefit? Yeah, if you want to get off the HIV, then you can tell me some of the other medical benefits. Maybe I'm not aware of them.
Okay. Hold on. There's an infection that occurs mostly in 2 to 3 year olds, and they're uncircumcised. Uncircumcised 2 and 3 years. It's an infection of the foreskin. I'm trying to find the article on that.
What are the fatality rates of this? Or permanent disability rates of this? I've never heard of this in my entire life, and I have a son. I've never told about this, so I'm just curious. I've never heard this before.
It's balanitis.
Are you sure that's an infection of the foreskin and not the head of the glans penis?
Yeah, but I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, uncircumcised males are more likely to experience balanitis as the foreskin can harbor debris that causes infection.
Mm.
And it's mostly in young
So
children.
this is an infection of the it's an inflammation of the glands of the penis, and it can happen in uncircumcised males if you don't practice proper hygiene. Sure.
Right, for children. So do you expect like parents to like up their hygiene game rather than just like a simple procedure that doesn't affect anything?
Yeah, teaching your children basic hygiene is one of the most important
A
parts.
2-year-old?
For our children, for my child, I don't know if this makes you a pedophile or not, but when the child was young, you'd bathe them, right? You would help them clean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So how okay, so you think that a better prescription would be somehow encouraging all the shitty parents of the world to properly wash their children's dicks when they're 2, rather than a simple procedure that doesn't affect anything other than reducing rates of STI, STDs.
Okay, hold on, wait. Don't do the Gish Gallop thing, okay? We can go through every single one of those points, but don't just keep layering on dog shit arguments, okay? So we're focusing very clearly right now on this particular thing. I think that it is more reasonable to educate parents how to help their children clean their dicks than to just chop all their foreskins off. Yes.
Okay, what benefit? Okay. Why?
Why what?
Why? Why do you think that?
Why do I think we should teach parents how to help their children clean themselves?
No, why do you think that it's not more reasonable to have normalized a simple procedure over like
Because I don't believe in mutilating parts of children or cutting parts of their body off because parents don't want to help them clean themselves. Hygiene should be an important part of it. That should almost be like a requirement. Like every parent should be helping their children with hygiene.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I agree, right? But like you have to weigh the benefits and the negatives. So
okay, so
I think
a temporary infection, the balanitis or whatever, this is not a permanent infection. This is just a mild irritation. It happens. It comes and it goes. That's not a permanent condition you're left with.
No, it's not a permanent condition, but like, I think that you, or at the very least, it seems like you believe that there are more like medical benefits to being circumcised than there are not, right?
That's possible.
And your only contention,
but I'm not talking about there being more or less. I'm saying is there a compelling medical reason to do it? I'm sure there's a lot of body parts that theoretically, like maybe if we remove tonsils at birth, like you never have a tonsillitis, but that's not a compelling reason to mutilate somebody.
But it's not like it's okay. It's mutilation that is like a simple, like very quick procedure that doesn't affect them in any way.
It does affect you. It removes part of your body.
It removes a part of your body that's okay, but it's in Western society, or at the very least in America, right? There's not going to be an aesthetic. If we're talking about aesthetics, there's not going to be like an aesthetic backlash to you being circumcised. Nobody's going to be bullied for being circumcised, right?
That's not even a factor of my argument. Why would I care about that?
Well, I mean, what is the argument against like changing a part of a person's body?
There's not going to be a very compelling argument against it, but the default would be to leave a body intact, right? That's the default. You're the one that has to provide a compelling argument to cut the body part off. And because
you're the one that wants prohibition, right?
Yes.
So
I don't think you should be able to cut parts of children's bodies off because it makes them look better. Yes.
Not because it looks better. That's not the reason why circumcision is
it's
done,
not for
obviously.
health reasons. Well, here, I'm curious. So, and I haven't looked either of these numbers up, so either of us could be right or wrong. What do you think is more likely? The complications resulting from circumcision or serious cases of the balanitis shit?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's pretty important, isn't it? Like,
but the complication. Okay, but there's also higher risk of contracting sexual diseases when you're uncircumcised, right?
Okay, but all of that can be mitigated, and most sexual diseases aren't a big deal. So why would I care? That's still not an evidence for chopping off.
Yeah. Okay, but okay.
If you want to, so do we want to give it the balanitis and move on to the STD and STI? Because we can talk about that next if you want. We can talk about STDs and STIs if you want.
I'm saying that there is a plurality of reasons, infections, diseases.
No. You're doing the Gish Gallop, or when one reason.
I'm not Gish Galloping.
You are, because I want to talk about each reason at a time. You can't go and dance around 5 or 6 other reasons when all of them are bullshit. I want to focus on one at a time. So if you want to talk about STDs, we can talk about that. That's fine, but you can't keep dancing around. Okay, sure.
Let's stick to balanitis.
Yes. So you're telling me because some children might get temporary inflammation on the glands of their penis because some parents might do bad at hygiene, that those parents should just chop part of the penis off to avoid that complication?
Hold on.
while you're checking that, I think the thing where you're at the moment is that Will is pointing to the existence of certain medical benefits. You agree that there exist benefits. However, you don't think that they're significant enough to surpass the cost that comes with circumcision.
Mhm.
And I think what Will is trying to get you to get at is he wants you to flesh out what the costs are in a more direct way. Because at the moment, it seems like, okay, he's pointing out to all these like direct material specific like changes in risks of contracting different diseases and stuff. And on your side, it sounds like you're just saying, oh, mutilation, it's bad. So I think Will is looking for something a bit more specific there to kind of like balance out the scales, right?
Well, I don't think I have to provide anything. I think the default is you probably leave a person's body intact as much as possible, unless there are compelling reasons to cut off parts of that person's body. If we're looking for very niche or insignificant medical issues that occur with a person's body, I feel like I could probably justify the removal of other parts of the body as well, right? Like maybe earlobes, like I don't know if earlobes ever get infected, but maybe there's a chance that happens. Like, do we cut off all children's earlobes at birth because there's not like too much of a drawback to doing it? Like that just seems like an insane position to take. I would imagine the default is you respect the autonomy of the person's body and you don't make serious and dramatic and permanent changes to that person's body unless there's a compelling medical reason to do so. Especially given there's like 200 or 300 kids a year I think in the US die from circumcision.
No.
No what?
That's not true.
What is the number?
It's 0.
0 people die from circumcision every year?
From infant circumcision, yes. It's so exceedingly rare, the CDC doesn't even count it.
But people may get circumcisions from, I think that's one of the side effects from balanitis, how it could be the case that a circumcision is needed to be performed as a way to get rid of this infection. And those circumcisions, essentially, when they're older, seem to have a much higher failure rate and seem to be the ones responsible for the damages.
And balanitis can lead to long-term effects as well. Yes.
Any infection can lead to long-term effects.
Yes, true. But the adverse risk for infant circumcision is so exceedingly low.
Yeah, but the adverse risk for balanitis is exceedingly low, and it can be completely avoided by hygiene. Like,
I mean, we could look. It's really hard to find stuff on balanitis, but like we could look into this, and I would wager that like serious adverse effects from balanitis are more common than like per capita than like circumcision, because serious adverse effect is like 0.76 for 700 million circumcisions. It's like insane.
Okay, I'd still need like a compelling reason, and like temporary inflammation of the glans penis is not a compelling reason to cut a child's foreskin off.
Well, like I said, it can lead to long-term effects, long-term infection effects, right?
It's okay. Do you think that? Well, do you think that women's breasts should be removed at birth?
Probably not. No.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like women's breasts provide a utility, right?
I think you can remove breast tissue and still have like mammary glands and everything intact for breastfeeding.
I get the difference would be that like if you're like you see this happen, if you're like a woman and you have like huge scars on your chest, or you have expectations surrounding whether or not like women should have boobs on their bodies or whatever, there is like a social stigma against you looking in this way, so you will face some form of like negative social repercussions. Whereas the argument Will's making is that in America circumcision is so like normalized.
We can't just appeal to we can't appeal to social factors. That's so weird.
Well,
I feel like we're trying to make an ethically stronger argument.
Yeah. So I ask you. So let's say that there was let's say there's this little like a little needle you could put on somebody's, let's say some random region, let's say like on the outside of your thigh, when you get born, and this needle marginally, very very hyper marginally reduces your chance of contracting like certain diseases or whatever, but there's like a tiny little bump there that exists for the rest of your life. Would you be okay with that? I would presume yes, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially for Will, circumcision is more akin to that than it is to chopping off your boobs.
Well, but it's not. It's a dramatic change in the function of the penis between having a foreskin and not having a foreskin. That's a pretty dramatic...
The dramatic change.
What?
What's the dramatic change?
You're cutting off like a whole lump of skin that like impacts the function of your penis. What do you mean?
How does it impact the function of the penis?
Like for instance, it's hard for people without a foreskin to masturbate.
No, it's not.
Without lubricant? Yeah, it is.
I dry jerk it.
You might dry jerk it, but it's way harder for you than it is with somebody with a foreskin.
I mean, okay, yeah. There's natural lubricant inside of foreskin, right?
No, it's
But
not about there being natural lubricant. It's just the way that it moves.
Are you cut?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Shut up.
Hold on. Stop. I'm bisexual. I've been with guys that are cut, and I've been with guys that are uncut. Jerking off a cut dick is really fucking hard. You're trying to not hurt somebody. You're trying to make sure that it's lubricated enough to move your hand up and down. It's very difficult. But with an uncut guy, you grab it and you just go up and down. And
it. Been with.
Okay.
As long as their dick is not like 2 inches long, you can jerk their dick off exactly the same.
You need lubrication to do it, though.
No, you don't.
Okay, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Yeah, exactly. You need lubrication to do it, but I don't know what else to.
If you do use lubrication, it's not like it's a serious enough downside for it to outweigh the benefits. Okay. Either way.
Yeah, I don't know what else you want to. I haven't heard a compelling medical argument yet to like lop off part of a child's dick yet.
I would just say that it's worth it not to prohibit it. That's the only argument I'm trying to make is anti-prohibition.
Okay, I'm pro-prohibition because I don't think we should violate a person's autonomy such that we're cutting off parts of their body without a compelling reason given, and I haven't heard a compelling reason yet.
I don't actually care if my autonomy is violated and the only effects it has on me are like extremely positive and it has no negative downsides to me. Then like what's the point of caring about bodily autonomy in that instance?
Okay, if you don't care about bodily autonomy, that's fine. But then you just start with that. What if I could show you that there were some benefits to female circumcision? Like
there aren't.
What if there were?
Like if there were, and it was like socially acceptable, and that like there wouldn't be any stigma around it, like at least like not to the degree like that it has now.
So what about like, for instance, like what if I don't know if this is the case, but what if like labiaplasty for every young girl made it so that the vagina was more clean and you were less likely to get like UTIs or yeast infections? Do you think that every single young girl should have like some form of like labiaplasty or clitoral hood trimming or anything done like that?
If it didn't reduce pleasure, if it was socially acceptable.
Well, hold on. Are we doing reduced pleasure now?
Well, yeah.
You don't think that there's going to be a difference in sensation between like a cut versus an uncut penis?
Yeah, yeah, because every single systemic analysis systemic review and meta-analysis I've seen on this has shown that that's not the case.
How can you? Do you have a dick, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the head of your dick. Are you circumcised?
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably not that sensitive compared to a guy that is uncut. No.
It doesn't seem that way.
Can you? So I'm curious. Maybe different people have different levels of sensitivities, but for people that are uncut, can you walk around all day, pull your foreskin all the way back, and have your head just like going around in your underwear and shit? Does that feel comfortable for you? Is that uncomfortable? I'm curious for other uncut bros out there because that's uncomfortable for me.
I mean, it might be uncomfortable. Like, it might be uncomfortable because you've been adjusted to having the foreskin around you.
Exactly, but it's uncomfortable because it's really sensitive. That would be unsensitive, right?
But it's not uncomfortable for cut people because we've had it our entire life.
Yes, because your dick smashes around so much and the skin keratinizes and hardens that you lose some of the sensitivity there.
Okay, hold on. Is there any evidence that like your skin is getting like fucking roughed up? By being in underwear?
I've been with like 6 dudes before, so I could be wrong. But when I see like a cut head dick versus an uncut one, yeah, it seems like there's a big difference. Like cut head dick is like, it's dry and it's like the skin is harder and it's tougher. Whereas an uncut is like pink and fresh and not like fucked up. This is like I might be fucking biased and I've only seen a few dicks. But yeah, it does seem to be like a significant difference. But I could be wrong and I don't mean to like, I'm not trying to shit on people cut. I think every dick works fine. But like, yeah, I think there's a big difference.
There's some data on this that exists. So from what I can see, I have one Men's Health article. They're talking about circumcision as a whole. They say that there is the same level of sexual pleasure.
Hold on. Hold on. No, hold on. We can't. This is like this is an autism study thing. I don't know how you would quote unquote study like sexual pleasure. There's going to be a lot of weird variables here. But I'm just asking. I hate to appeal to common sense. Yeah. But if I talk to, I think most uncut guys, and it seems like everyone in the chat was saying this, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm extra sensitive. If I were to pull back my foreskin and walk around with the head head of my dick like bumping around in my underwear and shit, it would be very uncomfortable for me. It's very sensitive. If your dick is not feeling that,
I agree. I'm also non-circumcised.
Okay,
I agree with you.
So that's uncomfortable. That shows me that there's a lot more sensitivity there. Now, it might be the case that like if you've got there are other parts of your dick that can be sensitive, of course, right? And you can still get off and it can come and have orgasms and all that as a guy who's cut. But to say that like, wow, there's a study that shows that the level of sensitivity is exact, I don't know if that's true.
So I can tell you. So there are ones that exist that kind of seem to describe more the experience you and I would probably have if we were like circumcised now. So there's one that studies, it's called The Effect of Male Circumcision on Sexuality, and it finds that there is a decrease in masturbatory pleasure and sexual enjoyment after circumcision, but the type of circumcision they're talking about is adult circumcision. So it seems to be that I haven't found anything for child circumcision and like the way that would.
Well, sure, but how can you possibly prepare? We're not asking like a 2-day-old child like if they're getting more or less sexual. Right, we can't do those.
No,
things, right?
the way they do it is I assume the way they do it is they like calculate exactly how long it takes to orgasm and whatnot, and then they like cross reference that with like cut people and uncut people, and I assume that. But I don't exactly know how those studies work though.
Okay. Any other arguments?
No, I just think personally there's enough health benefits to compel me to say that it shouldn't be prohibited.
Gotcha. And the health benefits were, one was HIV, which is irrelevant in the Western world. The second one was a temporary inflammation of the glans penis. If you
that can lead to permanent damage. Yeah.
Any infection can lead to permanent damage. What are the
exactly?
Okay, statistically, what are the chances of balanitis leading to permanent damage?
I don't know. I can't find any data on it.
Okay, probably because it's incredibly fucking rare. So we've got a temporary inflammation of the glans penis with bad hygiene, with exceptionally bad hygiene. And then the other thing was what? Possibly higher rates of STIs or STDs, which you can still contract, by the way, if you're cut, and which can all be cured with antibiotics generally, so...
Yeah, it reduces infections and sexual diseases. That's
well, but you can still get them, right? Like my guess is going to be like my guess is going to be that when you look at like chlamydia and gonorrhea, or at least for chlamydia, your contraction rate is probably still around 40 or 50%, whether you're cut or uncut. No. And then for like long-term ones like herpes, I don't know if your dick matters at all for herpes, because I think
I don't know about herpes, but I know that for like syphilis for syphilis, I think it's like a 10-point difference.
Okay, so what is the difference from what to what?
I don't know. I can't remember. Hold on. Let me look at my studies.
It seems like the main difference here is that that Will values the marginal improvements in like risk for certain diseases over what Destiny's talking about, which seems to be the changes to to sexuality and the way that you have sexual interactions when you're circumcised versus not. And
well, no, it's just like if a child wants to make that decision when they grow up, I think they should have the right to make that decision. But forcing that on a child is insane.
The argument then from Will would be that there's so many more complications as an adult, but then you would say that, okay, yeah, but this time you're like fully consenting to them because you were able to do so as an adult. Personally, I am agnostic on this issue, but that's what it seems to boil down to between the two of you.
It said, this study says that circumcision decreases human immunodeficiency virus acquisition by 53 to 60%, herpes simplex virus 2 acquisition by 28 to 34%, and human papillomavirus
HPV, yeah.
HPV by 32 to 35%. So they're pretty significant differences.
Well, so a decrease of like 30% means that it might go from like 5 out of 100 to like 3.5 out of 100. Like we can talk about relative risk reduction, but like for absolute risk, we're probably not saving very much here, right? Depending on like the type of site you're talking about. And I just like, again, like these are all things that have other ways of dealing with them. Why would we do amputation as like the primary way to ward these off? Like, oh, I don't want to get this STD, I'm going to cut part of my dick off, when there are like other ways to avoid those types of STDs. And also, are these stats all from Africa, where the STD environments are a lot different?
Not all of them, no. Some of them are from North America.
So I don't know if you're willing to have them on, Destiny, but Dr. Avi is in he's in the one of the same voice channel you dragged in Will from, and he says he has some like specifically like medical stuff to add to this.
In what room?
He's an off topic.
Okay, he has notable. He can join whenever he wants.
Oh, he says apparently he can't.
I just gave it to him.
Either way. Avi, you there? You're muted, by the way.
Oh, hey, what's up? One moment. Okay. So, couple things from both sides. I just thought I'd just add a little bit of checking here. So, the balanitis thing, the complication rate is very low for balanitis. I know you said that already, Destiny. In almost all cases, it resolves, and it resolves without any sequelae, and it's very easy to treat. On the other side, the rate, the difference in one thing that was mentioned is that there's keratinization of the glands of the penis after circumcision. We used to think that. That's been called into question. There's data that has looked at autopsies of males that have been circumcised and uncircumcised, and they actually haven't found any difference in the keratinization of the glands of the penis. As far as
what's up, Ruminate? Sorry, go ahead.
What's up?
I was saying I Ruminate joined us here for midterm stuff. When we finish our circumcision conversation.
Oh, okay. We should.
No, please. You had me. That was like the bat signal. It
No.
was like
Let Abby finish. Let Abby finish his shit. Go.
Oh fuck. I'm sorry, Chen.
As far as the sensitivity goes, there's not really a clear answer to that question. There's some studies that have suggested there's a difference in sensitivity, some other studies that have suggested there is no difference in sensitivity. There are some other considerations, of course. So, for example, how the partner feels. Some partners prefer having the foreskin there because there's less friction in some cases. But as far as the benefits go, you're mentioning relative risks. You want to put that in context of absolute risk for all of the things you mentioned. And yes, there are medical benefits of circumcision, including, as you mentioned, decreased rate of HIV. But of course, the consideration there is going to be that the absolute risk that ends up being reduced is going to vary very widely depending on the frequency. Same thing with HPV and Iris HPV infections, because in an area where people are getting HPV vaccinations.
Yeah. Does HPV even do anything to men besides warts? Do you know?
Yeah, so it does. So HPV does do so warts is one, but you can also get verrucous carcinomas. You can get squamous cell carcinomas.
How common is that? Because I feel like when people talk about HPV, it's almost always through the lens of like cervical cancer for women.
Yeah. The main concern is cervical cancer for women, and that's from repeat infections. So it's not that common. Most HPV infections in men will result in nothing,
Okay.
and when they do, they usually result in warts.
Sure.
And in the rarer cases, they could result in things like verrucous carcinomas or squamous cell carcinomas. But even those cases, it's and look, it's nothing. That's fine. It's nothing that needs to be treated. But the reduction is going to be in the context of, well, how likely am I going to get that in the first place? And yes, across the board, there's going to be various different sexually transmitted infections that have a reduced risk of transmission. So it's not just the benefit. So if I were to steel man this argument, it's not just going to be HIV. It's not just going to be HPV. It's not just going to be balanitis. It's also like the risk of actually getting phimosis, which you treat with circumcision in some cases, is lower. The risk of other sexually transmitted infections, like trichomonas.
Things like trichomonas and like syphilis, these are like pretty rare overall, right? Like aren't gonorrhea and chlamydia generally the main ones? And then I guess
gonorrhea and chlamydia are going to be more likely. Sure. Trichomonas has about 1% for patients affected.
And this is gonna, and even for the more common ones, this is like you're one shot away from like being done with these. Like I don't know if it justifies.
Yeah, they're easily treated, and they have the other thing to add on. If I'm really trying to steel man it is you also have to factor in the benefits to the people that these men are sleeping with. So it's not just the benefit to themselves. It's also, you treated them. That's great. But what's the outcomes of them having sex with all those other people versus if they were circumcised versus not circumcised? That's going to be, those are going to all go down across the board as well. Now, that still might not justify taking a part of someone's body away. You have to put that in the context of the risk. Now, one thing that was said correctly is the risk of death is very rare. Some risks were not acknowledged. So let's go through those. So local infections have a risk of about 0.06. The need for a repeat surgery is 0.03, and meatal stenosis, which is a complication where the opening of the penis that urinates, it has a stricture. That's less than 0.1%. And partial loss of the penis is another risk, but that's also pretty rare. So there are some risks for this.
Gotcha.
But anyway, I see you guys want to get to politics, but
yes,
the ultimate thing here is you need to make a case why all of these benefits not only outweigh the risk, but also outweigh like someone's conception of their right to make an informed decision over whether they have this part of the body.
Right, which is impossible to quantify. But yeah, okay. Thank you.
I don't know if we do want to get to politics. I mean, I don't want to be
we do. We want to get to politics. We're all out. Okay, done.
That was a good
politics
pun.
time.
Whatever. Nobody appreciates my humor.
Wait, say it again.
Well, I said I don't want to be a dick.
Oh, okay.
All right, whatever. That's fine. I guess we'll go to politics.
Good. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Good luck with the stream.
Be careful, babe.
Bye-bye.
So, do we even want to get into how that tangent happened? Because I was not able to.
Oh, you've missed so much. Don't worry about it. We just do things on the Destiny stream. It's wild out here.
It's just a house of chaos.
Do you have the needle up? We live and die by the needle.
I do not. Not yet. I'm still trying to get my shit together. Normally, I'm off work at 4, but my boss, I guess, he sensed that this was a really big day for a politics geek, and he was like, let's have back-to-back meetings and milk every second out of it. So
Gotcha. Have you ever met, do you know IRI? Do you guys know each other or not at all?
I am familiar with him. He and I have never interacted, but I like him. Big fan. And I thought I saw Rose Wrist in here on your icon.
Rose is go, but he's a sweet cuck, so fuck that guy.
Well, Rose, man, nice to see you or meet you. I thought you retired.
You thought?
Yo.
Wait, you thought who retired?
Rose Wrist.
Oh, no, he's gone. It's just you, me, and IRI.
Oh, he dipped?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Rose dipped after the penis conversation? He
Yeah.
didn't stick around for politics?
That's all he was here for. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, what's up, IRI? Big fan of you, too. Nice to meet you.
Hey, man. Nice to meet you. I caught the tail end of that conversation. Something about
you didn't miss anything.
circumcision. Interesting.
Yeah.
You talk
I
about
think
black
it's
women's
fascinating.
issues and circumcision. Interesting.
You know, that's what we do here. We just go all over the board, you know?
Hell yeah.
Well, how are we feeling today?
Well,
Not
listen,
good.
I saw you're going on Lauren Chen's show. You're going to be the token libtard. So
Yeah,
I
and I'm gonna
figured
try not to
maybe
lose
we
my
could help
fucking
get
mind.
You prepped.
I already lost my fucking mind earlier today. I can't deal with the Trumples. Like I can do like when it's not time for voting, like I can usually be chill and nice and like try to be an understanding person and blah 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 blah. But like when it comes time to actually cast the vote, I really do think like the Trumple people are like one of the biggest threats that America's faced in my lifetime. I think. I don't think we've ever had like so much a cancer from within with the desire to like destroy the republic as we have had in my lifetime at least. And it's crazy to me that to them, like on one end, it's like, okay, sure, maybe Trump is anti-democratic, but like, aren't Democrats talking about transing your children? Didn't you see that one article on Vox? And it's like, Jesus fuck, like kill me, holy shit.
Well, you know what's interesting? The transing issue. So, like, one of the things that frustrates me, and I can't speak obviously for IRI, but I can't imagine that he would feel any differently, is it seems like Democrat advocates in the media, even like on social media, so like Midas Touch is a great example, we're so slow to the game to hit Republicans on the fact that, like, if you look at it, there are like 1,000 documented cases, probably more, of registered Republicans who have either been credibly charged.
Oh, voter fraud?
Say what?
Are we doing the voter fraud thing?
No, well, no,
Okay,
actually, well,
okay.
that's a separate thing. But I mean, like, of sex crimes, right? And like, you know, indecent acts against children. Like, you had that GOP candidate who had to, you know, drop out of the race because the cops caught him masturbating near a preschool. You know, for every one instance you have of a Democrat doing that, you probably have like 5 to 10 of a Republican. So like that hashtag GOP groomers thing, like that finally came along. But I don't know. It kills me that it took that long.
Well, I mean, this is starting to get pretty serious with the trans stuff. In Florida, the governing board that determines what doctors can do, this is like unelected people, has decided that no kids can get on puberty blockers or hormone therapy moving forward. If you're on it already, you can continue on it.
Like, that was like a month or two ago, right? When the board passed that?
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It's in Florida. So that's really messing with people's lives, you know. So this is starting to get pretty serious now with the trans issue. But then we have other good news where, like in the state of Utah, where the governor vetoed a bill that was sent to him by the legislature that would have banned trans kids from sports in high schools. And he's like, this isn't right. This is just bullying like 5 kids who just want to be a part of something. So it's
I think Asa Hutchinson did too, right? Governor Hutchinson in Arkansas, and then they overrode his veto with the GOP supermajority. Do I have that right?
I don't recall that, but it sounds right.
Because I think that was the Attorney General of Arkansas, or maybe it was Alabama, it was one of those states that start with an A, was the one that Jon Stewart humiliated because of the quote-unquote trans affirmative care ban bill. Oh, God,
the lady that was on
a
his
pretty
show.
Sure. Yeah. Let me see.
Listen, if I turn on my camera, is this going to be the bat signal for the Orbiter Voltron to form? Or
It
what?
might be. Ruminate, get it on, baby.
God.
Get it on, baby. All right, let me see here.
Listen, I'm just trying to raise my profile here, dude.
Good.
Not trying to get a Royal Rumble going.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. But listen, what are you expecting tonight in this show? Because I feel like this is the best use of our time here is to help you get prepared for the slugfest you're going into tonight. Are you any topics you want to brush up on or anything like that, or what?
I mean, I no, not like I feel like it's
you kick their asses.
No, hold on. Sorry, Jesus, I got so triggered today. I don't know what Republicans stand for anymore.
Okay.
I don't know what I don't know what they're like. Economically, it seems like they have nothing. And then it's all like these weird, esoteric, fucking culture wars topics about like Elon Musk owning Twitter and trans 4-year-olds. That's what it feels like Republicans are obsessed with. And then something inflation. I don't know what their plans are or anything, but yeah, you can tell me. What do you think?
Yeah, they're going to tell you that crime is out of control and that's all Biden's fault, which you can push back by saying, listen, we are trying to address crime with gun reform, trying to bring down gun violence. We're the ones who got gun reform on a national level for the first time in 30 years. $750 million going to support red flag laws in states, things like that. And then they're also going to pound you on inflation and say it's Biden's fault. And you can say to them, you know, it's a worldwide problem and show me how Biden has contributed to this. And there's conservative governments like the United Kingdom that have 10% inflation doing way worse.
3 back-to-back conservative PMs, to his point. So you had Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, and now Rishi Sunak, and they're 2 percentage points higher, and also a G7 advanced economy. So,
yeah,
what do you think?
This is what GOP wants to do.
People are going to bring up things like Biden should allow us to drill on like federal lands or whatever. Have you ever heard this talking point before?
Yeah, but he granted I think they're sitting on 9,000 federally approved permits, which is like 12 million acres. And that's federal land, right? So if I understand, and again, IRI, correct me here, but public land, which is the land that the federal government controls, that's actually the smallest amount. Like that's most of the property, most of the land mass in the United States is controlled either by states or private citizens. And so public land is like the smallest pot. And Biden has granted them, between Biden and Trump, 12 million acres and like 9 million just offshore acres. So
are they drilling on it?
That's a lot. Say what?
Are they drilling on it?
No, that's the problem. So they made the bid, they got the lease, and then the final step was the permit process. And for the permit process, you got to like fill out like a survey. So like these oil companies, like they are not only bidding on the land, but they have to do all the homework to find out whether or not the land is producible. And so they do all this effort, they fill out the application, they pay a $10,000 fee. The permits are then granted or rejected by the federal government. And then, as far as the government's concerned, you can drill. But these companies are choosing not to because they're reinvesting their, windfall profits back into, the payouts and buybacks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're going to tell you, Destiny, that Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, and that's the
that
reason
was dead.
why
That was dead under Obama. I'm pretty sure the Keystone XL pipeline was done under Obama, wasn't it? Before Trump even came in office.
Yeah,
Hang on, one of your
years.
I'm sorry, one of your chatters, real quick. I'm so sorry, this triggers the fuck out of me. So one of your chatters says they aren't drilling because they don't expect oil to be a worthy long-term investment. No, we have the transcripts from the C-suite on BP, Exxon, Chevron, and they're flat out saying instead of investing in oil and additional production, they're simply reinvesting those funds elsewhere for their shareholders. Like, that's it. Nowhere has it been said that, hey, we think oil is going the way of the dodo, so we're choosing.
Well, no, wait, real quick.
Low.
From an economic point of view, that's the same thing. Because basically you've got two things that you can do with money in your business. You can either spend that money as part of your business to make more money, or you can say, oof, I don't know if investing in my business right now is the best idea because they think the future of oil is not that great. So instead they spend the money elsewhere, or they return it to shareholders in the form of buybacks.
See, I was under the impression that the reason they weren't doing that was because they do not want to increase the oil supply, which would lower the price at the pump, right? Like, I thought that was their incentive.
A little bit, but you got to keep in mind that, like, if there are competing market forces, other people would simply do that. But I believe the reason why they're not is because I think there's a lot of uncertainty right now in international markets about the long-term profitability of oil. And if they pump up right now, if they jack up like all the drilling and everything, and they drive the price of gas really fucking far down, then the worry is that, like, come 6 months from now, oil profitability is going to be fucking destroyed. They're not going to recoup their investments on all the new pumps and everything, and then their company is going to be in dire straits. And also,
then that's where they're going. Then that's where they're going to hit you on with Biden, then, because
that Biden should force them to do it.
Well, no, during the campaign, Biden was signaling that he was going to try to oversee this massive transition towards green and renewable energy. So then they're going to say, okay, if the reason oil companies are not producing is because it's a futures-based market and they don't want to assume the risk, then Biden does share some culpability because he was scaring the hell out of them on the campaign trail.
Yeah, but I feel like the issue is that, like, just worldwide, like, people are, whether Republicans want to, pearl clutch or not, people are going to transition to green energy. China's made huge investments in green energy, and it's not like they're doing it because they want to be fucking, they don't want to get brownie points at their Chipotles or something, Like, China's doing it because people see that probably is the future of energy, But here's just a quick question. Real quick, and then you go. I have a question for you guys, because I've been looking at cost of gas down here in Florida. It seems like it's largely going back to where it was before. I think I saw $2.97 per gallon here in Florida. Yeah. Is it that much higher than it was a year ago, or?
It's definitely gone down quite a bit. That's why people aren't talking about it as much. But you can just tell them we are on pace to set a record for oil production next year, blowing even what Trump said. And we are energy independent. They'll talk about we need to be energy independent. We technically are, by the definition, producing more than we consume. But you're right. The long-term strategy is not to invest billions of dollars in new wells. They're sitting on the leases. They'll tell you that it's a little more complicated, as Ruminate said, which is true. You need to get like air permits and water permits and all that. Takes time. Mm-hmm. But for them, it's not worth it to drill on something that's going to be gone in a couple decades. Why would they invest their energy in that? But to really become energy independent, to get off, to stop having to mess around with these foreign countries, we should be investing in solar and wind and nuclear, on and on. So that's why Biden is putting so much money into that. You could bring up the $370 billion, the Inflation Reduction Act that Biden's investing to make us truly independent and not have to deal with these crazy countries like Saudi Arabia ever again. And there was money for nuclear in that Inflation Reduction Act. So
can you, real quick, in the Inflation Reduction Act, sell me this. Go.
Mm-hmm. Well, $370 billion to fight, combat climate change is the biggest investment ever, and it makes the United States a leader in going green. That's a huge part of it. You've got the Medicare reduction, cost of Medicare by capping the price at $2,000 per year. Some people are paying $3,000. Some people are paying even more than that per year. So you're talking like $1,000 for a senior per year. That's a lot of money. That's another trip to Vegas to have a good time with the old ladies,
Okay.
Also, Medicare is going to be able to negotiate drug prices
for the first
time, a limited set of drugs. But yeah, I think that's pretty a big deal. That's how we're bringing down the
but
cost
I'm curious,
for people. They'll tell you.
How is that fighting inflation, though?
Well, because, I mean, if you cap the cost for people at $2,000 per year, then obviously they're going to be able to save some money. They'll tell you, yeah, that's not going to happen for a while. They're like, okay, well, these things take time. As far as negotiating the price of drugs, well, that's going to bring down the cost, capping the cost of insulin at $35. So this is putting money in people's pockets. The other big thing you can bring up, outside of the Inflation Reduction Act for combating inflation is the forgiving us student loans. If they would stop suing us and allow that to go through, you're talking a couple $100 for some people. That's a big deal.
Okay.
Per month, a couple $100 per month.
Gotcha. Anything else? Also the two really strong points that I feel like are the student loan thing and the marijuana thing, because these are things that Biden did just through executive action. So there's no excuse for why Trump couldn't have done that, right? That was within the purview, especially somebody that loved executive power as much as he did.
Yeah, so Biden is having the DOJ look into reclassifying marijuana from Schedule 1. That's something that's being looked into right now, but we're ready to pull the trigger on the student loan forgiveness. It's just the government's being sued, and so some lawsuits are going through right now, but they're quickly getting tossed. But yeah, Trump could have easily done that. So Trump could have done a lot of things. Trump could have got the bipartisan infrastructure bill done that Joe Biden got done in his first
years. He made it 10.
It took him 4 years.
And now it took Biden less than 1. So when people want to talk about, Trump's business savvy and the fact that he's such a superior negotiator, it took Biden less than 1/4 of the time to get a deal that Trump sought for 4. So it's just...
I think that's probably emotionally the hardest one for me. When people call Trump like a good businessman, he is so bad that I like lose my shit. I got into screaming about my chat earlier about it. Like, he couldn't bring anybody together on any legislation. He constantly blamed every single person around him, and he wouldn't take accountability for a single fucking issue. It actually, it sends me up the wall so fucking much when people say, oh, well, he's a businessman. How? But...
Dude, the people that you'll be facing off with on this Lauren Chen thing, like, how many of them are Trump stans?
All of them are. But they're all going to say, I don't support Trump, but that's how they all work. They're all such fucking pussies over it. I hate it. It's so cringe. Like, dude, I'll ride with Biden until I die. And these people are like, well, I'm not like the biggest Trump supporter, but every single Trump talking point comes out of their mouths. Every fucking time it happens. God, it's so irritating.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, no, please go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think what other things they'll bring up. But I think crime's going to be a big thing for them, too, saying that, people are too scared to go outside. And you can bring up that the murder per capita rate is higher
considerably
in Republican
higher.
States.
Yeah, 8 out of 10 of the leading, crime-ridden states are all red.
I think that's a scary metric to go by, because they're going to say, yeah, but it's going to be high crime in blue cities, right?
Yes,
but like Illinois is Illinois must be a red state, right? But Chicago is like
Illinois is blue.
Illinois is blue. Oh, I'm just kidding. There's got to be red states with blue cities that have high crime, right?
Well, let's take a look. Let me take a look.
Or take a look. Maybe if they're not, then fucking let go. Yeah.
But you can let them know that the murder rate is higher.
I feel like criminologically, right, that the crime is correlated with population, right? I assume that that's the case. That generally speaking, the higher population density, or the greater the population, generally speaking, in raw numbers, you see more crime. So to me, it says something that if that is true, the fact that red states, are still per capita, like IRI said, more crime-ridden. I feel like that at least, it may not refute their argument that, hey, blue cities have more crime, generally speaking, than the holler, but you got to, again, look at the per capita rate. That's what scientists, put more emphasis on.
Sure, maybe. I guess those arguments are really hairy, and I feel like you can dance around on either side, because I think the argument is that, I could be wrong, but I feel like I read something recently that said that Chicago is not even in the top 10 violent crime cities when you do the per capita. But people are going to point out that's because Chicago's population is so high, and there's non-violent parts of the city that are basically.
So yeah, I'm looking here, top 10 murder rates, and I'll send you the link, thirdway.org. But it's Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, Alabama, Missouri, South Carolina, then New Mexico, which is the first blue state on the list, then Georgia. And the only reason they're counting Georgia, I think, is because Georgia did vote Biden, right? IRI in 2020, it swung for Biden.
Did it swing for Biden?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Sick. I know that.
So
both
that's
of their
why they
senators
count it
blue,
as a blue state, even though that's obviously.
Wait, link me that.
Yeah, I'll link it to you.
Well, here's what they'll say. That's even further. They'll say the reason why crime is higher in blue cities is because of progressive policies like no cash bail. And you can push back on that and say, well, the entire state of Alaska got rid of cash bail in 2018. Why don't we ever talk about the woke state of Alaska? They never want to talk about other areas that got rid of cash bail. And cash bail is just keeping getting people back into the communities. That it's not used for violent crimes. If you get charged with murder, you're innocent until proven guilty, but you're not getting out on bail with no cash just because there's no cash bail. You know what I mean? It's more for smaller crimes, so people get back in the community, can go to work and not lose their job, because that's what causes more crime, when you have to sit in jail because you can't afford $500 bail.
Sure. Isn't that something that was pointed out to, like, again, conservatives when they would discuss like the per capita crime rate among like African Americans, was the fact that there's at least some attribution to the fact that so many of these households were like fatherless or whatnot. There were so many households where the fathers were imprisoned, that was one of the reasons why you saw like the ongoing feedback loop in crime.
Yeah, people can't afford to bail themselves out, and it just compounds their problems and makes things worse and worse, and it doesn't solve anything. And we shouldn't be punishing people because they don't have money when it comes to things like that. So
yeah, cash bail in the United States is wild to me. I don't know why we have that. It seems kind of weird.
Yeah, but they're pointing to it. They're abusing it right now. Like the other funny thing is in New York State, they have Lee Zeldin, the Republican, trying to take out Kathy Hochul, the Democrat, and he's running on crime. So if crime isn't the governor's responsibility, why are they hell-bent and focused on that in New York State, trying to win the race there on it? They're just running ads of people getting punched in the face on the subway all day long out there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they're gonna fight you on, is progressive policies are causing all these problems.
I do think that some of the progressive DAs in a couple states, I know what happened in California, in northern, I think it might have been the San Francisco DA, the idea of that like not prosecuting like certain dollar amounts for crimes was probably a bad idea, and I think a lot of them got like kicked out and were very electorally unpopular, and it got a lot of Democrat people running who were talking about like being tougher on crime too. So and then that's just
hey, FYI, looking at this link here, I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask here, but looking at that link I sent you, the abstract in it, and I'm just doing like a control F for CIT for cities in general, just to see what it says about cities versus states. But the lead paragraph in the abstract says, but despite a media narrative to the contrary, this is a problem that afflicts Republican cities and states as much or more than Democratic bastions. So I'm sure there's something in this super long article that will that provide you ammunition. When you talked to whoever, you said that somebody triggered the fuck out of you today. What were some of the things that they said about Trump? Because I'm sure those will also be talking points that
I just say Trump attacking the electoral integrity of the country is one of my biggest triggers.
Yep. Well, that erodes trust in government, period. Then people don't heed warnings to get out of the way of a hurricane, and like what happened in Florida, people just sit in their homes and they get killed, And so it's dangerous for a lot of reasons to not trust government.
Yeah. It's absolutely, and he still did it. I think last night I listened to him give another speech where he's still doing it. He's still crying about the stolen election.
Well, every political commentator, like professional and otherwise, has commented that's part of the reason why they wanted Trump to kind of take a peripheral role during this election cycle, because they were worried he was going to spend more time litigating 2020, and instead of like focusing on hitting Biden for the perceived Biden weakness.
Yeah.
The thing about the institutions, though, that kind of pisses me off is that it seems like the Trump stands will argue out of both sides of their mouth on this. They'll say, on the one hand, we revere the founding fathers and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and this framework that they set up. And on the one hand, they've like fully embraced or at least tolerate the GOP becoming a cult in service to a man who is the antithesis of everything the founding fathers stood for. Like people talk about like originalism and appealing to what were the founding fathers thinking. Like, does anyone seriously think that George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, all those people would have been like, hey, this dude loses the election, both in terms of the popular vote and the electoral college vote. Should he be able to pressure his vice president into just saying, no, I'm going to stick around? They would all say the 18th century equivalent of fuck no. Like that's the thing that kind of confuses me. Like there's no expectation of consistency for Trump stands. And I wonder what happens if and when you point that out. Like, how can you simultaneously revere the founding fathers?
You can't, because they'll just say like, oh well, I don't really support Trump 100%. I know that he has a lot of problems, but I just like his message. Like, they always retreat to some like fucking cucky bullshit like that. They are so cucked and tepid in their defense of Trump that like when they're in closed doors, they've got the knee pads out and they're fucking filleting the fuck out of him. But as soon as they go into any public platform where they're going to get any pushback, like, oh well, you know, I don't 100% stand by everything Trump says, and yeah, a lot of it is kind of crazy, lol. But they act totally different when they're on their own social media. It's so fucking.
So they'll dissemble then.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they'll just say like, oh yeah, no, I don't fully support Trump, but I just don't like a lot of things Biden's doing, or I want like Trump's administration or whatever the bullshit that fucking means. Half of them are in fucking jail now. But yeah.
There was a CNN or MSNBC interview a couple of weeks ago, and somebody was like following up on, you know, the big lie and, you know, where Trump supporters feel about it now since the January 6th committee was dying down. And the interviewer asked so many good questions, but the obvious one, I mean, it may not be obvious. I may be completely wrong about this, but to me, intellectually, it seems like this is the big gotcha. Like, okay, you ask all these questions, they either don't seem to care about it, or they support it, or they're indifferent to it, whatever. But then you ask him, okay, picture this. It's January 2013. Barack Obama lost his re-election bid. Mitt Romney won. And instead of conceding the election, he proclaimed without evidence that it was stolen, blah, blah, blah. And he tried to pressure then Vice President Joe Biden into not certifying the votes. What would you have done then in that hypothetical?
You can't. I don't think you can ask it, because they'll always say that like, well, no, it's different because Trump actually has evidence. Like, that's what they'll say. They always, even though the judiciary has rebuked him at every turn, even though his own elected or his own appointed officials like Barr and the FBI rebuked him at every turn, even though every single person, you have to keep in mind, and you guys can be wrong, I'm pretty sure every single part of the U.S. institution, his nominated people or otherwise, rebuked him on that. Pence did. I don't think anybody else, I don't think he had a single member supporting him. So if that's the case, like what, then they're lost. Like, what am I supposed to say to him? Like there's no foundation. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, they did it under oath too, especially
under oath,
William
yes.
Barr. He said under oath.
That was my favorite shit about Giuliani. He had a lot of shit to say before he went under oath, motherfucker. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Fuck. God,
well, yeah, I think you pointed that out, that it's different when, you know, there's like the threat of perjury involved.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, when you're actually fucking held accountable. Right. Rosenthal, I think was his name. He said it best when Jim Jordan was asking him, well, what about reports in the media about people doing this and that? And his response was, listen, if you want to talk to them, bring them up here and put them under oath. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Why would you make a motherfucker under oath try to answer for people that aren't otherwise? That's bullshit. And yeah, and the refusal of a lot of these guys to go under oath to answer any questions, while Trump himself has said shit on the trail like, well, even if you're under investigation by the FBI, that in and of itself is a huge red flag. Like, fuck you, dude. Oh, God, it's so cringe. How many hours was Hillary under oath for the Benghazi shit?
Like 16.
How many depositions did she do for the email shit, right? Like, how many has Trump gone under oath a single time for anything relating to his accusations? Nope. Or any, like it's the double standard is unbelievable. Do you understand? It's unbelievable. It's like two separate realities.
IRI, didn't he like resist the subpoena? Like, didn't they issue a subpoena and he just like gave them the finger, and then they gave them the January 6th committee gave them an extension? I thought they issued a subpoena to Trump at the very end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember they did or not, but could you imagine if the documents thing had happened at Obama's fucking personal house, what just happened with the FBI fucking raided and seized shit from Trump? Can you imagine? Like, I could ask that for a million things for Trump. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Obama, a black man in the United States, had like 2 ex-fucking wives and was paying off porn stars to fuck them behind his wife's back? Like, could you imagine if he imported a wife from fucking Eastern Europe and married her and was running around? Could you imagine if his fucking son-in-law, Obama's son-in-law, and all these people were nominated and put in the White House? Like, it would, it would be unbelievable, right? All of this would be any one of these things would be unbelievable. But Trump did all of it. Like, people accuse like Hillary Clinton and all these people of like having their families in bed with the government because like Chelsea Clinton makes a speech or does some dumb shit, and it's. Oh, sorry. I'm done. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude. They're just getting started. Watch. When the GOP takes over the House, which I think they probably will, it's a slim chance we hold on to it. But when they take over, from day one, it's going to be Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah. There's a whole chain of custody on that. Who knows how that happened? Remember,
it's going to be the new Hillary emails.
Laptop. Yeah, that's going to be the next 2 years. It's going to be Hunter Biden's laptop. Who knows how they got that laptop, if it's even really his. The FBI's had it since the summer Trump was still in office.
To be clear, I think the FBI has confirmed that it is his laptop, right?
Well, yeah, but it's like he dropped it off at a laptop repair store. And
I'm sorry, did they only confirm that some of the stuff on it was his, right? They never I don't think there's ever been like a forensic audit which says like literally everything that's allegedly on the hard drive is his.
Well, we don't know the stuff that gets leaked to the New York Post. You know, who knows what the hell any of that is. But the point of the point of the matter is the FBI's had the laptop since the summer of 2020 when Trump was still in office. And the only thing they're going to end up charging Hunter with, if they do, is not paying some taxes, which he has since paid, and lying on a form to buy a gun about his past drug use out of embarrassment. That's the worst they got on him. But they're going to spend the next 2 years trying to show that he's some criminal mastermind that has businesses around the world and is just milking everybody with the Biden crime family. But, you know, it is what it is. Get ready.
Well, and a couple of things to point out too, Destiny, like to keep in your back pocket if this comes up on the Hunter Biden thing. Number one, obviously you don't give a shit about Hunter Biden, so it should be easy for you to go like, look, dude committed a crime, bring charges if he's, you know, if the case can be made to.
Well, hold on, wait,
jury,
which crime?
Whatever. Like,
well, no, it can't be whatever, because their alleged crimes for Hunter Biden is that he was working with like Joe Biden to like destabilize.
Well, that's why I'm
like,
saying whatever he's guilty of, whatever law enforcement can bring a credible case against, right? Which the law enforcement, the FBI, is still under the control of the executive branch, which is still under Biden. So it wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be the GOP directing that. I'm saying in terms of like bringing formal charges. You probably feel the same way. I'm sure IRI does that, you know, whatever. If they can make a case against him, charge him.
Yeah, for
if
sure.
The charges are, you know, the evidence is there, convict him, whatever. But the thing that I find interesting is that the other remarkable thing about President Biden in this situation is, like IRI said, Hunter Biden's been investigated twice. And both those investigations, again, correct me if I'm wrong, IRI, they didn't conclude before Biden was inaugurated. So he allowed those investigations into his own son to continue, which I would argue is a superhuman act of integrity in this political climate, and certainly compared to the last guy. He could have fired the U.S. attorney that Trump appointed, I can't remember, what was the year, 2018, something like that, IRI, where there was like that initial, I'm blanking on the guy's name, but it was like out of New York or out of Delaware, something like that, where... Anyway, Biden could have fired him when he was inaugurated. He didn't. He allowed a Trump-appointed official to continue investigating his son in this divisive political climate. So that's something else I think you could point out. Be like, hey, do you think Trump would ever allow that to happen?
The guy that was fucking firing anybody he fucking could that he felt was... Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah. I'm going to look on that hard drive thing.
Yeah, but they're going to make up all sorts of stuff, Destiny, that their Hunter Biden's involved in, and so Joe Biden in as well. You know, they're going to say that he's trying to hook up the big guy, meaning Joe Biden, but there's no evidence of this. And like I said, they've had the laptop since the summer of 2020. Like, why have they not charged him yet? It's been years, you know what I mean? Taking a long time to build that case.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right. It just says here real quick that PolitiFact wrote in June 2021 that it's possible the copies of a laptop were obtained instead of Hunter Biden's actual laptop. The New York Times and Washington Post reported that their sources had authenticated a number of emails, including one that was the subject of the New York Post reporting. No more than 22,000 of the almost 130,000 emails on the hard drive were confirmed as authentic in 2022 by 2 forensic analysts who independently examined the data for the Washington Post. However, the analysts could not verify the vast majority of the data. So, I mean, obviously there's clearly shit on there that does belong to him, but pun intended, the jury's still out as to whether or not that hard drive is fully his.
Sure.
Listen, everything I've seen from that laptop just makes me like Hunter Biden even more. Seems like a base Chad who parties with strippers and does drugs. Like, problem?
Dude, I've not seen the photos. Wasn't that a thing that got your ass in trouble, Destiny? As somebody like flashed some photos of Hunter Biden on something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cringe they did that, but yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I've not had the pleasure.
The Durham. I think you're talking about Special Counsel Durham. Is that what you're talking about, Ruminate?
Maybe that's it. That sounds familiar. He's a U.S. attorney, right?
Well, that was the special prosecutor that Trump assigned to look into the origin of the FBI's investigation to his campaign and ties to Russia, and they found nothing basically as well.
Okay, then that's a different one. I'm thinking of something else then. Yeah, and that turned out to be a giant nothing burger.
Yep.
Durham thing. Let me look here. I'm telling you. Investigations. U.S. attorney.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what other talking points are going to come up with these brainworm geniuses tonight that we could fill you in on. What about like as far as midterms go? Is there anything you feel that you'd like to know more about with the midterms, like any races or chances of the Dems taking this or that? Because it's going to be a few days. You're going to be going on there in the middle of the red mirage when they think they've won and stop the count. You know what I mean?
You think there's going to be a lot of mail-in voting here, like there was last time?
Yeah, more people are using it nowadays. A lot more people engaged in early voting, and a lot more people are
but is it going to be as dramatic as it was on presidential night?
What's that? You cut out a little bit for me.
Is it going to be as dramatic as it was on presidential election night in 2020? Damn, Brandon said at least 50 million. Holy shit. Is that true? That sounds insane.
50 million what?
Mail-in ballots?
Maybe. I mean, like 40 million people voted early and mailed in ballots and such too. So,
okay. I'm sorry. Real quick, again, before I forget, it was a U.S. attorney named David Weiss that Trump appointed, and even though Biden could have fired him when he was inaugurated, the investigation or the probe into Hunter Biden was allowed to continue on his watch. And I provided the screenshot and the link for you.
Cool.
Well, yeah, and Biden kept Christopher Wray on, who was the FBI director that replaced James Comey after he wasn't deemed loyal enough to Donald Trump. So I think Biden has done a lot to show that he is nonpartisan when it comes to the DOJ and trying to let them do their thing.
It's never enough.
When you two argue with Trumpers on the sheer number of people in Trump's orbit who have either called him an idiot or what is their
it's always like
rationale?
deep state cope. It's always like, oh, these people were turned by the deep state or by the Mossad Jews or by whatever. There's always cope.
Okay. Damn.
Unless you've heard any good, I don't know. Can you
No.
Barr is one of the fiercest fucking Trump defenders coming up, and even Barr just rebuked almost everything that Trump said about election fraud, about the voting machines.
Yes.
I don't know how a Trumple can possibly defend the fact that almost every single person in Trump's close circle has either betrayed him or turned their back on him, or Trump has turned their back on them. You tell me, what Republican talking points have you heard?
No, I mean, it's usually the equivalent of, jangling your car keys, or they'll say, they're rhinos, obviously, or, they couldn't control him, that shit. But I didn't know if you two had heard differently, because you probably have, outside of Twitter, I don't really have intense arguments with Trumpers, except people in my family and my social circle. And it's just cult shit. But I assume that people again, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, actual justice warrior, that they probably have more sophisticated arguments than
none of them. I guarantee you none of them tonight. I hope I'm wrong, but I guarantee you none of them will try to defend Trump. They never do. Or maybe they will before I get there, and they'll be like, oh, Trump's not perfect. But we'll see.
And this is why I was saying that I think Ron DeSantis is the heir apparent, and he's starting to take up a lot more oxygen in the room, and Trump is getting a little scared, starting to give him nicknames and such. So I think they're starting to get behind him, because he's more focused on the future, where Trump just keeps airing his past grievances over and over
Such
and
a
over.
crybaby, yeah.
What was the nickname? Something
Ron DeSanctimonious.
DeSanctimonious. Yeah,
Jesus.
that's interesting.
Was that from Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just came up with that one.
That was the most complex multi-syllable word he has ever used in his entire fucking life, too. So, got to give him credit.
Pretty good one.
Yeah.
I'll give him credit. It's pretty funny. But Ron DeSantis is trying to win re-election as governor in Florida, so he can't really talk about running for president yet. But that's about to end tonight. He'll probably win, and then he'll enter the arena and let those two fight all day long.
Dude, did you watch the Charlie Crist debate with DeSantis, where he flat out asked? He goes, "Hey, Ron, look at the camera, look at everybody in this room, and tell them you intend to serve a full 4-year second term as governor if you win re-election." And he was just kind of smile and just wouldn't answer the question.
Yep.
Yeah, that was great. That was a fantastic debate. I wish Charlie Crist would win. Did you watch any of the debates, Destiny? Did you catch any of the debates on the midterms?
I saw a little bit of the Fetterman-Oz meltdown, but
Listen, that didn't even hurt Fetterman at all. There was some polls before and after, and it barely touched his approval rating or people's.
That's pretty funny and pretty sad at the same time. But yeah.
Well, I would vote for him if he was in a medically induced coma. The difference between D and R, if you're voting because of a guy's physical competence to be a U.S. senator, I think that's hilarious.
I think that's
so ignorant.
I think that's
no, not the way. Not the way Republicans apply that standard. I mean, IRI's right. In this political climate, the D matters more than the R, period. Because if it really was about communicative skill and competence, then you probably would never have a Republican win an election at any time, because George W. Bush was a shitty speaker. Donald Trump was a shitty speaker. Sarah Palin was a shitty speaker. Herschel Walker's a shitty speaker. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, yada, yada, yada. For, again, every one incompetently, you know, like rhetorically incompetent Democrat, you've got like 5 high-profile Republicans who are as bad, if not worse. And at least Fetterman can say, I had a stroke, and this may be temporary, and there's no evidence that it's like cognitive impairment. It's just, you know, hearing or auditory processing issues. So.
Wait, I gotta hear this argument though from Destiny. You think that there's a valid reason to vote for a guy for his physical well-being for office when it comes to such a difference between 2 candidates?
Well, most people are going to say cognitively. At this point, like, I go with like a batch of asparagus over Trump, of course. But most people are going to see somebody on a big cognitive decline, and they're going to worry about their ability to lead, right?
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, they're one of 2 senators, and most people, I think, don't even know what a senator does. You know what I'm saying? My big argument was, look, what skills does he need that were displayed on that debate stage? Which I think he did just fine. I know people are like, whoa, and it was tough for me to watch too. I mean, but you know, the guy's recovering from a stroke. But what
I think the big thing that people on the right are going to say, because I've heard them say this before, is they're worried about like shadow candidates. Like people right now are worried that like Kamala Harris is actually the one running the government, right? Because of Biden's thing. So they're going to say with him that like, oh, there's going to be like a secret like candidate that's actually running things behind the scenes or whatever. Like that's what people are going to accuse.
I got you. Well, then I would point to Herschel Walker and say, what do you think that guy's? I wouldn't trust that guy driving the car. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I think he can be trusted to drive a car. It's just like it takes him automatically to the nearest abortion clinic. So,
Jesus,
based on his past history.
Christ. Okay. Well,
true though, kind of true. Like if you look at his Waze app, like the first thing that pops up after maybe the gym is a place called the Coat Hanger or something like that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Listen, that was the past. Okay. Leave Herschel alone.
It was the past like 3 or 4 or 5 times. There was a lot. That was a lot of past. That was.
We've all got.
The funniest thing is one of those women claiming that she had an abortion ended up having a kid with him later. So he's calling one of the mothers of his children a liar.
Damn.
National television. It's pretty cold, man.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that's the party of family values right there. Like there's so much family values. Just breathe it in.
But listen,
your chat. I'm sorry, Desi. Your chat is like freaking out about Biden. They're like, "Have you guys listened to Biden? Biden's a shitty speaker." Blah blah blah. Like, because we're making fun of Trump and whatnot. I'm sorry. I know Biden is a gaffe machine. I get it. He has cringe moments. But Biden, at his best, even now, can deliver a speech infinitely better than bigly monotone. You know,
dude. Trump's teleprompter speech last night was pretty rough. Oof. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
But also you have to keep in mind you're a little biased in a lot of what you say, because a lot of the shit that you say that sounds stupid, like Republicans eat that shit up. They love it. They love the bigly shit. They love him sounding like a high functioning like Down syndrome person. Like that's cool for them. They enjoy it. There was a challenge that I gave at I think near like the beginning of his presidency that nobody ever rose to. Nobody was able to do this. I said that I'd give like $100 or whatever. Somebody could show me one clip of Trump talking about anything in the 4 years as president where he sounds intelligent, just one clip, and I'd give him $100. I just wanted to see one example of it, not a single example. Every single time he speaks, he sounds like a fucking moron. He doesn't sound insightful or intelligent. And the embarrassing moment for me was, as an American, especially as things were unraveling still across Syria and then also across Ukraine, was listening to other world leaders talk about geopolitical events, especially Putin. It was embarrassing to go to listening to somebody like Vladimir Putin talking about geopolitical affairs to a buffoon like Donald Trump. It was embarrassing. As an American
I'm about to send you my PayPal information because I'm going to collect on that 100. And I don't even like Trump.
Oh, yeah. What would you give me? Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready? Do you remember that Chris Wallace interview where he showed like the results of his IQ test or his like aptitude test? No. Hey, wait.
Go ahead.
He correctly identified chair and TV. And
you mean the neurological aptitude one?
Yeah.
He took a test to show that he wasn't fucking like psychotic or whatever. Oh my god.
I will always tell people that I thought Trump's pretty funny and he can crack a joke and he's pretty charismatic. You know, I'll cede that ground for sure.
Yeah.
You know, and listen, I wish if Biden was 10 years younger, he'd be killing it. But he is what it is. But I think people just see clips, they see the worst of the worst. But Biden's fine, man. He stumbles on a word here or there, but everybody does. He's just an old dude, but I think he's doing just fine, man. It's overblown for sure.
See, the charisma thing, I mean, I know, okay, obviously, by definition, right, in terms of the support that Trump enjoys from his cult, he's clearly charismatic, right? But, obviously, you think about it, and if you're like a history or pop culture buff, you're thinking like the great speeches in recorded history. So, like, the I Have a Dream speech.
He's no Martin Luther King. He's no,
right.
Sure, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting, though, because I'll be honest with you, I struggled with that one for the longest time. I'm like, Trump is charismatic, really? Because his delivery is not, even as far as Republicans are concerned, like not particularly polished or...
Fuck. Even in the election he was running, and compare him to like an orator like Cruz or even fucking Rubio. Yeah, like Trump next to Cruz, Trump sounded like a high school dropout. Right? Whether you like or dislike Ted Cruz, he's a smart guy, and he sounds like a smart guy when he speaks. And yeah, Trump sounds like a literal high school dropout. But again, they don't want to hear, like, for Republicans, like, being smart is like, it makes you a fucking loser. Like, unironically, like, these guys value the fact that Trump sounds like a fucking kindergartner because he speaks to them on their level, right? They hear it and they're like, oh, that's one of us. Even though this guy's a fucking billionaire real estate developer that was born into money from New York fucking City. Like,
that was Democrat. Then
yeah, his whole life,
yeah. Then Republican. Buddies with the Clintons.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, somebody threw a White Claw at Ted Cruz yesterday. He was
That's
at
a waste of a White Claw.
Parade.
That is a waste of a White Claw.
Yeah, but it's the right, they think it's hilarious to laugh at Nancy Pelosi's husband getting hit in the head twice with a hammer, lying in a pool of blood for 3 minutes, and now look what happened. Now all of a sudden there's a little violence coming around on the other side. Not so much fun.
Okay, now that I got to know about too, again, from you two with your conversations with conservatives, because I grew up, below the Mason-Dixon line, spent most of my life there, still live in a red state. So most of the conservatives with whom I'm familiar in my personal life, they're also very religious, right? And so, like, I don't know about Southern and Chen and actual justice warrior and people like that, but what about the standards of decency? Like, take family values and
none of that matters anymore. None of that matters to them anymore. None of it matters. I've told this story on my stream like 50 times. I'll tell it to you one time. I don't know if I've told you this one or not, but I remember growing up as a kid, my mom crying to me, talking about how horrible it was that Bill Clinton had an affair with Monica Lewinsky because she was in the Air Force, and she said that when the man at the top acts that way, it rolls down the military. That's the commander in chief. Everybody's going to treat women differently. Like, she cried when she told me how horrible that was. And with Trump, she said, well, Stevie, boys will be boys. They say things in the locker rooms. What are you going to say? It was unbelievable to me. I couldn't believe the change in demeanor. Like, it's brain rot all the way down. There's nothing to be said about it. Decorum, demeanor, family values, Christianity, like, none of it fucking matters to you. But I don't know if it ever did. That's another thing too. I don't know if they truly ever cared. You remember when Trump held up the nerve of this fucking loser? He held up the two most important books to him on the campaign trail. It was the Bible was number one, and then a close second was like The Art of the Deal. And then when he went on TV and he was asked by those pastors, what's your favorite verse? And he's like, oh, all of them. I can't pick one. Oh my God, dude.
Yes. That's so crazy. Like, and what was funny was, if it's the clip I'm thinking of, it was a televised, like, Christian convention somewhere in, like, Texas. And I think what was hilarious was, I think the person asking legitimately thought that Trump would be able to answer the question.
Of course. They're not there to make him look bad. That's their guy.
Right. It wasn't like a CNN gotcha, right? So they were like, oh, because I can't remember if it was during the campaign or it was after he was elected, but oh, Mr. Trump, I know you're such a enthusiast of the Lord. What is your favorite passage? And he's like, well, listen, the whole book is tremendous, guys. It's just, it's just fabulous. Nobody knows more of the Bible, believe me. And then he was also asked on television, what's a time that you've had to ask God for forgiveness? And he just, like, straight up, he's like, I've never had to do that. I've never had to ask for forgiveness. Can you imagine
if Obama or anybody? Yeah. There are so many things where it's like, I wish I could see Obama doing this. I wish I could see it. I just want to see the reaction. It would just be so great.
Obama's been on the campaign trail for these midterm candidates, just killing it. It's been awesome to see him come back. A lot of great clips out there of him. But yeah, I agree. If Obama did half this stuff, they would lose their minds for sure.
A single thing, yeah. Nobody talks about that. It's like, well, no, people did talk about that, but it's kind of like one of those more subtle aspects of racism in the U.S. Like, it was so important that Obama's family life was perfect. Everything about that man's life had to be perfect. And they still made fun of him for some things, for Michelle Obama looking like a man or whatever dumb shit Republicans said. But, like, dude, if any part of that guy's personal life would have been fucked up, we wouldn't have heard the fucking end of it. Holy shit.
I think it's because
birth
they knew that
certificate.
Michelle Obama would like be able to suplex most of the Republican Party, just like beat the brakes off them pretty effortlessly. If it came down to it, if she had to square up,
Hold on.
she would do that.
I'm sorry. Destiny, so not liking all of the Bible is a bad answer? Come on, dude. Picking one passage is hard for most people of faith. Like, this is the level of, like, Trump supporters, okay? That's the level of Trump supporters in my chat, all right? I don't know what I can say to a person like that. Like, I don't know what I could possibly say to turn that person's mind. Are you saying you don't love all of the Bible, Destiny? Like, Jesus Christ. Give me a break, dude.
Nobody's asking for a book report on it. Like, even like if you just bullshit, like, you know, like the first, let there be light or whatever, like even something like that, like a sufficiently skilled improviser would be like, you know, I'm just a big fan of like illuminating darkness into things. So like, let there be light is just like so important to me. Like, it's so profound when you think about it. Like something stupid like that. And instead he's like, oh, well, I mean, they're all
so great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ.
Destiny actually knows nothing about Christianity, LOL.
True. Not like Donald Trump,
Destiny's not...
Mr. Seventh Marriage, Mr. Worldwide, Mr. fucking porn stars and paying them to shut the fuck up about it. Mr. doesn't take responsibility or accountability for anything, yeah.
Destiny's not running on, like, the conservative ticket for president either. I'm sure if he was, he would memorize one verse and be like, that's my favorite, you know? Yep. It's not that hard. But
I'm just trying to, like, imagine a reinterpretation of scripture, but, like, with...
Donald
Destiny
Trump?
lingo, so like throwing based in there and true instead of, you know, instead of like I am the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus shouts out true, and then that's the end of it. That'd be beautiful. I could see it.
I thought it was funny, like Trump never even pretended to go to church. He didn't even try to appear like he gave a shit. He just said it once in a while, held up the Bible upside down or something. But nobody gave him grief at all. Like, does this guy ever go to church? And nobody ever asked. Nobody ever cared.
I guess in some ways, I think that's probably going to be somewhat of a positive, that like Republicans are going to have to fight on other ground now because it can't be family values. They can't possibly pretend to give a fuck about shit like that anymore, right?
Dude, no, they don't care at all. Like, look at Herschel Walker. He's like, I am so pro-life. And they're like, yeah, but you had abortions. He's like, that's not true. That never happened.
Well, the abortion thing, that's always been a Republican thing. The only moral abortion is my abortion. There's a name for that meme. But like with the Donald Trump shit, like it can't, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, you're right. No, they have no shame. Maybe they will.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all. He really doesn't care. Trust me. He's going to start saying that God talks to him directly soon. Just watch.
Yeah, maybe, dude.
Jesus. He's making a huge announcement on next Tuesday. People are saying he's going to announce running for president, but we'll see. I don't know.
What the hell happened? Because I didn't get to see that. So he scheduled an announcement to announce a subsequent, like what was it? Was it a rally or was it like like specifically to make something?
No, in true Trump fashion, 24 hours before the midterms, he took attention away from the candidates that desperately needed it by leaking that he might announce a run for president at last night's rally in Ohio. I heard Lycan talking about J.D. Vance, the Republican candidate, versus Tim Ryan. It was at a rally for J.D. Vance, the Republican candidate in Ohio. It was a tease that he was going to announce, so everybody was tuned in. But then he just said, "Well, I'm going to make a big announcement next Tuesday at Mar-a-Lago." So that's what happened. Yep. Good job, Trump, idiot.
Wait, I'm sorry, because I was reading chat too. Did he said where he was going to make the announcement, or just when?
Yes, he said where. He said Mar-a-Lago next Tuesday.
I see. I guess I was hoping for like a reprise of Rudy Giuliani as the chief scheduler, you know, location picker, the scout, another like Four Seasons gas station.
I can't even believe that. I can't believe that actually happened. I still can't believe that. How many people okayed that? It must be just one or two. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me that happened. There are so many unbelievable things.
Dude, people are going to read about this time in history 50 years from now and just be like, wow, that was wild. Those guys lived through that. I really do think this is one of those moments in our nation's history that will be reflected upon for years. And we don't even know the half of it yet.
We don't know what history is going to be yet, yeah. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah. They're going to charge him. I really do think they're getting close. They gave one of his close advisors partial immunity about the documents and him declassifying them and such. So
that's
starting to heat up.
Was that Mark
No,
Meadows?
it was Kash Patel.
Oh shit, Patel might be flipping on him. That guy was.
He already spoke to the. Yeah, he spoke to the grand jury.
No. Oh wow, he was like the slimiest one out of all of them, in my opinion. Like just like. this up-jumped, ruthlessly opportunistic guy. Like he was like some like senator's aide or something like that, congressional aide, and then he like somehow got involved with national security and then became
Devin
a special
Nunes.
advisor. Wow.
He was an aide to Devin Nunes, who was a real creep back in the first part of Trump's presidency. But yeah, he was going to be possibly CIA director. Trump was talking about kicking out Gina Haspel after he lost the election and really coming up with some crazy scheme and putting that Cash guy in. He chose not to do that eventually. But this guy said that Trump declassified everything. And so the FBI was like, okay, we'll give you partial immunity. You want to come testify about that?
The weird thing, too, is that if Trump could theoretically declassify everything, if we're going to say that that's the case without speaking, Biden could theoretically just reclassify everything, right? What, the utterance of a word? Like...
And retroactively
yeah,
do it.
It's like so stupid. Like that argument was so... again... Could you imagine fucking Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama saying something like that? Oh, like, oh yeah, we just declassified everything before we took it onto Hillary Clinton's email server. Yeah. Like, couldn't she make the same argument? That like, oh no, Obama just declassified everything. So like, it's so stupid.
Obama could
declassify.
No, but she can say Obama did it for it, right? Because they're in bed together, of course. They all work the same. But like theoretically, if the Republicans want to go that route, that like, oh well, Trump declassified everything. Okay, well fine, then Obama declassified everything. Hillary did nothing wrong. Like boom, like there you go.
I think not only should he reclassify things, but I think it's really important to say it's retroactive.
Yeah, true.
You know, because it's like, listen, not only can I classify and declassify things with my brain, but I, as president, control time. So not only have I reclassified it, I went back in time, Doctor Strange style, and it was classified when Trump took it home with him, and then just see what happens.
Sure. Why
Sometimes I wonder if eventually Democrats should get on a bit of the trolling train, like. Pod Save America did this thing the other day, and I do like the guys at Pod Save America, but they have a bit of the Michelle Obama when they go low, we go high thing.
And that's where I'm at right now. And I think you and IRI, I was listening to IRI's stream, and I think you both disagree with that.
Yeah.
I think IRI, I think I was listening when you were listening to some of the people were listening to the call-ins or whatever for the, was it C-SPAN? And you were saying some shit like, we should just fucking make up some fake shit. Fuck them if they're going to do misinformation. Yeah. I understand the frustration.
Well, I
but
think,
yeah.
Look. Misinformation is influencing a lot of people right now. I think we should get in the game until we figure out a way to stop it. I mean, otherwise, what are we doing? You know, it's causing a lot of problems. We might as well put out our misinformation and win, and then
we should just. I think we should only do the misinformation that they do. So, for instance, and I encourage all Republicans to believe this: mail-in ballots are indeed rigged. Don't waste your time voting on them. Okay, that's the one piece because Republicans accept it, so that's okay if that's true. Don't waste your vote on mail-in ballots because it's probably rigged. Okay.
Real talk. I'm sorry, and maybe one or both of you disagree and can persuade me otherwise. But if Democrats or Democratic governors or even President Biden made the decision, let's say this election goes worst case scenario, right, and there really is a red wave. If Biden were to like call on like one series, one audit and forensic audit and recount after another just to drive the point home, like, hey, look, if we're going to erode norms, the only way norms work is if it's reciprocal, and we can't have a thing where you do whatever the hell you want and then I'm left, you know, holding the bag here and just like constantly drawing it out. I wonder. I mean,
I think that
wouldn't be good for
I
the
understand
country,
what your feeling is, and I feel it too. I have the feeling, but I think what we have to keep in mind is that there are people, that are noticing in the middle that don't speak as loudly. Like there are people that got turned off by that January 6th shit. There are people that get turned off by Trump's perpetual fucking whining. There are people that are noticing these things and are turning their back on their phone. And we have to be aware of that. Those people are out there. And so we have to be careful when we speak that we're keeping them in mind. Yeah. Even though it's hard to see because the delusional magatards are the ones that are the loudest, that are screeching constantly about things. Like they are out there and we have to be mindful of that. Yeah.
Real quick, somebody in your chat, Bree, aka Sanithi, says, I am the way, the truth, and the light, based thou sayeth Moses. That's awesome. That's great.
That would be, the Gamer Bible.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, no, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I kid about doing the misinformation stuff, but I think we just have to listen to their grievances and kind of make them feel better. Like we're getting ahead of some of the election fraud complaints that are already happening today before the polls are even closed. And so, you know, there's ways we can get ahead of this stuff.
Yeah, Trump is already on that Truth Social shit talking about how the election is already rigged. Same thing is happening with voter fraud. It's happened in 2020. The absentee ballot situation in Detroit is really bad. People are showing up to vote only to be told, sorry, you've already voted. Another big voter tabulation problem. Like, he's already, like, on the fake election shit. Like, is this the norm now? Every single time? Like, I'm trying to remember. Was it ever... Could you imagine? Hold on. Could you imagine if we could swap fucking Bush and Gore and put the same Republicans there now where a Supreme Court is deciding the outcome of the election? How crazy Republicans, the MAGA Republicans today, would lose their fucking minds? It would be
They'd
like
want a court pack.
It would be a civil war.
They'd be really big on court packing.
It would be unironically, I think it would be a civil war if that same thing happened. I think it would be a civil war. It's just like unreal. Fuck, I hate them. I actually hate them so much. I really do. More than the trans people on Twitter, more than the fucking black women that are crazy on my stream, more than any of these other motherfuckers. It's like these actual Republican voters that are voting for the dissolution of our country. Like, actually send me for a fucking loop. Holy shit. It's unbelievable, dude.
Why do you hate them? I look at them as victims. I know it's not popular to say, but I feel like they're brain wormed out. It's like if I watch Fox News and Newsmax all day, I'd be thinking those same things too.
No, they are victims, but like, I mean, they're victims that are like perpetuating the active fucking destruction of the country. Like, it's just.
True.
I think it's perfectly legitimate to hate Republican leaders, people who should know
leaders,
better.
The leaders, yeah. We shouldn't hate the voters, yeah, but.
So many of my family members and friends are Republicans, and I agree. Like they're victims of the cult, and even in terms of policy. So this is, it falls on deaf ears. But what I try to make the case to my conservative friends and family, it's like real talk. What are the benefits you've ever experienced from a Republican presidency? Because of course the irony, like you take Trump's greatest legislative accomplishments was the 2017 tax cuts, right? Mm-hmm. Most of the people that I know personally who love Trump and love the GOP didn't feel the benefits of that, right?
Yeah, these motherfuckers don't even, a lot of these guys don't even fucking pay federal taxes. Like, you're helping me. Like, I'm saving more money than like 100 average Republican taxpayers are actually like paying into the fucking system. Which, I mean, like, that's who you're helping. It's the billionaires and the mooners, like that same class.
That's how you know it's propaganda, because like I already said, I mean, they're victims. They have been programmed into being like eager cannon fodder for people who don't give a shit about them, who will never pass legislation that benefits. I mean, my God, look at the PACT Act, right? So like, I know we're all over the place, but that's a demographic or a constituency that Republicans constantly, harp on, and that they say, we're the party, we're the pro-military party, we're the party of veterans. And they held up a previously many times over bipartisan piece of legislation that would increase health care for Republicans. As a matter of fact, I don't think it'd be an exaggeration to say that the delays that they caused have probably or will probably contribute to the deaths of veterans because of the additional time it took to implement the process.
It did.
Same thing. About the 9/11 first responders bill. You remember that IRA from like 4 years ago?
Yes. That all the Republicans were.
Yeah, half of them didn't show up, and that was the first mega viral Jon Stewart speech in front of Congress, and so this is not a both sides issue, and this is where I get mad at Democrats, because I feel like we just cough up the ball in terms of the narrative. Democrats are the party of economic prosperity and fiscal responsibility relative to Republicans, but we just cede the ground that they're the party of fiscal responsibility. Democrats are the party of veteran health care and taking care of veterans and soldiers, certainly more than Republicans, but we don't do a good job of like even attempting to take back that narrative until the 11th hour, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then every single fucking time we get into fucking office, it's like on the fucking coattails of another worldwide destructive epidemic of financial like ruin. Like, holy shit, Obama coming in after the 2007 housing crisis, fucking Biden coming in after the horrible fucking botched COVID shit. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, this reminded me, I actually want to bring something up to you real quickly about that libertarian tard that you debated at the Change My Mind.
Oh, the guy that said the world would be better.
Kid?
Oh, the kid, sorry. I thought you were talking about the vice presidential candidate that said the whole world should have nuclear arms and that would make us a better place. My bad, go ahead.
No, the college kid who debated you, and he tried to get you with why did the Democrats not vote on this amendment for the IRS agents? Do you remember that talking point?
Yeah.
He was like, what?
To keep them from like auditing people less than $40,000 or some shit or whatever, yeah.
He called him Senator Mike. He said Mike Crapo. It's actually Crapo, senator from Idaho. But the amendment text said that the IRS agents wouldn't be able to go after people that have taxable income less than $400,000. That's the loophole. Billionaires don't have taxable income. They borrow money and they don't pay any taxes on that.
Oh,
so that's why
wait, can you actually link me
it.
and prove that?
I
If that's
will.
actually
I'll
the
send you
case, that's a big
info.
thing. No, by the way, nobody knows how taxes work when they debate this shit too, and I do. So that's a huge talking point if that's actually true. Yeah, because like I don't know if Elon Musk makes $400,000 a year in like W-2 income. Like, does he?
I don't think so.
Like
None
what?
of
Like
these big
what?
guys
Like
do.
where is this
They have
guy's
no income?
Yeah, where is this guy's income? Except for if he's invested in certain stocks, maybe dividends, but that's not going to be. Yeah, it's going to depend on like what his investments look like there. But like, yeah, in terms of like actual like taxable income, it's going to depend on the person for sure.
Right. It's super simple. I'll send you the information on it. But I wanted to bring that up. I had to tell you that because that kid was so confident that he got you. But I thought you handled that really well. You're like, look, I'd have to see the text, but it is what it is.
Sidebar, I know that advertisers are threatening to withdraw from Twitter, and it costs however much money. Apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it like it was like a really bad investment or whatnot? Like it's not worth the amount of money he spent on it, right? There's a reason I'm bringing this up. Musk,
probably, but
I wonder, like, it was funny. I got thinking about this today, and it amused me. That $2 billion Powerball. I wonder if Musk was buying scratch offs, trying to recoup some of the loss that he
I don't know
Dude,
why.
I think he might have done us a favor with taking down Twitter. That is just a hellhole.
That is true, and I am
spreads
enjoying
misinformation.
seeing all of the
Fuck
fucking
that.
progressives mauled like motherfuckers on it too. Is actually really funny to me. I like watching it so because there are a lot of mad fucking progressives over that shit.
I thought I saw Tim Pool got pissed off at something Musk did. I think it was like where he said he was going to hesitate before bringing back banned accounts until there was some sort of process or council set up.
Oh yeah,
And-
he's waiting on it.
Yeah. But I don't know, like a lot of people in your chat were talking about like how we're bitching about Trump's like personality defects or whatnot, or the double standards, optics, things like that, and it's we have no complaints about policy. And
Well, there are. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I found that ironic because I bet the three of us know infinitely more about Trump's policy than most Trump supporters.
Yeah, that's not even
including the people you're going to talk to.
That's not even a brag though, because Trump didn't have very many policies. He was horrible when it came to passing legislation. Most of the shit he did was via executive order. Like it's not like there's a lot of Trump policy to speak highly of. And the decorum of the president is fairly important. Like, it's
supremely.
Yeah, like this is like literally our lead cheerleader, like our head of state. Like, of course, how they act and
leader of
conduct
the world.
themselves is going to be fucking important. Yeah.
What about again, something else to bring up? You know how for the longest time Trump swore, in addition to the wall, one of the big selling points was that he was going to force Mexico to pay for it. And Biden, it wasn't a wall, but Biden was able to get a $1 to $4 billion commitment from the Mexican government for border security.
Mhm.
That's another thing Biden got done
that Trump
in
wasn't
in fewer than 2 years than Trump did.
No.
Oh, this is another thing they'll bring up is the southern border is wide open right now. Just the gates left open, nobody there, anybody can come in. That is a nice talking point they got too. What do you usually say in regards to that, Destiny?
I don't know the status of the border right now. I do know that one number that I was told was a lie that I got. I thought I had an inkling it was, and then I later found out it was that there are like 2.3 million illegal immigrants coming into the country every month. That it was actually like 2.3 million encounters at the border every month. There's not people getting into the country, but I didn't find out until I got home. So,
Do you think they're going to throw like an even ridiculous? It's actually 40 trillion contacts every 3 weeks.
It's terrorists carrying bags of fentanyl. I mean, it's just everything you can think of for sure. Yeah. But the truth of the matter is Biden has continued a lot of Trump policies like Title 42, which the CDC came up with to turn everybody away to a public health emergency. And he's actually increased it to include Venezuelans now, which were the number 2 group of people that were coming over the border. So he's it's not exactly wide open. And we have 10 million job openings in this country. If Republicans were serious about the southern border, they would help us reconfigure immigration to make it a little easier to get in here so we can put some of these people to work. And that would help bring down inflation too, because wages go up when you have a lot of job openings. And we only have 3.7% unemployment right now. So it's like there's not a lot of people to employ.
This is
Hey, I asked Econoboy about this, and maybe you both know better than I do, but one of the things that I'm getting a lot from conservatives on TikTok, when I do TikTok lives and they fire back, they're like, okay, stop adhering to the unemployment rate. You need to look at labor participation rate, which is down.
Boring.
Yeah, well, I know relatively little about that. So what the hell is that? Like, what are they talking about?
Okay, there are different unemployment numbers that economists use to try to track unemployment in different economies. Oftentimes, what we use is called the U3 unemployment rate. The U3 unemployment rate is going to include certain sectors of society. And it's going to disinclude or not include people like discouraged workers that aren't looking for work anymore. There are different economic values, or there are different economic reasons why we use different types of unemployment. I believe labor force participation rate lines up with the U6, but the problem with using like labor force participation rate is that's going to vary widely based on the age of your society. So for instance, labor force participation rate includes people all up until the age of death. So as boomers retire out, that labor force participation rate is of course going to go down because you've got like retired people that aren't going to work anymore, right? The only way to bring up that labor force participation rate is going to get people that are 70, 80, 90 years old to keep working, and that's just not going to be the case.
Wasn't there also a case of like during COVID, I thought I heard this about like a lot of people opting into early retirement? Like, would that affect?
It might have been the case because we've been waiting for boomers to fucking retire forever, and they never seem to want to. But it might be the case now that that has actually encouraged some of them to completely move out of the job market. Yeah, that was like the bump they needed. But
well, Republicans are talking about raising the age of Social Security to 70, so maybe that's part of the plan there.
What about the sunset like involved with that IRI? Didn't they? I there again, I'm kind of losing track of the information because I thought initially it was like every 4 or 10 years they wanted these entitlement programs to sunset, and then I thought I also heard it's actually supposed to be every year, that some Republicans are proposing that it basically has to be re-upped every year. Am I making that part up or?
No. The Republicans released like a plan for America through the Senate. Rick Scott, Destiny's senator down there in Florida. And it was that they're going to revisit all programs every 5 years. And they claim, well, we don't want to get rid of them. We just want to make sure that the people want them. But that's a way for them to reduce them. Imagine if they put out the narrative that these programs suck. And they'll get a way to convince their voters to vote against their own interests and get rid of Social Security.
Actually, I disagree. So? I think it's actually a little bit more insidious than that. The reason why they don't want to do it is because they want to have another political chip to fight over every time it comes up for renewal. So now they can... Yeah, so basically what happens is in 4 years, if these programs are up for renewal, oh, you want to bring that back? Well, what are you going to give us for it, right? And now it's like, well, fuck, Jesus, like, yeah, and that's how it's always framed. Are those things with sunsets I think they're made because they give you more political wiggle room in the future, so that if people want to maintain them, you're going to have to get concessions out of people for them, I think, which is fucking lame as fuck, but...
Yeah, I think it would be political suicide to get rid of Social Security or try to go after Medicare, but yeah, you're right. They're used as a... negotiating chip. They're going to do that with raising the debt ceiling if we don't do something here for the end of the year, and that may include rolling back some of the stuff from the Inflation Reduction Act, like the IRS agents. So there's a couple of battles that are going to come up here if the Republicans do take the House or the Senate.
See, even that right there. So again, I'm just having flashbacks to this time last year, and the reluctance to raise the debt ceiling. Even McConnell, who I'll give him a bit of credit, that Grim Reaper, and he has complied or cooperated with Biden a bit more, certainly more than he did President Obama. But the fact that he was going to try to make Democrats try to single-handedly raise the debt ceiling instead of providing the votes, that is huge, right? Because we could have defaulted like that. It's never happened before in the history of the United States.
We can't default on our debt. It would be... Yeah. It's unfathomable that would ever happen, and if it did,
and the fact that they even threaten that is, to me, that's the thing about this new version of the GOP. Like, there's shit that we've honestly, all three of us, have forgotten about, and then the more like one of us says something, it triggers us.
Like, oh yeah,
this one memory, which would sink the Democrats. Any one of these issues would have sank the Democrats. Like, can you imagine if Harry Reid threatened to let the U.S. default on its loans or whatnot, what that shit show would look like and how he would be punished at the ballot box. But we hold Republicans to different standards. That was insane. And by the way, there again, in case it comes up, talk about fiscal responsibility. Republican administrations have raised the debt ceiling, I think almost twice as much in the past 50 years compared to Democratic administrations, which is yet another reason that we know Democrats are more fiscally responsible than Republicans.
That's just another thing that, like, I don't think either side wants to get rid of the debt ceiling shenaniganery because it gives them like wiggle room politically in the future over things. But like, we probably should just not have a debt ceiling. Like, it's just stupid that we play like nuclear football. Like, like the United States defaulting on its debt might actually be worse for the world order than like a limited nuclear strike by Russia. Like that's how unfathomably catastrophic it would be if the United States defaulted, because USD is supposed to be like the single safest investment worldwide. And the idea that the United States might start to fail to pay back those bonds, it's unfathomable. It just can't happen. It's just unbelievable that people would fuck around with stuff like that. But
yeah. Republicans are pushing us to that, to the point where Democrats may have to use budget reconciliation with the lame duck Congress to raise the debt ceiling to like 40 trillion or something, just to get rid of it basically and not have to deal with it, because Republicans are going to use that to try to get some concessions from the Biden administration. It's one of the only tools they have over the next 2 years if they do win even the House. Kind of scary.
Yeah. Fuck them. God, fuck, I hate them.
Trying to make notes for you to dump in the chat there. I'm looking back from stuff here. So, okay. So according to my notes, since 1960, the debt ceiling has been raised 49 times by Republican presidents and 29 times by Democratic presidents. Okay, so that, like, again, you talk about fiscal responsibility. Oh, you don't want to increase debt. You don't want to make it, you want to try to reduce debt. And we've had to raise the debt ceilings, nearly twice the number of times because of Republicans. And the other thing, I want to say this is, didn't Trump swear that he was going to get rid of the debt before he left office? Like he was going to take it from whatever it was under Obama and down to zero. Like he made that lofty promise.
Who the fuck knows?
No.
I think so.
Did he actually say that he was going to get rid of the debt, or did he say he was just going to reduce our deficits?
He was, let's see, Trump wipe
Trump
out.
added $7 trillion to the debt over the course of his administration.
So much deficit spending, dude. Unbelievable.
And now it's the Democrats' problem. We gotta trim the fat now.
So unbelievable.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can't send another politician to the White House. Trump tweeted, that takes me back, in July 24, 2015. A few weeks after he announced his candidacy for the presidency, several months before the 2016 election, Trump pledged he would be able to eliminate the national debt, then around $19 trillion, over a period of 8 years. He didn't get his 8 years. So I guess.
Maybe he was on the path. Promise. I'm sure he was on the way to doing it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no. Like IRI said, I think it was like the single biggest contribution in terms of raw dollars added to the debt under Trump's 4 years than any other president in a comparable time frame. Mm-hmm. Like it's insane. Yeah. He didn't just add a wee little bit. He added like a historic amount.
Is this working right, guys?
What?
Nothing. Sorry, that's stupid shit.
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you got a bunch of stuff to do, but
well, I don't have to go until I hop on in, I think, an hour and a half. But if there's anything else you want to say, or if you're done, then you're good. Yeah.
No, I just think it's fun to hear like your thoughts on what's to come in the future. Like, what do you think it's going to be like under these Republicans? I'm assuming you're on the boat that they're going to win tonight, and
all the predictions I say,
all hell breaks loose, or what?
Yeah, it seems like they're probably going to win, and then it's just going to be like lame duck, basically. Like, probably not going to be able to do much for the next 2 years. Would be my imagination, right?
Do you think Biden's going to run again? He said he'll make an announcement after the midterms.
It's such a throwing away that incumbent advantage seems so not good.
Yeah.
I feel like he has to, unless what is his popularity at right now? His approval?
I think it's like 42. I thought
it's like 44, 42. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Who knows?
I don't know, but we have an interesting bench. We have like Gavin Newsom. I think he's kind of a rising star. Some people are talking about this Josh Shapiro guy who's running as Democratic candidate for governor, probably going to win tonight. Pennsylvania. I don't know. There's some interesting people out there. Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Any of these people get you fired up, or?
I just haven't looked enough into their platforms to know or whatever. I've only heard really, really bad things about Newsom, but I lived in Huntington Beach, which is a conservative area of Southern California. So everything on everybody on the radio shit talking. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Wait, never mind. Yeah. We live in similar areas, right? Dude, the radio down there is so conservative. There's a lot of Blue Lives Matter flags flying around in those Huntington Beach neighborhoods. Then blue line shit. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah.
Supreme and I went and knocked on doors in Katie Porter's district last weekend.
Dude, let's talk about that. I'm sorry. Let's talk about that for a second. Where is she in that race? Because the last I heard, it was a dead heat. That would suck.
Yeah, it's a toss-up, but like Destiny mentioned, it's a pretty conservative area, and it was just flipped in 2018, so there's a lot of angry middle-aged conservatives out there that want their country back, you know what I mean? But Katie Porter is the third most prolific fundraiser in the House, behind Nancy Pelosi and AOC. So I think she'll be okay. But it was interesting going out there knocking on doors, and the funny thing was like we were only knocking on doors of Democrats, but it would be like 19-year-old female in this nice apartment, and there's no way unless she's a crypto entrepreneur that she can afford this. So like the parents are going to answer, and they are not Democrats, so it was really awkward a couple of times. They're like, "We're not interested at all."
Yeah.
So okay. There also were some people protesting outside of Katie Porter's office, and I went right up to them. I was like, "I love Joe Biden." They were like, "You're a fucking communist!" Blah! They got all riled up. Nice. It was like when we went to the Trump rally in Beverly Hills. It was fun.
Damn.
You two went to a Trump rally in Beverly Hills?
We almost got killed, yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe you're still here right now. That must have been like when was this, in 2020 or 2016?
Oh, it was the weekend before the election in 2020, and we went to the Lions Den. It was awesome. We pissed off the whole rally. Well, it wasn't a Trump rally. It was like a pro-Trump event, and it was just
that sounds like wild. A cult. I don't think there are any like moderate like Trump events from what I can tell. It's like it's all hardcore, right? Like they drank the tea, the Kool-Aid, excuse me.
Yeah,
pretty bad.
They do.
Well,
I wish
the
one
thing
sometimes.
that we should talk about too is the fact that you talk about institutions. So Trump, there again, you guys might have to correct me on this, but I thought Trump drafted an executive order where it was before he left office, and he just never implemented it for whatever reason. Either he was discouraged from doing it, but where it was going to recategorize most federal employees as like Category F or Schedule F employees, which would basically make them at-will employees of the president. So he'd be able to fire people like Fauci, and apparently it's difficult for the president. Like he has to have cause to fire quite a few of these career bureaucrats. He doesn't have, he can't just demand everybody's resignation. But after COVID and some of the pushback that he got from within his administration, and obviously from election officials and whatnot, that he was attempting to make the executive branch at-will employment, so he could fire anybody who disagreed with him. That's scary shit. Like,
yeah, that seems pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know if that's how he'd actually end up doing it, but yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Category F for Schedule F employees.
Listen, Trump had a lot of plans for that second term. He was pretty upset. He was trying to break up NATO. He had a lot of things on his list.
How do you respond to people that say like Trump would be doing better on fucking Ukraine despite being like a fucking NATO skeptic?
Well, I think he was actively trying to break it up. I mean, he was saying we're going to withdraw money from it, and he was, and now Biden has become the leader of an empire, as Nick Fuentes said. I thought that was kind of base. Yeah, he is the leader of an empire with NATO, and he got Sweden and Finland to join. I mean, it's incredible what he's done. And also, we've hobbled one of our biggest adversaries, one of the biggest irritants in the world, Russia, by funneling money and weapons to the Ukrainians, and bless their hearts, they're willing to fight, and Russia's been shown to be a paper tiger now on the world stage. So, and that's all with Biden's leadership. I think he's done a fantastic job.
True.
I wonder what I don't know what deterrence or like impact like this is having on like Xi Jinping and China. Like, obviously China in a lot of ways is in better shape than Russia, but if I'm not mistaken, Russia, at least on paper, we talk about a paper tiger, still had like the second biggest and, according to experts, the second most powerful conventional military in the world. I wonder if the fact that Russia is doing so poorly on the world stage, and in, like you said, IRI, in large part because of what the U.S. has been able to mobilize in the West, do you think that is factoring into China's calculus? Like, they don't seem to be as conventionally imperialist, right?
I think
so like it's less about territory.
China is just a way better country than Russia in almost every way, right? They're more economically stable. They've got a better future ahead of them. I don't know if China wants to be as involved in this kind of like shenaniganery like Russia does. They're not like trying to, like, they already have like a massive kind of empire. It's a huge country. They've got like economic prosperity. They're manufacturing powers of the world. They've got projects working all across the world, across Europe and Africa. Like, I don't know if China wants to be as involved.
Yeah, they're doing that new Silk Road initiative, right? Where they're basically, funneling a ton of money into Africa and other parts of Asia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and they also have like their own internal conflict and everything too. So like, I don't know. I think Russia's kind of on their own with this like wild shit.
Well, it wasn't the conventional wisdom that they were going to be, there's some foreign policy experts which say that, yeah, okay, the U.S. is still the world's remaining superpower, but, the line from some foreign policy experts a couple of years ago, at least before what's going on in Ukraine, was that in many ways China and Russia are still competitors, that they're near peers of the U.S. between great power and superpower status, and that alliance the two of them have, would be like a really big counterweight to the U.S. And I haven't been following the Ukraine thing like, obviously like Dylan Burns and others have, but I thought I was reading that China has been kind of distancing themselves from Russia since this happened. Am I wrong there, or are they still maintaining like a close relationship? I thought that they were.
I mean, my guess is going to be that China probably doesn't want to like deal with or sign off on like this kind of wacky shit. Like that's probably not what they're all about. They're probably more interested in like people just kind of like working together diplomatically and not like the weird fucking Russian war shit. I don't think it benefits them very much.
Yeah, I think China signed off on Russia destroying Ukraine in a week, like they thought they would. And then when that didn't happen, China's like, oh, okay, that's not good. But China and India are the ones that are buying the oil from Russia, so they're keeping them afloat.
And it benefits them economically to do so too, so of course they will, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's why people think Russia will not use a nuke, because that will really isolate them from China, and even testing a nuke in Siberia or something like that as a threat to the world, that would really isolate them from China and India. But the thing with China is that would be a water invasion, not even over land, so it's even more difficult. And it just seems like China has a different way to bring Taiwan into their fold. And everybody's building these chip factories now, so I don't know if it's going to be that pressing of an issue moving forward in the next 3-5 years.
Yeah. Well, and that brings us full circle back to Biden's accomplishments. But right there, Destiny, one of the things that you can say is that, the CHIPS Act, in addition to be, the current forecast is it will be quite economically prosperous because you have Micron and was it Intel? There were some other like major tech giants like investing like billions of dollars into like new factories to develop these semiconductor chips domestically, which is also a national security issue, right? Because again, I don't want to misspeak, but is it China and Taiwan are actually both like the leading semiconductor manufacturers, and obviously there's a tension between them. Am I wrong there? I thought at least Taiwan is. Taiwan's a big source of our semiconductors, and given that they are perpetually in China's crosshairs, the fact that we're able to boost the chip manufacturing at home, which we need in pretty much every industry from automotive to healthcare, that's huge, and that takes a tremendous national security burden off us because we're doing it here.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Trump didn't do that.
Nope.
Trump didn't get that done.
Trump didn't get shit done with China.
That's bringing the manufacturing back here, which has been huge. And that's just the government's investment. Private industry is going to invest a lot too. And also like the Inflation Reduction Act, the government is investing in solar panels and credits for cars and all that, but private industry is going to invest too. So yeah, I mean, the CHIPS Act was huge. A lot of the legislative victories that Biden had at the end there were huge. The gun reform legislation, that's a big deal. The CHIPS Act, the burn pits legislation, all that stuff. Trump wishes he could get done, but he couldn't get anything done.
The Bipartisan Safers Community Act, that the gun control bill, now that one I'm less familiar with because, I mean, quite frankly, the media like glossed over it. But that's just not my area of expertise anyway. But I remember, and I'm trying to think of her name. I think it's BX Bullet was saying that there was like,
oh boy,
I probably shouldn't say that name 3 times. But that was like nonsense legislation. It's not going to have any effect. And again, gun policies and really not my forte. But
don't worry, nothing is her forte, so you're good.
Yeah, well, it just passed, right? So like, whatever implications it's going to have, it would take, if it will be effective, it's going to take a long time for a while for those policies to manifest. But are either of you fairly familiar with that bipartisan gun bill?
I don't know.
I mean, I know the key elements of it is $750 billion to help states enforce red flag laws. It expanded red flag laws so that it closes the boyfriend loophole to some degree, because if you don't live with someone but you're in a long-term relationship, you can't use red flag laws, and they close that. It also has people under the age of 21 have more scrutiny now when buying guns, that you can look into their juvenile mental health records and things like that. And it had a big investment in mental health care in general, which I thought was pretty cool. Like billions of dollars for mental health care, which I think is a big part of gun control, right? We definitely have a mental health crisis in this country.
Yeah.
Destiny, why have you not bought an AR-15 yet, by the way? The hell, bro?
I got a really, really, really nice shotgun that I haven't even shot yet. I just need more time to go out. I don't know. I spent too much time streaming. I'm working I'm working a lot, and I'm on a big upswing, so it feels weird to like step away from work, I guess.
Well,
Yeah,
you
you're
say
all over
that
the
so
place.
ominously with your orange and red background. It's like giving me Biden or Dark Brandon vibes. You talking about guns with that threatening background.
I'm sorry.
I love that speech. I'm sure you guys.
Live from the gates of hell. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
great speech.
That and the screenshots or the JPEGs that they would always have of Biden, like I was like that. You actually made Biden so much cooler than what he was prior to that. Like I don't know, it was pretty cool. Yeah. They said that according to news reports, said that White House staffers in particular were really leaning into the Dark Brandon imagery and the iconography. Biden probably had no idea what the hell it meant, right?
Probably,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think it's good that they did that. I like that. I mean, the new White House, the person running the White House account now,
Twitter account.
Yeah, man, she's sharp, dude. Like she's like dunking on
Had to delete a
Republican.
tweet.
Oh, yeah, because of the context check or whatever.
Oh wait, which one was that?
It was about jobs,
I
wasn't
know.
it? Or unemployment?
No. It was about the largest increase in Social Security benefits is thanks to this administration.
Which wasn't
It's
technically
actually
true?
tied to.
Yeah.
What's that?
That wasn't technically true, right?
No, it's tied to CPI, which is the inflation index, consumer price index. But Biden took credit. That's because of me. But it's true. It happened under his administration, technically, right? But they deleted it because it got fact checked over on Twitter. But that's badass. I want to push that envelope. That's what I'm talking about. That's that misinformation angle that I'm talking about, Destiny, right there.
Well, so
you're thinking we're putting out conspiracy theories. I'm just talking about pushing the envelope a little bit.
Well, in a way that Republicans do all the time. So, like, again, one of the big ones is, like, when I tout Biden's jobs record, I get a lot of people saying, well, that's just people going back to work after COVID. And it's like, okay,
well,
the metric by which Biden evaluates jobs is the same metric by which every president has, evaluated job growth, Republican or Democrat. Why would we make some sort of special caveat or asterisk for Biden and Trump that we would never do for any other president, and that no president would ever do for a Democrat? Like, sorry, I don't know. I just, to me, that's where, I don't know about the misinformation thing, but it's like, I do believe that we have to reject certain double standards and try to reshape narratives, because, like, even the myth of the liberal media, you look at any mainstream outlet, even MSNBC, from time to time, but Reuters, AP, CNN, they're as likely to trash Biden as praise him, right? Because they're motivated by sensationalism and clicks. They're nowhere near as ideologically driven as Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, and then, of course, the big conservative commentators online. They do not. The mainstream liberal media does not close ranks around Democrats to cover for them in the way that right-wing media does for conservatives. It's just never been the case. There's a double standard.
Yeah, I can believe that, yeah.
I mean, there's a whole group of people out there that don't want to accept reality, and right-wing media steps in and says, hey, listen, we were all cheated and we were all robbed. I think it's to their detriment, because if you don't revisit why you failed, if you don't do a post-mortem and figure out, hey, what did we do wrong, then you're doomed for failure in the future. And that's why I think MAGA's going to fail over time, because Trump's just sitting here harping on it. It was all stolen from me, meaning I did everything perfect, just the system failed me. And that's not a recipe for success in any environment, in anything you pursue in life.
Yeah, I always kind of had that feeling, is that, like, I feel like eventually, if it hasn't started to already, there's going to be a lot of people that are just turned off by the crybabiness, because he's such a crybaby.
Yeah.
He whines so much.
It's pathetic. Well, that's why I think Ron DeSantis also feels, the guy's 44 years old. He's talking about, trans kids or and all the issues, the red meat they want, while Trump is sitting there harping about 2016 Hillary's emails crap. Nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe. It's super cringe.
That stuff's boring.
Will they bring up cancel culture, do you think, in your conversation with them tonight? I don't know. Because I don't know what the topic is, if it's just like midterm discussion.
I mean, if they are, like, I feel like, as much as I think actually Elon has valid points about, like, being able to ban people from impersonating, I'll just clown on them for the Elon shit.
Hell yeah.
It's interesting though, because I feel like it's just we're constantly told that cancel culture is this leftist construct, even though Republicans and conservatives have done it since time immemorial and would absolutely do it again if they were the quote unquote dominant cultural power.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think any of them own that. Like, I don't think any of the people that you're going to be sparring with have said, yeah, you know what, this is a genuinely both sides issue. And conservatives do not have the moral high ground here. They just kind of pretend that, they don't cancel people or try to fire them or, for their opinions, but it's not true.
Yeah, I love that you go in there and fight with these people, man. I look up to it, and I hope to be out there a couple years doing the same thing. I think we need some liberals pushing back, man. They just running over us with all this crap. But I'm going to take off here in a minute, but are you, I wanted to ask you about Twitch. Like, if Twitch were to offer to unban you, would you duo stream over there? Dual stream, whatever?
Probably not. I think I would but I would stream with other people. It'd be nice to be able to do that again. But I don't think I would risk the duo stream. It's just not worth it. And I have, like, so much freedom. Like, we're pretty wild over here now on YouTube, and it feels good. That, like, especially, like, recently, there's been a few arcs now, like, this past, there have been, like, so many really interesting conversations relating to black issues and stuff that I had never even knew existed. And I don't know if I would have felt comfortable having these conversations on Twitch. I don't think that's the platform for it.
Damn, that's awesome, man. I feel like the sky's the limit for you. I really think I need to come over here full time on YouTube. Twitch is just...
I wouldn't go full time. Like, I would just duo stream. Just keep duo streaming, and then if you get banned, you get banned, and then switch over. But, well, getting banned sucks because then you lose the opportunity to do anything, but, yeah.
I've been pretty pleased worth it even putting out more content, IRI, by the way, that I see, like, your videos are, like, you're constantly posting more isolated videos, very topical. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm just chopping up my stream content, putting it as highlights on YouTube, and some of it is doing pretty well, but fucking Twitch, man, it sucks over there without you, Destiny. I tell you, man, unless you're orbiting Hassan, you're completely fucked. There's no way to grow at all.
Yeah, it's like super.
And I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, it's super cringe that, like, I feel like there's 3 big politics streamers now, and it's like Hassan, and then Mike, and then Denims.
Whoa, you're putting Denims up there? Interesting.
She's getting like 700 viewers now that she started her fans house and everything. And she's like a Hassan, like, she'll parrot all of his points and everything. But, like, is there anybody else at that level?
No, but she's just started getting up those numbers. But I thought it was because, like, Hassan's not streaming that day or something. I haven't really been paying attention that much.
No, she started.
But you're right.
She can get like 1,000 viewers now, yeah. And then Mike is doing his thing, or whatever, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. Those are the only people over there that have significant numbers, and not my cup of tea, man.
You two were both at TwitchCon, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get a chance to meet that porn star before she crushed her spine?
Oh, Adriana Chechik? No, I'm not in that friend group at all. Nope.
Gotcha.
That sucks for her, though. Holy shit. Apparently she had, like, abort a pregnancy and everything, too. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she, like, it just straight up was a miscarriage, but, like, do you think that's going to be a big scandal for Twitch in terms of, like, a payout?
I mean, I imagine they're going to have to pay out, but it's probably going to be a big liability thing, find out who was responsible, right?
You think there'll ever be another TwitchCon again, or, like, will that be the end of it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, of course there will be. There's going to be, like, insurances or something going on, right? I imagine, hopefully, maybe.
Yeah. It was like a vendor's booth or whatever, so I'm sure Twitch will find a way to put it on them, you know? TwitchCon was awesome, man. I tell you, that was a lot of fun.
Was it, because I'm not really up to date on, like, the drama lore, but I thought I saw something to the effect of, did you, IRI, get into you probably didn't scream, but did Haas get into a screaming match with you?
I instigated that whole thing because Haas and Jackson walked by and nobody noticed them, and I was like, yo, Haas, I saw him and I brought him over. I wish Destiny was there because it was out front, so that would have been hilarious if Destiny was there. Melina was nearby, but she don't know Haas, so didn't interact. But I just filmed it. I just sat there with my camera filming, laughing. So I thought it was hilarious.
You're a shit stirrer then. Then you just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think when you begin that story with Haas and Jackson were walking by, nobody noticed them. I imagine like that's the worst case scenario for the two of them, like the absolute hellscape.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments of all time in this space is when they tried to pull a Sam Cedar on, I think it was Destiny and Dylan.
Yeah, it was so
And Destiny, you
cringe.
didn't even react. That was my favorite part. Just like,
oh yes,
it was so, because Jackson didn't even have anything to say. Oh god, that was so fucking cringe. I felt so bad for him. I should have
And he was
reacted just
flexing.
because of how bad I felt. Yeah.
no, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. It was great because it was just like a lot of, and then you were just like,
yeah, where's
cool,
Haas
man?
at?
How are you?
What-
Yeah.
It's just funny how Haas crumbles when he's with Destiny, but anybody else, he barks and makes a bunch of noise. But every time he's around Destiny, he's just like little brother mode instantly.
Yeah, he got super ass mad that I didn't shake his hand when I was like outside his house. Oof, his apartment down in LA, I think, or someplace. He carries that with him.
Did you see him? Did you look down?
Was he tall or short?
Oh.
I'm not sure actually. I don't remember. Damn. Hey, listen, short kings. Okay, we don't do those kinds of jokes here.
Yeah.
No, it's okay, man. I'm one too. I get it. I don't know what's funny about some of those groups of people is I was surprised.
Oh wait. I'm talking about Jackson Hinkle right now, not Haas. That's why. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. He's tall, right?
Taller. I wouldn't say tall.
Taller. Fair enough. It just kind of reminds me of the Russia apologia and like the MAGA communism, the stuff like that they have been trying. The Yankee tanky guy, I've seen some of that back and forth. Like, do you think that there is a sincere? I assume it's all grifting, right? You know that phrase that you should never attribute to
malice. What can be explained with
malice?
stupidity.
What you can do to stupidity.
Yeah.
I actually just assume people are trolling and don't sincerely believe the things they believe. Is that the case for these Russian apologists that you have seen and that you've debated with? Like, do they genuinely?
I think they genuinely believe
stand
it.
for Russia.
Yeah, I think they do.
Gotcha.
But maybe I'm
Destiny,
wrong.
you think I can actually get banned on Twitch for duo streaming? Have you ever heard of anybody getting banned for that?
No, but I was saying
You would
banned for
know.
like covering edgy political stuff. But you're been pretty
Oh.
safe, so. But you're probably okay.
I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I should try it for sure. Listen, I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say to you and your audience, like, be patient on the vote results tonight. It's gonna take time to count the ballots. These crazy Republicans are gonna try to claim victory tonight, and I'm optimistic. I really am. I think that young people are coming out, and we
God.
got to see what happens, man. And no matter what, if the Republicans take over the House and the Senate, let's say, I still think we've got Joe Biden in the White House, and I think we come back roaring with a mandate in 2024. So I'm always going to be optimistic for sure about this stuff.
Well, hey, before you dip, I got to know. So, number one, do you think they're going to impeach him? Because Kevin McCarthy was kind of coy about this when he was asked the other day by CNN, of all people. Like, he actually sat down for a CNN interview, and he was kind of coy about whether or not they would impeach Biden. Do you think they will?
I think they will. It's only going to make him stronger because that's what happened with Trump. They're not going to convict him in the Senate.
Sure.
The only problem is it gums up the process in the Senate because they have to have a trial, which takes like 3 weeks. But I think they're going to do worse. They're going to impeach Mayorkas, the head of DHS. They're going to try to impeach Merrick Garland. They're not going to remove them from office, but it's going to waste time in the Senate again. And those aren't elected officials, so it's not going to benefit them politically.
Yeah. And I assume you also are expecting full Hunter Biden investigations. That'll be the new Benghazi, just one after another.
2 years of Hunter Biden nonstop. Get ready.
Yeah. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter. I think I linked him in chat. You should check him out. Simon Rosenberg. He's an ex Bill
Yes.
Clinton analyst. Yeah. So
Awesome.
he's
very optimistic.
Yeah. So I was going to say. So he was he's been my source of election optimism, and I know he's like the outlier in the group. He's the dissident, and it seems like he knows what he's talking about. Obviously, he has the CV for it, but do you think there's some copium there, or do you think he actually has a reasonable case based on the numbers he's crunching?
He's crunching the early vote numbers, which is just data. So I think he's got a reasonable case. There is a path to us winning, not just holding on to the Senate, but the House as well. There is a path. And if we lose, Republicans could have such a small lead in the House that they struggle to govern their own caucus. They're going to have the Freedom Caucus, which is like 40 people of 40 Marjorie Taylor Greens who are nuts. So good luck managing that. You know what I mean? That's not going to be easy.
McCarthy has promised that he's going to give her back a committee assignment, that he's going to put her back on committees. Yeah.
He's going to put her on oversight. They're going to kick Adam Schiff off intelligence. They're going to kick Ilhan Omar off foreign affairs. They're going to be nasty about it for sure. Politics is about to get a lot nastier.
Yes.
Well, I feel like it could get worse.
Oh.
Way worse. Watch. It's about to get really gross. Especially if somebody like Carrie Lake wins governor in Arizona. It's about to get nasty. We've never had like election deniers winning high office like that.
But
again, I'm optimistic.
100. Like that's the other thing. So, people are going to bring up, shit that Stacey Abrams said, when she never formally conceded to Brian Kemp in 2018. And they're going to bring up the fact that in 2019, Hillary Clinton, made the comment that Trump is an illegitimate president.
Oh, that one interview gets quoted so many times. And I was like, okay, you're going to quote that. You think that's bad. What about these like 7,000 fucking comments that your daddy Trump has made then? And it's like, well, Hillary said this one time.
Well, she did it first or whatever. I mean, like that's the thing. It's like, she poked the bear, so it justifies this like, no limiting principle response from the right. But that's the scary thing. I don't know, I feel like we can't afford, just given the sensitive positions that they're in, secretaries of state that they're running for, gubernatorial races, and I just think statewide election officials. You had the guy, is it the Wisconsin Republican candidate, IRI, who flat out said that if he wins, you will never have a Republican lose an election in Wisconsin ever again. Like,
said that, yeah.
Holy
Listen,
shit!
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Even if the worst characters get elected tonight, it will be fine. Trust me. In America, we have like 3,000 elections. We don't have one election. We have like 3,000 elections every county. And so the idea that you're going to coordinate some sort of big scheme and pull off some sort of steal is very slim. So we're going to be just fine.
No, I'm just worried about, the fact that, I guess, like you said earlier, about gumming it up, right? I mean, it's just contributing to further erosion of these principles, and then that becomes the new norm. And
rule changes are scary, but like when you look at the data, I don't think that this is a few studies people linked me that I thought were interesting. It doesn't really seem like there's much that deters people from voting if they want to vote. Like an 8-hour wait time will do it, but a 2 or 3 hour won't. I don't think that the attempting to prevent people from voting is as effective as people thinks it is. And it seems like when people open up elections and want to make it easier to vote, it seems like it tends to actually favor Republicans in rural counties a bit more. So if Republicans try to gum up the process too much, they're just going to end up hurting themselves more than they realize it. So I'm not too worried about stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a credible case to make? I was having some arguments with people on Twitter earlier today, off and on, about like ballot harvesting, right? Outside of the theory, what is exactly wrong in your opinion, if anything, because they still have to be, they can't be fraudulent, right? I mean, the signatures still have to match, there's still, I mean, there still has to be dated correctly and all these things. To me, it's like the equivalent of handing your completed test to a classmate when they're going up to hand theirs to the teacher, right? So who gives a shit?
Well, the argument is like you could pressure someone to fill out the ballot the way you want, like some old person. So,
or Republicans bitch about ballots being sent proactively to eligible voters, like request that ballot.
That's stupid. I don't know why the fuck Republicans complain about that. That's dumb. But the ballot harvesting, I can see where it's like, the nice thing about voting is you're supposed to be able to go into a voting booth, do a vote, and seal it, and nobody will ever know what you voted for. That's supposed to be your right as an American citizen. And ballot harvesting might tamper with that. Although there are some cases where I can see it maybe being legitimate. Like nursing homes, I think, is a really good example of that. And maybe families
being soft for old people. Unbelievable.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Well, one of the doors I knocked on with Katie Porter, a woman was just laying in the living room in a hospital bed, just sitting there. And so, like, that person's not able to vote.
Did she vote IRA?
Yeah. She was fired up. She's like, I'm voting today. And we were like, okay. she's like, yeah, someone's coming today or whatever to, I guess, to help her. But yeah, like we need to make it more accessible for people like that. I mean, literally laying in her living room in a hospital bed, you know.
I love your commitment to democracy. You're so devoted to Democrats that when you canvass, you will interrupt a prayer vigil for a woman in hospice. You're like, excuse me, ma'am, before you...
Wait, is this a reference to something? What?
No.
Yeah,
no,
what
it's
is
what he
this?
said. He says he knocks on the door and he
No.
sees a woman there.
Well, no, she's in a wheelchair. She's not having like fucking...
I thought you said a hospital
No,
bed.
She was a hospital. She had like a real hospital bed in the middle of her living room, taking up the whole room. But she was still inside her house, just chilling, watching TV in that hospital bed. She might have been dying. I don't know. I didn't ask. Hey, are you almost
listen,
dead?
we're all
Make sure
kind
you
of
vote before you die.
We're all dying, right?
That's true.
That's how it works.
Technically, we're all dying.
I mean, this
Are
is what
you-
you see when you knock doors. Which, by the way, Destiny, we may have to have a runoff in Georgia if neither candidate gets over 50%, Raphael Warnock or Herschel Walker.
Again.
It may come down to control of the Senate, may come down to Georgia. Your boy, Raphael Warnock, may need your help again, my friend. Did we do it?
Yeah, we'll see, okay. Maybe.
That's where, oh my God, that's where you need to complete the Gamer Bible. And then you and Pastor Warnock can proselytize the good news, the good word of Biden, and get him a second term. I'd be down
I
for
say
that.
let's fire up the machine, man. I'll go out there. I'll fly out there for a weekend and knock some doors.
True. We'll think about it.
That was the one. It was nice being able to do this for this election cycle, knocking on doors and canvassing. I was expecting, because it's a new state that I moved to. I haven't been here very long, and it's very red. But didn't have a single negative reaction with everybody or with anybody. Rather.
Do you think there'd be two? Would there be two runoffs again? Is that possible?
Well, I don't think the governor race is going to go to a runoff, but only one Senate race is on the line this time, as opposed to when we were
because
out
it was
there,
like
both of them were.
yeah.
Ossoff isn't running for re-election. I mean, he's not up for re-election.
He won
right
a full
now, right?
term, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
You know what? If there's
It's
a
just
runoff, yeah, we'll do it. We'll go again.
Whoa!
Okay? I'll make
Can I
that.
just
I'll make that commitment to you right now,
Yeah.
IRI. Okay. Yeah. If there's a runoff, we'll go.
You'll do
again.
what?
If there's a runoff, we'll do another canvassing thing. At least I'll commit to one event, maybe two.
One weekend.
Yeah. Maybe
One
two.
weekend,
Maybe
that's
two. Yeah.
it. Damn! You guys heard it here first. Awesome.
That's right.
I would
It's
love to go out there
breaking
and hit some
news.
doors.
Breaking news.
There you go.
That'd be great.
That's
when are they?
All right.
What's the projection? Hey, the projection before? Are they saying it'll be a couple of days before the votes are completely tallied?
Yeah, we got a lot of mail-in ballots to count. Some states like Florida should have 99% of the results by the end of the night. State like Virginia will, because they're able to open them beforehand. But some states don't even open ballots before today. So it's going to be like 4 days or so till we know. And we may determine who controls the House may come down to like California, like districts like Katie Porter's. And so that's going to take maybe 2 weeks even to count. So it could be a while before we know what really happens.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, all right. It's
All right,
nice
listen.
talking to you, buddy.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Destiny, thanks so much for giving us this time to talk some politics. I know people in the community were dying to hear your thoughts and hear you
you're
engage
good.
in this.
You guys
so
are the
it was
ones
cool,
that
man.
keep me programmed, so thanks a lot. Keep me stuck in the matrix.
All right. Hell
The
yeah.
IRI.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang out for just a bit more.
Yeah,
to
have
pick
fun.
your brain, Destiny.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See you
All
later.
right, see you, IRI.
Guy.
What's up, chat? Rare politics stream. Yeah, it's nice. IRI's a cool dude. I love him on all the panels that I guess are not around anymore, but like the Hippy Dippy podcast and all that. It was really, really good. It's good to see that he's more active on YouTube too. Thanks for coping with us, girl's name. Listen, I'm a cynic by nature, so I don't share IRI's optimism. I expect that there will be a red wave. I was shocked that the Senate would be competitive for the longest time. It seemed like we would maintain our advantage there. So I don't share his optimism. I'm expecting the worst. But I guess best case scenario, President Biden still has, the power of the veto, and it's extremely unlikely that Republicans would be able to caucus sufficiently with Democrats to be able to break his veto for legislation, even though Republicans really aren't big on legislation in the first place. So Ruminate, what made you pick that name? Honestly, in hindsight, I wish I picked a different name. Ruminate, like the slogan of the channel is pondering politics and pop culture, because I'm like a really big pop culture geek. But just with the political climate, I've been spending more time ranting about politics on TikTok and YouTube. But the spelling of ruminate, the Ruminate, was taken. And for some stupid reason, what I should have done was RUMIN number 8, but I just stupidly added the number 1 instead. And so, like, when I get in conversations with people on TikTok, they're like, "What's a RUM1N8?" And I'm like, "Oh, Jesus." So you got to do like the whole phonetic alphabet, but. What I think about the Ohio race, that's not looking good. Last time I checked, J.D. Vance was up by 10 points, which is baffling, right? Because he is so unlikable. And you want to talk about like I don't know, a breakneck change, right? He was actually like a very outspoken Trump critic for like the first few years of Trump's term, and then he just did a 180, man, like embarrassing, like Ted Cruz level. Sycophant. And so between that and the fact that he has an elitist background, and Tim Ryan is a pretty competent politician, he's been really good with the campaign, he's been doing his part to distance himself from President Biden and the Democrats. I'm surprised, I really am surprised that JD Vance was leading by like 10 points. See. Come to DGG. I don't know what that means. I think I am in DGG, right? I'm here on the server. Would you mind hopping off the call? You're pretty sleepsy. I think I'm going to stick around even longer now. The House and Senate always flop around. It's really tough on incumbent majorities from everything I've ever seen. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, that's the historic trend. But you would think, given that the stakes are higher than they've ever been, that some of those trends would deviate. Not really. Thoughts on Arizona? The Carrie Lake thing. I mean, IRI is right. Carrie Lake she's probably, I think you could make the argument that Carrie Lake is the single scariest GOP candidate, somebody who's not a sitting member of Congress already. She's terrifying. Hot, though. I mean, she's attractive for an older woman. But you want to talk, like, you just absolutely, like, her pupils don't dilate. She's crazy. She drank the Kool-Aid. That's scary. And she's very hostile to the press. She's able to weaponize a lot of Trump's aspects, I think, very well. She's able to appropriate them. So she's hostile to the press. She knows how to be hostile to the press in a way that engenders her to her base. I think in a way that even like Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't. And yeah, she's a really good campaigner. And that's another one that's kind of scary, right? She's running against Katie Hobbs and she's leading. She has that fluoride stare. Yeah. Thoughts on the Brazilian election? I thought it was cool that Lula won. I was legitimately expecting Bolsonaro to not begin the transfer of power process. I guess he still hasn't formally conceded, but it says something. I mean, he kind of like holed up in his mansion, his compound for a few days and was like radio silent. And I was expecting him to pull a Trump, but so far he hasn't. He may, with his remaining time in office. But unlike Trump, he immediately authorized, or like within a few days, authorized his chief of staff to begin the transfer process to get Lula back in power, which is pretty based, as you would say. Bolsonaro tried to close I think that members of Bolsonaro's administration, like the military was getting involved with like shutting down traffic or whatnot to try to obstruct voter turnout. That's pretty fucked up, obviously. But again, the fact that he has authorized the transfer process and has not, denied the election results, that's huge. Talk about Bolsonaro.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I know, obviously, you've done this a time or two.
Wait.
Are you pretty confident?
Let me stop and start the recording 1 second.
Oh, sure.
Okay. What are you asking?
Are you pretty confident, given that you're going to be the either the lone wolf among the sheep or the lone sheep among the wolves? Do you even give a shit at this point?
Oh, it's just going to be like a fun, like, we're going to watch some of the results come in and chat a little bit. I don't think that there are no serious arguments in favor of the Republican Party right now. It's a fucking joke.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I don't know. It'll just be a matter of whether or not I can, like, keep my cool in the face of, like, unending stupidity, or if I lose my cool and then start going for YouTube clips, I guess.
The TikTok stuff's growing too. Like, I don't know if I assume you're not editing it yourself, but those videos are excellent. Does he take care of those as well?
No, I've got, I have 2 TikTokers. I've got an official guy that runs Destiny debates. There's a new competitor in the ring who does, I think it's like Destiny Clips HQ or something. And that guy's doing pretty well too.
I thought, then you must have 3, because you have, and I hope I'm not like outing anything, but you have one under your official name, and you've got the little check mark, and then you've got Destiny debates.
Oh, there's a Stephen Banel one too that,
yeah.
But yeah, there's a few, yeah. There's a ton of them, yeah.
Gotcha. No, I was just telling your chat, not really. I don't share IRI's optimism at all. I'm a cynic by nature, so I expect that it will be a red wave. But
for sure, that's what most of the polling seems to show. Yeah.
You, because you were following this pretty obsessively during the first Trump cycle, and then obviously in 2020, the guy I referenced, Simon Rosenberg, like he'll talk about how, and he is the biggest Democrat optimist with respect to pollsters, but he talks about how Republicans and these right-leaning pollsters have been flooding the zone. Those are his words, with these biased polls to try to discourage turnout. Like, hey, it's inevitable. I
don't believe that's a real thing. I don't think I would ever believe that, because that's your credibility on the line, right? And if you keep fucking up over and over again, people aren't going to watch your polls. So I don't think people are ever faking polls.
Yeah, it seemed perplexing to me, because I remember 538, they're just an aggregator, and they got put through the ringer in the last election cycle, right? I mean, there were a lot of people saying Nate Silver doesn't know what he's talking about, because the projections were that Trump was going to win in a landslide, and it turned out to be very different. And then they projected that Republicans were going to win Georgia comfortably, and all these things. So it seems like there's this ubiquitous distrust of polls that I don't recall, and not just on the right, but also on the left, in ways that I don't remember, during Obama's second term, and even the first Trump term, or the first Trump election. I don't remember. It seemed like people were pretty quick.
I think people were just mad that Trump was predicted. There was that one WAPO projection that was so bad that showed Hillary winning 99-1 or something. That people said, what?
Do you do the betting markets, right? You look a lot to the betting markets as far as how elections will go.
I used to. Yeah, they're interesting. I think they're instructive. Yeah, I think that's they can be. Yeah, but what about
they? Do they tend to follow the polls, or are there these critical deviations? Are they a completely different source of information, or they confirm the polling data?
I haven't looked recently. I'm not a midterm kind of guy. I'm a primary election kind of dude. So I haven't followed it much these times. Predict It used to be one. I don't know if they got in trouble and they're cutting down now or what, but
let's check that out. Yeah, the I don't know. I was telling them too that the upshot is obviously that they'll never get. I shouldn't say never. The extremely unlikely that the GOP will get a veto-proof majority, and that they won't be able to caucus with enough people to overcome Biden's veto. So that's good. But
we have right now for controlling the Senate right now, the betting markets have it at about 80-20 in favor of Republicans. So
shit,
it's pretty big odds. If you really think the Democrats are going to win, you got 5-1 on your money.
Oh, so. No. Yeah, like I said, I was telling them too, it was really heartbreaking, because it's bad enough, the idea that just one chamber under control of Republicans, because House Republicans have been even less willing to cooperate with Biden than Senate Republicans. That's the great irony here, is that, Mitch McConnell is considered the Grim Reaper of progress and legislation, but he's worked with Biden far more and has been far more willing to do it than McCarthy has. So McCarthy has assumed that role, and you almost get the impression, or at least I do, that McConnell probably hates McCarthy, like probably thinks he's an idiot, you know. But
maybe, and he probably has at least some respect for Biden, right? How long did they work together? Did they share
forever?
Yeah,
like decades. As a matter of fact, did you know that it was? I think it was McConnell's idea to name a piece of legislation after Beau Biden, when Beau Biden died. And he gave the speech, McConnell did, on the floor of the Senate, that they decided to name the bill after Beau Biden in front of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden started crying. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to think of that withered old vampire as being, you know, sincere at all. But I do think McConnell,
politically shrewd. That's what he does.
Would you describe McConnell as an institutionalist, given that he's been willing to break norms, or do you think like he's a surgical anti-institutionalist? Like, how would you describe him?
I don't know. It's hard to more so than Trump for sure. The filibustering thing is so weird, and the nuclear option and the Supreme Court judge, just because that was like a back and forth that had gone on for so long. I wouldn't put him on the same level as Trump.
No, I agree with that. Actually, I think that even among sitting members of Congress, you know, that McConnell is more hesitant to break traditions unless he is convinced that it's the winning hand, and then of course principle goes out the window. But I think somebody like Ted Cruz would gladly part with norms and traditions much quicker than McConnell. But that could be that sycophant energy.
I feel like Cruz is more principled, but like who the fuck knows, dude? It's hard. It's really hard to make these predictions. I'm not sure, right?
Do you think, given the tension between Trump and DeSantis, that do you still think that DeSantis will not try to get in Trump's way and seek the nomination himself?
It just feels so self-destructive to both of them, and Trump doesn't care. So like you're playing chicken with a guy that's suicidal. Would DeSantis do it? Because like if DeSantis, this is just, and it's just a feeling. These are all feelings. None of this is polling data. Sure. Now. The feeling that I have is that DeSantis is a politician with a political future and probably some kind of care for himself and the Republican Party. Trump has no care whatsoever. Do you want to oppose somebody like Trump when you're trying to run, when this guy doesn't give a fuck? He'll burn down the whole house and not give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, like Joker energy. Just he'll take 100%. The whole house.
He doesn't
out.
give a fuck about anybody but himself and his legacy. That's it. I don't know if he cares about his legacy. I think he just cares about himself in the now. So
then you've got the contrary position that says, okay, well, yeah, DeSantis is too shrewd to get, to play chicken with somebody like Trump, who clearly doesn't care about,
anything.
I think you make the argument that in some ways Trump doesn't even care about power so much as like his own aggrandizement, right? Like,
which comes with power, right? It's kind of
right. But I mean, like, power itself is not its own end, right? He would rather not be. I think he would rather just not be humiliated than not be, like, he would rather resist a blow to his ego than be in power. And I feel like DeSantis is the opposite. I think like DeSantis will gladly subordinate himself. Like, I don't know if you ever saw his campaign ads when he ran for governor. I think it was in 2018. He was like these creepy ass campaign ads where he's reading like Trump related fairy tales to his kids. Like super cringe, like for real. Check it out. Like, it's like, and then Mr. President said, "What about her emails?" Like, super creepy. And and Trump would never do that. Trump would never kiss someone else's ass.
Nah, if he loses, he's out. He's not fucking campaigning for fucking any of that shit. Nah, he'll just leave. He'll bounce immediately, of course.
So then the question becomes, okay, if DeSantis is willing to subordinate himself and his ego, and because he's thinking 2028 or whatever it is, would Trump accept him as a VP candidate? Or is it like, no, this guy is too close to my popularity, I don't want to bring him into the fold?
Yeah, that's the thing. Pence is really good because Pence is really quiet, and he's never going to be like stealing the limelight from Trump. I don't know if Trump thinks about that much. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know, and this is my ignorance of just people. Like, would you choose somebody from Florida? Don't you usually want to shore up? I know Florida went to Obama, but like, are Republicans really at a risk so much for losing Florida that they would pick DeSantis for the VP pick? Or would you go for somebody from more of a swingy state?
My understanding, yeah, I mean, I agree that the conventional wisdom is that you would pick a running mate who compensates where you're weak. But I mean, and I'd have to, I guess, brush up on my data. But you look at Vice President Harris, I don't think she brought anything to the table that Biden didn't already have, except maybe women.
That's really
like, he was
true,
really
yeah.
popular. He was more popular with African Americans than she was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what she brought to the table. And as a matter of fact,
people are saying you can't choose a VP from the same state as the president. Is that like a rule? Why people are saying you can't do that?
No, I don't. I'm not aware of any like campaign related rule that says, because Trump resides in Florida, but he's not like from there, and I don't know. I'm not aware of a rule like that. Let me check.
Okay, never
maybe
mind.
they
It's
mean
just
like
some
a real
dipshits in
politic
chat.
rule.
I don't know why people in chat were saying that. Gab 5.
A VP from the same.
It's
state.
a rule Cheney had to change his state. No, they usually just choose one from another state because they'll have a bigger bit. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But like there are people, and I think it might have been.
That's actually true. Wait, what was the rationale for choosing Harris? Other than to maybe short progressive votes, but they're not going to Trump.
He made a commitment. Biden made obviously he made the commitment that he was going to pick a woman vice president, and I think at the time there was it was Warren, Harris, and then imagine in this bizarre world Tulsi Gabbard, right, or Amy Klobuchar, but two of them are white. One's super old. Tulsi was persona non grata with the Democratic Party, not popular at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was just, hey, I said that I'd pick a woman and she was the least. Yeah, but she was even then, if I remember correctly, she had a brief boost after the first debate when she went after Biden on the busing thing.
Mm-hmm.
But she's never been very popular. Like, even now, I think that she still has lower popularity than Biden does. So, I don't know. I feel like the conventional wisdom would be that Trump should pick DeSantis, but I just don't think that Trump's ego would tolerate bringing a near peer or a rival or someone who's seen as the next Trump, the better Trump by some people. I don't, you know what I mean? Even though it might make more sense to close ranks and have a ticket of the two strongest people.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think he'll run?
I don't. Oh, do I think Trump will run?
Yeah.
Feels like it. Right.
I don't know. Like it seems.
Why
weird
would he
to
be
me
like
that
campaigning and doing all this shit right now if he wasn't going to run?
I feel like it's weird that he's delayed so long. Like so you read some commentary and they'll say things like, because he lost last time and by a pretty reasonable margin. I think most if then else, hypotheticals say that Biden stands the best chance of all the GOP candidates they could field in 2024, Biden stands the best chance of beating Trump again. And so, some of the people were arguing that Trump would not want to run if he was fairly convinced he would lose again. So that's part of the reason why he's hesitated to announce himself. I feel like he has no choice but to run now, given that Merrick Garland is clearly coming for him.
I don't think it's. Would he really make the decision based off that?
I feel like saving his ass is the single most important calculus he has. But well, look, man. Good luck later on. I will be. You're going to be streaming it here? I assume.
I hope so. I should be able to. Yeah.
Good. I'm looking forward to it, and I left you some notes and some links in the server in case a debate comes out. But thanks for having me, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, buddy.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Oh, Jesus. Can somebody link me there? We can see their stream if somebody wants to.
Crime is going down in America. Everyone keeps going on about how crime should be a major issue this election, but if you look at the data, it actually shows crime is going down in America. Yes, the crime of murder is going up, But all of my dead friends are voting Democrat anyways. So if they're okay with it, I'm not sure why everyone else is making such a fuss. You're not.
Hey, things are going in the U.S. This is a bleak picture from this electorate. Look down here. 39% dissatisfied, 34% are downright angry. That's 73%, 3/4 of the electorate tell us they're dissatisfied or angry. Only 5% enthusiastic, 20%.
Keep calling this the Chinese virus. There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Your own aide, Secretary Azar, says he does not use this term. He says ethnicity does not cause the virus. Why do you keep using this? A lot
Because
of
it
people
comes
say
from
it's
China.
racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China.
What is this?
That's why. It comes from China. I want to be accurate.
Why? Who made this?
Acting all corrupt with Viktor Shokin in Ukraine, and they went after him just for
In Kabul, there are Taliban like every couple of hundred meters with their guns. Safest feeling I've ever had, unironically, because like we would leave stuff in the car, like open car, anyone can see and see this bag, steal it, right? Anywhere in America that'd be stolen, but in Afghanistan, everyone knows they're going to be killed if they, break the Sharia law.
diplomacy. That's diplomacy. You don't break the rules because you're afraid what might happen. Nobody has to fire a shot, but if anything happens, you're gonna be out. But
So it's the thing. Remember when I said a while ago, and there were even some conservatives that said, no, you're wrong, that there are kind of the very new age, cutting edge conservative is actually looking at some of the cultures that they used to say were degenerate and are going, oh my God, actually, hold on. Maybe raping your wife is actually based. Maybe cutting people's hands off for stealing shit, maybe they actually had the right answer all along. Maybe not having phones and technology, maybe that's actually really good. Like a lot of these very new age conservatives are aiming in that direction. I've heard Fuentes speak to it a little bit, and you just heard it here, right? Yeah.
Like in America, Biden's a Democrat. In Afghanistan, he's a free and open Republican who has armed the population, and now it's a very polite society as a result.
yeah, I guess that's good, right?
I'm really just looking at Indiana District 1 right now, especially because there is a potential of it flipping red, and it's right on the border of Chicago. It's where, you have Lake County area of Indiana is bordering Chicago. So I'm really curious if that can be flipped because it's been Democrat for I hope someone's in the chat very, very long time. So that would be kind of interesting seeing Democrat long time, long hold flipping red.
Is it working class?
Oh, yeah, it's Indiana, and it's Gary, Indiana, Indianapolis. That's all that region.
Problems too. So I wonder. Interesting. Curious.
Also interesting is Miami-Dade County to see if they actually flipped it red. That's a huge move for Republicans and Latinos if they did.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm reading that on Twitter right now. The only source of my news through memes.
It's just too much modernity at this point. Just getting all
yeah.
Memes.
If I can't get it through memes, it's just too depressing. I can't watch the regular news anymore. This is a bit of a silly question, but Lauren Chen wrote this question down. Very naive, Lauren. We love you, but she said, "Is there any hope for bipartisanship going forward?"
What do you guys think?
Yes. Yeah.
I think so. I think so too. Because
Republicans are always down for it. So it's as long as Republicans are down, Democrats, when they're in the losing seat, of course they're going to do anything that helps them look good for the next election. If Republicans, I guess, were more like Democrats, they would say go F yourself, but they don't do that.
I think.
By the way, the video was thrown right then and there. If you could see the MSNBC guy gasping, because with 60% of Miami-Dade in, Republicans are up 5 or 7. Actually, 7.
Oh my. That's
70% Hispanic county.
That's insane.
I'm saying when I'm allowed to join this.
What
Hold
you
on.
said.
I'm sorry, I'm already so triggered.
And even beyond that, it's just it's not it's really rural. It's not super suburban. It's a city area. The Miami suburbs are basically not suburbs at all.
Okay, so this is kind of a funny question, but obviously almost everyone that's come on this live stream and everyone on Twitter is saying they're rigging this. Look at all of the ballot boxes that aren't working or the machines that aren't working. All of this shenanigans going on in the background. Is this going to be embarrassing for Republicans, right-wing commentators, if there actually is a red wave, or will it just kind of be oh, they weren't able to rig it enough?
It'll probably be the latter. To be honest, I'm not entirely convinced by the like. One thing goes wrong and everyone says, "Okay, well that's completely rigged, right?" It's like, well, you know, sometimes yes, but to be honest, as we mentioned earlier, like the United States election infrastructure seems to be such a shit show of just like nothing fucking works. Like your fucking voting machine. Why have you got voting machines? Just do it on paper. Like they clearly don't work.
So
Like everything
France
keeps
does.
breaking. So it's the point of you know, everything's so broken anyway that no matter how competent the people are, frankly, the whole system's so fucked that nobody's going to end up trusting them anyway. So, like, with rigging or not, it's still a shit show.
Well, it's also Republicans create a self-fulfilling prophecy. They tell their voters not to vote by mail, not to significantly higher. So then people are like, oh my God, they rigged it for us this day. It's like, listen, the government's incompetent. Every state runs their own election system. There's no universal system in our country. Somebody's going to bungle it. So vote at your earliest opportunity. Don't be an idiot.
I think that you're either going to have to decide if you're going to be okay with them counting for a few extra days.
What were the two biggest things that Republicans like? One was the threatening the debt ceiling. Jessica, she said Republicans are always down for bipartisanship. So one was the threatening of the debt ceiling. The other one was it was Republicans who wouldn't come together for the 9/11 bill, for the firefighters and stuff, right? Where Stewart had to go and petition the government. Are there any examples of? Oh. Hold on, what was Garland's quote? Garland, Obama, not pass. I think Garland literally, didn't he explicitly say? Am I crazy? I thought McConnell explicitly said, I am going to obstruct every single fucking thing you do. It was in that article, was it? Oh wait, I did Garland, hold on. No. I want the quote under Obama. It was an insane fucking quote. I want the link to it. The Biden quote is more relevant, in my opinion. Oh, was it the one-term president? Gross. Hold on. Let me just have some quotes here for this. This was from Boehner. And it was the McConnell quote. Thank you.
Days after election day, because that's what you get when you have a bunch of absentee ballots. When you have a bunch of mail-in voting, they have to count for longer. It just takes longer. So I think you need to either pick your poison. You can either tell everyone to go on election day and trust that everything will go smoothly, which is not something that I trust at all, because even state governments are incredibly incompetent and they mess stuff up like they did in Maricopa County earlier today. By 10 a.m. my time, they were already having all these issues with these machines. And I was like, this does not bode well. But I think that if you are going to tell people to send in mail-in ballots and do the absentee ballots, you have to be okay with them waiting, which then opens up a whole different, can of worms when it comes to are they rigging it? Are they like doing sneaky things with the absentee ballots? I don't know. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of another. Neither one's great, but.
So I put a link in the chat. I know we can't get it up, but I graphed back when 2020 happened the share of postal votes that made up the vote. So for example, in 1996, of the votes,
waiting for Lauren Chen to email me back to see if I'm allowed to join early.
Small
Hold on.
minority. Okay, there are reasons for that, so fair enough. You have to send it by post. But in 2020, it was 42% of all votes were by post. 42.
Wow.
That's crazy.
But it's just an example of okay, I don't really feel like we can trust the situation, and also that, even without rigging, that opens itself up to so much just fuck-ups.
I had to vote by mail a couple times because I was studying in another country, and when I tracked my ballot was never taken, because I did tracking to it. My ballot was never taken by the office that should have taken it, so my votes never actually got counted.
Wow.
I think
That's
the Republicans
terrifying.
are genuinely right to say that actually, even though it harms us, as Sean rightly says, with the messaging, honestly, postal votes are kind of cancer. And it's okay if it's 1% of people overseas in the army who can't vote in person for the obvious reason. But when it's 40% of the electorate, as it was in 2020, that's not a way to run an election.
No.
Yeah, but I was talking about early in-person voting, which people should go out to, and also mail-in voting is way down from 2020. Like the COVID-19 scare made a lot of people expand their rules. States have contracted those rules. So you have to request it. I got a ballot sent in the mail to me for 2020 without asking for it. I didn't even qualify for one if I wanted one this time around under New York law. So a lot of states have changed it back.
100%, and I guess we'll see the number for this election. But in 2016, it was 20.1% of all votes were postal votes. So it's a jump of 20% of the vote. But still, even the idea that 20% of your vote is postal votes, I can't explain how crazy that is for us in England, at least.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on there too. I mean, I know, Sean, you saw Nuance Pro tweet this out, but it's a USA Today article that said data from the November audits show one batch of absentee ballots with 950 votes for Biden and 0 votes for Trump. The data set labels the ballots as military, but they also include just overseas votes. That's statistically impossible. Am I losing it here?
That's what they saw with Trump, right? There were a bunch that came in that were just for Biden, and they're just like, what? Yeah, like what you're talking about right there. They're like, oh, well, here's a stack of ballots that we just discovered under a table or whatever, and they're literally all Democrat.
Wasn't it 5-1?
Right. That to me is so shady. I have no idea.
Especially military votes. Military votes don't seem like
Democrats.
they would.
Yeah.
Well, military people
also
definitely
included
are Democrats.
Democrat that could win West Virginia. And the idea that Manchin not wanting to restrict fossil fuels for green energy is what's hurting the Democrats is crazy.
All right. Well, hello. It's been a minute, Steven. Welcome.
He doesn't look happy.
I just heard a lot of interesting stuff being talked about in here. Just a lot of.
Yeah, you gotta get in here.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick your guys' brains on a lot of the really fascinating things going on in here.
Yeah. What are you feeling so far about the elections? Everything you're seeing on Twitter. Oh wait, you're not on Twitter. Oh no.
Oh no! Don't worry. If you impersonate Daddy Elon, you're gonna be kicked off Twitter pretty soon too. Be careful there. Your freedom of speech god seems like he's getting pretty irritated at some of the people on Twitter there.
But aren't you gonna get your account back because of him?
Oh, I don't think so. That's cute when you think that though. But...
Why'd you get banned? I don't remember.
Honestly, at this point, I don't know. All my accounts get banned for ban evasion. I got banned 6 or 7 years ago, I think, maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, so you're like living a good life without Twitter. So that sounds great.
None of us on the internet live a good life. What is this I hear about Republicans being more willing to work together on legislation? That was a really interesting comment.
About what? Before, like bipartisanship?
Yeah,
bipartisanship. The thing that Trump like didn't make any progress on, and that Biden made like a center point of his administration and has successfully passed legislation on. I'm so curious where that comment came from, because it.
Oh, the comment comes from just Republicans willing, at least in the Senate and the House level, to come to the table and talk with Democrats. I don't think that's very controversial.
I think that that only happened under the massive pushes from Biden's administration, from Biden's leadership, especially working with McConnell in the Senate. And you saw under Obama that Republicans have absolutely no desire to do bipartisanship. And then even recently, when you saw that Jon Stewart had to go light up the Senate for that PACT Act to get passed, for the people that were inhaling the toxic fumes and shit, for that to finally pass the Senate, that McConnell has said over and over again that he's going to obstruct the government as much as possible. The fact that Democrats lost a literal Supreme Court pick to McConnell in the Senate. This idea that Republicans are the ones that Republicans wanted to play chicken with the debt ceiling with Democrats under Trump. I don't understand where we get this. Republicans are the ones wanting to do bipartisanship. That's insane to me.
Okay, before we start leftist meme posting and ranting here for an hour,
just to be clear, it's not leftist meme posting. Republicans have no desire for bipartisanship. They'll play chicken with our democracy as much as possible. I just want to make sure we got that out there before we just say random shit.
You can debate Lydia and Marie on that in a minute here, but I do want to ask, before we jump into everything, what are your predictions for the results?
I think the polling in the betting markets I've seen has said that the Senate is almost for sure going to flip. I think the House is more of a toss-up, but...
No, the Senate's more of the toss-up. House is more for sure gonna go Republican.
Oh, it might have been that.
Senate is like where it could be really on razor edge because Kamala Harris has the deciding vote at the end of the day. If the Republicans can only get 50-51, they're kind of like in not a different situation than right now.
And from a leftist progressive perspective, if things do flip red, let's say the red wave happens, as many are predicting, what would you say are the central reasons for that?
I think the economy is probably the big one on people's minds right now. And I think people are probably pretty unhappy about the economic stuff that's happened over, especially like the last 6 months.
Mm-hmm. What happened in the last 6 months in your view?
Inflation has been a huge one. Like, I think gas prices and cost of groceries and stuff, like, these are the things that Americans have hand-to-hand interaction with, like, as much as more than like any other type of like international politics or anything. I think that Biden took a huge hit in the polls when the Afghanistan stuff happened as well. So for as little as Americans care about foreign politics, that was probably one for them. But yeah, I would say that probably...
Not good optics on that one for sure.
Not good optics, but he did get us out, which was more than I can say for Daddy Trump. Thank fucking God. Yeah.
Do you think that the Inflation Reduction Act actually reduced any inflation? Was that just the name? What's going on there?
I mean, the goal is to reduce inflation, but I mean, like, the entire world is facing inflation right now. I don't know how much power we have via legislation, waiting for interest rates to rise in the Fed to see what happens. But
do you think also most countries in the world did similar things during COVID? Like, didn't they all pursue very similar monetary policy? Maybe that's why they're facing similar consequences, because in the 08-09 issue, like, Canada didn't face what the US faced because they didn't actually engage in the same monetary policy and the same financial tools that were going on. So you don't think that might be why everyone's facing the same thing, because they did all the same monetary policy?
Wait, hold on. Let me check for two things. Are you saying that Canada didn't do any sort of stimulus during the coronavirus stuff? Okay.
That's not what I said. I said the last recession. I said in the last recession,
2008,
Europe had issues because they were doing a lot of what the US was doing, and because they were, with the whole CDs and all this stuff, they were involved in that. They were all invested in that. Canada was not involved, so they didn't get hit. Is there not something to say the reason, because you're saying everyone in the world is facing inflationary consequences, is it not because they all followed very similar monetary policy in the last couple months during COVID? Canada did do exactly what the US did. Did every other country.
You're jumping to so many different places. Hold on. So firstly, 2007.
Well, because you're saying every country's facing inflationary times.
Right now
Is there a reason they are? Is it because they all did the same things? Is that why?
The coronavirus stuff was probably a big contributing factor, I would imagine.
Monetary policy is bigger, though, but it was the monetary policy followed was because of COVID.
Sure, yes. In times of like Great Recession, oftentimes
But I'm
governments
saying like
will-
in other times of other recessions, other countries sometimes don't get hit. And I
Hold
think
on,
that's one of the
I don't know what you mean when you say that.
contributing
2008 hit
factors.
the entire world. The entire world was affected.
No, it didn't.
Canada
No, it
did not
didn't.
suffer to the same degree that the
Maybe
States
not to
did,
the
and that
same
was
degree, but
always
2008
something
was
that
literally-
Ken Harper was proud of.
It was a specific thing that caused the 08 recession. It wasn't like a worldwide phenomenon. It was whoever was invested in the way the U.S. was invested got screwed. because
Everybody
it
was
a
invested in the
US-based
U.S.
issue.
That was why it was a worldwide
A
phenomenon.
lot of countries saw what was coming and they got out like Canada.
Literally
We're not
nobody
doing
saw what was
Canada
coming and
doing.
they didn't get out.
Look
You're
at
right.
the graphs of what the Canadian economy, the Canadian housing market. Like, Lauren, I wish you could pull things up right now.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
literally-
that
yeah.
one graph is really where you can see that Canada was not affected.
Yeah, but the reason we have inflation is
No
because
Canadian financial institutions failed during the 08 crisis.
No Canadian
It was-
financial institutions failed.
There
is
were
a-
no government bailouts for insolvent firms. I'm
Both
just,
of
I'm
those
gonna get
things
these outta
are
here.
far different than what you just said. Okay.
Why didn't Canada have a banking crisis in 2008?
It was a banking crisis. 08.
Is there a chat room for this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
you
private
can go
chat.
into the private chat.
Okay, so here's the GDP growth for Canada. Over the past 50 years, it hit its biggest reduction in 2009.
That doesn't mean it hit a recession, though.
I don't know. Oh, shit.
Like, that's
I don't
a
know how to
different
communicate
thing.
to you. Oh shit, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind tonight.
Okay. Anyways.
Okay, hold on.
Let's
Wait.
move on
Wait.
to-
I just want. Wait. No, wait. I want to hear this.
someone who
I have to
actually
say this one more
studies
time.
this
I just want to hear
shit.
this on the record. Can you say 2007, 2008? That wasn't a global crisis. That was just the United States.
It was a global crisis because of
It
the United
didn't-
States.
it
but
didn't
it
hit
hit every
Canada to the
country
same
like it is
level.
now.
Like it is now. Why do you keep saying like it is now? It's a totally different thing.
Yeah, it's a different recession, but it's still a recession. Not all recessions hit the whole world.
Because not all recessions are built the same. It depends on what's going on, right?
Yeah, I was
the coronavirus.
making the
but-
point that like everyone followed the same monetary policy, and that because you made the point like, oh, it's not a big deal because every country is facing inflation, recession, and is it because they all followed the same monetary policy of during COVID? That was my main point, and then you took it somewhere else.
Which people continually warned about that if we keep these actions up during COVID, we're going to face a recession, financial
Yeah,
crisis.
no
all
shit,
of
but the
that.
alternative is letting the entire economy fail. Also, hold on. If you're going to say that, how are you defining
Wait,
recession?
they shut down the economy in response to COVID. What
Yeah,
do you
because
mean?
people were because it was the most infectious fucking virus in the fucking world. Of course, we had to take steps to do something about it.
Oh yeah, and that
But hold
shutdown
on.
did a whole lot to stop it spreading.
More so than it would have otherwise. Remember when you guys made fun of like what was it, the some death number that was like supposedly impossible, and we basically ended up hitting that anyway. Like the
So what was the
definitions
point
for
of the lockdowns?
the point of the lockdown is so that it
Exactly.
didn't get worse. Wait, are you serious? That's like
John-
coming out of a
John
car. Wait, hold on.
Hopkins
You're
did
like
it.
coming out of a car accident with your leg broken, going, "Why did I even wear my seatbelt? What was the point?" Hold on. I just so I,
Definitely.
wait. I just want. I want to hear that. Wait.
Are
I want to
you,
hear that.
like,
Sean.
saying
Do
this
you
shit
think that the
worked?
lockdowns did nothing to prevent infection or death? I just want to hear that.
Close to.
Okay,
John
Lauren
Hopkins
thinks that. I know
University
that Lauren's
says
a
they
dumb
did
fuck when
nothing.
it comes to anything having to do with medicine. Sean, do you think that? I want to hear.
I
it. Sean,
think
I respect your
I
opinion. on
think
this.
if you look at the top line projections early on in the virus for deaths in the United States of America, we hit that and destroyed our economy.
Okay, so I want to hear you say clearly. Do you think that the lockdowns, none of that had any impact whatsoever?
Maybe
on
they
it?
distributed some of the deaths and infections, which originally was the goal for 14 days, but I don't think it reduced any deaths significantly.
Okay, so lockdowns did nothing. If I show you
That's
any
not-
study that
that's not what he
says
said.
that they didn't have a significant impact on in the top line projections, where I'm pretty sure
Callum
over like 3
literally
million dead.
quoted
But
one. John Hopkins. Callum,
It's
do
the
you
only
need
major
to
one
quote
that's been done. It's the John Hopkins Institute for Applied Economics, blah, 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 blah. They're the only one that have done a significant one on lockdowns, and their conclusion was not significant impact.
But
on deaths.
regardless of whether or not the lockdowns were effective, the reason we had inflation is because we shut down the productive capacity of the economy. Then we printed and spent a bunch of money juicing demand, and too much dollars chasing too few goods is what causes inflation.
Yeah, no
and
one-
when the virus was much less deadly, the vaccine was readily available. Joe Biden, for no reason, decided to extend unemployment, do another stimulus just so he could have a great economic win when he came out into office. And that
Well-
delayed the shipping container crisis in California. It extended people's unemployment. And every day that we kept the economy closed, it was going to take longer to come out of it. So extending it for no reason for a political win was a total disaster for him.
Well,
Okay,
the argument
so are
is
we-
surely that it's worth it to save the lives, but the evidence now is that it didn't save any lives. So,
But the argument is that following the coronavirus lockdown, obviously we're going to do stimulus. What I don't understand is why stimulus is only ever criticized. Like, it was justifiable under Biden. If we were doing the lockdowns, it was justifiable.
I read the Globalist Times, the Financial Times.
What do you want to tell me? Are you going to try to tell me that there was no recession during in 2009 in Canada when you guys had like a 3% drop in GDP?
It doesn't mean there's a recession.
What do you think a recession is? I'm sorry, holy
Well,
shit.
I remember last
No, I want to
time
hear you tell me what a recession is. Like,
I was on a panel with you, and you said we weren't even in a recession.
Because
you said, "Oh, there's not enough people losing their
see,
jobs for a recession."
Could you acknowledge how you're
There's a
pivoting
few
away? You're the
definitions
pivot
of a
master. It's like the
recession.
WNBA in
You
here.
said
Holy shit!
there
I thought you guys
was no
hated women's sports.
definition.
Oh my
WNBA
god.
can't pivot.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, you said there was
well,
no
she could
definition
obviously. Okay,
of
but
a
that's great.
recession, and you
2007,
called up
2008. That
Wikipedia
wasn't a
saying
global
it.
crisis. That was just some
In
shit that we saw in
2007,
fucking Hollywood.
2008.
Okay,
No,
gotcha.
it was a global crisis, but what Marie is saying is it was primarily created by the U.S. and their financial
was created by
decisions.
the
And
US.
it did affect Canada, but to a much milder extent than it affected America.
Of course, because it was in the United States, but it was a worldwide recession because a lot
It
of
was
people
whoever
were
was
invested.
involved in the investments that the U.S. was doing, like swaps and all of this, CDs, all of this fucking shit they were doing, got affected. Some countries did not do these risk profiles. They would not engage in such risky assets. They didn't do that. So countries that didn't do this didn't have these issues as much. There was a rippling effect when the largest economy in the world is like so screwed. The whole financial system collapsed basically. So of course, in that regard, there's going to be a ripple effect, but they weren't seeing anything like people weren't losing their houses like they were in the US. This just was not
Sure,
a
they
thing.
weren't losing their houses because your
They weren't
housing
losing their jobs.
First of all, hold on. Are you sure you didn't lose any jobs?
I'm not saying zero jobs. You were not seeing, and in the US, you were really only losing jobs in the sectors that got hit, like finance. Most people were fine. It was really just few markets in the US got really screwed. But because of how large those industries are in the US, that was the big issue.
Okay, I don't know how many jobs is a lot or not a lot.
It was like private equity got screwed.
So I see like
Those
net loss of
people got
400,000 jobs since October of 2008. There's 2009 unemployment in Canada. I mean, I know that you guys pumped $200 billion to keep your financial system afloat. I'm not an expert in Canadian
That was
politics, but
before-
like I've
that was
never in my
because
life.
Mark was a trained economist and knew what the fuck was going to happen and how to secure the economy in Canada.
That was,
and they were
sorry.
not involving themselves in those.
This was
risky
your.
assets.
I think this was like your 2009 budget. That was before. Are they time travelers from the past, or what do you mean by that?
What do you mean? You don't think the writing was on the wall of what was
In
going
2009, the writing wasn't on the wall. The history books were already being written. What are you talking about?
If we could get away from 2009,
Yeah, I was gonna say if we could move.
We can move
yeah,
past
okay,
it,
go
sure,
ahead.
but she brought it up as a comparison for today. I don't know why. Like, holy shit.
No, it's just my whole point. I already said this once before was that like just because you were trying to make the point, oh, like everyone's getting hit by inflation, like it doesn't matter what's happening here. And it's like I'm trying to make the point of like it actually matters what individual countries do, especially because if those individual countries did not do like the same COVID spending that we did, they might not be facing the same issues as us today.
Sure, potentially. The United States has been running huge budget deficits for a long fucking time. And our economic fiscal policy has been, or our monetary policy has been very loose for a long time. So I guess it's just a little bit frustrating that Trump engaged in the biggest deficit spending in U.S. history with historically low interest rates and then did a massive fucking tax cut while his markets were already growing 20 to 25% every year, but nobody wanted to talk about putting the brakes on the market then. But now all of a sudden, inflation is a really fucking big deal. Now all of a sudden, pumping money into the market is a really fucking big deal. So the hypocrisy there is a little bit wild
way
to
too
me.
much money.
Sure,
Trump
but you
spent
guys
way
will
too
say
much
that
money.
now, but you'll still defend
No.
Trump and think that Trump would have done.
No, I
yeah.
said it.
No, oh
No,
God,
no one
really?
here is
said it,
defending
no.
that.
No one here would defend Trump, of course not.
When
Only on your
Trump-
Twitters and only when there's not somebody in the left
wait,
president.
wait, wait.
Oh God.
When
Is
Trump
anyone-
was
is anyone
doing
here
that
Oh, God.
spending, I called it out.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
sure
don't-
you
you
did.
don't know
I'm
my
sure you
history.
did, of course.
I did.
No, I
was
have a
very
video
much
on my
against
channel
it.
from.
Oh man.
I have a video on my channel from 2017, his first like full year in office, right at the end, where I was like, the biggest problem is that he's spending too much money and running a deficit. I'm like, what if there's a giant crisis and then they're going to argue that they need to spend money and it's already super elevated? But yeah, obviously,
I believe Sean.
lockdowns
Sean's the only
while-
one here that I believe on that. I believe you would say that.
But obviously, lockdowns while Trump was president plus spending did cause inflation. Again, you juice demand and then you slow down production. But and by the way, we should have come out of the lockdowns earlier under the Trump administration, because every day we spent locked down made it harder to get out of the lockdown. Every day that shipping containers piled up in the port of Los Angeles meant it was going to take way longer to get those shipping containers filled up and back out. So extending this again and again was a huge problem. Extending unemployment over and over, paying people way too much money in unemployment so they didn't show up to work was a huge problem, especially
nobody.
over
Okay,
time.
I don't know why we're retreading this. Pumping a lot of money into the economy is going to overheat the economy. Nobody denies that. Literally, nobody denies that, right? But like, as long as we did the lockdowns, it was probably necessary. Now, whether or not we should or shouldn't have done lockdowns for as long as we wanted to, there's a debate for that for sure. But if that's happening, you have to stimulate the people that aren't allowed to work, right?
Why aren't they?
Yeah,
allowed
but
to work?
again, it's going to create inflationary pressure, obviously.
Sure.
And if you pay people more money than they would make at work,
Wait,
then
why
they're
are you
going to
just
stay
repeating
home.
the same? I feel like I'm on a panel with bots. Do you want to repeat it
But
again?
I'm-
Like, if you give a lot of
No,
money,
no,
it's
you-
going to
you said-
create
no, no, you
an
said
upward
you- no, no,
pressure on
you-
price. Yeah, I agree, of
No, no,
course. If you give
you
people
said
a lot
you
of
have to-
money and they're
you
not
said you have
working,
to
you're causing
help the
inflation. Yeah.
people- You said you have to help the people that don't go to work, right? Because they can't go to work because there's a lockdown.
Yes.
But we were paying people who would have went to work more money to not work, which is beyond helping them.
Yeah, I don't disagree. We did a lot of stimulus. Some states ended UI early to see if it would boost labor force participation. I don't think that ended up helping. But yeah, there are good arguments to be made that some of the lockdown should have ended earlier, or some of the stimulus was maybe too much. I think the United States, I think it was only Japan that gave as much money in stimulus as the US did per capita. Like, yeah, we give a lot of fucking stimulus.
Panification of the world.
And there's
didn't
other
give it,
problems
you
outside
printed
of
it.
our control, like China's zero COVID policy, where they shut down giant cities that produce a ton of goods. Like, that didn't help the supply chain issues either.
And right now they're locking down again, and supply chain issues may present themselves again. They have to pay people in these Chinese factories today. They're offering them 3 times their pay if they'll sleep in the factory because they have to be on lockdown. That's how like fucking crazy it's getting in China again.
I was wondering, Destiny, if this is a red wave tonight, what your opinion is on whether or not Joe Biden should stand in the next presidential election.
I think he has to. I think the incumbent advantage is too great to throw away. I think he has to, regardless, even if he's in a wheelchair and in coma. Like, it's just haven't there been, like, Sean would probably know this, haven't there only been like 1 or 2 times in U.S. history where the incumbent doesn't run again? Isn't that incredibly rare for a president?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. He definitely should stay. He has a good chance of winning, especially if he runs against Trump. Like, we all look at Joe Biden not being able to talk, and we laugh at it over and over again. But your average person remembers Joe Biden as like Obama's vice president.
And
they don't see
eating
the
ice-
tapes that we see.
Like literally when I was in high school, like everyone was like, Joe Biden's so cute. He eats ice cream. And I'm like, wait, what? That's like your political opinion here? And like, but that is. There was like memes all over the place of it.
And Joe Biden's not a terrible, like, he's under terrible circumstances for a president. Definitely a losing bid for a second term, but he's still not a terrible candidate. And who else are the Democrats going to run? Pete Buttigieg? Kamala Harris? Like, who's on deck?
I mean, people have talked about
that's as well.
Newsom, and there were a couple other names that have been tossed out. But, like, I mean, like you said, I mean, if Biden is already president, throwing away your incumbent advantage, unless something catastrophic happens, I think it's just silly, I think, to risk it, yeah.
Newsom will get the women vote for sure, like more than any female candidate, because he looks like a serial killer and women love true crime.
So true.
Good point.
Speaking of crime, I did want to bring this back to crime since this has been one of the biggest debates in places like New York. That's one of their main issues. Definitely places like Los Angeles, where you're having even lefty celebrities say, you know what, the Democrats have been a disaster. The Young Turks are saying it. Anna Kasparian just did a huge article on how crime is out of control and we need to stop gaslighting people on the issues with crime that are being pushed by the Democrats. A lot of these issues anyways, even leftists are attributing it to Democrat policies. Stephen, how much do you think crime is going to be a voting issue this election?
I still feel like the economy is a bigger factor for most Americans. I feel like crime is probably going to be most felt in blue places where people are probably voting Democrat anyway, but that's just like an inclination I have. I'd have to see the polling data. Also, I don't know if the bad crime policy is more of a Democrat problem, or if that's more of like a progressive problem. Like I know there have been like a couple of really big progressive DAs. I think it happened in San Francisco. They got kicked out because they were doing like weird shit with like trying to be way more lenient on offenders. But I don't know if that is like the position of the entire Democratic Party versus like progressives have been very big on that anti-crime stuff. But I think that's
Democrats
really
used to be extremely anti-crime. Some of Biden's policies were pretty harsh too. But they definitely.
What do you mean Biden's policies were anti? That was when the entire United States was in the biggest crime wave that it had ever felt in the history in the early 90s.
Yeah, no, the Democrats used to be more. Yeah, the best based Joe Biden for sure. Do you think that New York is going to potentially go Republican with what's his name, the Legend of Zeldin?
The Legend of Zeldin.
Do you think Zeldin could win, Steven?
I'm gonna go with the big. I'm gonna go with a absolutely no on that one. The guy's down like 8 points in the polls, but hey, who knows?
I'm gonna go with the yes. I bet money on Zeldin. If he wins, I'll make
that's gonna be a big payday. Yeah.
If he loses, I'll lose $600. Who can beat those odds? And yeah, no, he has a chance because if you look at New York City voter turnout, it's pretty low in comparison to last go around. If you look at the groups that he's getting endorsements from, Jewish groups, other like Asian groups are endorsing him, and this is because like these are the people who keep getting assaulted and have their perpetrators released automatically. And I said it before and I'll say it again, New York City's not like other cities, and New York State's not like other blue states. Unlike those cities, you can't go to the burbs. You have to take the subway with these people. You have to walk the streets with these people. There's a reason they elected Giuliani twice and then Bloomberg twice. And that's in New York City, the most liberal part of it. So Zeldin definitely does have a chance, and hopefully I win some money and get a good governor.
There you go.
Good luck.
Also, Hochul is in total denial about the crime issue. She won't change bail reform in any significant way, and she's running her whole campaign on Trump is bad. Like that's all she says. Go watch her interviews or anything like that. She'll be like, "Oh, I'm running for democracy." They ask her about crime. She's like, Lee Zeldin likes Trump. I don't know if you know that.
Well, in that debate with Lee Zeldin, she was like, I don't know why this is such a big deal to you. And I was like, this is a big deal to New Yorkers and people who live in New York City. So I feel like this is probably something you should address, but she's not changed her tune at all. So I'm curious what happens there. I'm kind of on pins and needles because that's kind of my dark horse race. I think he's going to pull it out, but I guess we'll see.
And also the polling that was most accurate in last year's New Jersey gubernatorial race has Zeldin ahead by like a 0.5 percentage point. The Emerson polls, if you look at it, they rank protecting democracy as the #1 issue behind the economy. No poll in New York city or state in the last 2 years has that issue above crime. Even in the mayoral race, crime was up there as the issue.
Checks out.
Speaking of Trump, he said he voted or supported DeSantis, but he's also been throwing some shade at DeSantis, calling him Ron DeSanctimonious, saying that he absolutely should not run in 2024. What do we make of the Trump shading DeSantis right before the midterms?
I have no idea. And I saw a whole thread from Rich Barris talking about how DeSantis has been groomed by like McCarthy and whoever else in DC. And I'm just like, I don't even know what to think anymore. I don't know who's going to win if they run as a Republican. I think that Trump walks away with it if he does run again. But I think DeSantis has more like actual legit policies that I would like to see implemented with a lot less of the baggage of Trump. But crazy.
Steven, from the progressive outside looking in, do you just see this as nonsensical Republican infighting, or do you think that DeSantis actually has a better shot in the election than Trump, or does it have to be a Trump run?
I don't think my opinion on that is that Trump doesn't care about the Republican Party. He doesn't care about like political anything. He just has a huge fucking ego problem. So I don't think DeSantis will run against Trump because Trump will play chicken with the Republican Party until he crashes everything into each other or runs it all off a cliff because he doesn't give a fuck. So yeah.
Well, didn't DeSantis say he wasn't going to run if Trump was going to run?
No, why would he? Trump's not going to step. Fuck, even if DeSantis won the nomination, Trump would just run as an independent. That guy doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree. That's
Sorry,
what
hold
people
on.
like about him, though.
Real quick, I hadn't heard about this. I just to revisit this for a quick second. That John Hopkins study, that was not a John Hopkins study. One of the authors from that was a professor in economics at John Hopkins. Apparently, this study is wild. In that paper, they considered lockdowns to be just one non-pharmaceutical intervention, meaning if you had to wear a mask, that was considered a lockdown for the purposes of that paper. Sorry, I just did a little bit of reading on it because I hadn't heard that study before. But okay, sorry. Anyways, back to DeSantis and Trump. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with the Republican misinformation tonight, so I got to like do a bunch of reading and research and all that shit. So
As for the Trump DeSantis, I agree in part with Destiny and with Lydia. Like Trump is an asshole. Like the reason he's attacking DeSantis is because he doesn't want him to run and he cares only about his own position. He was likely going to announce his run yesterday to steal all the air from the Republicans in the red wave, and then he comes out and he's like, "I have a very special announcement next week, but I don't want to take anything away from tomorrow because it's very important. But trust me, my announcement, huge." So he's attacking DeSantis. DeSantis has to run because if he doesn't run, he becomes Chris Christie, where he misses his time.
Yeah,
By the time he's done being governor, it's 2026, and that's it. Nobody's going to care about him in 2028.
Well, the thing
speaking of, Ron DeSantis wins re-election as Florida governor. Okay.
Woo!
Well, I mean, he can still quit and run, right? That's why he was asked that question of will you serve your full term or will you drop out and run for president? So there's still a chance he could do it. But
the presidential election is in 2028, and if he wins his gubernatorial race, then he's there till 2026, and then he has nothing to do. He's gonna have to go work at Fox or something.
Can't he drop in? He can drop and
If
run
he
for
runs
2024, can't he?
No, I'm saying he has to run in 2024.
Yes.
But running against Trump is suicide.
Yeah, that's the problem. But the problem is that, like somebody else said, or maybe it was you, compared him to Chris Christie, this is his time to run, right? Who the fuck knows what things are like 6 years from now? You have to.
Welcome back, Lauren.
She's talking. Lauren, you're muted.
Sorry, muted. Yeah, sorry. Hi guys, things are sounding fiery. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah. Actually, to get things even more fiery, Stephen, what do you think of the claims people are making about places like Arizona, New Jersey, a few of the counties that are having machines not working, not running the day of the election, and people saying this is some shady tin pot country business? And by people, I mean myself.
I think that it is. I think that the Trump injection into your minds of election fraud, of seeing election fraud around every single fucking corner, is probably the single most destructive thing that has happened to this country in the past like 6 years. More than lockdowns, more than COVID-19, more than inflation, more than any other thing. I don't think we're ever going to trust another U.S. election because of how much he has hyped you guys up on election fraud.
But it's not just the right. The View were just talking about how they think that there's fraud issues. There have been a bunch of left-wing channels and commentators coming out saying that they don't trust the election anymore. It's actually not just the right.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people were saying it now. But of course, I mean, Trump was the one that like paraded this information from a higher pulpit than anybody else has in the history of like, or at least in my lifetime.
I wouldn't say that. Hillary Clinton was very coming out after the election saying, "Oh, this was stolen, et cetera, et cetera." I mean, and she didn't.
Lauren Chen, I will bet you $10,000 right now that I can find 100 times more statements by Donald Trump than by Hillary Clinton about whether or not an election was stolen. $10,000. I'll donate it to any conservative thing you want if you want to do it. Because to compare the two statements that Hillary Clinton made, she said something dumb in that interview, like an illegitimate election or he's an illegitimate president. It was dumb, but I will bet you $10,000 that I can find 100 times more. For every one statement by Hillary Clinton, I can find 100 statements by Trump saying that the election was actually stolen.
Personally, I don't see any value in saying, oh, well, the quantity was more. As long as we can both agree that it happened, I'm fully willing to say that Trump has made a much bigger deal of it because that's kind of his thing. Any speaking gig he's had since then, he has brought it up. Absolutely.
Okay. Did you also acknowledge that Hillary Clinton, despite her statements, conceded that night and Donald Trump still says that the election was illegitimate?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page there. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing that bothers me though is that, okay, Hillary Clinton, the left, they often talked about things like, oh, Russia, this. It wasn't called undermining democracy when they were doing it. And you know what? If there was Russian interference, absolutely, that should be investigated. You don't want that to happen.
Wait, but there was. It was investigated. There was interference. We already know.
Okay, and
right?
that's not good. So we can say then that from both sides, yeah, the elections are not secure in the United States, and something should be done.
No. The election's not secure is different than interference, right? The Democrat claim, the Mueller investigations, weren't whether or not vote totals were flipped. It was whether or not there was an illegal Russian presence in the United States that was trying to influence the U.S. election. So one of the big organizations that was found was the IRA, the Internet Research Agency. That was a Russian-funded Kremlin operation. Or that 10_GOP account, that was a Russian-funded Kremlin operation. Or all of the Instagram accounts that were posting about BLM and them not backing Hillary, those were Russian-funded accounts. All of this was laid out in like painstaking detail in the Mueller indictments.
The Mueller investigation was trying to figure out if Trump was coordinating with the Russian government.
It was trying to figure that out, but as part of that investigation, this was a lot of the indictments that ended up coming out from that investigation.
Also, I don't like that Trump appropriated questioning election integrity and we just give him credit for it because he's orange. Hacking Democracy came out and it was on Netflix all over the place in 2006. And this was all about how the machines had stolen the election against John Kerry for George W. Bush. Al Gore had a long, drawn-out recount process in the year 2000. Like, this has been around, and people have been scared of electronic voting machines. Believe me, I have a lot of friends that are conspiracy whack jobs, and we think about and we speculate about this all the time. So
sure, but let's quantify it. What were the percentage? Like, the Kerry Bush stuff was rough. For sure. But afterwards, how many times were people until Trump legitimately saying that, like, I think this election was stolen? Isn't it like 70% of Republicans right now believe the last election was stolen?
Yeah, I mean,
like
definitely.
not stolen like interference or propaganda, but that actual vote totals or ballots were rigged? That's huge. That didn't happen. I don't even think after Kerry Bush I don't even think that happened. Like,
I did get paid to put a pause on this really quick. We have a guest that I want to add. It is the one, the only Miss Blair White. So she is a YouTuber, political commentator, and host of the Blair White Project. Amazing name. The podcast streaming on all platforms. Blair, thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey. We are talking about election interference, and it is fiery.
Great, perfect.
What are your initial predictions going into this, Blair? We're getting some results back, but not enough to be making any big statements. So let's hear your big statements.
Well, I feel like I have a bit of PTSD from 2020, where everything's looking great, and then in the middle of the night, there's a bunch of mail-ins that change everything. So part of me is expecting that. It's hard to say though. You know, it's looking good, but it's only looking good right now. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm someone who I'm always hesitant to make solid predictions because honestly, I feel like there have been so many toss-ups. I can say it's looking like very likely the Republicans do well, but I mean, it could just as easily be flipped. And I had no idea Trump was going to win in 2016, even though I wanted him to. So since then, I'm just whatever happens. I can tell you what I want to happen, but I honestly don't know outcomes.
You're in Los Angeles, right, Blair?
No, I moved to Texas, to Austin.
Oh my gosh, right. I knew that. So I can't even ask what the mood is. Yes, we did. I can't even ask what the mood is in LA because I'd be very curious, you know, seeing there are celebrities there that are saying they're moving and voting for more right-wing candidates because of all the crime, inflation, all of this. In your circles, the people you know, has there been any sort of significant shift one way or another, or is it basically people are just voting who they always voted for?
No, for sure. I would say like 80% of people that I was friends with in LA, and this is liberals and conservatives, moved out of LA in 2020 and 2021. And I would say most of them are kind of now voting accordingly based on their new location. So if someone moved to Nashville, typically the people I know that did that are now voting red, but a lot of people aren't, which I don't really understand because I don't know. If I moved to New York City, I wouldn't try to change the culture of New York City. I would move there for a reason, right? So the people that I know that moved to Texas that are now voting blue, but they were escaping blue policies, I'm kind of like, interesting. But you know, yeah, it is what it is.
Okay. So
well,
really,
can I just a question there? I mean, I've been watching the Young Turks, and they're actually very, very critical of how LA is being managed. And I think their opinion is that, oh well, the establishment Democrats, they are the problem, they are corrupt. So we just need to elect, you know, actual genuine progressives who are actually further left, and then that will solve things. Do you know anyone like that? Do you think that's a common sentiment in LA, or is that just kind of the Young Turks?
I mean, that's just the Young Turks. I saw Jank tweet that they can't even cover midterms right now because there's no power And that is what you deal with living in California. The power might be out. You might be locked down this day. You might not be locked down that day. It's like every day is different when you live in California.
Wasn't it like 1 or 2 years ago when like half of fucking like Southern Texas lost power because their fully privatized grid completely and totally and utterly failed?
Listen, it's not a power grid measuring contest.
Okay. All right. I was just checking. I thought that happened, but I didn't live in Texas, so I'm not sure. You know, if they had that problem recently
we're
or not.
just talking about Cenk not being able to make his living on election night because there's no power in his city.
Okay.
And there's absolutely issues everywhere. I could sit here and list the issues with Texas, but having lived my entire life in California, there's really not any comparison as far as the quality of life, in my opinion. But you know, there's a reason why I moved here, because I typically enjoyed.
I do have to ask, like, what freak weather event is taking place in California that's making the power go off right now?
Right. It's like there's a freak weather event, and then there's just.
Well, aren't there like, isn't there historically like bad drought conditions? California is like literally a desert that a ton of people are continually moving to, that is like constantly stressing like their ability to deliver power and water like consistently. Hasn't it been like the history of the past like 10, 20, 30 years?
Texas is not a desert where people continuously move to.
Right.
Well, I think the issue. I think the issue is that for Texas, one, the population density is not as remotely as high as it is in California across their cities. I'm pretty sure. And then two, doesn't California lose a lot more water to things like irrigation and crops? I don't know if Texas deals with that. And then number three, the problem with Texas's power grid failing wasn't because they didn't have the ability to deliver power. I thought it was exclusively because of the silly like fully privatized system that they leaned on didn't really incentivize people to make long-term investments into their power grids that would be resistant towards freak events that the Texas governor said would only happen 1 out of 10 years, which isn't that freakish, but.
Sorry, back to election stuff. As a Latinx man from Miami, what do you think of the large Latinx voters going red in that area?
It's not surprising to me at all because the progressives need to be fucking ejected like the cancer they are from the Democratic Party, and treating all brown people coming from south of the border like people that are immediately going to love to shit on cops, they're going to love crime, and they're going to love socialism is just the cringiest fucking shit in the world. So the sooner Democrats figure out how to do that, how to eject them into another party, the better the Democratic Party will be. But thank
Lauren,
God the progressives have nowhere near the hold on our party that fucking Trump does on the stranglehold on the Republican Party. So
well, I think it's fair to say that the Republican Party is the party of Trump. He had a 98% approval rating. So, you know, comparing MAGA to progressives, it's not really the same because progressives, they are a minority within the Democratic Party, but Trump is the Republican Party, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Lauren, I just sent you footage of the MSNBC panel where they're showing the early results from Miami-Dade County.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
have
a
that.
pretty funny clip because the MSNBC guy audibly gasps at the results.
I'm told we just got Miami-Dade. This is a big one in Florida. Let's take a look at, So let's put this in some perspective. Miami-Dade County has 2.75 million people. In 2016, this was a Democratic county by 30 points. Hillary Clinton won this county by 30 points. Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. It began shifting to the Republicans in 2020. Donald Trump only lost it by 7. And look at this. In the mail-in and early vote, which again tends to be more Democratic friendly, Marco Rubio, the Republican, is outright leading in Miami-Dade County by 7 points over Val Demings, the Democratic challenger. In the gubernatorial race, interestingly, we don't have numbers from Miami-Dade County.
There they are. They popped up for a second. Was that it?
I flipped up to Broward to try to reset it to see if it came in.
Okay, interesting. So were you guys already talking about the, I guess, Hispanics kind of, at least seemingly in places like Texas and Florida, leaning more Republican?
Yeah,
starting that way.
I mean, even Destiny here is agreeing with that. It seems for years Republicans have been saying bringing in migrants is a big plot of the Democrats to cause it to be, blue elections every year.
Some
but
might even
not...
call it a great replacement, but yeah, it seems as though they're
it's not quite working.
They can actually they can be swayed to vote in different ways. Go figure. How wild is that?
But it's also
turning around on them as the immigrants actually learn to speak English and figure out what the policies are about transing their kids.
What a great melting pot the United States of America is. Jesus.
It's interesting to watch the Democratic Party's sort of like inability to understand why Cuban Americans, typically lean right. Like I was watching some clip on The View the other day, and they were having this big discussion about why Cuban Americans would dare vote red. And it's kind of, it just reveals like, I don't know, I guess they just see them the exact same way as like someone who crosses the border into California or something. It's interesting. You know, my best friend, JC, is Cuban, and listening to his family on FaceTime talk about politics is like a holler, because all they do is like rant about communism, and it's amazing.
Well, I think a lot of people might think, oh, well, Cubans speak Spanish and Mexicans speak Spanish, therefore the same. When it's absolutely not true. And I studied Middle East studies when I was in university, because apparently I just had no interest in ever finding a job. But what I've been really paying attention to is what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, because there's a huge Muslim diaspora over there, and you know, traditionally very solidly Democratic voters, but there's almost like this mini uprising amongst at least on the local level, Muslims coming out and supporting Republicans, or at the very least protesting some of these left-wing school boards because of the gender ideology that's being presented in schools. Because, you know, I mean, politics aside, ultimately these are groups that have conservative social values. So when you try to make your message all about, you know, things like trans issues and stuff like that, you're not going to resonate with a lot of these voters. It's just like you need to get out of your bubble and realize that leftism worldwide actually does not look like it does in San Francisco.
Well, they equate Muslims with brown people, and they forget that at the end of the day, Islam is a very conservative ideology. Like I mean, don't have to even get into specifics what they do to fucking gay people, but it's a very conservative ideology, to say the least.
Well, then for Cubans
Sorry, guys,
particularly,
I gotta duck out of here before.
Bye, Lauren.
Good luck.
Be careful,
Bye,
bye.
Lauren.
Bye. I'm pretty sure historically Cubans have always been very conservative in the United States, right?
Yes.
Like,
I think so.
like, or at least from what I've heard from my family that are Cubans, is that like ever since the Bay of Pigs and Kennedy and the way that Cubans view the Democratic Party, like that was just never, that was a foregone, that I'm pretty sure Cubans have always like dramatically leaned conservative almost solely because of that, and then the anti-communist leanings of like Cuban people that are in the United States.
Checks out.
Yeah, but it's a huge swing. It used to be 55 Democrat, 45 Republican. So
wait, I
still
thought for
majority
Cubans,
Democrat.
for Cuban Americans,
for Cubans, yeah, that's how it was under Obama.
Well, okay, maybe under Obama, but Obama was a crazy
and I
thing
believe
for
under
everybody.
I believe under Clinton as well. But
I thought
like
for Clinton,
Biden,
I thought Cubans leaned Republican. I would have to check up the history.
They were the closest to voting Republican as a majority, but they weren't there yet, even in Florida. But the reason Latinos are moving, and this is not just Cubans, towards the Republican Party is crime. Like, if you read Lucky, how Joe Biden barely won the presidency, all their internal polling showed that the Black Lives Matter rioting was hurting them the most with Latinos more than any other demographic. And this is because when you let crime fester in these bad neighborhoods, Latinos live right next door and they don't want to deal with crime. A lot of them left countries because the crime was so terrible that they had to flee their homes, or they descend from people who do that. So, yeah, the crime issue is really costing the Democrats. And as soon as Candace Owens comes through with that 25% of black voters with Kanye West, the Republicans
Excuse
are
me,
good.
don't dead name him. It's EA now, okay?
The artist formerly known as Kanye.
It is interesting watching the Democrats kind of catch up very, very late, way too late, to the fact that crime is swaying a lot of voters. You know, it's like we only lived through riots in 2020, and you know, it was just insane. Now they're finally acknowledging that it's an issue, but it's like the day of the election, basically. You have Anna Kasparian like recently doing an article that we need to stop gaslighting people on crime, and it's like maybe they should have turned that ship around a couple years ago.
I mean, we even see Hochul now, and I'm going to be totally ripping off your video, Sean, which I did watch and I'm getting this information from. Even she lately has pivoted to saying like, oh yeah, actually this is a problem. Let's try to address it. And I think you're underestimating people's concerns right now if you think that, oh, well, we'll just try to play up, you know, white supremacy, fascism, yada, yada, yada. It's like, yeah, people oppose that, of course, but crime is actually practical. I mean, people worry when they're walking down the street, and it's really hard to convince them that they're safe when they can see it with their own eyes.
Right. And you can't unsee certain things. I mean, crime is a huge reason why I left Los Angeles. I mean, there was a point in time where I was living in LA and I could walk to Runyon Canyon or walk down Hollywood Boulevard. Towards the end of my stay in LA, it's like you couldn't pay me money to walk down Hollywood Boulevard without at least 5 people with me. I mean, it was really, really scary. And also, it's interesting watching people talk about how white supremacy is the biggest issue and, you know, whatever. And it's like, if you lived in any of these major blue cities during 2020, you saw who was actually enacting violence. And it sure as fuck wasn't people on the right. And, you know, you can point to January 6th and shit, but it's like, okay, that's one day, whereas we have like months of rioting all of 2020. And I think people remember that. I certainly will never forget
Was there crime on Hollywood Boulevard, really? Aren't there? I mean, I lived in LA for 3 years. Like, there were places where there were scary homeless people, but aren't there generally, like, there are shady and shitty parts of, like, LA and the cities around LA? But
I don't know where you lived in LA, but if you think that Hollywood Boulevard is even remotely safe or not crime-ridden, it's probably one of the worst areas. In fact, there are parts of downtown LA that I would rather be in than Hollywood Boulevard. 3 of my friends that are all trans women, you can look it up, where had the shit beat out of them on Hollywood Boulevard. Like, it's a thing.
Okay.
Anna Kasparian was attacked in her own home, and she doesn't live anywhere near where minorities live.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, there was one point even towards the end of my stay, and admittedly I kind of stopped, almost like as a trauma response, I stopped keeping up with like news and like crime reports in LA as soon as I left, which was a year ago. But there was a point where like these homeless encampments and these violent crimes were starting to affect Beverly Hills in areas where you never typically saw it. There are people running through like Louis Vuitton and Gucci in Beverly Hills and just like raiding the shit out of it. It's like it was really bad, and that's swaying a lot of people. Maybe not in LA, but crime overall.
All right, we all agree on that. Oh wow, nice. We've
Amazing.
solved politics.
Crime is bad.
Crime bad. Very good.
Right.
Here, let's.
Do you think Caruso's going to win in LA?
I don't know. Isn't he like someone who was a Democrat like last week, basically?
He was a Republican like last week, and now he's running.
Republican like last week, basically.
He's a billionaire Republican, and like the Young Turks are basically endorsing him because they're sick of the crime in LA. It's pretty funny.
Didn't Katy Perry vote for him too? Wasn't that
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
really funny.
Which is kind of shocking. I mean, even as someone who, is a Democrat technically now, it's like for a celebrity to actually endorse someone who is, known or viewed to be a Republican or a right-leaning person is actually kind of a big deal. I mean, no one would have done that a couple years ago.
I think it's good. I feel like people should feel free to do that. If you want to vote across party lines, you should, without fear of getting crucified. I think that partisanship has gone too far.
He's running as a Democrat, though.
He's still the more moderate choice, right?
Yeah.
No,
he was a Republican 8 days ago. What people don't realize about California is you have those stupid jungle primaries. So everybody runs, and then the top 2 candidates, even if they're in the same party, run against each other in the general. So technically he's running against a Democrat, but Karen Bass is the more progressive one. Also, funny story about Karen Bass. She said she felt 10 out of 10 safe in LA, and then somebody broke into her home. She's a member of Congress, by the way.
Oh my God.
Stole 2 of her guns, and she was like, okay, 5 out of 10.
Last time we were in LA, we drove past her district, and I probably passed her house because it's the nicest district in Hollywood. So that kind of shocks me that somebody broke into her house. I kind of wanted to touch on the whole Paul Pelosi thing because that was a really weird thing. I don't know if you guys have any input on that. I could not make heads or tail of that story because it was weird.
Wait. What do we mean? Can we talk a little bit more when we say we couldn't make heads or tails of that story because this was weird?
We couldn't make tops or bottoms of it.
The story kept changing.
Well,
right?
I mean, okay, mandatory disclaimer: violence, terrible. Heart goes out to it, of course. But I think what Lydia is referring to is that there are reports that Paul Pelosi is actually the one who answered the door on the phone call. He referred to the person first as a friend, but also saying he didn't know him. And then after the police had already gotten there, that's when the actual attack occurred. So it just seems the timeline of what exactly happened is just kind of strange.
Well, there also was the 911 call in which the dispatcher said that it was a friend, which makes it weird. But that does explain why someone would actually be able to get access to literally Nancy Pelosi's home.
Let him in.
If it was a friend. So that's probably true.
But then he attacked him with a hammer or something.
People are saying it was like a gay sex encounter.
Hold on, wait. Is there any evidence that he called and it was a friend? Can somebody link me that? Is that actually true?
I think the dispatcher.
I'll tell you what the
Sean.
I'll tell you what the clarification was, and what I heard from the 911 call when I ignored the caption. I thought the dispatcher was saying that Paul Pelosi said he didn't know this man, but the man identified himself as David and a friend, and that's what it says in the charging document. That's how I read the original.
That's significantly different than what I just heard. Thank you. Okay.
Well,
apologies.
That's how other people have interpreted it, but that's how I interpreted it originally, and that's what's in the charging document.
So I'm going to stop us really quick here because we do have a guest that I would like to add to this stream. So here we have Michael Schellenberger. Very, very exciting.
Yeah.
He is a leading investigative journalist who has broken major stories on crime and drug policy, homelessness, Amazon deforestation, rising climate resilience, growing eco-anxiety, the U.S. government's role in the fracking revolution, and climate change and California's fires. He has been called an environmental guru, climate guru, and North America's leading public intellectual on
fucking
clean
misinformation.
energy.
It's so hard to like
Michael,
Google and
so
check
much.
everything.
Right.
Holy shit.
That just means I'm really old, actually.
You are very decorated.
Especially compared to you guys.
That's great.
Nice to see you. Nice to be with you guys. Happy Election Day.
Is it happy? Can we say that? Is this like a happy occasion? I guess we'll see.
Those who celebrate.
So far.
So I guess Michael, since you're here, let's talk a little bit about energy. So we were kind of just talking about we dipped a little bit into the blackouts and things that LA is going through right now. We have also mentioned that Texas a couple years ago had the snowstorm and a lot of people were absolutely freezing. When it comes to energy, do you think the American public right now is just like, all right, let's drill, baby, drill. I don't care. Just get me cheap energy. Or do you think there's like a sizable number of voters out there who are like, actually, I still want to focus on green energy. Let's see some subsidies. Let's get off of coal.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first, thanks for having me on. It's nice to be with you guys. And I just retweeted Anna Kasparian from Young Turks, who you guys may have seen, just tweeted, haven't gone live yet due to a power outage at the studio in LA. This state, and especially this city, absolutely is a case study for corrupt democratic failure. And of course, Anna is a famous progressive. I'm partial to Anna because she was one of the very few progressives who had me on her show to talk about my last book, San Francisco. So Anna's been engaging more with people that she doesn't agree with on everything, and it's nice to see. Also, her co-host, Sank. Am I saying his name right?
Tank. Yeah.
Did we just say like 6 different versions of it?
Yeah, just very wow. That didn't clarify this at all.
I think it's Jank, right? Isn't
Jank,
it Jank?
yeah, I think so.
Jank like a J.
Jank. Yeah, I mean, I noticed that he himself said something quite critical of the progressive candidate in the Los Angeles mayoral election. So that's a race I'm paying a lot of attention to. But yeah, I mean, to your question, there was a very interesting Harvard Harris poll that was done by Mark Penn that came out a couple of weeks ago. You guys might have seen it. I thought the most interesting question was, they said, do you blame woke politicians for crime increases? Which is, I think, maybe one of the first times I've seen like the word woke used in a poll. I asked my 82-year-old mother whether she knew what woke meant, 83-year-old. And she was like, what does woke mean? I have no idea what woke is. So I was like, kind of amazing that was even in there. But basically it found 62 or 64%, don't quote me exactly, but it was around 2/3 of voters said that Biden was responsible for higher oil prices. And I think a similar number said that making energy cheap was a higher priority than climate change. So yeah, I think, Lauren, in answer to your question, I would say probably 2/3 of the public would like to see cheap energy as the priority. It's probably always been that way. Those numbers don't tend to change very much. And then there's just a hardcore 1/3 that, really thinks that climate change threatens human extinction, which it simply does not, and there's no science for that. But I think energy is a big part of the story. If you kind of think the 2 big issues in this year's elections are crime and inflation.
Aren't there a lot of places that are getting like really hot and reporting like record temperatures and stuff, or is that?
Definitely climate change. So in climate change, we know is causing greater temperature extremes, greater precipitation, and heat waves globally, though not necessarily in the United States. I mean, we have had warmer temperatures over the last 50 years, but the worst heat waves in the United States on record were in the 30s.
Well, I think it's not just a matter of having like a couple days or a single heat wave. I think it's average temperatures like over time have been like dramatically increasing in the United States. Like there might have been in the 30s like a really big heat wave, but in terms of like taking like the averages for all these temperatures, they've been increasing pretty significantly over the past 10 years, haven't they? Even in the United States?
I mean, global temperatures are definitely increasing, and there's been more heat waves since the mid-century. But like I said, the worst heat waves were pre-1950s. So if I could share my screen, I'll show you the main graph on it. But
you can send it to me, and I can share. Actually, can other people share it? I'm a boomer. I'm not sure.
It's only you, Lauren.
Okay, so if
the power, Lauren.
Oh, really? I made Lauren, other Lauren, an admin, so she should have been able to. But that's fine.
Let's try.
I was gonna say real quick because I'm gonna head out, but Mike, that poll that you're talking about with the woke politicians affecting crime, over 50% of Democrats say that woke politicians were responsible for crime. But I have like a quick out. I may come back if Zeldin wins. If not, you'll literally never see me again.
You'll just be crying.
He's got to
Yeah, I'll
hide
just
from the
never
loan sharks
appear on
that
the
he
internet.
took all the money out from for his huge bet. So good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, first, before we get to your thing, Michael, I do want to announce to everybody that the Duchess of Sussex has saved democracy. She has voted, so it's going to be okay, you guys. It's
So
going to be
happy
okay.
for her.
Yeah, we're going to make it. We're going to pull through together. Thank you. Thank you so much, Meghan Markle, and thank you to Callum for sharing that. He, of course, as a Brit, is just happy he has kind of offloaded her back to the United States. But something
I
that
just can't get over the optics of like, I want to be a member of the royal family and vote.
Yeah,
like,
but yeah,
no,
her.
there's nothing more like heretical you could do.
Yeah, but now she hates the royal family because they're racist, remember?
She hates America
Yeah.
too, though. So to be fair, she's an equal opportunity hater.
But something that really bothers me about the energy debate is that neither party really is talking about nuclear, which is strange to me and frustrating because if we look over at Europe, there are countries, I mean, Germany, I think, is shutting down its plants, but there are other countries that are embracing it. And they're saying,
For sure.
look, this is actually renewable. Technically, it doesn't have all the emissions. And even though the United States does have nuclear reactors, what's ironic is that there have been activists who have prevented new ones from being built, meaning that the ones in operation are not as safe as they could be because there is newer technology that just can't be implemented. Like, what do you guys think? I mean, are we just kind of ignoring nuclear because of fear mongering? Is it the oil lobby saying, no, it's either us or inefficient green energy? What's going on?
Well, I would just like to say really quickly, thank God for President Joe Biden that passed that Inflation Reduction Act, because I think that had huge investments in nuclear energy. So good for him on that.
Interesting. A lot of green stuff in that, huh?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Didn't know that had anything to do with inflation, but I mean.
Oh, you didn't know that investments in energy had anything to do with inflation in the United States, where people are constantly complaining
Is it
about like the
making a
cost of
difference
gas?
so far? I think it's-
So actually, I'm glad Sour Pouch Kid said that, because that's exactly the problem with nuclear. Is short-sighted voters don't realize that nuclear reactors take a lot longer to pay off for than natural gas, which I think is where a lot of companies are making their big investments in, because you can get a natural gas plant up and running way quicker than nuclear, which takes a lot longer to recoup the investment. So in some ways, I think democratic pressures prevent big investments in nuclear energy being made because it takes a lot longer to see them pay off. So thank you for that contribution.
Good point. Appreciate that.
Michael, did you have the link you want to share, or are we good?
Oh, sure. I can. I was trying to figure out if I can share my screen, and I don't know if that's possible or not. It says I think I need some special permission.
Oh, I can, if you want to send over the link in the
Oh.
private chat.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll send it over.
So I don't have all the facts to head, but just talking about nuclear in Europe, one of the funny things is that the French, specifically EDF, did a fantastic job of investing in nuclear, and they were poised perfectly to actually make tons of money out of the gas crisis we're having because of Russia. And fantastically, being French, they managed to take, I think it's about 50% of their power plants offline in the middle of all this. So they're actually now having to buy energy from everyone else.
It's so sad. Because I think France was getting like 80% of their energy from nuclear at one point, weren't they? They were like a huge nuclear producer in Europe.
Yes.
Why did they back off that? Was that green stuff?
Yeah, there was basically, I mean, so there's been a war on nuclear power for 60 years. It's a really concerted effort to shut down nuclear plants. And so in France, they've really neglected the plants. The reason they had to take them offline is there was some corrosion and some rust in some of the pipes that should have been detected if you had just been doing ordinary maintenance. And they just didn't detect it until too late. And so now they've had to shut the plants down and make those repairs. Yeah, if you scroll down there, there should be, there's a slide showing, it says no trend in U.S. heat wave frequency or magnitude. This is a slide deck I created that summarizes the science, the best available science on climate change. And you can see one of the slides there. There it is. Keep going a little bit. I think it's after the hurricanes. There it is. So that's just the heat wave magnitude. I think somebody was saying, what about the averages? And on the right hand side, you can see the heat wave magnitude over time. And in fact, you see a small increase. You know, sometimes people just cherry pick, so they go from 2000. But what's amazing?
Why would we do? Just curious, as a data person, maybe you can answer this question. why would you do the trends in heat waves instead of the average global surface temperature? And how is a heat wave being measured in this particular thing?
Well, you can do. I mean, if you go back up to the very top, I mean, in the beginning of I assume that most people know that the planet has gotten 1.15 degrees warmer since pre-industrial temperature. So I say that at the very top. But this is
one of the things that I'm curious about is, so for instance, if we define a heat wave as an aberration from like the norm temperature or whatever, it seems to me that if there was a warming of the global temperature, that a heat wave would become less possible because it would require a greater increase, a greater delta V of energy in order to actually cause a heat wave, right? Like it could be the case that if the average temperature was 70 degrees, having the temperature rise to 85 would be like a heat wave. But if the average temperature went up to 75, maybe the temperature would have to be even higher for it to be considered a heat wave. I just think measuring in heat waves it seems like a really interesting way to me to measure the data here. I don't know why you would do that. And then also keep in mind too, when you say that an average surface temperature increase of 1.15 degrees Celsius, it's always said that way as a way to downplay the increase in temperature. But that 1.15 C, that's not spread evenly across the entire globe. Right? This is going to be unevenly distributed in different areas of the country that could impact things where like the band of like acceptable temperatures for certain agricultural activities is pretty narrow, no?
Well, first of all, when people point out that the world has gotten 1.15 degrees centigrade warmer since pre-industrial temperatures, that's not a way to downplay climate change. That's just what the best available science shows. So, you know, there's some people that want to see temperatures go no higher than 1.5. There's some people that say 2 or whatever, but it's not a way to downplay anything. It's just what the facts are. And then in terms of the heat wave frequency and magnitude, I mean, by the way, this is taken from the U.S. Global Change Research Program's
he's not responding at all. He's like a literal
fourth
robot.
National Climate Assessment. So this is not my data. I did not even make the graphs. These are pulled right from the National Climate Assessment. And so they're looking at heat waves, you know, measured as those warm spells and days and the heat wave magnitude index daily, and it just shows what I was describing. So you do have a increase of you know, hotter days since the mid-century. So you see there on the left from 1960, but the hottest days are still in the 30s. So it's not. No one's saying that climate change isn't happening or that the world's not warming. It's just saying that we're not seeing. You can't identify a trend in the United States now. You can globally, and you can also identify greater temperature extremes as well as greater precipitation. But you're also looking for the impacts. And so it's not just temperature. You're also looking for, are we getting more hurricanes? Are we getting more intense hurricanes? Are we getting worse floods? And you're trying to understand whether any of those changes are due to more people in harm's way or due to the increased temperatures.
So right here, I want to quickly add another guest. We have Robbie Starbuck. Thank you for joining us. He is a former congressional candidate as well as filmmaker, and you describe yourself as America First. So the point that I want to kind of introduce here is that I consider myself like an environmental centrist. I consider myself a conservationist. I love nature. There's nothing more heartbreaking, in my opinion, than seeing a ton of trash in the ocean. And I say that as someone who grew up in Southeast Asia where pollution is just a huge problem. I am for fining companies that pollute in the water. Because if you ask me, that's a violation of like property rights. You don't have a right to pollute what is everybody's in that very direct way. What I'm skeptical about when it comes to the current day green lobby is that we've even seen them, at least in Canada, start to float and suggest things like capping the number of miles that an individual is able to travel. So for me, like, I'm not anti-green, but in my opinion, and I want to hear what everyone thinks about this, there are parts of the green lobby that are trying to introduce things like socialism, like intersectionality, or like authoritarianism into the public discourse under the guise of, oh, this is good for the environment.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there's no question that they're doing that on every front. I mean, look no further than even just the tactics they use. You know, you've got to look at their activist base that's trying to grow what they're doing. And you look at these activists across the world who are doing their bidding, and they're doing exactly what you would expect from, you know, socialist or communist groups. And that's just disrupting every part of normal life and trying to cause chaos, you know. And so I think anytime you have a group of people who, like, their central focus is to get to where we need to go, we need to cause absolute chaos and make sure that there's, you know, really destruction in our path. it's always going to lead to a dark place. And that's always sort of the precursor to socialism and communism, is that creation of chaos to destroy lives and countries, because you don't ever get to Marxism or any form of that sort of, state of government without creating all that chaos. And so those companies are definitely, I think part and parcel of this whole plan, but it's much larger than just that, but they are a piece of it, no doubt. And I mean, you can see all that just through their failure to just face reality. If you look at this from, really the most reasonable environmental lens, where you say like, we want to have clean air, clean water, and we want our kids to, live in a healthy world where they're not going to be exposed to toxins that kill them. That seems reasonable and rational to most people. But it also seems reasonable and rational to most people that we also need to have oil to survive and to not, die in cold winters. And that we're not at any sort of place where we can replace that with renewable energy. None of it is, sort of to the point in development where it would be able to go and take over that necessity, with the exception of maybe nuclear, but that's a whole other fight to have. And so, I think that it's a piece of a much larger puzzle that we have to be very concerned with deconstructing and making sure that we fight on every front to make sure that they don't have any different windows or doors to break in through.
All right. Now, Destiny is someone who clearly cares about climate change. I want to hear what you think, but I am going to add Mr. Michael Tracy to the stream. Wow, stream. Michael, thank you for joining us. He is a journalist based in New Jersey. He has previously written for The Nation, The American Conservative, New York Daily News, New York Post, and he was previously with the Young Turks and was a columnist for Vice. Right now, you can find him on Substack. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm sitting in a car right now in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, so it's not going to be the most high-tech setup, but hopefully you can at least hear me and see me with minimal ease.
Yeah, we're reading you loud and clear. Some updates as well in terms of election. Brian Kemp is taking the lead from Stacey Abrams. Also, can we just acknowledge how kind of strange that is a decade ago for if you were to say that about the governor's race in Georgia? I think a lot of people would have been surprised. Also, we have Herschel Walker, who is gaining. Do you guys want to make any predictions about those specific races?
I don't. We're still pretty early in.
Oh no! Did the journalist leave?
Night,
I had so many questions. Oh God, no! He left.
Ambiguous as to which precincts are reporting when.
Dude, he cherry picked so hard from this fucking website.
Judgment. Here in Luzerne,
I think that website they linked was his own. He cherry picked graphs so fucking hard. Why didn't he talk about like the coldest temperature days, like rising and rising?
Is unprecedented. I'm not sure. There's chatter that this.
Dude, I can't keep up with it. Holy shit!
Either way, most people aren't aware of this ever happening before, and the reason why they've done it. Because there was a mass shortage of paper at polling sites throughout Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, which is obviously a critical, quote unquote, battleground for the Senate in particular, but also there's a very competitive House race here. And they literally had a shortage of paper. I was just talking to a guy who said that at a particular polling site, there was the poll workers and even some of the voters were
I need like a team of researchers like in real time, like working in the background.
Sam's Club
Jesus.
To just try to buy up paper, like computer paper, to bring back to the polling sites so people could vote. And actually the local Democratic committee and Republican committee, they jointly petitioned the local judge to extend polling time. So at least there was some bipartisan agreement on that, but it's utterly absurd that that's the actual nature of the problem here, which has delayed voting and which is probably could complicate results coming in for the Senate election, because Luzerne County, it's kind of even, but it's probably more of a Republican stronghold. And so some of the results coming in around the Fetterman-Oz race might be misleading for a while because this county is not yet.
What is this guy saying?
And that's definitely one of the ones that I'm sure most people are definitely interested in. Sorry, Destiny, we were going to get your take on what policies should be put forward if we're interested in fighting climate change.
I mean, like big investments as Biden is doing into renewables, I think is really important. And big investments into nuclear energy, I think is really important. Nuclear is good because you can scale it to meet grid demands, and green energy is good because it doesn't cause greenhouse gases and pollution, obviously, but or as much as like more traditional forms of energy are.
Okay.
is
So
that
let's
one?
talk
Is the
about
journalist guy coming back? Is he going to be here or? Fuck.
Michael Schellenberger. He had a dinner. He will be back.
Oh, okay, cool, great. I got a lot of interesting questions for the website that he cherry picked graphs
Also,
from, but yeah.
I want to say hello to Destiny because he and I actually had like, I don't know, was that a 3-hour conversation a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, we did. But I'm way more triggered tonight, so I'm bringing my Vosh energy tonight. So be careful.
Oh, geez. Okay, I'll try to be on my best behavior.
Okay.
I thought about inviting Vosh, but apparently, so I was told he wouldn't come on since you were on Destiny.
Yeah, he's a spineless fucking coward, but that's good.
Yeah. So
well, I don't know
you are the streamer leftist we have for this evening.
Good. Well, hold
He
on.
also,
left-leaning person, okay? Not
Left-leaning
leftist.
person.
Yeah.
Apologies.
He declared me a Hitler sympathizer who lies about everything I say. And I don't know, he was also like petitioning me to take my shirt off and things. So I'm not going to lament too much his absence tonight.
All right. Let's keep our
Wait,
shirts on.
Is left leaning person like pregnant person? Is that like a new thing or
left leaning because I don't identify as a socialist like what you call like 90% of the Democratic Party. So I consider I'm left leaning, not
my family
leftist.
survived socialism, so I'm a little more informed than you are on what a socialist looks and acts like, and it's most of the Democratic Party.
What is your definition of socialism?
Socialism and communism have changed radically from the, sort of historical view of what you would read in a book. In practice is all that matters, not in theory. And in practice, let's say the Democratic Party of today operates very similarly and wants to become almost an exact replica of the Chinese Communist Party, where there's a veneer of people being able to do business. There's the veneer of that, but the state ultimately controls everything. They would love that to be the way things work, where they could pull the strings behind the scenes to be able to say, I mean, like you look at the things,
Wait, I'm sorry, real quick. What country did you say you came from?
My family came from Cuba.
Your family came from Cuba. Okay. Can you tell me in what ways the United States economy is moving in a direction that resembles that of the Cuban economy? I have a Cuban family background as well, so I'm also pretty familiar with this.
That's the thing okay, so that is not the entirety of communism, is not economics, okay? But I can get there in a second. Where I was going first is the cultural value change. So the cultural value change, if you look at just the way they sell their party, okay? There used to be these flyers that Castro's revolutionaries, so-called, would go and pass out in South Florida as they were trying to win over people in the United States toward their cause. Those flyers are almost verbatim. If you took them today and they were laminated from back then, they could pass for an AOC flyer. They say, reproductive health or restorative justice. They say all those buzzwords they use now. They use basically the same wording when it comes to healthcare and, justice and all those things. Okay. And it was all bullshit. Everybody knows it was bullshit.
I'm still waiting. I don't hear nothing that you said is even remotely approaching socialism yet, but I'm sure we're getting there.
Can I just make a quick point on that?
I really want to hear. I'm curious because right so far we've got healthcare and restorative justice.
So I'm talking about the social. So it's how they sell things socially. This is the big part of it because that's how you sell people on it, and that's what's happening in our country is they're selling people on this. Although
selling
not very
people on what? On what
effectively,
particular thing? What policy? What idea? What are they? I hear flyers in South Florida. What is the Democratic Party, which by the way has like 4 people that are kind of socialist in the House, and that's it. What is the Democratic Party doing to move us towards socialism or communism?
Can I add something to that real quick? I think Destiny will probably hopefully agree with this because it seems like a pretty commonsensical insight. But I don't know if you've been following like the elections going on right now and the Democrats who are actually running in competitive seats. I mean, look at people like Elaine Luria in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, Tom Malinowski, Andy Kim, Matt Cartwright. People just sort of in competitive districts. I just mentioned Virginia,
I'm not classifying them.
Pennsylvania there. The idea that those people that I mentioned, I'm not going to get into the full details of their entire agenda, really, but the idea that anybody of good faith could look into what those particular Democrats I just named are advocating over the course of this campaign to conclude that they desire to institute some sort of replica of the Communist Party of China as the governance structure of the United States. That's just such ludicrous hyperbole that it's not even worth entertaining. I mean,
I'm so curious. Like, what is an
alternate universe?
Those people are not the power center of the Democratic Party, and I wouldn't accuse any of those people of being communist.
Yes, they are. I mean, they're the ones at the Democratic Party national committees, like the DCCC and such. They're the ones who are getting
They're
gigantic
not-
infusions
they're
of
not the
money
people pushing
over the
the
past
future
couple
of
months
the
to
Democratic
defend their
Party.
seats. So they are actually powerful factions.
Yeah,
in
so I
the
just
party.
want. So now I'm
I didn't
curious.
say they're not powerful.
What are the
Yes,
what
they
are
are.
the communist leanings? What are the social? I'm so curious because I know
Okay,
that
here's the-
Republicans complain all the time about being called fascists all the time, but you guys have been doing it to Democrats since I was a child. I've always heard the demon cats referred to as Chi-Coms and Soviet Russian supporters, and they want to be commies and socialists. But I'm curious where it is. What is the communism?
Also,
and socialism?
not even Bernie Sanders, who is one of the few Democratic Party aligned figures who actually does self-identify as a socialist of some kind. I mean, I've talked to Destiny about this, I think, briefly, but even Bernie Sanders doesn't call for the expropriation of the means of production, right? But even Bernie Sanders, if there's who is one of the most high-profile socialists in the country, if there are any, has never advocated for anything that even remotely resembles the kind of governance structure that we just saw re-elect President Xi to another 5-year term or whatever in China. I mean, it just makes, it reminds me of, your characterization of the Democratic Party reminds me, ironically, of Democrats who characterize the Republican Party as brimming with nothing but, virulent insurrectionist terrorists or something. I mean, it's like a parody.
Have you ever seen the graphic where, 15, 20 years ago, it has a Republican Party on this side, Democratic Party on this side? Here, I'm trying to fix
well,
the
Elon
screen.
Musk tweeted it. I remember that. Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So, well, it's been around for a long time.
Okay, guys, hang on.
Okay. So Robbie's evidence is the meme on Twitter.
Head out. So
No,
thank you, Callum.
aggressive on social issues.
I mean,
that means
to be
they're
fair,
the next
Guys, I wanted to ask you a
Russian
question before I go.
That's ridiculous.
So,
Okay,
Alright, so
Callum,
I gotta
question before.
I gotta
Sorry.
head off, but I just wanted to ask specifically Lauren and your Canadian followers. So one of the things I found just before I left Afghanistan is that there were some guys in the camp. They were doing interviews for Canadian security companies, and when I was selling the merch, I also noticed that the Taliban is still a terrorist group in Canada. I asked the guy in the camp about that, and he said apparently the Canadians decided to take loads and loads of Afghan refugees, but they didn't bother to check any of them to see if they were Taliban or not, even the most basic level of security. And we've now left Canada. The Americans have left Canada, helping you with counter-security terrorism. So I wanted to ask, just if anything pops up in Canada over the next few months in relation to this, do let me know, because I kind of want to follow that up and just see what happens.
Wait, Canada let in people from Afghanistan with no background checks?
Yeah, this was the information I was given. So what they're doing...
I think the issue is that when you have a lot of migrants from a war-torn country, there is a limited amount you can do in the first place for a background check, right? When you have a background check, you rely on the information that the foreign country is able to provide you. If you're coming from a failed state, you can attempt to do that for sure, but there's just going to be a lack of information. And I know that as someone who had to do a background check, essentially, to come to the United States, you require in your local law enforcement, right? The American government. I mean, I was going to make a joke about how they don't know what everyone in the world is doing on. They're not spying on them. That is maybe less true, but yeah, I mean, it's just a plain old matter of hard truth that when someone is coming from a country like Afghanistan, where the government is changed and is now the Taliban, you're not going to have the same centralized system in order to vet people. That's just how it is.
There is no shot that Canada was letting people in unchecked from Afghanistan. That's just
the
impossible.
thing. Well, how do you check? So the guy turns up, you've got him in Dubai, you're shipping him to Canada, and you ask, who are you? And he's got no passport. The woman he's with, you don't even know if he's actually married to her. And he just gives you a name, and that's what you've got to work with. So this was the information that was given to me. So it's just a funny thing, which I'd like to see if anything moves on it, because it is true that the Canadians are hiring up loads of counterterrorism experts in Afghanistan in response to what's being claimed, and also that, well, the Taliban are still only a terrorist group in Canada, not in the UK or America. So there's that.
That's
But anyway,
interesting to me
otherwise-
that they would not be officially designated in America, but they would in Canada, because usually Canada is less willing to be hardline on that type of thing than the United States, like Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, I had a problem with sending out some of the merch, because I was like, well, I can't send it to you in Canada without a warning, because I don't want to get anyone arrested. But otherwise, I got to head off because it's almost 2 a.m. and I do have work in the morning.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, no problem. And everyone, you can follow him and Carl, who was on earlier, at the Lotus Eaters, Odyssey, of course, YouTube, and they also have their own website, lotuseaters.com. But I guess to get to the question of socialism, because that is a good topic for us to talk about. We have some people with Cuban heritage. My background is Canadian as well as from Hong Kong. So the thing is, obviously, textbook definition of socialism, we were talking about communal ownership of the means of production, right? So it would be false to say that the Democrats want a total, or at least the majority of the party wants a total takeover of the economic system, right? But the thing is, gender may not be a spectrum, at least if you ask me, but economic systems absolutely are. And so when you look at a place like Canada, it's not a socialist country, but we have socialized medicine. And, Canada is kind of strange because in some ways it's actually easier to do business. You have more rights as a business owner than in different parts of the United States. So in some places you have more rights as a business owner. In some ways you have fewer. And so I think it is, when we talk about socialism and the Democratic Party, I think it is, Republicans do have a responsibility to be clear. Don't just use socialism as a slur. Talk about the specific policies. I think there have been a lot of people who have talked specifically about Bernie Sanders and his approach to healthcare. That is a socialist approach. He literally wants to abolish private insurance. I think it would be very hard to say that that's not a socialist approach. Would you?
I mean, it's beyond just Bernie Sanders. If it was just a crazy old guy in a sweater, screaming this stuff, like I don't think people would be so worried.
I feel good about Bernie.
I don't know. I spend a decent amount of time in the United Kingdom, okay? And there's a National Health Service in the United Kingdom. It's always a big political issue. There's always criticism going back and forth between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party about whether
it's too bad that we're talking about this now that the Brit has left. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, but this idea that, and actually in the United Kingdom, private insurance isn't abolished. It's still available to people with means, but the main provision of healthcare in the United Kingdom is through the National Health Service that people pay into with their taxes. Again, there's always griping about it. There's always praise for it. It's a live political issue, but it's just the reality in the United Kingdom. The idea that the United Kingdom, according to this framework being set out about some sort of descent into Chinese-style authoritarian socialist tyranny or what have you, the idea that the existence of that healthcare system in the United Kingdom is in any way reasonably connected to the nature of the governance structure
that's reductive.
In China, it's just like a self-parody of like comparative analysis, which is cited as a partisan talking point to depict Democrats as more radical than they are. Now, where Democrats have actually gotten more,
okay, Michael, I think he's got to let the man speak.
Where Democrats have gotten more radical, and this gets to that meme you cited that Elon Musk posted. That meme showed that compared to 2008, when Obama was running, Democrats have migrated a bit more left, and I think that's roughly true. But that's most evident in their rhetorical style, their approach to different social issues, gender issues, racial issues, and so forth. Not really about like the fundamental structures of the economic order so much. And even if there has been a bit of a marginal shift on that, the idea that it's in any way reminiscent of China is just beyond ludicrous. So
hang on,
Michael. I don't know why you have to
just,
go to that extreme.
Just 1 second. Can we talk about what the approach? Can we talk about what the approach was during COVID and the lockdowns? Can we talk about that in relation?
That's where I was going. So basically, you would be correct if that was the crux of the argument, but it's not. That's not the crux of the argument. This party, by and large, has embraced truly tyrannical ideas surrounding lockdowns, forced vaccination, taking people's jobs, shutting down their bank accounts over wrongthink, digitally unpersoning them for various different reasons because they've violated the social credit system. Well, where is the social credit system like that implemented? In
if
China.
Michael's going to ramble, he's going to ramble.
Again,
and now
tie
it's
that
like,
again to
fuck, now I can't
communist
say
China
anything.
and communist countries. You can flip into the social areas. Who's trying to cut children's breasts off? Who's trying to put kids on hormones and hormone blockers and trying to validate that as okay, which, by the way, even the crazy NHS, who does not do a good job, has recently come out and will no longer transition children. Okay, so we're in the far radical territory on this. Whereas, China, they took radical cultural change in a different direction. This sort of Marxist ideology, call it whatever you want, this far left ideology, it can shift in many different directions. The goal is cultural upheaval, though. And so in the United States, that has been tearing apart the fabrics of our social norms. So when you look at this stuff when it comes to kids or education, where they want to have a reality where students come to school, to have a teacher putting up political flags in their classroom and teaching them that boys don't all have penises at public school, while our test scores go through the floor and these kids are barely able to read. In a place like Baltimore, it was less than 3 out of 10 students graduating in high school that were proficient in math and reading. In a public school in America where we spend $17,000, $500 per child, $17,500 per child in that school system, and we're producing 30% of them are proficient in math and reading coming out of high school in Baltimore. How does that make any sense? This is where these ideas and the social norms have come to destroy, or their sort of goal to destroy these social norms has come to create a total upheaval of our system that is reminiscent of what happens in color revolutions in communist countries.
Well, actually, I will push back a little bit there, Robbie. The Democrats are not like the Chinese authoritarians, because the Chinese authoritarians are actually very good at education and teaching math and literacy. So there is a difference there.
Can I respond to that? Like Cuba, in Cuba, what they did to say my mom's little sister is, they put them in these classrooms where they educated them and taught them that the government was essentially, your highest power, beyond your parents, that they were who you could always rely on. They even did this thing, the blindfold test, where they would blindfold kids and they'd say, pray to God for ice cream. They take the blindfold off, no ice cream. When they do that, they put the blindfold back on. They say, ask Castro, for ice cream, and then they take it off and there's ice cream there. This is the type of social upheaval that they do in many different, and it goes different directions. It's not always the same. I mean, I'll give the Chinese a lot of credit in terms of education. They're killing us on it. And, again, there's a lot of cultural things we can look at in terms of why that is. But in general, when you look at the entirety of how far left the party has gone, they're embracing increasingly radical ideas that you only see in communist and socialist countries. You don't see them in countries like what we used to be.
Wouldn't it be better? Why can't we just why can't we just, if we have policies that we want to criticize, why can't we just criticize the policies instead of making it sound like communism? Like, that's not an argument to just say it sounds like communism. Why not say, like, this policy is bad for this reason? Or we can argue about this policy for this reason. Because there are some things that are quote unquote socialist about America that I think a lot of us would probably defend, like roads.
I can tell you why.
And Social Security.
Can I respond quickly?
Can you do it quickly, or is it going to be a 15-minute?
Let me just tell Destiny why, because I want to answer his question.
I didn't go on as long as he did. I mean, why?
You went on like 12 times like you did. I love you, and you're making a good point, but it's a long thing.
You were long.
All right, go back and check let's go back and check the timer, and we'll see who's spoke for longer.
To answer your question, the reason why I feel like it's important to actually name it is because too often, if you make it these ambiguous one-off things and you don't put together a whole picture for people who have been born truly lucky to be born in America and to have the privileges and the, opportunities that have been afforded for the past couple decades to most Americans, they really are not able to entirely understand how far this can go and how quickly we can get there if you don't show them the whole picture of how this has gone really poorly in the past in places like Cuba or Venezuela, or you look at
it. But then, are you okay? Are you okay with
Sanders was saying Venezuela was a model for the United States just like 8 years ago, 10 years ago?
But do you understand the frustration you probably feel when Democrats look at you or progressives and just say, "Oh, that's a fascist, that's a Nazi"? You're doing the exact same thing, right? Except on the other end, that's a commie, that's a socialist. Like, why not just say, like, I don't like this policy for these reasons, and point it out that way?
I get what you're saying. I hear you. And I would say this. I am careful about who I say it about.
You just said the main Democratic Party was majority socialist communist. How is that careful?
I said the direction that they're going. And I stand by that, the direction the party's going, because the people who are speaking for the party, who are then inspiring the next generation of voters who will become the core of the party in the direction they go, are people who are on the furthest side of, sort of the radical left. The people that Michael named earlier are not there. And those are people I would not refer to as communists or communist embracing. I think they're sort of corporate Democrats,
So then couldn't I argue that literally every single move to the left is a move towards communism or socialism? Because that's essentially what you're saying. Like, if I say maybe we should have, like, expand Social Security. Well, that's exactly like what communists and socialists want to do, make you reliant on the state. Maybe we should have more protections for workers. Well, that's exactly what a socialist and communist would do. Expropriate capital property and give it back to the world. Like, wouldn't I just use that argument for everything then? It seems like it's a thought terminator. Like, as soon as I say it, it's boom, we're done with the conversation.
Again,
All right,
I think it would,
just
it
want
would
to
depend
pause
on how
here.
you do it and
We
about
have
what. I mean,
we
it's
have
not
another
like a
guest that
catch-all
I
for
would.
everything.
We have another guest that I would like to add. This is Mr. Matt Binder. Thank you so much.
Binder. It's
Binder.
Binder.
Sorry, Binder. Thank you for joining us. He is host of the podcast Doomed and Scam Economy, contributor at the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. So thank you for joining us. We are discussing how everything Democrats do is socialism.
Oh, I wish.
I was trying to refute that, by the way. So
good work.
Oh, hey, I see Michael Tracy's here. Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up?
He tried. I'll give him that.
Can I make a quick point on what Robbie was saying now? So when I was first addressing your thesis, the crux of the argument, at least as I heard it, and as you expressed it, was to do with the healthcare programs of various societies as an entry point to full-blown communist China-style authoritarian communism, right? I mean, that's what you first articulated. Then you said the crux of the argument was different. It had to do with COVID policy. It had to do with gender transition.
Robbie, to be fair,
like
Robbie did say the direction. So I think when you say the direction, it's not just one thing.
Hold on.
I never got to finish what I was saying, so I didn't change it. You interrupted me, so I never got to get to the whole story on what was going on until you stopped talking. But
okay. I mean, so should we sit and let you do a 45-minute lecture before we can respond to any aspect of the thesis? I mean, I don't know. Isn't this a panel type discussion? Anyway, so I was personally critical throughout COVID of the civil liberties infringements having to do with various enforcement mechanisms that were imposed in terms of stay-at-home orders and what have you, but especially the coercive policies around vaccination. You can go look at my Substack.
No, I've seen it.
Hold on. I was just going to say.
I appreciate that you did that.
I was just going to say that this idea that it's somehow that those policies were somehow synonymous with the beating heart of the Democratic Party, I think is a bit of a misportrayal. I mean, let's not forget, and I'm not just doing
are you the majority,
a cheap what about
or were
Trump
you the
thing.
minority of Democrats?
I'm not doing a cheap what about Trump thing, but given that Brian Kemp is up for re-election right now, probably going to win against Stacey Abrams, it's worth recalling, it's even amusing to recall, that Donald Trump publicly hectored Brian Kemp in the spring of 2020 for, according to Trump, prematurely reopening Georgia, right? So for removing the lockdown too quickly. And, plenty of Republican governors, virtually all of them actually, in 2020, instituted some variation of a lockdown or a stay-at-home order or some other sort of unprecedented measure that was related to COVID. Obviously, the severity of it varied by state, but this idea that it was somehow the exclusive province of the Democratic Party and therefore reflected their fundamental ideological proclivities and the direction that they're taking as a coalition just doesn't really hold water. I mean, so I think, if you want to just ascribe every COVID policy related excess to the Democratic Party and therefore make some kind of wild extrapolation to Xi Jinping, you can do that, but I think you're going to find that there's a whole lot of countervailing evidence that kind of complicates that picture.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, this
even Ron DeSantis, this anti-lockdown champion, he shut down the Florida school system for at least initially.
This is a very, very simple question. Okay, so I want to agree on the facts first. Okay, so do you agree that in China they were welding doors shut during COVID and having people inside their homes with the door welded shut? Do you remember this?
I remember
I recall seeing videos of that. I don't recall any analog to that in the United States, unless I missed something.
So I'm just, let's pretend that this happened during COVID for that reason. My question to you would be, in the United States of America, would you see it as more likely that would occur in a place like California under Gavin Newsom, or more likely it occurs in Florida under Ron DeSantis?
It occurred.
It wouldn't occur at all. What's with the hypothetical? What's with the hypothetical? That's such a bizarre.
I can agree that there's no need to use hypotheticals because we actually have real world examples, and you are more than welcome to criticize certain Republican governors for Greg Abbott. They also had a mask mandate in Texas. That was a thing. Yeah, that was the thing that happened.
So why doesn't that reflect the Republican Party?
hang on. I'm not. So Trump absolutely engaged in certain lockdown things, right? I mean, barring flights from China, closing the border with Canada, these were lockdown measures that Donald Trump himself undertook. So yeah, absolutely, there were Republicans who also jumped on board that wagon. But let's look at currently, all right? There are actually places under Republican governors that are saying, no, we will not have vax mandates. Your employment status will not be dependent on your vaccine status. Conversely, do we see Democrats doing the same thing? We saw places that were implementing vaccine passports citywide, right? But by fiat, not just individual businesses. Was that happening in places that were Democrat run or Republican run? So I get what you're saying, Michael. It's not just, oh, one side was for freedom, one side wasn't. But I think you're being a little bit naive if you don't acknowledge that absolutely there was a string of authoritarianism that went further with the Democrats.
Are there any? Real quick. Are there any places in the United States that are still doing?
No, there's not.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Destiny, I know exactly what you're saying.
Wait. This is really important, Lauren, because you used a really bad word there, really evil word, authoritarian. It seems like there is Democratic pressure here because it seemed like that a lot of those vaccine passports became pretty unpopular, and I'm pretty sure I don't think those exist anywhere in the United States right now.
No,
I mean, they don't exist in New York City, and I know that's the big evil for Republicans.
Sure. So calling that authoritarian
hasn't been the case for over almost a year, if not more.
Well, I mean, there was an authoritarian streak in how those vaccine passport initiatives were implemented. They were the mayors of places like St. Paul, Boston, Washington D.C. They imposed those vaccine passport initiatives or schema by invoking their emergency powers. They didn't have to have any deliberative process with the city council. The mayors just unilaterally decreed these policies. And of course, they were farcical in their practical implementation, so actually rather quickly were unwound. But yeah, I mean, I agree, Lauren, that in many cases, the Democratic elected officials are much more sort of freewheeling and capricious in how they wield state power, especially if they have some putative public health justification, which obviously COVID, gave them gift wrap. So yeah, I don't deny that at all. Again, I'm just objecting to this maximalist sort of theory that's being weaved by Robbie to kind of.
I understand. I just sort of jumped in the stream here, but is this? Like, where did this conversation come from?
I don't know.
This is like an election night stream, right? And I can guarantee you COVID policy is not on anybody's mind, any voter's mind right now.
Yeah, I think my issue is that when Robbie was describing
we have another guest to add, actually. We are welcome to we want to welcome Long Day Ben. Thank you so much for joining us. He's a columnist for Jacobin Magazine, an adjunct philosophy professor at Morehouse College, and the author of several books, most recently Christopher Hitchens' What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Thank you for being here.
I think the issue is that Robbie started to describe the Democratic Party as being a majority socialist party, which is insane to me. And that's why I pushed him on. I just wanted the definition.
Robbie, aren't you running for office somewhere? Or am I confusing you with somebody else? No. Okay.
I was just curious what you thought socialist was, and we were going to try to have a conversation.
Elections.
I've actually got to run because I'm at Carrie Lake's party. I have to go speak for her event. So God bless her. Will hopefully be the governor of Arizona tonight.
Godspeed.
Thank you for joining us, Robbie. It's been a pleasure.
I know you guys aren't happy about that, but
well, how do you know she's going to win if the elections there are rigged? If she wins, how can you trust that's the process?
I believe in her, but in terms of, I'll put it this way. It's very simple. When you see the problems in elections in America, you see these like weird videos of them not having the papers and them not, being able to tabulate things and everything. Where does this happen? Almost universally. I'm sure there's anecdotal ones that are not, but almost universally, Democrat cities, Democrat states.
Can I ask one question?
Arizona is a Democrat city.
Wait, hold on. One quick question. Does it ever give you pause that these videos are so much more compelling when they're clipped up and cut up and thrown on YouTube, and they seem to lose all of their veracity when they're actually put in front of a judge that has to evaluate what happened start to finish? Didn't we see multiple times there was the famous video of the ballot box that got pulled out from underneath the table, and that clip made its way around YouTube 7,550 million times, and then when a judge looked at it, they were like, oh, well, there's video footage before where they just slid the ballot box before, like 3 hours earlier, right?
Did you say judges don't want to get involved with elections?
I couldn't hear you, Matt.
Did you just say judges don't want to get involved with elections?
They don't want to get involved in changing the results of elections. I mean, look at the historical precedent for it or what has happened. It's never been a super exciting thing judges want to get in the middle of. They kind of want to allow the process to work and advocate itself. they'll get involved if something very, 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 very obvious.
Hold on, I'm very young, but like, wasn't there like a presidential race in the year 2000 where the highest court of the land decided the outcome of that election?
Yes, and was that a popular move on their part to get involved in it? How did people react to it? How did
Obviously, there's going to be a lot of tensions on both sides, but the idea that the judiciary is not going to be involved in cases brought before the judiciary, that's an astounding claim to me. Like, are you saying that?
But they absolutely have the ability to dismiss the case.
Yeah,
that's because I think a lot of people would argue that dismissing the case would be the right thing to do if you had confidence in the vote.
But no.
Judges have not been involved today on micro issues in states like Pennsylvania and in Arizona. And in where did they extend the vote at?
Hold on. Can I just correct the record? Because I'm the one who recounted this anecdote because I happen to be right now in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. I'm outside a election night party for this Republican candidate, Jim Bogdet, who's running for Congress, likely to win, I would say, at this point.
Go, Michael! Hit us with your point.
This is a Republican-heavy area. This is a Republican-heavy area where it's like, it's mixed, but there are pockets of...
Michael, say the point! Say what you want to say!
Lean. I'm saying the point. The point is that the places where there was a so-called paper shortage that forced the local judge to extend the voting hours in this county by 2 hours to 10 p.m., those are a lot of Republican-leaning areas. So the anecdote that I relayed earlier that you cited as evidence that it's only Democrats, that's contradicted by the firsthand evidence that I'm recounting to you right now based on what I'm hearing at this very election night party for
I would ask you, who's responsible in that area? And I did say there are anecdotes that, anecdotal cases that are not, but in that area, who's responsible for making sure the papers are there? Who's the Secretary of State? Are they a Democrat? Yes, in Pennsylvania. Who's the governor? Also a Democrat. Who's responsible overall for overseeing these elections? What has been done to ensure that all of the different counties have what they need to be able to run the elections effectively, and ultimately who's responsible for that? And I would say the Secretary of State. And if things go wrong in their state, that's on them. Same thing again here in Arizona. The Secretary of State is a Democrat, and in Maricopa County, they do have a lot of Democratic.
The election rules are determined by the state, who's in control of the state parties, and in both of those states, I'm pretty sure Republicans control both the state house and the assembly or whatever. So
the individual official is not necessarily a Republican.
Doesn't mean that you're enforcing them.
Okay, hold on. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. Hold on. For individual elections ran at these places, I doubt that these election officials are walking into every single individual place. Wouldn't it be probably the responsibility of the people running those centers to make sure they've got the supplies needed on election day?
Hey, Robbie, wasn't there a House race in North Carolina in 2018 that was judicially negated because the Republican candidate, this is for the House of Representatives, was found to have committed mass election fraud, or am I imagining that?
But like I said, they will get involved if it is very explicitly criminally obvious.
And that was a Republican anecdote, right?
It was 100%. That one was 100%, and it was him buying votes, correct? Wasn't it? He was essentially buying votes.
It was like paid ballot harvesting, some kind of activity like that.
And it was Republicans who reported on him and got him, ultimately brought to justice.
But just to get back to my original question, though, Robbie, how are you going to know Kari Lake wins for sure tonight? When the results come in and if she's on top, how are you going to be sure that it wasn't rigged?
Because Katie Hobbs, her opponent that she's running against, is Secretary of State. So unless you believe in a conspiracy where the Democratic candidate to be governor in this state, who is also the Secretary of State, is rigging the election.
Didn't you guys believe that very thing in Georgia for Trump?
No.
Yes, didn't they have a Republican Secretary of State?
Okay, so
what's the difference? Go ahead. What's the difference, my friend?
Raffensperger hates Trump, is an anti-Trump establishment.
Oh, okay.
Guys, so this would be akin to, listen, would you be able to believe that somebody like Nancy Pelosi wants AOC out of the party?
Would you be able to believe that the Democrats would screw Bernie out of the nomination because they're all Democrats?
Screwing Bernie out of the nomination is with superdelegates or with feeding questions via a CNN panel is 70 trillion leagues removed from rigging fucking ballots.
I am a huge Bernie supporter, and the idea that the election was rigged against him in terms of votes.
In theory,
what was that?
What people believed. In theory, what people believed in Georgia was that, number one, the areas under Democrat control, that those were the problem areas where we had votes coming in at 3 a.m. Do you guys remember the broken water pipe that never existed? Okay, they had to stop counting because of a broken water pipe that was never broken.
What are these
Do you
like
remember
crazy
this story?
Republican fairy tales?
I was.
No,
I mean,
look,
the weird
look
thing
it
is,
up right
I
now.
was.
The
I
water
was
By
in.
yourself. They covered this in even Democrat media. You
In
know, I mean, stuff
2020,
that
I was in Atlanta at the Atlanta Hawks Stadium, State Farm Arena, where those votes were being counted. And I was being told by people on Twitter and wherever else that I was hallucinating when I informed them that I, just as a journalist or even any citizen can do this, was able to walk in and observe physically with my own two eyes the ballots being counted. Like there was the whole misperception about how that entire process unfolded. Do I doubt that Fulton County, Georgia, is not entirely flawless in its ability to count votes? No, I don't. And there's plenty of reason to believe that there could be improprieties or malfeasance, around the margins.
Exactly.
But this idea that it's this holistic, even like
I'm not saying
semi-conspiratorial
every
thing.
election's rigged. I never said that.
It's really caused a lot of Republican voters who are otherwise, decent
I agree with you,
people
Michael.
to be kind of self-deluded as to how election administration actually works in the United States. And I kind of resent that as a civic-minded individual.
I think we've turned voters off in many cases to not trusting voting out to the degree they don't want to vote, because some people have gone really far with this stuff and they haven't even themselves been fully informed on how it all works.
Well, hold on. When you say some people and haven't been fully informed, you're talking about President Donald Trump, who absolutely should be fully informed, right? It's not just random people on Twitter. It's the ex-president of the United States.
Stuff that has pushed people to not vote specifically, and this
like
goes
Donald Trump
wider
undermining mail-in ballots 10 months before even the election, before the 2020 election. You don't think that might have discouraged some Republicans from voting?
So hang on, guys. Speaking of voting, election stuff, I just want to let you know Beto O'Rourke has lost, unfortunately.
Yes.
Oh no! Third time's not the charm.
That was expected. That was
third time's not the charm.
Can he
Who
move
has?
out of Texas now?
Sorry.
What's up?
Can he move out of Texas, please? Go to California, New York, somewhere where he's wanted.
No, he's heading straight for MSNBC. We also have Paul Gosar in Arizona has one re-election. So.
Right.
Awesome.
These are all expected races, right?
Paul Gosar, at my urging, issued a public invitation to Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky to come to Phoenix for peace talk negotiations that could be hosted, I guess, I don't know, at some scenic resort in the area. Hey, I just wanted to put I actually wanted to put a question to Ben, because I'm always curious for his take on things, about this whole idea of election denialism. Like, this term election denier is now in popular currency, where every Republican who raises any concern or doubt about anything to do with the manner in which votes are counted or tabulated, or the way in which ballots are received, they're all election deniers now, and therefore this cataclysmic threat to democracy, and therefore planning some insurrection 2.0 or domestic terrorism or whatever. That's the grand theory that Democrats seem to be going with. So I'm just wondering if you think that it would be reasonable to postulate that post-2016, there was another species of quote-unquote election denialism that was incredibly rampant among Democrats. I mean, I can cite to you in about 2 seconds the polling data, which showed that a supermajority, so 67+% of Democratic voters post-2016 election, as far as late as 2018-19, believed not just that the election was unfairly won by Donald Trump in some vague sense, but that Russia actually hacked the voting machines themselves and fraudulently installed Trump into power. Now, that seems like a potential delegitimization, quote unquote, of the election, but I don't remember people screaming like a chicken with their head chopped off that was this profound threat to democracy, and showed how insidious and destructive election denialism was, and tore at the fabric of our democracy. And I'm just wondering why not, and why this Republican version, which does obviously exist in some fashion, is just presumptively this major threat, where the Democratic variation, which also plainly exists, is just something that we're supposed to memory hole.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are obviously versions of Russiagate stuff that were ridiculous and people said silly things. I would never deny that. But I also think there are some pretty big disanalogies between the two cases. One of them is when you look
Why is
at
Ben accepting that? Because he's an actual socialist, so he fucking hates Democrats.
Which I think is the biggest deal. You certainly had some people, liberal celebrities, who were doing this like pretty peripheral stuff with the Hamilton electors or whatever to try to do that. But they, you didn't really get like, Hillary Clinton engaged in months and months of attempts to overturn the result of the election and to try to get it to be not certified and etc. So
Okay,
I mean,
this is
I
the
think
poll that
that
he's setting.
even
It's
if
this
you,
one right here on the right.
even if you have like, I mean, I was never a Russiagate guy. I always thought that was like severely overstated, but like I still think that like one of these things is on the face of it a lot worse than the other, certainly in terms of like the caliber of the people. I mean, the sitting president of the United States was very openly trying very hard to get the result of the election overturned. There wasn't really anything equivalent. Like what you're talking.
Wait, Ben, you mean funding Jill Stein for a recount wasn't the election the election fraud conspiracy that Trump put forward?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I think what Mike is describing is mostly a media phenomenon. That's the distinction.
It wasn't solely a media phenomenon, though. And yeah, I grant, of course. I grant, of course,
but
that
the real question is, what did Dems do after, and then what did Republicans do after? And I think the gap there is as wide as can be. Dems eventually went no further than continuing to question it.
Well, they were
talking
just questioning. There were congressional investigations, to be clear, but absolutely there were actual
there was
Republican
no congressional
audits.
investigations to whether Trump won the election.
Wait, hold on, Matt, real quick, Matt, your microphone. It sounds like you're having a sampling error right now. I don't know if it's settings.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought that might have been just me, but yeah, I heard it too.
Go.
Yeah. I mean, Ben, I agree that obviously there are disanalogies between what the Republicans did post 2020 and what Democrats did post 2016. I'm not saying that they're equivalent or even that they're equally grave in their offensiveness. I'm simply noting that Republicans are kind of frivolously labeled or capriciously labeled, quote, election deniers, even if they rhetorically voice doubts as to the veracity of election results. So forget what Donald Trump even himself did, or forget like the more concrete actions that were taken. Even like a Republican congressional candidate or something who said, gee whiz, maybe the Pennsylvania mail-in balloting system was not entirely flawless, or maybe there were some issues in Fulton County, Georgia, or whatever. Even if they expressed just some kind of rhetorical doubts as to the legitimacy of the vote administration, they're called election deniers. Whereas you have people like John Lewis, who's like not just a media guy, right? John Lewis is this titanic figure in the lore of the Democratic Party. He went on Meet the Press ahead of Trump's inauguration in 2017, said he was boycotting it on the ground that Trump was illegitimately elected because Russia stole the election for him. That's what John Lewis said, and I can give you countless other examples of not just
what did John Lewis actually
but major elected officials. So why is their rhetorical posture, which sought to undermine the legitimacy of the 2016 election? Why doesn't that get them labeled election deniers?
What did John Lewis actually do, though?
He vocally expressed his belief that Trump had been illegitimately installed into office by the Kremlin, therefore undermining the legitimacy of the 2016 election, just as many Republicans express a similar attitude toward the 2020 election without actually taking any tangible action, and are nonetheless labeled election deniers and threats to democracy.
I mean, the real problem is the ones that took the action, though, and that's what people focus on. Is my mic fixed, by the way, everybody?
Yep,
yeah, better.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean that seems like the thing. It seems like that the reason that election, that like this term that you're objecting to, I think, is in circulation so much more right now that that Republicans weren't able to get similar amount of juice out of Democrats, like casting doubts on the legitimacy of the 2016 election, is that for the most part, like again, outside of like extremely peripheral things like the Hamilton electors non-event or whatever, like there are really no attempts, and certainly no attempts with like big important people, certainly anybody who's remotely as important as the sitting president of the United States, to actually take action to overturn it. So it's like, I think it makes sense that being associated with, fairly or unfairly, and look, maybe in some of these cases you could make a case that it's unfair. I don't know who specifically you're thinking of who's made comments as mild as the ones you're thinking of, but whether it's fair or not, yeah, being associated with a camp of people who did things to try to overturn the election, like ranging from months and months of lawsuits to actually
asking the vice president of the United States not to certify the election.
Exactly, right.
Making phone calls to elected representatives to try to get them to find votes.
Right, etc. Right. I mean, like that just is going to be a bigger deal, I think.
So I do want to stop us here because
no matter what you think about Russiagate, and like even if you think that was, even if you're sympathetic to the left wing critique of like of the excesses of Russia, of like Russiagate paranoia and all that stuff, that still does seem pretty different to me.
So Adam Schiff and Ted Lieu and
hang on,
Sheldon
guys.
Whitehouse saying over
I
and
do
over
want to.
again,
I do want to read a hyper chat that we've gotten. This is directed to Destiny, but I would love to hear your take on it, just as a whole. Quick question: do you believe that the housing market on the West Coast in both Canada and the U.S. isn't too expensive because of Chinese immigration or investment? So there's a specific question. What do you guys think?
No, I don't think so. I think that right now the housing market issues we're having in the United States is we have a really difficult time building a lot of housing. You've got cities that are very dense. There's a lot of people trying to move into a limited number of houses.
Right, but why are there so many? Why are the cities so dense? I mean, I can't speak to the United
cities
States
are dense because in the United States our housing policy is actual fucking unironic dog shit. And if you travel to literally any other country on the planet, you can see that they do mixed use zoning so much better than the United States. But we have endless suburbs that sprawl everywhere. We have no public transportation. We have no will to actually change any of the types of density that we have in any of our major cities in the United States. So housing prices are going to go up and up and up and up and up. And the people that live there that are the strongest voters are people that live in houses that are incentivized to vote for the shittiest housing policy possible. Like it'll never change without like actual authoritarian action.
I'll say to add to that, I do think that in New York City at least there are housing issues based on the fact that very wealthy people from the United States and outside the United States come in and buy up property and buy up mass amounts of property, and you have a whole bunch of people now buying up apartment buildings for the purpose of Airbnb and things like that, and that definitely adds to these sorts of issues without a doubt. Again, the problem though isn't that they're from China or Russia or wherever. The problem is that they're very wealthy and they use their money to buy up all this property and land and then become little feudal lords over the land that they purchase.
Yeah, but I mean, even if they weren't doing it, that just shows that there's a lack of an ability to build hotels. Like, there's a demand for this type of housing to exist in these places. People want to be able to rent places here. People want to be able to have hotels here, and they just can't. We're not.
Well, I think there's also. I'll agree with that. I do think that's part of it, but I also think that the allure of Airbnb is, oh man, you get to open up a hotel, yet not have to deal with any of the regulation that comes with opening an actual hotel.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how much is? But I mean, like, the fact of the matter is that like there's a market for it because they don't have hotels already in this area, right? Like, yeah, I don't know how else to get around that. Like, we need more hotels in areas, but we can't build anything. Like, if it's not going to be these people, if it's not going to be Airbnb, it's going to be people that just like rent rooms anyways, and I guess they'll do it off market as well. But
yeah, I think we agree. We're just focusing on two different areas. I don't think we're necessarily disagreeing.
Sure. What happen is you need to bulldoze the fucking suburbs, and you need to start putting high rises up fucking everywhere. And these weird restrictions in cities where you can only have 5-story fucking apartments, while the rent is $4,500 a month on a 2-bedroom shit apartment. And across the street there are these dilapidated houses that are going for $950,000 a pop because we can't actually build high density housing anywhere. Is fucking insane in the United States, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with all your criticisms about zoning. It is ridiculous. I've tried to talk to Sean, actual Justice Warrior, about how things work in New York and places like San Francisco, and it just makes my head explode. But considering that, I mean, in a lot of places, population would be on the decline if it were just people who were actually born here. Don't you think that immigration plays at least some part in it? Admitting, of course, that it's a bigger story than just that one issue.
It just doesn't make sense to say that like immigration is an issue. You want people to be able to sort themselves out economically. If they have the opportunity to work in an area, you want them to be able to move to that area to work. Like, whether we have immigration or not, there are people that are going to want to move. I mean, like, I come from the Midwest. I live in Omaha, Nebraska for 30 years. Everybody's dream in a lot of these places is to move to one of the coastal cities and get a job in like one of these big places. But I mean, immigration or not, there's still always going to be massive upward pressures on rents as long as there are limited places for people to buy.
No, and you're absolutely right. And that's why when something like property is not the same as other goods and services that where you can just make more of it. You can't make more land easily. You can change zoning laws, but ultimately it's a finite space. But I think when it comes to the issue of like Chinese investment, there's another problem there, and not that just there are people moving into these cities. There are people moving into these cities who have a lot more capital than the locals. So actually, people can be priced out. It's almost like places like Vancouver are in a way being somewhat gentrified by the Chinese.
Why are they priced out though?
You keep talking though too about immigrants as if they come in and all the immigrants, everyone immigrating here from the U.S. has tons of money. I mean, I live in the most diverse county in all of the country. I live in Queens, New York, majority immigrants, and let me tell you, we're all in the same boat. We're all working class. We're all making below 70, 50, 60, $50,000 a year. They're all in the same boat as you and me who were born here. I mean, that's not the problem.
Absolutely. Not every immigrant is some wealthy tycoon or something, but the question specifically was asking about the West Coast. And I know from a Canadian perspective, it absolutely is Chinese immigrant. And I'm Chinese, so I know a lot of people firsthand who are doing this. Not that anecdotes matter for much, but there are people who are being priced out of the housing market because, they're working class people who simply can't compete when wealthy foreigners come in and buy up their land. That's why in Canada, there's being suggested actual restrictions on who can and cannot buy property.
So do you want to restrict like wealthy people being able to immigrate to the country? Is that the goal?
No, that's not my plan. That's why
I'm asking what is your, because it seems like that's what you're saying is like that, like we should make so no wealthy people, no rich people can immigrate to the country. I feel like those are the
I think there should be rules around buying up property though. I think there should be taxes. Very high taxes on people who buy a property and do not live in them.
Yeah, but they already tried vacancy taxes in Vancouver, and it brought like triple-digit units back on the market. I don't think it was very effective. The idea that like all of these properties are being bought up and nobody's living in them, I don't think that is true. Like I think they've tried putting these types of vacancy taxes in a lot of cities, and it doesn't usually help much. The reality is that a lot of people want to move, and there are very few units to move into.
Yeah, so there are two issues, right? There's the overall supply of housing, and then there's the wealthy Chinese immigrants buying up property they're not living in. And to the extent that the second thing is a big problem, maybe Destiny is right, maybe it's not a big problem, but to the extent that it's a big problem, it's surely just as much of a problem if it's wealthy people buying vacant property who aren't Chinese immigrants, right? Like that part doesn't really seem like it matters. The question is like, who has the money to do that? And if you think that something like vacancy tax would make sense, it should be on anybody doing that. I mean, it's not obvious to me why that should matter, whether they come from China or not.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I make a quick point that's actually related to the midterms that draws on what we were talking about earlier?
You want to talk about the midterms on the midterm stream? Whatever.
Boring.
Yeah. So there's this Republican candidate for the House of Representatives in New Hampshire. Her name is Caroline Leavitt. She was a press aide in the Trump White House. She did not participate in January 6th, but she has made comments about how she believes Trump won the 2020 election, right? So she didn't take any tangible action to effectuate Trump's ability to retain power. She just rhetorically lent credence to the idea that Trump had won the election and Biden had not been legitimately elected, right? So she, of course, is labeled an election denier. That's the term of art now. She gets called an election denier and therefore is portrayed as this grievous threat to democracy. And the reason why I bring up the parallel to post-2016 is because you have people like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Elizabeth Warren, even the upper echelons of the Democratic Party. I found the quotes recently. They all said some variation of Russia hacked the election in 2016, right? So how is that not casting doubt on the legitimacy of the 2016 election in a way that is at least approximately analogous to what people like Caroline Leavitt are doing when they say, because of problems with mail-in voting related to COVID, Trump actually is the rightful winner, right? So why don't we therefore retroactively castigate these icons of the Democratic Party as quote unquote election deniers and threats to democracy because
I think there's
that outcome.
Yeah, there's a huge difference. Okay, number one, I think it is fair to criticize. I think it's fair to criticize Democrats that are. It's fair to criticize Democrats that said things like that. So when Hillary Clinton said that he was an illegitimate president, I think it was either Obama or Biden might have said something. It's fair to criticize those people for doing those things. That's fine. But the level of election denialism that Trump has engaged in is on another level, right? The phone calls to Georgia, all of the lawsuits throughout the entirety of the United States, the challenges.
I wasn't talking about Trump. I was talking about a Republican candidate for Congress.
No, I understand, but I'm saying like it matters who it comes from, right?
This is what I was saying earlier, Mike. That I think that like, look, it's, you know, you want to say a lot of these like claims that were made about Russia after 2016 were ridiculous. I agree with you. I've always agreed with that. I mean, you can go back and look at the social media receipts going back years. I think a lot of that stuff was centrist Democrat cope for the fact that Hillary Clinton ran a shitty campaign and lost an election that she should have easily won. But
Bernie Sanders indulged in it too, so it wasn't just centrist.
Okay, but I mean, like, I don't think that it existed. I don't think the primary driver of it, right, was
not a primary driver, but he did indulge in it.
Sure. Yes, that's true. So they have but like the question, so look, as far as that goes, I'm with you. But I think if the question is why is election denialism treated as a bigger deal this time, or is perceived to be a bigger threat to the ability of the democratic process to go on, public confidence in it, all that stuff. It's because some, not all, but some of the people in this camp that you're describing actually took these massive concrete actions to try to overturn the will of the voters. So, of course, being associated with the people who, throwing in your lot, even rhetorically, with the people who are taking those actions is going to be a bigger deal than just being part of a camp that did nothing but just talk.
Question for all of you guys, though. Do you think that requesting an audit is in and of itself an attempt to overthrow the will of the voters?
On its own, no, but that wasn't the only thing that happened. It was like part of like a huge bag of tricks.
That wasn't the only thing that happened.
If that was the only thing that would happen, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Yeah.
Also, the thing that Michael keeps bringing up, though, just seems to be like one party's base's opinion over and over again. Like, what happened to any of these politicians? Nothing. Because you're just like, you're focusing on like Dems called these people an election denier and Republicans called those people an election denier. Why is it okay? I mean, okay to who? Okay to who?
A lot of these people that you're saying have been labeled as election deniers are going to win their elections.
Right. Marjorie Taylor Greene just won in Georgia. What's her punishment?
Sort of grave consequences for this. It's just like somebody said something mean about them, and in some cases it's inconsistent. I might even agree that in some cases it's inconsistent. But I also think it's reasonable to treat election denialism in a context where everything that Stephen was listing off earlier happened as a bigger deal than people mostly making statements and doing investigations, but not actually taking concrete efforts to overturn the 2016 election.
So, little update for Georgia. Herschel Walker has taken the lead by 1,800 votes.
Oh, but Ben, I think you're missing the forest for the trees, or maybe that's the wrong metaphor. If you say that it was just a bunch of loose talk from some pundits and even some politicians related to the 2016 election, there was a concerted, coordinated effort within the national security apparatus that was aligned with factions of the Democratic Party in the 2016 election, then even into Trump's presidency in 2017, whereby unprecedented action was taken to thwart Trump as a candidate and then as a president.
Wait, that's just not true. Wait. That's not true. The unprecedented. Hold on. There was an unprecedented action.
He was illicitly in some sort of collusive arrangement with Putin, and therefore was a national security.
Why not talk about the unprecedented? Why not talk about
denialism that was
why not talk about
back then that actually did result in extremely tangible and consequential action that was, in a real sense, designed to thwart the democratic will. I mean, there was even contemplation for a time.
No, okay.
That because Trump was supposedly
what about Comey? What about Comey? What about Comey? What about Comey?
That he was going to be ousted from office under the 25th Amendment.
All right, I don't think we're going to get any further on this subject. So you've just mentioned Putin. How do we all feel about Russia? Okay, let's talk about that. All right,
Great.
A lot of people are frustrated that, we are sending more money to Ukraine when there are so many problems in the United States. Others feel that, hey, we have to support Ukraine because we have to defend democracy abroad. And if we don't fight Russia over there, we fight them over here, something like that.
It's a pointless sort of comparison, because it's not like, oh, we have that Ukraine money now, we're going to now put it towards things people want. No, this money is going to be earmarked for some other overseas expenditure. I mean, it literally does not matter. Like the idea that we're not taking care of our veterans or helping the homeless because this money's going to Ukraine. That money's not going to go to anywhere like that. That money is earmarked for Ukraine. If it didn't go to Ukraine, it'd be going to some other country.
Corruption. Like, that's just government corruption. Earmarking for other stuff doesn't mean it's okay to just throw it over to Ukraine. And honestly, the fact that Biden had such an interest in Ukraine canceling the investigation of Viktor Shokin or whatever it was he was talking about, caught on camera. Well, son of a bitch,
that was
fired.
All the European Union. Every single person in Europe wanted that prosecutor gone. That wasn't just Biden.
Okay, he offered to withhold American aid for that. Was that part of the European Union?
He didn't offer to withhold American aid for it. There was a conversation about it, but the entire European Union wanted him gone. He was not unilaterally making that decision.
Well, I think that the thing that Lydia is trying to point out is that Biden, specifically, not the European Union, was the one that mentioned withholding aid.
Because he was the ambassador, I think, that was taking point on that negotiation. But it wasn't a unilateral thing done by the Vice President of the United States.
Right, but
he sat in a room and said, if you don't fire this man, we're going to withhold X amount of aid from you as the Vice President of the USA. To me, that's quid pro quo. And I'm shocked that other people don't see it.
Quid pro quo for what? Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. Before you answer that, did Trump try to do a quid pro quo or no?
No.
How not? No. Shut up. Let her answer that. Hold on. How not?
No.
I really want to hear
Absolutely
this.
not.
Okay, I want to hear how.
He asked a question about Viktor Shokin.
Trump asked a question to
He's like, what's going on here?
That was it?
You have the transcript in front of you?
What were the questions?
We can look it up.
Yeah, what were the questions
I honestly don't remember any of this off the top of my head.
We're
we're so far gone from where we're supposed to, what we should be talking about tonight.
Yeah, okay,
but go ahead.
The fantasy world of like the conservative establishment is unfucking believable. Like it's actually like the most destructive force in the country. Like I can't believe it.
Hold on, Matt. The way that you just framed the nature of Ukraine war appropriations is really not accurate. I mean, Congress has taken out of the U.S. Treasury upwards of, I think it's around 70 to 80 billion dollars at this point. And that money coming out of the Treasury is fungible, right? So it's not as though it would automatically be used for some other foreign boondoggle. It's just money that Congress is choosing on its own initiative to appropriate for this particular purpose. So in theory, they could appropriate it for, I don't know, some other domestic need like housing or healthcare or whatever. I'm not saying they would, but they could, right? It's not like it's earmarked only for military intervention, right? And so it's just amazing to me that people kind of dismiss the significance of the nature of this U.S. financial and military commitment to Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine has received more, quote unquote, military aid in a single year than any country has since South Vietnam. Right, more money rather in 2022 than Iraq or Afghanistan ever received in a single year. It's breaking every conceivable historical precedent, going all the way back to the Vietnam War. And oh, by the way, according to Senator Richard Blumenthal, Congress is getting ready to pass another 50 to 60 billion. So the biggest package yet, sometime in the lame duck, because they wrongly, in my judgment, think that Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell are just going to have an epiphany and abandon all their previous views and cut off supposed aid to Ukraine. So this is a gigantic commitment. Of course, it's not just money. It's operational coordination of the war. It's so-called intelligence sharing that's result in direct combat, more or less, with Russia. So this idea that you're just gonna, kind of casually dismiss it as not that big of a deal, I think is a total misreading of the situation. And by the way, I don't know what the current stats are, but Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell are not going to cut off aid. The Democrats and certain Republicans are going to use that as an excuse to push through this gigantic package, in the cover of night, tied in with all kinds of other budgetary items to keep the spigot flowing for another couple months.
I mean, we'll just have to disagree there. I mean, we've seen that when the government wants to. I mean, Trump was happy to have, 1.5 trillion printed up specifically to dump into the stock market. The money is there whenever we want it, and we choose not to do these things whenever we want.
Well, I think there's a difference between saying the money is there versus the government is willing to print the money. Because to be clear, the money is absolutely not there. It's not there when Trump wants to do it. It's not there when the Democrats want to do it. The issue is that each party is willing to print and spend recklessly when it suits them, and neither is fiscally responsible. Although it seems like when it comes to Ukraine, both the Democrats and Republicans are more than happy to just money print or go. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, we could do that. We're literally the world currency. I mean, we can literally do that.
But
so Matt, the most money,
consequences to do that.
The most money given to any country for so-called military aid since South Vietnam in the 1960s, just kind of neither here nor there, like not too big of a deal, hardly even worth commenting on.
I mean, it's honestly not at the top of my list of the things that matter. And judging by what we know about the voters tonight, they don't really give a shit about it either.
Also, wait, how much money did we give in Ukraine?
How do you decide that? I don't really get it.
There's literally, you could literally look at every single news outlet, right and left and middle, whatever you want to call a news outlet, from Fox News to CNN
Isn't most
to
of it like
MSNBC.
arms and shit?
Every exit poll,
like what
Ukraine
is the actual,
doesn't
like,
come up on
cash
any
that
of
we're
it.
actually
They
sending
don't even
them?
list it on exit polls much of the time. So I mean, is it even an option for people to select?
I mean,
I
foreign
don't doubt
spending
that
in
inflation would be
general,
the number one issue, or other economic stuff. But you know, I think people are aware actually that there is this seemingly limitless U.S. military commitment to Ukraine that's fueling warfare against the country with the world's largest nuclear arsenal, and led to Joe Biden himself warning that the world faces the greatest threat of nuclear annihilation since the Cuban Missile Crisis. I'm actually curious what Ben thinks of.
Yeah, well, I think I was going to say, I think that last part is way more important than the first part about the actual spending, because I mean, one, I do think that it's very unlikely that even with the Congress we have right now, never mind the Congress we're going to have after tonight, that money is going to be spent on, that if like all funding to Ukraine stopped tomorrow, that like that money is going to be spent on, healthcare or anything like that, right? I think that, I mean, remember that the GOP has been saying, this is in Kevin McCarthy's Commitment to America document, that what they want to do is cut Social Security and Medicare and go after the NLRB, for anti-union purposes. And by the way, ratchet up tensions with China. So, like, I don't think that they're going to divert that money, even if they did stop it. And I agree with you, they're not going to stop it. But even if they did stop it, they're not going to divert that money to socially beneficial domestic purposes. But also, that money is, like a very small percentage of overall U.S. military spending. If you want to say we spend way too much on guns as opposed to butter, I definitely agree with that, right? But I mean, this is a very small percentage of it. My concern about Ukraine is much less about the amount of money than about, the dangers of, of heightened escalation, between nuclear powers. I mean, that's terrifying. I think that there have been some reports recently that claim that the Biden administration has been in talks with the Russian government. I hope that that's true. But yeah, I mean, I've been, I've been that drum for a long time. I think I think that the Congressional Progressive Caucus letter was good. I think it's bad that it was withdrawn. I like the fact that Ro Khanna has stuck with it. So I mean, there probably is some agreement on that.
I mean, that letter was a joke to begin with. I mean, if you actually read the text, you would see that it was more or less just a reaffirmation.
You can't give him an inch, Ben. You can't give him an inch.
It was basically just an attempt to kiss Biden's ass, really, and make it seem like there was some reorientation toward an emphasis on diplomacy. But even what Ro Khanna says in his justification for why he has not abandoned the substance of the letter is because it actually doesn't depart from Biden's policy at all. And in fact, it was a reaffirmation of it. And what Biden's policy is and has been since the outset is to more or less completely discard diplomacy. I mean, Zelensky, who the Biden says he's being referred to set the strategic parameters of the war, he says that there could be no further negotiations with Russia unless there's the ouster of Putin, so unless regime change is effectuated in Russia because of this limitless U.S. military backing, which you can poo-poo the amount of money, but it's enormous comparatively speaking to any other commitment the U.S. has made. And it's caused
I think that you're contradicting yourself in the middle of that, Michael, because you started out by saying that there's nothing in the letter that means anything because they endorse what Biden has been doing, and what Biden has been doing has been anti-diplomacy. But the whole point of the letter was to say, in fact, we do need to move towards direct talks between the United States and Russia. And I actually think that's a very big deal. to start saying that after months and months of, as you well know, it being considered to be totally out of the question and off the table to even talk about diplomacy. I think I don't really see how you can have it both ways, that it's like really bad that diplomacy has been ruled out and that it's just completely meaningless that this letter advocated diplomacy.
Because Biden and Blinken and other administration officials, they've never formally ruled out diplomacy, right? That's just the practical impact of what's
so the fact that they've never formally ruled it out means that the fact that it's not talked about at all is not a big deal, and talking about it and saying it should happen is not a big deal.
Well, but even you can find speeches that Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has given where he makes a variation of the point that was made in that Progressive Caucus letter, where in theory, it's expressed that they would like to have some sort of negotiated settlement at some point, but it almost doesn't matter because it's just
that's completely different.
Either way, it's moot because
the letter doesn't say that it would be good to have negotiation at some point. The letter says we need to have an immediate drive toward negotiation right now. Now is the time to do that. Like, those are really different. Like, now you could say that it doesn't matter very much because it wasn't going to happen or it wasn't a strong enough statement or whatever, but I don't see how you can say that those are the same thing.
Because basically what it did is verify that the signatories of that letter were going to continue to unwaveringly support the policy status quo, meaning that they were going to continue to support all war appropriations bills.
Okay,
they were never going to apply any conditions to continued funding of the war effort. They were not going to deviate or compel Biden to deviate whatsoever from the current trajectory of policy, other than politely urging him to maybe think about doing more diplomacy. And the irony is that once the letter was
Chad is asking that we refocus, guys. So something that I do want to ask, we have some progressives right here. Right now, a lot of Republicans will say that the culture war is on the ballot. And a lot of Republicans have really been driving hard that Democrats want to trans your kids. How do you respond to those charges and the fact that Republicans are trying to make this an election issue, specifically when it comes to suburban moms?
I would say that it's incredibly telling that they are obsessively trying to whip up their base about hormone blockers that on average over the course of the last 5 years have been prescribed to people under 18 for trans kids, less than 1,000 per year in the entire country of hundreds of millions of people. That they're trying to make that the center of the election, not say the fact that Kevin McCarthy says he wants to raise the minimum wage for the minimum age for Social Security and Medicare that every single person in the country is eventually going to get. I think it's pretty transparent why they would prefer to talk about the first thing than the second thing, but I don't see any reason anybody else should indulge that.
So you think it's just a non-issue? Because what people like Matt Walsh have uncovered is that even in places like Tennessee Vanderbilt Hospital, they are doing.
Matt Walsh is a really nice example about this, because very recently on Joe Rogan, he said that millions of kids were getting puberty blockers. So he actually fact check on air
that
over the course of the last 5 years, it's been less than 5,000 total. So well over 1,000 a year on average in the whole country, a country of hundreds of millions of people. I think that wherever you come down on that, treating this as this vitally important crisis that like the whole election has to be about that, I think is pretty transparently silly. I think, given that there are much more important things at stake here that affect everybody, like the Social Security and Medicare examples, like, raising the minimum wage, which Republicans are all against, like, making it easier for people to organize unions, which Republicans are against. Like, those are things that affect everybody's lives in a really bread and butter way. And I think it would be much healthier to focus on that than trying to get in between, like, kids, parents, and doctors in this tiny, statistically vanishingly tiny number of cases.
So, Ben, is that the issue, or is it the school board thing where parents are feeling unheard by these school boards that want these actual weird books in front of their kids?
When you say books in front of their kids, in many cases, what we're talking about is books being in libraries, or even kids having access to regular public libraries. There's a teacher who's fired in Oklahoma for literally just helping kids to get, just telling them if you want to read books that are banned in the school library. Here's how you can get a public library card, and she was fired for that and relentlessly demonized by the Secretary of Education in Oklahoma. So I mean, I think that like I think that this kind of level of book burning zeal to stop people from having any possibility that they can read books that social conservatives find objectionable is pretty rich, coming from people who 5 minutes ago claimed to be big free speech warriors. And two, I think that I think we really want to make a distinction there between like we're putting it in front of you like this is a signed reading.
Okay, I said goodbye. Okay, listen, I'll be back tomorrow to check in with you guys, see how you guys are doing, see how our elections are doing. I'm not gonna stay up and stream for 15 fucking hours again today. I need to do a better job at pulling back on my streaming schedule. Who is streaming? Are you not gonna wait for results? For how long? We're still gonna have to wait for like mail-in shit to get right. I don't even know if it's gonna be done tomorrow. No. Wait, how long is this shit gonna fucking take? This is gonna go like well into the night probably, right? Here we go. Maybe I'll come back later. We'll see. I'm gonna jump in stuff. There you go. Go watch Pac-Man, okay? Oh, just kidding. I can't redirect to Pac-Man. Rip. Rip, we're gonna cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 I will catch you guys next stream arena, which might be later tonight, but more likely it's gonna be tomorrow. Rip on.